My name is Chun-Ching, and I've been in this world for 9 years since I transmigrated. In these 9 years, I've figured one thing out. This place is completely different from Earth. It's a world fused with elements of a game. Monsters and beasts roam everywhere. Here, when people turn 18, they can participate in a job transfer ceremony. There are many types of professions, generally divided into combat, support, and life classes. Once you transfer jobs, you can enter dungeons, secret realms, or battlefields in the wilderness to slay beasts and gain experience. Gaining experience levels you up, and the stronger your level, the more you can survive in this world. This is a truth paid for with the blood of those who came before us. However, the current success rate of job transfer stands at only 60%. This means that out of 100 people, only 60 can successfully transfer. Naturally, those about to participate today are all quite anxious. Some are closing their eyes, praying they'll get a good profession. But job transfers are matters of luck. Not even the experts and scholars truly understand the mechanics. Combat professions are the most sought after since they're the main force against the beasts. Support professions are also decent, as they play essential roles in combat. Though life professions can't enter secret realms, they are indispensable in daily life. Things like equipment, potions, runes, and gourmet food all rely on them. As I stood there, a chubby guy behind me named Fang Xiu poked me and whispered, "Chun-Ching, what kind of profession do you want?" I thought for a moment and said, "A warrior, I suppose. I like being straightforward and reckless. What about you?" Fang Xiu chuckled and replied, "I'll choose a life profession, maybe something like a chef. Working in the backlands, making good food, that sounds pretty pleasant." Just then, Zhou Qi, a sharp-faced and snide guy, sneered, "You two? You don't even know if you will successfully transfer, and you're already dreaming about professions? The only thing you two are good for is washing this young master's feet." Zhou Qi was in the same class as me, and we had a long-standing grudge. Every time we fought, I'd always leave him with a bruised and swollen face. I glanced at him contemptuously and said, "What? Haven't I beaten you enough yet? After the job transfer ceremony, let's have another friendly exchange." Although I rattled him a bit, he put up a brave front and replied, "Once I transfer into a combat profession, you'll be sorry." Right then, the loudspeaker called out, "Zhou Qi, it's time for your job transfer ceremony." Zhou Qi immediately dashed into the magic circle. The formation glowed white for a moment, and after 2 minutes, his ceremony was complete. Zhou Qi has successfully transferred. Profession: Fire Mage. Rank B. Principal Zhang Donglai and our homeroom teacher Ho Kuan, standing to the side, nodded approvingly. Principal Zhang Donglai praised, "Not bad at all. Zhou Qi is a B-rank Fire Mage. Your class has a lot of talent." Ho Kuan replied humbly, "Compared to your granddaughter, Zhou Qi still have a long way to go." Principal Zhang Donglai beamed with pride. His granddaughter, Zhang Lingxue, had already transferred into an A-rank profession, Sacred Angel, the only A rank in Donglin First High School. Professions are divided into 6 ranks: SS, S, A, B, C, D, and E. The higher the rank, the rarer and more powerful the potential and strength. Zhou Qi strutted down from the platform, smug and full of himself. He even shot me a provocative glance, but I was too busy chatting with Fang Xiu to pay him any mind, which only irritated him further. Afterward, 6 or 7 more students went through the ceremony, but none succeeded. Zhang Donglai frowned, clearly displeased by this year's low success rate. Next, Chun-Ching. On the outside, I remained calm, but inside, I was a bundle of nerves. This was my shot to change my fate. I sat down in the magic circle, and as it activated, the light it emitted was even brighter than Zhou Qi's. My classmates were stunned, and even Principal Zhang Donglai's jaw dropped in shock. Suddenly, a powerful and violent aura erupted, like an ancient war god roaring in fury. The spectacle frightened everyone, causing them to back away. Zhang Donglai panicked and exclaimed, "Could this be a job transfer phenomenon?" Just then, a voice rang in my head. "Congratulations! You have obtained the unique hidden profession, Divine Berserker. My data immediately appeared before my eyes. I was overjoyed beyond words. But when the transfer examiner announced the results, he said, "Chun Qing, congratulations on successfully transferring. Profession, Berserker, rank C." The entire class looked confused. Even Principal Zhang Donglai seemed surprised. Using his observation skill, he confirmed that I was just an ordinary berserker. Assuming that the ceremony might have malfunctioned, he seemed disappointed. Homeroom teacher Ho Kuan comforted me. It's still a success. A combat profession can lead to a promising future if you work hard. I couldn't help but feel baffled. Why couldn't they recognize me as a divine berserker? Oh well, keeping a low profile isn't bad. It's better to avoid unnecessary trouble. Zhou Qi, seeing that I was only a C-rank berserker, breathed a sigh of relief and mocked. "I thought you'd be something amazing, but you're just a C-rank weakling. Kneel and apologize to me, and maybe I'll spare you." Without even turning around, I replied, "Don't test my patience." Zhou Qi got angry and shouted, "Once the dungeon trial is over, let's do a one-on-one. Loser crawls under the winner's legs." I smiled and agreed, "All right, it's a deal." Fang Xiu tugged nervously at my sleeve. "He's a B-rank fire mage. You shouldn't be reckless." I dismissed his concern with a grin. "So what if he's a fire mage? I'll crush him all the same." As we were speaking, it was Fang Xiu's turn for the ceremony. The instructor announced, "Congratulations to Fang Xiu from Class 1 for a successful transfer. Profession, Priest, rank B." Everyone applauded, but Fang Xiu looked utterly crestfallen. I understood Fang Xiu well. He wasn't interested in dungeons or battlefields. He loved life professions, especially cooking. He had decent skills, and his biggest dream was to become a chef so he could craft even more delicious food. But fate has a way of messing with one's plans. He hadn't transitioned to a combat-type job, but he still couldn't stay away from battles. Fang Xiu returned to the team looking gloomy, and Lin Shi comforted him with a pat on the shoulder, saying, "Don't feel down. Healers are really important. From now on, you stick right behind me. I'll protect you." Hearing that, Fang Xiu felt much better and nodded with a smile. I originally thought Fang Xiu would be upset for a while, because he transitioned into a healer role, but I'd clearly overthought it. Not long after he returned, a group of people surrounded him, whispering and asking to add him as a friend. There were even several pretty girls among them. For a guy like Fang Xiu, who had been single for 18 years, this sudden attention flustered him. People who used to ignore him now actively approached him, even inviting him to meals. It was clear how important healers were to a team, especially since he was the only healer in our class. He instantly became the star of the group. The girls were full of enthusiasm, and Fang Xiu was practically grinning ear to ear. But I rejected all of them outright, sternly saying, "Women will only slow down our blade-drawing speed." No way was I going to let anyone steal the only healer in our class. Fang Xiu was a bit helpless, but he usually followed my lead. Not long after, the class's job transition ceremony ended. The principal gave a grand speech, announcing that starting tomorrow, the trial tower in Donglin City would be open to combat and support-type players for real-time practice and leveling up. Life-type jobs also had special arrangements. He urged everyone to perform well in the big exam a week from now. The trial tower was a secret dimension prepared by the Education Bureau for rookie jobs. It had 12 floors in total, with each floor increasing in difficulty by 1 level. The maximum level was 12. The challenges were relatively low risk and designed for beginners. After the principal finished, students were free to either head home or find places to practice their skills. I dragged Fang Xiu away from the girls trying to add him as a friend and led him to a remote, empty field. Fang Xiu's legs were trembling as he panted, asking in confusion, "Why did you drag me out to this wilderness?" I answered confidently, "What do you think? We're here to practice your skills." Fang Xiu frowned even more. "Here." He looked around at the overgrown grass and scattered rocks, then protested, "Wouldn't it be better to practice at the training hall? They have sandbag dummies there." The training hall was specifically set up for combat and support jobs to practice their skills, equipped with sandbag dummies to test the power of abilities. But here, there wasn't even a target. He failed to see how I intended to test anything. Without hesitation, I replied, "Sandbag dummies? Who needs them? Today, I'm your sandbag. Go ahead, hit me." Feng Qiu froze. "But I'm a healer. How am I supposed to hit you? Who's testing skills here anyway? Stop stalling and get to it," I demanded firmly. Seeing how determined I was, Feng Qiu reluctantly gathered his nerve and lightly tapped my chest with a weak punch. The punch was so feeble it felt like a tickle. I shouted in frustration, "Did you not eat? Hit me harder." Startled by my yelling, Feng Qiu braced himself, clenched his teeth, and delivered a much harder punch to my chest. After the punch landed, a -5 appeared above my head, but Feng Qiu himself recoiled, clutching his chest in pain, with a -10 appearing above his head. He stared at me, stunned. Why am I taking damage too? Being only level 1 with 70 health points, losing a seventh of his health from one hit was shocking. He started to suspect it was my skill. But as far as he knew, Berserkers didn't have any abilities this absurd. Just then, I received a notification. "You have been attacked." Max health increased by 10 points. Overjoyed, I almost jumped in the air and shouted to Feng Qiu, "This is great. Keep hitting me." Feng Qiu hesitated, saying, "Big bro, I only have 70 health points. If I keep going, I'll be dead soon." I looked at him like he was an idiot. "You're a healer. Can't you just heal yourself when you're low on health?" Realization dawned on Feng Qiu. He activated his healing energy, his hands glowing white, and a green +30 floated above his head, recovering 30 health points. I nodded in approval. "Good. Keep going. Punch me 3 more times, then use a healing spell once. That way, your healing skill can improve too." Despite still having some doubts, Feng Qiu followed my instructions. After 3 punches, my maximum health increased by 10 points each time. The more hits I took, the more excited I became, shouting, "Come on, don't stop." Feng Qiu quickly used his healing spell to ease my discomfort, suppressing his laughter as he said, "Big bro, your training method is way too brutal on your friends." I patted his shoulder and reassured him, "Buddy, a little hardship now will take us farther later. When I get strong enough, I'll definitely carry you to victory." Feng Qiu looked at me skeptically. "Are you just trying to sweet-talk me?" I put on a serious face. "You've known me for so long. When have I ever lied to you? Just wait and see. My strength will blow your mind." Feng Qiu studied me closely and curiously asked, "How come your Berserker job has a damage reflection ability? And such a high one at that? I hit you for 5 damage, and you reflected 10 back at me. Are you hacking?" Grinning cheekily, I replied, "You'd never guess, but I've got a hidden class." Even the principal didn't notice. Feng Qiu's eyes lit up. No wonder your job transition was so mysterious. "Master, please carry me." I winked at him. "If you want me to carry you, then start training that body of yours." Immediately fired up, Feng Qiu threw himself into training, pounding furiously at my chest. As we kept practicing, Feng Qiu ran out of mana after using his healing spell for the 5th time. Just enough for him to cast healing spell 5 times. No potions, no gear, and mana had to recover on its own. He would have to halt for at least 2 hours. As the sky darkened, there was no time to waste by sleeping. He had no choice but to stop for now. Although the training hadn't lasted long, the results were evident. The more hits I took, the higher my HP cap grew, an increase of 130 points, reaching a total of 350 HP. I was only at level 1, and my health was already several times that of my classmates. Even more exhilarating was my unique ability, Force of Savage Blood, which made my attack power escalate as my health increased. My initial 12 attack points surged 35 points higher, skyrocketing to 47. Not even level 5 warriors could compare. When the training finally paused, the chubby guy let out a sigh of relief, plopping down on a rock to rest. He looked at me and asked, "Which academy are you planning to apply for?" I smiled resolutely and replied, "Hua Imperial Academy. There's no other choice." "To find your brother?" "Yes. It's been 3 years now. No news. No way to tell if he's dead or alive. He's my only family. I have to go there and find him. When I arrived in this world, I'd already lost my parents. My only support was my elder brother, Chun Feng, who entered Hua Imperial Academy as an S-rank light Saint Mage 3 years ago. At first, he called me frequently, sharing every detail of his life on campus. But gradually, the calls became less frequent, his tone laden with worry. 3 months later, he went completely silent. I tried searching everywhere, but to no avail. Even the academy seemed clueless about his whereabouts. This mystery has weighed heavily on my heart. I must get into Hua Imperial Academy and uncover the truth. The chubby guy asked hesitantly, I heard you need to be at least level 15 to get into Hua Imperial. The exam is in less than a week. Do you think you can make it? I smiled confidently. If Chen Feng could do it, so can I. As dusk fell, we parted ways and headed home. I switched on the lights and stared at the empty house, the solitude crashing over me. My fingers grazed the surface of a photo frame on the desk. It was a picture of me and my brother, both beaming with smiles. Our features were similar, our expressions radiant and lively. I hardened my resolve. Chen Feng, I will find you. Suddenly, my phone buzzed. It was a message from Qing Shan Looks at Snow. This online friend of mine was someone I met in a forum. We'd known each other for 2 years, confiding in each other about everything from joys to complaints about life, yet never revealing our real names or locations. Today, she had transitioned into her new profession as well. I opened the chat window, and the new message appeared in bold text. Qing Shan Looks at Snow. Did you successfully transition today? What profession did you choose? The story so far illustrates the protagonist's relentless determination and unwavering familial devotion. His resilience to endure pain and confront challenges reflects a mindset of enduring hardship for a stronger future. Just as in real life, triumphs in both careers and personal growth often require overcoming present adversity. The mysterious disappearance of the protagonist's older brother sets the stage for a compelling narrative filled with intrigue. How would you act if a loved one suddenly vanished without a trace? Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments below. I pondered for a moment, then honestly replied to Qing Shan Looks at Snow. Of course, I nailed it. And I've transitioned into an insanely powerful class, at least S tier. He responded, stop bragging. We're still best buddies, you know. I chuckled and countered, what about you? Did you make it? Or did you end up as a bricklayer? His retort came instantly. You're the bricklayer? No, wait. You're a dung collector. Honestly, my profession isn't bad. It's A tier. But one day, when I'm powerful enough, I'll definitely be there to watch your back. I played along. All right then, it's settled. From now on, I'll rely on Big Brother Snow. Little brother salutes you. Feeling smug, he teased, Brother Chun, don't worry. When I have meat to eat, you'll have poop to chew. I was speechless. We bantered back and forth a few more times, and then ended the chat. The next morning, I took the campus shuttle with Feng Xiao. After navigating through winding routes, we finally arrived at the trial tower. Stepping off the bus, I was awestruck by the sight before me. A massive cylindrical structure pierced straight into the sky like a stalagmite. Bathed in the glow of the morning sun, it exuded an air of mystery and majesty, as if it connected the realms of past and future. This was the renowned rookie's sacred ground in Donglin City. The place was packed with more than 1,000 people. Basically, every student in Donglin City who had transitioned was here. The homeroom teacher was busy processing our registrations. Once it was done, I nudged Feng Xiao and said, come on, let's form a team. He was just about to take a step forward when Feng Ziki grabbed his arm. Feng Xiao, team up with us. We've got a warrior, an archer, and a mage. We're just missing a priest. With us, reaching the 3rd floor in one day is guaranteed. Feng Ziki, the class beauty from Class 1, had transitioned into an archer just yesterday. Her mage was none other than Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi waded through the crowd and chimed in. Yeah, join us. With me, the mighty mage, leading the way, will carry you to glory. Feng Xiao looked conflicted, trying to pull his arm free. but Fong Ziki only tightened her grip. I stepped forward and said coldly, "Let go." Fong Ziki's face changed slightly when she saw me, but refused to meet my eyes. Fixing her gaze solely on Fong Xiao, she sneered and said, "You're really going to team up with Qingqing? He's just a lowly C-rank Berserker. With him, you won't even make it to the second floor." Zhou Qi jumped in to fan the flames. "Exactly. Teaming up with a Berserker? You won't even reach the second floor in a day. Trust me, join us. Here, I'll give you 3 mana recovery potions." The people around were surprised, thinking Zhou Qi was quite generous. After all, a single mana recovery potion cost 5 gold coins, which was pretty expensive for students. However, Fong Xiao was unmoved and shook his head in refusal. "There's no need. I'm teaming up with Qingqing." Fong Ziki was relentless. She pleaded, "Fong Xiao, have you forgotten my feelings for you? If you join our team, I'll be your girlfriend. Think about it." Fong Xiao paused for a moment. Then his expression turned serious. He decisively shook off her hand and said coldly, "I already said I'm teaming up with Qingqing. Thank you for your offer, but I decline." With that, he walked away with me. Fong Ziki's face immediately darkened. She glared at our backs with disdain, spit on the ground, and cursed, "Idiots! Pairing up with a loser. They're asking to die." Her teammates fell silent. Someone asked, "What do we do without a healer?" Fong Ziki replied impatiently, "Keep looking. With so many people here, we're bound to find someone from the healing class." On our way, I said with mild astonishment, "Fong Xiao, I've got to hand it to you. She even offered to be your girlfriend, and you still rejected her." Fong Xiao sighed. "Just now, I realized she's not the goddess I thought she was." I tried to console him. "Don't think too much about it. I've always said women slow down your blade-drawing speed." Fong Xiao hesitated, then asked, "Are you sure we shouldn't team up with others?" "Of course not. The more people there are, the less experience we get. The strong all go solo. I'm only taking you along because we're close." Fong Xiao squinted suspiciously. "Or is it because you don't have any healing skills?" I coughed awkwardly and quickly changed the subject. At that moment, there was a commotion ahead. People were shouting, "Wow, such a beautiful girl. She's like an angel. Isn't that Zhongling Xue, the granddaughter of Principal Zhang from First High?" In the crowd, a girl in a long blue dress appeared, her jet black hair cascading down her back, her fair face glowing with radiance. She carried a golden longsword, her eyes pure and calm, resembling an angel descending from the heavens. She walked to the entrance of the trial tower and spoke in a melodious voice, "Hello, I want to solo this dungeon." The middle-aged man in charge of the teleportation was momentarily stunned before snapping out of it and adjusting the settings for her. In a flash of white light, she vanished. For a long while, the crowd around us remained in a daze. I couldn't help but sigh. Principal Zhang's granddaughter is really something else. I'm kind of smitten myself. Fong Qiu rolled his eyes. "Didn't you just say women slowed down your blade-drawing speed?" With a straight face, I retorted, "My blade relies on critical hits, not speed." Fong Qiu was rendered speechless. He pointed out again, "Everyone else has a weapon. Why are you carrying absolutely nothing?" I replied matter-of-factly, "I'm so broke I can't even afford food. Where'd I get the money for a weapon? Besides, my fists work just fine." I raised my fist for emphasis. Fong Qiu stared at me, utterly exasperated, feeling that this adventure in the trial tower was already looking grim. Soon, we stood in front of the middle-aged teleporter. After completing the necessary formalities, we entered the dungeon. As soon as I opened my eyes, we were surrounded by a dense forest. In my mind, the rules of the dungeon appeared. 1. Each team entering the dungeon is assigned to an independent space, free from external interference. 2. The trial tower has 12 levels. Defeat the beasts on one level to reveal the staircase to the next. 3. For each level climbed, the beasts grow stronger by one level. Starting from the 10th floor, each level includes an elite boss. 4. The dungeon will disappear after 24 hours, and regardless of progress, all participants will be expelled. 5. Trust your instincts. As we were reading the rules, two long-toothed rabbits suddenly leaped out of the bushes, charging straight at me. Fong Qiu cried out nervously, "Chen Qing, watch out!" I remained calm, neither dodging nor fleeing, letting the rabbits bite down on my arm. After they bit me, 2-10 damage points floated above my head. A system prompt rang in my ears. You have been attacked. Maximum HP increased by 10 points. At the same time, -20 appeared above the rabbits' heads. They let out pained cries as half their health was instantly depleted. I didn't give them a chance to counterattack. I swung a punch with overwhelming speed and force. Damage values of -48 and -45 appeared over the rabbits' heads, and they dissolved into white light. System prompt: you have killed level 1 Long-Tooth Rabbit X2. Experience +10. Fong Qiu was utterly shocked. A level 1 warrior wielding a weapon and using skills wouldn't even deal damage over 15 points. Yet here I was barehanded, doing over 40 points in one punch. The disparity was simply too vast. Fong Qiu, stunned, cast a healing spell on me. Soon after, 3 more long-toothed rabbits appeared. To ease Fong Qiu's burden as a healer, I avoided their attacks and easily took them down in one hit each. System prompt: you have killed level 1 Long-Tooth Rabbit X3. Experience +15. One of the rabbits dropped a weapon, a bronze axe. Its stats were mediocre, but it was better than nothing. Soon enough, the goblin crowd thinned. Since I had garnered all their aggression, not a single goblin targeted Fong Qiu. Whenever his healing spell's cooldown was over, he would use it on me, quickly restoring any HP I'd lost. With fewer than 10 goblins left on the field, a white glow enveloped me. I'd reached level 3. In just over an hour since entering the dungeon, I'd already leveled up 3 times. Fong Qiu was overjoyed, exclaiming that if we kept up this pace, we might even hit level 5 by the time the dungeon trial ended. Apparently, there had been an S-class combat player who cleared the trial tower dungeon in 12 hours, reaching the 11th floor and level 11, a record that remained unbeaten to this day. After taking down one more goblin, the remaining ones were stricken with fear. They dropped their weapons and fled. I hurled my axe at a retreating goblin, hitting it squarely and cutting. The -312 damage burst out, shocking Fong Qiu. He noticed my damage kept increasing. The hits initially dealt only a little over 40 damage when we first entered the dungeon, but now it had surpassed 300. It was terrifying. After finishing off the remaining goblins, I checked my experience points. It would take 1,000 to level up. Fong Qiu had become my little fanboy, complimenting my strength. I sighed and remarked that it was a pity I didn't have any area of effect skills, which would make leveling faster. Not even having an active skill meant I could only hack and slash like a reckless brute. I considered that I might unlock an active skill after reaching level 5, but for now, I was quite satisfied with my 3 god-tier passive abilities. Following the battle, my health reached the 3,000 point threshold, an amount usually seen in players at level 30 to 40. Here I was, only level 3. If others found out, their jaws would certainly drop. We continued exploring the 2nd floor. After killing 5 more goblins, the staircase to the 3rd floor appeared. We rested briefly before stepping onto the stairs and entering the 3rd level. As soon as we entered, the lighting dimmed drastically, and an eerie silence filled the air. A cold wind howled through, making Fong Qiu shiver. He clutched my sleeve and said, "This place is so creepy and scary." I shot him a disdainful glance and said, "You're a grown man, scared of something like this? It's just a dungeon. Are you afraid of ghosts?" The moment I finished speaking, a faint blue, transparent shadow drifted past. Fong Qiu shouted, "Holy crap, there really is a ghost." His face turned white as he hid behind me. I felt a bit uneasy too, but managed to stay calm and said, "Don't worry, this should be a ghost-type beast." Taking a deep breath, I gathered my courage and moved forward to get a closer look. The creature was made of blue, translucent material, floating mid-air like a ghostly ball of cotton, its large eyes darting around. Deciding to take the initiative, I swung my axe at it. But the axe felt as if it had hit nothing but air, causing no damage at all. Feng Xiu called out to warn me. These ghost-type beasts are immune to physical attacks, I think. Hearing his words, my brow furrowed. How were we supposed to deal with this? Against ghost types, a priest's holy light spell was the most effective, but Feng Xiu hadn't learned it yet. As for me, I was a purely physical player. I had no useful tools in this situation. No wonder the Academy encouraged forming parties with diverse roles. If everyone was purely physical, a group would be completely stuck by the third floor. While I was still pondering, the little ghost got angry, opening its mouth to unleash a fast blue energy wave. I couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly in the chest, losing 25 health points. The pain made me rub my chest. This was the highest damage I'd taken so far. After all, it was a level 3 monster using magic attacks, and I lacked magic resistance. It was true damage. However, in the next instant, the ghost head displayed a -50 damage number. My eyes lit up. Seemed like my thorn armor was finally coming in handy, so I simply stood there and let it hit me. Every time the blue energy wave struck, I lost 30 health points. But with my more than 3,000 health pool, this damage was negligible. Plus, Feng Xiu, acting as a little healer, immediately cast healing spells to replenish me whenever my health dropped. He was doing it just to increase his spell proficiency, after all. After taking 4 hits, the little ghost with only 150 health finally went down. The system notified me. Killed level 3 Nether Phantom. Gained plus 40 experience points. Feng Xiu stared in disbelief at my way of killing the monster, likely witnessing this tactic for the first time, defeating enemies by letting them attack me. After dealing with 1 Nether Phantom, I attracted 4 more. Their blue energy waves continued hitting me, making me groan in pain, but I stood my ground. 1 minute later, all 4 disintegrated into white light. I lost over 300 health, but compared to my total, it was nothing. The system prompted, killed level 3 Nether Phantom times 4, gained plus 160 experience points. Additionally, I received a system message. Skill Thorn Armor upgraded to level 2. Now the reflective damage had increased to 3 times the original. Monsters that previously required 3 hits to kill now only needed 2, greatly improving my farming efficiency. I estimated even Holy Light Priests couldn't match my kill speed. Feng Xiu stood behind, completely flabbergasted. The Nether Phantoms barely launched 2 waves of attacks before they killed themselves, while I remained unscathed, pressing forward as if nothing had happened. We kept grinding for half an hour, during which we accumulated a significant amount of experience, almost enough to level up. When another Nether Phantom died, it dropped a piece of equipment. Picking it up, I saw it was an excellent grade bronze robe, granting +2 to spirit, perfect for Feng Xiu. I tossed it to him, and he beamed with joy when wearing it. He remarked how lucky we were since drop rates for gear in Trial Tower dungeons were notoriously low. Many had never even seen a single piece of bronze gear. I speculated one of us might have the lucky draw gene, famously associated with players who frequently found rare items and equipment. When I asked Feng Xiu about his usual luck, he said it was average at best. His biggest win had been to get 1 free on a soda bottle. I was speechless. Of course, latent lucky draw tendencies generally manifest post-job change, and since we'd only recently changed jobs, it was hard to tell. Another hour passed, and I'd cleared out all the Nether Phantoms on this floor. My experience points were only a 10th away from level 4. The only problem with this floor was its maze-like structure, which made finding the ghost take a lot of time. After defeating the last one, the ceiling of the cave suddenly opened up. Sunlight streamed through the entrance, and the 2 of us adjusted our vision before noticing the stone staircase leading to the 4th level. Upon climbing up, a barren Gobi desert stretched out before us, the heat unbearable. Initially, there were no signs of any monstrous beasts, only some massive, dirt-colored rocks scattered about. Suddenly, these rocks stirred and opened their eyes. It turned out they were stone giants, each standing 2 to 3 meters tall, radiating an intimidating aura. Fong Qiu said. Are these really level 4 monsters? They feel more like level 10 elite creatures. I explained to him that the Tower of Trials nerfs their strength. If they were out in the wild, they'd likely be far more formidable. I decided to make the first move, landing a punch squarely on the nearest stone giant. To my surprise, it only lost 208 health points. Its defense was incredibly tough. In retaliation, it swung at me and sent me flying, taking 48 points of my HP, but due to my counterattack ability, it sustained 146 points of reflective damage, losing over 300 HP from just one exchange. The giant tried to retreat by burrowing into the ground, but I wasn't going to let that happen. Charging after it, I smashed its head with another punch. The system announced, Asterisk, you have killed a yellow soil stone man X1. Earned EXP, plus 100. Asterisk, white light shimmered over both of us as we reached level 4. Not bad. Once we hit level 5, we'd unlock new skills. I allocated all my attribute points to Constitution, noting that reaching level 5 required 3,000 experience points. The higher the level, the harder it became to level up. But I wasn't in a rush. I preferred honing my god-tier passive skills for now. The remaining yellow soil, stone men began moving, coming to life. I took the initiative, charging at them for close combat. To most people, these creatures were notoriously difficult, often requiring a team to take them down over a prolonged battle. But for me, they felt as fragile as paper. One after another, the giants fell before me. The system kept notifying, Asterisk, you have killed yellow soil stone man X6. Earned EXP, plus 600. Asterisk, once the last one was dealt with, the stairway to the 5th floor materialized. From entering the 4th level to leaving it, we had taken less than 10 minutes, breaking the record for clearing that floor. Teams tackling high attack, high health monsters like these usually take hours, but here I was, a level 4 player managing alone. Fong Qiu watched in awe as my strength seemed to grow exponentially, looking both envious and amazed. We didn't rush up to the 5th level. Instead, we stayed on the 4th to eat and replenish our energy. Our provisions were all packed in Fong Qiu's bag. Hesitating for a moment, he told me that he planned to leave the dungeon after hitting level 5, explaining that his healing output couldn't keep up with my ever-growing health pool and that he was also splitting experience points with me. I cut him off mid-sentence, saying, I didn't bring you along just because we're friends. Early on, I needed your healing. Now that I've grown stronger, am I supposed to just kick you to the curb? What kind of person would that make me? Besides, once your level increases and you've learned more skills, you'll be much more helpful. You're an investment, Fong Qiu. With that, he nodded, convinced. After satisfying our hunger, we ascended to the 5th floor. The environment here was starkly different from the 4th. A light drizzle fell from the sky. Thick, overcast clouds loomed above. The ground was an ashen gray, surrounded by barren, withered trees. The very atmosphere felt suffocating, as though death had claimed this land. Fong Qiu speculated, the monsters on this level might be undead types. His prediction was barely out of his mouth when the earth nearby began to quake. Skeletons rose from the dust and surrounded us. I turned to Fong Qiu and said, take care of your positioning. There are too many of them for me to cover you. Then, without hesitation, I charged into the horde of skeletons, wielding my axe. Bones shattered under my swings, while the system repeatedly announced, Asterisk, you have killed undead skeleton X1. Earned EXP, plus 5. Asterisk, I frowned. Asterisk, why are the monsters on the 5th level only level 1? Something feels off. Asterisk. Before I could think too much about it, another wave of skeletons swarmed me. They caused 5 to 10 damage per hit, but my counterattack ability turned most of them into piles of shattered bones. I gripped my axe tighter, sweeping it in wide arcs, the sound of cracking bones echoing with every swing. The skeletons came in tides, seemingly endless. Pressing forward step by step, I pushed deeper into their ranks. Taking a quick glance, I noticed a group of skeletons preparing to surround Fong Qiu. With a few heavy strides, I cleaved through them, dragging him along as I paved a bloody path through the undead army. My body was covered in minor wounds. My HP bar still looked decent, but the pain from taking hits was unavoidable. Gritting my teeth, I trudged forward, only to be greeted by yet another flood of skeletons surging toward us. There was no end to them. Left without a choice, I started killing while retreating. Feng Xiu followed closely behind, casting healing spells on himself with both hands. But amidst the chaos, his body was riddled with cuts from the skeleton's blades, especially his rear, which had taken quite the thrashing. Fortunately, our bodies were game-like. Otherwise, he would have succumbed to blood loss long ago. "Chin-ching," he called out, panic in his voice. "There are too many skeletons. What are we going to do?" His MP was nearly depleted, and he could barely cast another healing spell. I scowled. The skeletons were weak, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. There had to be at least several hundred surrounding us. Even if I kept mowing them down non-stop, it would take a lot of time and stamina. Just then, my gaze landed on a small, run-down house in the distance. It was likely a shelter designed by the dungeon for novice players. Otherwise, no rookie adventurer could possibly handle this many monsters. Grabbing Feng Xiu by the arm, I quickened my pace, cutting down skeletons as we ran. We soon made it to the house's entrance. Once inside, the skeletons stopped attacking, simply pacing around the building's perimeter. Feng Xiu let out a sigh of relief, clutching his chest. I seriously thought we were done for. I replied casually, "Not a chance. The dungeon has a newbie protection mechanism. If your HP hits a critical threshold, you'll be forcefully teleported out." Realization dawned on him as he nodded. "Rest up here," I said. "I'll go back out and deal with the monsters." With that, I dove back into the undead horde. Asterisk, you have killed Undead Skeleton X1. Earned EXP, +5. Asterisk, the sound of alerts continuously rang out. The skeletons were lacking in experience, but they made up for it in sheer numbers. Without Feng Xiu by my side, I felt even freer to let loose, swinging the bronze axe so quickly that afterimages appeared in the air. Under the relentless attacks of the skeletons, my maximal health rapidly increased. Half an hour later, my health bar had dropped by half, but my maximum health had broken past the 6,000-point threshold. My hands grew sore from all the chopping. Suddenly, a flash of white light enveloped my body, refilling my health bar. I had leveled up. I had finally reached level 5. The system informed me that I had acquired a new skill, Crimson Cross Slash. This skill consumed 200 points of health and sent a cross-shaped blade energy wave 5 meters ahead, dealing 1.5 times damage to targets along its path and knocking them back. The cooldown was 5 seconds. Excited, I immediately used the skill against the skeletons. With one slash, scores of skeletons were felled. As soon as the cooldown ended, I unleashed it again, clearing out another swath of enemies. After 3 uses, the number of skeletons dwindled noticeably, and no new ones emerged from the ground. Just then, Feng Xiu ran out of the safe house and said, "We got the target wrong. The enemy we need to kill is the undead ancient tree. They're the ones summoning all these skeletons. If we kill the trees, the skeletons will stop appearing." I stared at him, dumbfounded, and asked how he knew. Feng Xiu explained that there were hints provided in the safe house. Half skeptical, I took a swing at a withered tree. It let out an eerie scream before disintegrating into a flash of white light. A system prompt informed me, asterisk, you have slain a level 5 undead ancient tree X1. Experience gained, +200. Asterisk. Only then did I realize the truth. This was the true, formidable creature of the 5th floor. It seemed this level tested judgment and observation skills. Brute force alone wouldn't cut it. Unless, of course, you have my kind of combat power. As one ancient tree fell, the number of skeletons decreased further, leaving less than 20. Ignoring the remaining skeletons, I focused on chopping down the remaining trees. Having expended so much energy summoning skeletons, the ancient trees had no strength to resist and fell easily under my strikes. After felling 10 ancient trees, All the skeletons reduced to dust and vanished. Finally, the stairs leading to the 6th floor appeared. Although this level took quite a bit of time, the rewards were substantial. Without all those skeletons, I wouldn't have been able to boost my health to over 6,000. Upon reaching level 5, I checked my stats and found that both my health and attack power were formidable, and even my defense was comparatively high among beginner-class adventurers. Naturally, this was because I had put all my stat points into vitality, something few others dared to do. I turned to Feng Xiao and asked, "You've reached level 5 now too, right? What skill did you learn?" Excitedly, he replied, Asterisk Binding Curse. Asterisk, this skill immobilizes the target for 2 seconds and has a 30-second cooldown. If the target's level is 5 or more above the caster's, the control effect weakens. This was an excellent single-target crowd control skill, especially for a priest. The higher the level, the longer the immobilization duration. It would be useful for both fighting monsters and combat scenarios. After this intense fight, I was completely exhausted. Feng Xiao and I rested for over an hour on the 5th floor before proceeding to the 6th. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon trial tower, a large screen displayed the progress of the students climbing the tower. The progress of thousands of students captured the attention of the entire audience. Zhang Donglai had arrived at the scene. Seeing many familiar school principals in the crowd, he noted that everyone was deeply invested in the performance of their respective students. A chubby middle-aged man noticed Zhang Donglai and teased, "Old Zhang, your granddaughter is impressive. She reached the 6th floor in just 5 hours. Looks like she has a shot at making it to the 10th floor." Zhang Donglai chuckled proudly, but his expression froze the moment he glanced at the screen. At the top of the leaderboard was Zhao Mingxian from Donglin Second High School. He was already at the 8th floor and had an S-grade Forbidden Spell Mage class. Zhang Donglai's face stiffened, and he replied irritably, "Old Wang, you've been hiding this well. An S-grade Forbidden Spell Mage this year? Looks like your school will claim the provincial title." Principal Wang of Donglin Second High School responded cordially, though his heart swelled with pride. "It's just luck. Your school's duo, Chun Xing and Feng Xiao, have also made it to the 6th floor." Impressive. Zhang Donglai looked at the screen in surprise and saw the names Chun Xing and Feng Xiao rank 3rd. He remembered Chun Xing. His job transfer had caused a phenomenon, and he turned out to be a berserker. Feng Xiao was a priest. He couldn't figure out how a berserker and a priest could climb so quickly. They had reached the 6th floor within just 5 hours, while most students were still stuck on the 3rd floor, and even fewer had reached the 4th. 15 minutes later, Chun Xing and Feng Xiao advanced to the 7th floor. Principal Wang was momentarily stunned but managed to compliment Zhang Donglai. "Principal Zhang, you've been keeping secrets yourself. Did you deliberately hide their details from us?" Zhang Donglai gave a wry smile. "I have no control over that." Principal Wang grew increasingly puzzled. Half an hour later, Chun Xing and Feng Xiao reached the 8th floor, leaving Zhang Donglai restless and Principal Wang visibly tense. Their pace was extraordinary. Even the S-grade Forbidden Spell Mage, Zhao Mingxian, was only on the 8th floor, yet these two had caught up with the top ranker. Zhang Donglai suspected the key lay with Chun Xing. Recalling the unusual phenomenon during Chun Xing's class transfer, he began to suspect that Chun Xing might possess at least an S-grade hidden class. An hour after that, Chun Xing and Feng Xiao reached the 9th floor, pushing Zhao Mingxian to 2nd place. Principals from other schools came over, teasing Zhang Donglai, who in high spirits boasted that Chun Xing was likely an S-grade hidden class, but also praised Zhao Mingxian. Principal Wang, though modest outwardly, kept his eyes glued to the screen, hoping Zhao Mingxian could catch up. Another half hour passed, and Zhao Mingxian reached the 9th floor. But by then, Chun Xing and Feng Xiao had already progressed to the 10th. Principal Wang was stunned, convinced something didn't add up, while Zhang Donglai beamed with pride. At that same moment, Feng Xiao and I stood at the gate of the 10th floor of the dungeon trial tower, our faces weary after hours of relentless battle. Exhausted, but hard work always pays off. We successfully leveled up to level 7. My health points broke through the 8,000 mark, comparable to a level 15 beast, and my damage output was absurdly high. I could defeat a level 9 beast with just 2 swings of my axe. Especially having comprehended the level 5 skill Blood Blade Cross Slash. It became my ultimate weapon, with a 5-meter attack range. Any beasts within reach were shredded like a relentless meat grinder. This was one of the key reasons I could climb the trial tower so quickly. Feng Xiu's healing skill had also improved, and he even obtained a pre-specific healing staff. Now his healing skill could restore 450 to 500 health points, making him top tier among priests of the same level. Despite the low drop rates in the trial tower, we managed to pick up 3 pieces of equipment, 2 of which were perfect for priests. I suspected that this chubby guy, Feng Xiu, might have awakened the luckiest player trait. In battle, I also discovered my own shortcomings. I had allocated all my attribute points to Constitution, making me way too slow, even slower than agility-based classes. Against speedy enemies, I was easily kite. I learned this the hard way on the 7th floor, where we fought hurricane lizards and suffered for it. If it hadn't been for Feng Xiu's immobilized spell, we would have wasted even more time there. The chubby guy was overjoyed, though. Finally, he wasn't just along for the ride. When we reached the 10th floor, we were met with biting winds and thick snow underfoot. Despite it being summer in the real world, we were only wearing t-shirts and were freezing to the core. I said, "This floor's challenge isn't just the beasts, it's this damned weather. If we don't finish this quickly, we'll be teleported out from frostbite." Feng Xiu nodded and said, "It's at least minus 30 degrees. I can probably last 3 hours tops." I thought to myself that his extra body fat was an advantage. I'd be lucky to make it 2 hours. Realizing how serious this was, we quickened our pace to find beasts. But the snow was too deep, reaching over our knees, and the cold was piercing. Every step was a struggle. Feng Xiu said, "If this keeps up, our feet will get frostbitten." I looked around and spotted a large, snow-covered pine tree. My eyes lit up. I told Feng Xiu to wait while I cut the tree down, carving out a plank to place on the snow. I instructed him to sit on it as a test. Feng Xiu understood what I was up to and sat down. The plank only sank slightly and floated atop the snow. Carefully, I climbed on as well. Feng Xiu asked how to make it move. I told him to hand over the healing staff. At first, he was reluctant, worried that I might damage this rare quality staff using it like a ski pole. After I assured him it'd be fine, he grudgingly handed it over. The 2 of us stood on the plank. With one push of the staff, the plank shot forward. Luckily, the path ahead sloped downward, so we didn't need to steer. However, the piercing wind from the high-speed slide felt like blades against my skin, and I couldn't keep my eyes open. When I did, I saw a white, furry figure directly ahead. We crashed right into it. I landed on top of it, and Feng Xiu tumbled into a snow pile. The creature let out a pained roar. It was a white bear. Enraged, it let out a furious growl at me. Scrambling to my feet, I quickly apologized. "Sorry about that. I just got my driver's license. How about you lie down, and I'll take you to hospital." The next second, I swung my axe twice and brought it down. The system notification popped up. Defeated level 10 Snowfield White Bear X1. Gained 500 experience points. Satisfied, I nodded. Still need over 10,000 experience to hit level 8. 10 more of these should do it. Feng Xiu poked his head out of the snow, completely bewildered. "What just happened?" he asked. "Never mind that," I said. "Let's find more snow bears. I don't want to stay in this hellhole any longer than I have to." To this, Feng Xiu replied, "No need to look. There are bears all around us." I looked up, and sure enough, we were surrounded by a group of Snowfield white bears. Seeing their fallen comrade, each of them bristled with killing intent. Unfazed, I smirked and said, "Great, we've stumbled into a bear den. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down." A quick count, 20 of them, just enough to push me to level 8. The bears lunged at me, roaring, their claws and fangs hitting me, triggering a cascade of damage numbers floating above my head. Another class would have been teleported out of the tower long ago, but my health only dropped by a sliver. I immediately activated Blood Blade Cross Slash, and a large swath of bears in front of me fell. Still, more charged forward. Meanwhile, Fong Qiu juggled healing me and using Immobilize to stop the bears chasing him. After all, he didn't have my tanky health pool. 2 swipes from a bear would have teleported him out. I unleashed another Blood Blade Cross Slash, and more than half of the bears were wiped out, leaving only 7 or 8. Preparing to finish them off, I suddenly heard a furious roar. Turning, I saw a massive snowfield white bear charging down the slope. It was enormous, like a white cargo truck. I immediately remembered that every floor from level 10 onward had an elite boss. Excited, I exclaimed, "Perfect timing." I told Fong Qiu not to heal me. I wanted to solo the boss. The white bear king rammed into me, sending me flying over 2 meters and burying me in the snow. I lost 523 health points, but the bear got it worse. Thanks to my thorn mail, the damage reflected caused it to take 1569 points of damage. Enraged, the Bear King roared, but I retaliated with Blood Blade Cross Slash, dealing another 1023 damage. In just 2 exchanges, its health dropped by nearly half. Fong Qiu, utterly shocked, started questioning if I was the real boss here. Fueled by fury, the White Bear King unleashed an icy attack, transforming snowflakes into razor-sharp ice blades aimed at me. Gritting my teeth, I pressed forward step by step. In less than 10 seconds, the ice blades had done nearly 1,000 points of damage to me. But I didn't care. Before I could get closer, it couldn't withstand the counter damage. Its health drained, and it vanished in a burst of white light. The system notification read, "You killed the Snowfield White Bear King X1, gained 1,000 experience points, and both Fong Qiu and I leveled up to 8. I pursed my lips, thinking this boss was way too weak. I couldn't help but recall a line from a TV drama in my previous life. "I wasn't even trying, and you already fell." Before the Bear King disappeared, it dropped a long blade. I picked it up to take a look. It was a rare quality bronze long blade with critical hit and lifesteal attributes. Though the trigger rate wasn't high, it could boost damage in critical moments and help solve the issue of health recovery. Among novice gear, it was top-notch, and if listed in the marketplace, it could fetch 1,000 gold coins. Feeling like a crazed butcher, I proceeded to slash down all the remaining Snowfield white bears. The 11th level staircase soon appeared. My face turned pale from the cold, and I hurriedly dragged Fong Qiu to the next level. As soon as we reached the 11th floor, the chilling cold was replaced by warmth. I exhaled in relief. Above us was a clear blue sky with gentle sunlight. Beneath us was a green meadow with flowing streams. The sound of cicadas and chirping birds filled the air. It felt as if I had returned to my childhood, playing in the mountain woods of my past life. Fong Qiu marveled, "This place is so beautiful. I just want to lie on the grass and take a good nap." I quickly reminded her, "Don't let your guard down. We're still in the Trial Tower dungeon, so there must be traps or tricks around here. Stay sharp." With that, I frowned and took the lead. After walking for what felt like ages and still not spotting a single beast, my vigilance only grew stronger. Soon, a 2-story cottage appeared ahead of us. Outside, a small courtyard was filled with vegetable plants of all kinds. Perplexed, I muttered, "Why would there be a house here? Could someone be living here?" While I was thinking, 2 children, a boy and a girl likely around 7, 8, or 9 years old, ran out of the yard, chasing each other playfully. The girl had twin pigtails and an innocent, cheerful demeanor. Upon seeing us approach, they grew frightened. The boy, slightly braver, stepped in front of the girl and asked, "Who are you?" Fong Qiu and I exchanged a look, both full of confusion. How could there be people in this dungeon? Wasn't it supposed to be filled with monsters? Forcing a smile I thought was gentle, I asked, "Little ones, why are you here?" The boy replied, honestly, "We've lived here since we were little. We've never left." His words only puzzle me further. Could someone have trapped them here? Just as I was about to ask more questions, a woman's voice called out from inside the house. "Dawa, Irwa, come back in for dinner." The boy responded loudly, then turned to us and said, "We're going back to eat." You two should leave now. With that, he grabbed the girl and ran into the house. There was no way I was leaving. The sudden appearance of humans in this dungeon was definitely strange. After the children went inside, I hesitated for a few seconds before following into the courtyard and knocking on the door. A woman's voice came from inside. Someone's knocking? The little boy replied, Mom, there are two strangers outside. The woman sounded surprised. Slowly, she opened the door just a crack. Seeing our smiling faces, she asked warily, Who are you, and why are you here? Before Fangxiu could answer, I quickly spoke up, Big sister, we're travelers who got lost. We were hoping to ask for a drink of water. The woman nodded and opened the door, inviting us inside. Now that we were closer, I could see that she appeared to be in her 30s and was dressed plainly. She greeted us warmly. Come in and have a seat. We're just about to eat. Have some food with us. Fangxiu's eyes lit up at the mention of food. Although she said, No need. We'll just drink some water and be on our way. Her actions betrayed her as she obediently sat down at the dining table. The food on the table smelled amazing, and Fangxiu was practically drooling. I took the opportunity to survey the room and then casually asked, Big sister, is it just the three of you living here? She served rice as she replied, No, there's also my mother-in-law. My husband passed away a long time ago, so it's just the four of us. Then she called out toward the second floor, Mother-in-law, come down for dinner. After a moment, there were sounds of movement from upstairs. An elderly woman, probably in her 70s, slowly descended the staircase. Seeing us before she had even reached the bottom, she looked surprised and said, Oh, we have guests. I cautiously asked, Granny, have you seen any other strangers around here? The elderly woman thought for a moment before replying, Not for a very long time. The last time was 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I repeated, frowning as I recalled the trial tower's records. 5 years ago, someone had cleared the dungeon in 12 hours, but since then, no one else had passed the 10th level. Her words aligned with this information. But was this really still the trial tower? What exactly was the 11th level testing? While I was lost in thought, the woman urged, Let's all eat. The food's getting cold. The two children scrambled to the table enthusiastically. The little girl said in her sweet voice, Mom, I want some fish. The woman served her a piece of fish, and the girl giggled. Mom's fish is the best. The boy added a piece of carrot to the girl's bowl. Eat more carrots, he said. The girl pouted unhappily. You're mean. I don't want carrots. The boy, acting like a little grown-up, chided, Be good. Eating them will help you grow taller. Reluctantly, the girl stuffed the carrot into her mouth. Fangxiu, watching the scene, sighed emotionally. I always wanted a brother like that when I was little. Too bad I'm an only child. The woman urged us again, Don't just sit there watching. You must be hungry, dig in. Fangxiu nodded and was just about to pick up her chopsticks when I stopped her. Fixing my gaze on the woman, I asked, Big sis, do you usually prepare so many dishes for a meal? It's like you knew we were coming and made this specially for us, I said. The woman's expression changed instantly. With a cold face, she snapped, What are you implying? I invited you to a meal out of kindness, and now you're accusing me of wanting to harm you. I remained calm, analyzing the situation. You welcomed us warmly just because we said we were travelers. Where in this instance would travelers even come from? Stop pretending. Are you sure the food isn't poisoned? Fangxiu tugged at my sleeve anxiously, saying, Qing, you must be mistaken. Even the kids ate the food. If it were poisoned, wouldn't they be affected too? I replied, If they were human, sure, they might be poisoned. But they're clearly not. The woman was furious. If you don't want to eat, then leave. Don't insult us here. Without hesitation, I drew out my bronze long blade and struck at the woman's head. She let out a sharp scream, unable to dodge. The blade landed, and a damaged figure of -814 appeared. But the scene I imagined, her head splitting open, didn't happen. Instead, her head dented as though it was made of clay. The next second, her body twisted unnaturally as she screamed, transforming into a humanoid beast with deep blue skin. Fangxiu froze in terror, quickly setting down his chopsticks and hiding behind me, preparing to fight. From beneath the woman burst dozens of tentacles, lashing towards me. My reflexes were sharp. I swung my blade in arcs, cutting through the tentacles. I stepped forward and slashed at the beast's body, delivering a critical hit. With a damage value of -1,431 flashing, the beast roared in agony and collapsed, dissolving into nothing. A system notification appeared. Killed level 11 Blue Shadow Phantom Demon X1. Gained 750 experience points. Daughter-in-law. The old woman collapsed to the ground, her face pale, crying as though she had truly lost a loved one. Fang Qiu called out to me, his voice filled with unease. I took a deep breath, realizing what the 11th floor's challenge was, a test to see if we professionals had the strength to remain resolute. Looking at the frail, helpless old woman and the crying children, my heart ached. It felt like I had truly become a murderer. But I tightened my grip on my sword and walked toward the old woman. She lifted her tear-streaked face, pleading, "Please, don't hurt the children. They're still so young." I didn't respond. My grip on the sword tightened as I wrestled with my inner turmoil. In the end, the blade came down. -987 darted above her head. She, too, transformed into a beast, but she didn't resist, her eyes pleading even in her monstrous form. Closing my eyes, I swung my blade again, and she disappeared. "Grandma!" The boy's furious cry echoed as he stared at me. Grabbing a wooden sword, he charged at me in rage. My expression didn't change as I thrust my blade forward. Fang Qiu, horrified, cried out, "Don't!" But my sword had already pierced the boy's chest. Turning to Fang Qiu, I said firmly, "Feeling soft-hearted? Just because they wear human skin? This floor is designed to test us. If I hadn't stopped them, we'd likely have been transported out of the instance by now." Fang Qiu wanted to argue, but couldn't find the words. He had always hated combat and would never have entered this instance if he hadn't been forced to become a priest. The boy let out an anguished cry. "It hurts. Please spare me. I'm a good kid." My blade flashed again, cutting him in half. He vanished entirely. I turned my gaze to the last figure in the corner, the little girl. She wasn't crying. Instead, her head was buried in her knees as she mumbled, "You're all bad people." Taking a deep breath, I lifted my sword and swung it down. Suddenly, the little girl raised her head, her eyes flashing with a brilliant blue light. My body flew uncontrollably backward, slamming into the wall, leaving a wide hole in it. "Chun-Ching!" Fang Qiu screamed in alarm. He looked back at the little girl, now floating midair, and saw her give him an eerie smile. Terrified, Fang Qiu backed away, shouting, "What's wrong with this girl?" Rising from the rubble, I dusted off the bits of brick and debris on my clothing. Aside from a few scuffs, I was unharmed. Looking at the little girl with intrigue, I remarked, "Never expected the elite boss of this level to be you." As per the instance's rules, an elite boss would appear every floor after the 10th level. I've been wondering why the earlier 3 fights have been so easy. Turns out, the real boss had been hiding here the whole time. "You're all bad people," the little girl murmured. The house trembled as bits of brick and rubble began floating around her, swirling menacingly. I wasn't afraid. Gripping my sword, I rushed forward. But as soon as I got within a meter of her, my body was thrown backward uncontrollably again. A wave of drowsiness surged over me, and I could barely keep my eyes open. I cursed inwardly. If I fell asleep now, we'd lose this level for sure. Pinching my thigh hard to fight the sleepiness, I realized the level 11 boss's mental power was overwhelming. It was impossible to withstand. Just as I was about to lose consciousness, Fang Qiu cast a paralysis spell on the girl. Though its effect was weak, it disrupted her spell casting. Regaining control over my body, I immediately used the Blood Blade cross/slash skill, striking her. -1,324 appeared over her head as she let out a shriek. Without pausing, I closed in and unleashed a flurry of furious slashes, striking repeatedly. Within 2 seconds, her health bar depleted completely, and she dissolved into white light. With the battle over, I heaved a sigh of relief, plopping down on the floor and giving Fong Xiu a thumbs up. Fong Xiu rubbed his nose awkwardly, asking, "How did you know that woman wasn't human?" Smiling tiredly, I replied, "I didn't, but I had to kill her regardless. She was too suspicious. Even if I was wrong, it's the instance's rules to blame. Don't forget rule number 5, trust your instincts." Fong Xiu nodded, half comprehending, his admiration for me growing. At that moment, I noticed something at the place where the little girl disappeared. Fong Xiu excitedly ran over and picked up a light blue scroll, shouting, "Qin, we hit the jackpot. This is a low-level skill scroll." I became energetic and asked, "For which class?" Fong Xiu replied, "For the mage class. It could sell for 5,000 gold coins in the marketplace." I smiled with satisfaction. The rookie trial dungeon had dropped 3 pieces of equipment and a skill book. If others found out, their jaws would hit the floor. At this moment, the staircase leading to the 12th floor appeared. Outside the trial tower, Zhou Qi was teleported out, cursing, "That stone golem on the 4th floor is ridiculous." My fireball barely dealt 10 damage to it, and one punch from it took out over half my HP. Fong Ziki retorted, annoyed, "And you have the nerve to complain. If it wasn't for your bad positioning and getting one shot, we wouldn't have wiped." Zhou Qi then blamed the healer for not healing in time. Everyone was glued to the display screen. Zhou Qi said, "I heard there's an S-class adventurer in number 2 high school. He's definitely taking first place in the trial tower this year." Curious, we went over to look. Zhou Qi kept muttering about the goddess Zhang Lingxue and found her name in 3rd place. Just then, Fong Ziki gasped, pointing at the display screen, her voice trembling as she urged Zhou Qi to look up. Zhou Qi saw Zhao Mingxian in 2nd place and was surprised. Then, as he looked higher, he saw Fong Xiu and me ranked in 1st place. He was dumbfounded, doubting the display screen was working correctly. A C-class Berserker teamed up with a healer, reaching the 11th floor? Impossible. He pinched his thigh and realized it wasn't a dream. The next second, we arrived at the 12th floor. Everyone gasped. The last time someone reached the 12th floor was 5 years ago, and we'd only been in the tower for 10 hours. If we cleared this floor in 2 hours, we'd break the 12-hour record. The principals were thrilled. One principal said, regardless of whether they clear the 12th floor, just reaching the 11th is worth focusing our resources on them. Zhang Xiangdong smiled bitterly. In another week, it's time for their national exams. They won't be our students anymore. Another principal suggested sending us to Nanhua Academy. The principal from number 2 high school scoffed. With talents this outstanding, Nanhua University wouldn't be able to keep them. They'll definitely aim for top schools like Huadi University or the elite academies in Modu. Zhang Xiangdong mentioned waiting for me to come out to have a talk. Everyone resumed, debating whether we could clear the 12th floor. Some thought it'd be tough. Facing the S-class peerless swordsman, even landing a single hit on him was difficult, and a healer wouldn't be of much use. On the 12th floor of the dungeon, Fong Xiu and I stared at the bamboo grove and the young man seated in the pavilion before us. The young man awoke and smiled at me. "You're here. I've been waiting for you." Confused, I asked, "You know me?" He said he didn't, explaining that he waits for everyone who makes it to the 12th floor. I asked again, "Who are you? Are you a beast?" He replied that he wasn't a beast or a human. He was an image left by the trial tower, recording data on each challenger who passed the floor. I realized he was an image of the previous person to clear the trial. Fong Xiu gasped, exclaiming that he was the S-class peerless swordsman Shen Qianhong. A revelation struck me. Shen Qianhong, a peerless talent of our time. At the age of 24, he reached level 84, dominated the front pages of every news outlet, and defeated 8 sword masters from Sakura Nation in 8 duels, 8 victories. He's considered the most likely successor to the title of Sword God. Although this was the image of a level 10 Shen Qianhong from 5 years ago, his mastery of swordsmanship was already terrifying. No one had broken his trial record since. Shen Qianhong stepped out of the pavilion, drew his sword, and his aura surged, revealing razor-sharp dominance like that of a grandmaster. He asked if we wanted to fight him together or one-on-one. I decisively chose a one-on-one duel. He mentioned he'd only use one strike, and if I blocked it, I'd win. I confidently agreed, reasoning that with nearly 9,000 HP, he couldn't one-shot me. The next moment, Shun Qianhong moved. His sword energy roared like a dragon, reaching me in an instant. Before I could react, I was struck and sent flying 4 or 5 meters like a kite with its string cut. I finally stopped, and above my head floated the damage value, minus 3,423. That single strike took out nearly half my HP. The power of the peerless swordsman was terrifying. But before he could say another word, a damage value of minus 10,272 appeared above his head. He couldn't withstand it and turned into white light, disappearing. Feng Qiu stood frozen, unable to believe what had just happened. Shun Qianhong had been defeated in one move. I painfully got up from the ground. There was no wound or blood, but Shun Qianhong's strike truly hurt. It was pain that reached into my very bones. No doubt, he was an S-class peerless swordsman. At this stage, only he could injure me like this. Unfortunately for him, he encountered someone as broken as me with my thick HP and innate threefold damage reflection. Anyone else wouldn't have stood a chance against him. At this moment, text appeared in both Feng Qiu's and my minds. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the Trial Tower dungeon. Reward, 50,000 experience points. A white light flashed over both of us. We leveled up to 9, now needing just 80,000 more experience points to reach level 10. The text continued, please wait. The dungeon is recording the images of both of you. From now on, you will be the 12th floor trial targets. I felt a strange current sweep over me, causing me to shiver. A minute later, the recording was complete, and we both turned into white light, vanishing from the dungeon. Outside the dungeon, students and teachers were glued to the display screen. When they saw the 12th floor labeled as cleared behind our names, the entire square erupted. Everyone's eyes widened, and they gasped. We had really done it, broken Shun Qianhong's 5-year-long clearance record, and we had done it in only 10 hours, 2 hours faster than him. A student from school number 1 cheered loudly. This is a glory for school number 1. Just imagine how proud we'll be to say we're classmates with them. Zhang Xiangdong was equally ecstatic, unable to believe we had beaten Shun Qianhong's recorded performance. Even though that was his level 5 years ago, we're just newly transitioned students. If we're properly trained, who knows? Our potential could surpass us one day. Zhou Qi's expression turned complicated. Initially, he had planned to teach me a lesson after the trial was over. Now that I had cleared it, though, he clearly realized he didn't stand a chance and was thinking of sneaking away. A male classmate called him out. Weren't you planning to challenge Qin? Why are you leaving early? A group of girls chimed in. Don't go. Qin will be out any minute. Zhou Qi forced a laugh, coming up with an excuse on the spot. My dad just called. My mom's sick. I'll challenge him next time. And hurriedly took off, leaving behind a wave of laughter from our classmates. Feng Qiu and I emerged from the dungeon instance without being recognized. We kept a low profile, quietly leaving the crowd. But soon, we bumped into some classmates who excitedly surrounded us. Zhang Shui, looking astonished, asked, How did you guys do it? What's the secret? Li Xiao, rubbing her temples, chimed in. Can you share a strategy for the 4th level? So many of us are stuck there. I was pondering which question to answer first when Feng Ziki linked her hands around my arm, whispering in an exaggeratedly sweet voice. Brother Qin, you two are amazing. Teach me, please. I'm stuck on a 4th level. She even fluttered her eyelashes suggestively. The other girls were dumbfounded. They thought I would undoubtedly agree. But imagining how she had mocked me coldly just this morning, contrasted with her coquettish behavior now, filled me with nothing but disdain. I yanked her hands off my arm and sneered, grabbing Min by the arm right off the bat. You really are a pro, aren't you? Get lost. I don't have time for you. Feng Ziki trembled with rage, gritting her teeth as she spat. Fine. If you won't help, then don't. You'll regret this someday. With that, she stormed off angrily. I ignored her and turned to share strategies and insights with my classmates. Our homeroom teacher, Ho Kun, squeezed through the crowd with an elated expression. Congratulations on clearing the trial. You've made school number 1 proud. Principal Zhang wants to talk to you. Come with me. We followed him to meet Principal Zhang Donglai. At the time, Zhang Donglai was still focused on the display monitor. His granddaughter was stuck on the 7th level, a far cry from our performance. After assessing us, he nodded in approval. Praising our achievements, he asked if I was Qin Qing. I nodded. He used a detection skill on me, discovering that I was a level 9 Berserker. Then he cast the same skill on Feng Xiu, revealing him as a level 9 cleric. Confused, Zhang Donglai asked if I was an ordinary Berserker. Thinking there was no need to hide it, I replied, I'm a hidden class, a divine Berserker. He was taken aback, nodding in understanding. This must be a brand new hidden class, likely graded at least S tier in ranking. He inquired about which academy we planned to apply to. I replied that I aimed for Huadi Academy, though my true motive was to find my brother, Qinfeng. Zhang Donglai attempted to recruit me for Nanhua Academy instead, promising direct admission and priority cultivation, but I declined. He then turned to Feng Xiu. Feng Xiu hesitated, glancing at me for my input, but I gave no reaction. Zhang Donglai pressed harder, reiterating the promise of direct admission. After some thought, Feng Xiu agreed. Pleased, Principal Zhang nodded with satisfaction, exchanged a few more words with us, and then let us leave. On our way home on the bus, Feng Xiu asked if it was a good idea for him to attend Nanhua Academy. I reassured him, saying Nanhua is one of the top academies in our province, and it's pretty close to Huadi. I can visit you anytime. If anyone bullies you there, just call me. I'll come beat them up for you. Only then did he relax. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon trial tower, a few other school principals were still monitoring the proceedings. 5 hours after I left, the second-place competitor, Zhao Xianming, reached the 12th level. The principal of school number 3 remarked that if Zhao Xianming cleared the instance, it would prove his strength surpassed mine. This excited Principal Wang. If Zhao Xianming defeats Chun Qing's recorded shadow, then school number 2 won't count as having lost. Principal Zhang Donglai appeared calm, but internally felt worried for my recorded shadow. After all, Zhao Xianming was an S-tier forbidden curse mage. Since I was a melee fighter and my recorded shadow lacked actual intelligence, it could very well end up defeated by his clever tactics. At that moment, a young man in a light blue jacket with blonde hair and black frame glasses stepped onto the 12th floor. He was none other than Zhao Xianming, the forbidden curse mage. Upon arrival, he looked around, confused. Expecting to face Shun Qianhong, he instead saw 2 figures, one stocky, the other lean, neither of whom resembled Shun Qianhong. Unwilling to accept it, he asked, "Which one of you is Shun Qianhong?" The recorded shadows of Feng Xiu and me exchanged a glance, then shook their heads simultaneously. "Shun Qianhong isn't here," we said in unison. Zhao Xuanming's face betrayed disbelief. "Not here? How's that possible? Wasn't it said no one had cleared the tower in 5 years? Why isn't he here?" His confidence shattered. Having anticipated an epic duel with Shun Qianhong, finding him absent left him utterly disappointed. 2 minutes later, he calmed down and asked for our names. Both of us answered plainly. Zhao Xianming was visibly puzzled, clearly having never heard of us. Still bothered about Shun Qianhong, I stood up and declared, "Enough talk. If you want to clear the level, you'll have to defeat me first." Sighing, he decided to leave the trial tower altogether and find someone in charge to clear up his confusion. Not interested in wasting time dealing with us, he casually prepared an attack to dispose of us quickly. He lightly flicked his fingers, summoning a towering flame pillar 3 meters in diameter that enveloped the pavilion. The fiery column roared upward like the deity roared, waves of heat surging outward, instantly reducing the pavilion to ashes. -1032, -981. 2 high damage figures emerged above our avatars. Feng Xiu's image dissolved into white light and disappeared. I merely frowned and said, "That hurts." Zhao Mingxian stood there, stunned. Despite dealing such a high level of damage, barely a chunk of my health bar had been shaved off. Before he could react, minus 2,943 appeared above his head. The next second, he was teleported out of the instance, standing in a daze for quite a while. He probably thought to himself, how did I get taken out like that? Who on earth is this Chun-Chi? Underneath the colossal display screen, Principal Wang observed Zhao Mingxuan's name dimmed, his hopes extinguished. Clearly, Zhao Mingxian wasn't a match for me. This year's instance trial tower rankings were as good as confirmed. First High would secure first place once again. Not long after, Zhang Lingxue's name dimmed as well. She had hit her limit on the 9th floor. Emerging from the instance, she was visibly frustrated. Ignoring the strange stares from others, she plopped down recklessly next to Zhang Donglai. Downing 2 big gulps of water, she exclaimed, "Oh my God, I'm exhausted. I totally messed up today. Those beasts on the 9th floor were so despicable, ambushing me without any sense of honor." Zhang Donglai chided her, "You're a girl. Speak more gracefully. You're a holy angel. There's no such thing as a vulgar angel." She tilted her head defiantly and said, "Who says angels can't be rough around the edges? I want to be a bold and brash angel." Zhang Donglai smiled wryly, regretting having sent her to stay with her great-uncle. She spoke just as crudely as he did now. Zhang Lingxiu sighed and said, "I heard Second High has an S-rank forbidden spell mage. I'm the only one in our school who can hold the fort, yet I only reached the 9th floor. Second High is going to have a field day laughing at us this year." Zhang Donglai chuckled reassuringly. "Silly girl, don't put so much pressure on yourself. Your grandfather doesn't care about those honors." Even though Zhao Mingxian made it to the 12th floor, First High is still number 1. Zhang Lingxue was skeptical. "Grandpa, are you going senile? If he reached the 12th floor, how are we still number 1? Zhang Donglai subtly motioned toward the display screen with his mouth. When she looked, she saw my and Fong Qiu's names in the top spot, with cleared also displayed beside them. Her eyes widened in disbelief before she muttered, "Holy crap, that's insane." The next morning, I took a ride to the outskirts of Donglin City, heading toward the Instance Dungeon Center. Compared to the Instance Trial Tower, this was the real deal. The Trial Tower was mainly for training newcomers, with its simulated beasts having greatly reduced power. Without that, many students wouldn't even clear the first floor. The Instance Dungeon Center was linked to all instances across Donglin City. These instances served as gateways to the abyssal world, from which abyssal beasts would pour out. If unchecked, they could invade the real world. This was why every country had built instance dungeon centers, encouraging professionals to venture into instances, slay monsters, and level up. Aside from gaining experience, one could also obtain materials and equipment to exchange for money. Originally, I wanted to invite Fong Qiu to join me, but he declined, saying he had something to attend to at home. I knew he simply didn't want to slow down my leveling progress. I was currently level 9, while entry into the Huadi Academy required level 15. For most professionals, gaining those 6 levels would take at least a month. I wasn't too confident I could do it myself. Upon arriving at the Instance Dungeon Center, I first went up to the 2nd floor, where the official marketplace was located. I consigned some low-level mage skill scrolls and a bronze axe I had obtained in the instance. I set the prices at 5,000 gold coins for the scrolls and 200 coins for the bronze axe. Handing them over to the staff, they uploaded the items to the trading network. If sold, the proceeds would be transferred to my account after deducting a 2% handling fee. If they didn't sell, I could retrieve them. The official marketplace had a solid reputation. By the time I went downstairs, my phone pinged with a notification. 4,900 gold coins had been credited to my account. I regretted setting the price too low. With the coins in my account, I transferred 2450 to Fong Qiu. After all, we had tackled the instance together, and besides, I suspected he had a lucky streak. He kept getting great drops, and I might have benefited from his aura of good fortune. I figured I'd test it out by running an instance solo, then I'd know for sure. The first floor hall was crowded with people, many shouting to gather party members. I approached the service desk to complete the necessary procedures. The service rep, a young lady, pulled up my profile and asked if it was my first time there. I nodded. She warned me that the Instance Dungeon Center was different from the Trial Tower. There was no safety mechanism here. If you died, it was for real. She advised me to stick to low-level, standard instances for a start. Lowering her voice, she also mentioned a recent case of people teaming up with strangers only to be robbed and killed, urging me to stay cautious. She handed me a black instance information card and explained that, as a level 9 player, the highest instance I could enter was level 12. The card was required for authentication. If I had higher-level teammates, I could join higher-level instances too. With the card in hand, I decided to tackle a level 12 instance solo. As I headed toward the level 12 instance zone, a young man approached me, asking if I was there for a challenge. I said yes, and he inquired about my level and class. Level 9, Berserker, I replied. His enthusiasm instantly cooled. He advised me to stick to the level 9 instance zone, pointing out the risks of taking on a higher-level challenge. I told him I wanted to give it a try. He warned me not to gamble with my life and suggested I stick with low-level instances. When he saw how determined I was, he hesitated until his companion pulled him aside, muttering, "Don't stop him. If he wants to die, let him." The young man still seemed conflicted. I reassured him, mentioning I had survival measures in place, and thanked him for his concern before entering the selection area for the level 12 instance. I placed the information card on the control panel, bringing up a list of level 12 instance options: Shrub Maze and Perilous Plains. I chose Shrub Maze and was then prompted to select a difficulty. Level 12 instances came in 3 difficulties: Standard, Elite, and Hard. The higher the difficulty, the stronger the beasts, but also the greater the experience rewards. The drop rates for materials and equipment have also increased. I decided to solo the dungeon on hard mode to speed up my leveling progress. In a flash of white light, I entered the instance. Not far away, a guy exclaimed in surprise. He chose the hard dungeon and is challenging it alone. His companion shrugged and replied, "Probably got upset and came to the dungeon seeking death." Stuff like this happens several times a month. Good thing you didn't team up with him, or he'd drag you down with him. A beam of light descended, and I found myself standing in the shrub maze. The bushes, standing 2 meters tall, were neatly trimmed. Behind me was a pale blue magic circle. One could return to the dungeon center by stepping on it to forfeit the challenge. Otherwise, I'd have to kill all the beasts to get out. I walked along the labyrinth paths and soon reached a fork in the road. There were no markers, so I picked a path at random. After a short while, a rustling sound came from the bushes, and a dark green snake emerged. Its cold, slit-pupiled eyes fixed on me as it flicked its tongue. It opened its mouth and spat out a cloud of dark green poison mist. Just a slight touch had strings of damage numbers popping up over my head for 5 whole seconds, losing over 300 HP. But to my delight, this poisonous mist rapidly increased my max HP by a whopping 500 points. This snake was practically a max HP farming tool. I willingly stepped into the poison mist, basking in the boost like taking a bath in it. Unfortunately, the enjoyment didn't last long. The poison eventually dissipated, the snake twitched a few times, and died. The system message displayed: "Successfully defeated Forest Serpent, level 12, ×1. Gained 3,800 EXP. I marveled at the dominance of my Thorned Reflect shield. Its triple damage reflection was too overwhelming for enemies to handle. Soloing the hard dungeon brought significantly increased EXP gains. I estimated that by the time I cleared it, I could hit level 10 and unlock a new skill. Continuing deeper into the labyrinth, every time I encountered a forest serpent, I would gleefully step into its poison mist to bathe for more max HP. It didn't take long before my max HP broke the 10,000 mark. Achieving that at level 9, I rivaled a level 10 commander tier boss. However, the rapid drain on my HP was no joke. In minutes, I was down by 1,000 HP. At this rate, I'd run out of health even before finding the dungeon boss. I started to miss Fong Xiao. Though his healing wasn't much, It kept me steadily recovering HP, unlike now when every single drop of health had to be meticulously conserved. From that point on, I avoided stepping into the poison mist and simply killed the snakes outright. With my high attack power, each one fell with just 2 strikes. In narrow spaces, I'd use my Bloodblade Cross Slash for ranged attacks, and sharp blood blades would carve up any forest serpent in their path. Half an hour later, I was enveloped in white light. I had leveled up to level 10, and the system notification sounded in my mind. I had unlocked a new skill, Bloodline Surge. This skill was pure brilliance. When health dropped below 50%, it restored 5% of the max HP every second while doubling attack power. Below 30%, it restored 10% per second and tripled attack power. Below 20%, health regen increased to 15% per second and quadrupled attack damage. Finally, at less than 10%, it restored 20% per second and boosted attack power by 5 times. With this skill, survivability was no longer an issue. Once more, I stepped into the poison mist, enjoying the max HP boost. Quickly, my max HP reached 15,000. My current HP dropped below 50%, triggering my new skill, and I saw green plus 750 numbers popping up above my head. The regen rate was better than most healers could offer. Now, I could throw caution to the wind, relying on reflection damage to take down the serpents. The labyrinth was vast, with countless forks and dead ends. I was utterly lost and couldn't even find my way back. Deciding to climb onto the hedge wall for a better vantage point, I discovered the bushes were surprisingly sturdy. From above, I realized just how immense this maze was. Wandering aimlessly within it might take 3 days and nights without finding an exit. About 2 or 3 kilometers away, I spotted a towering tree that seemed to be the home of the dungeon boss. Using the hedge walls as my path, I began making my way toward it. The moment I ascended the hedge, I became like a beacon in the dark. Countless forest serpents locked onto me, slithering their way up. Soon, I was swarmed by snakes, surrounded by lethal poison mist, and damage numbers kept appearing above my head. My HP dropped from 50% to 30%. Thankfully, my Bloodline Surge activated, restoring my health rapidly. With nearly 20,000 max HP, I regained 2,000 HP per second. The snake's damage couldn't keep up with my recovery speed. I pressed on. The reflected damage killed off most of the snakes clinging to me. They dropped lifelessly one by one. System notifications flooded my screen with experience gains for each fallen serpent. After another half hour, I leveled up to 11, breaking past 25,000 max HP. By that time, there were no more snakes on me. I suspected I had annihilated all the nearby mobs in the dungeon. Finally reaching the giant tree, I discovered a massive green serpent, over 10 meters long. Without hesitation, I unleashed my Bloodblade Cross Slash, dealing a measly 1789 damage. Clearly, this boss had high defense. Writhing in pain, the green snake retaliated with a massive wave of poison mist that eclipsed the sky. It cost me 600 to 700 HP, dropping my health below 50%. With Bloodline Surge keeping me topped up, I continued managing the poison damage while focusing on maximizing my max HP. The green serpent had no intention of letting me enjoy the mist in peace. It lashed out with its tail, and I met its attack head-on, responding with another Bloodblade Cross Slash, this time dealing 3,624 damage. By now, the snake's health had dropped to 1/3. I mocked it, commanding it to obediently spit more poison, but it ignored me and lunged with its jaws wide open, right into its own demise. In that very instant, I struck a final blow, killing it instantly. The system notification read, "Killed. Experience points are gained," but this boss didn't drop anything. The Phantom Serpent from earlier also didn't drop any materials. I was certain of it now. I was truly blacklisted by luck, whereas Feng Xiao was clearly blessed by it. A system prompt informed me of clearing the dungeon, and 10 seconds later, I was teleported back to the dungeon hub. The guy who previously tried to persuade me not to enter was shocked. His companion, however, sneered and claimed I must have been hiding near the magic formation the whole time. I ignored them. With a flash of white light, I entered the dungeon again. Hard-level dungeons could be run twice a day, making it an ideal spot to grind for HP. The guys stared at me in utter disbelief, refusing to acknowledge that I was actually clearing the dungeon. Just then, the dungeon hub broadcasted a message, warning that a spatial rift with chaotic energy had been detected within the dungeon. This might lead to a rare beast entering the instance, and players waiting to enter were advised to stay outside. Rare beast intrusions were typically high-level bosses, and most players were understandably terrified. Inside, I was happily grinding mobs. While perched on a wall, the phantom serpent attacked me again, reducing my HP to below 50%. The cyclical loss and recovery of health caused my max HP to break through the 30,000 mark, which was 20 times that of other tank-type classes of the same level. Then, the system informed me that my Blood Bowl body had upgraded to level 2. Now, every time I took damage, my max HP would permanently increase by 20 points. My eyes lit up as the rate of HP cap growth doubled. Unfortunately, my passive skill that reflected damage was uncontrollable, and it didn't take long for the Phantom Serpent to kill itself. Just then, a material item dropped at my feet. Phantom Serpent's venomous Fong X1. I nearly cried. It had taken me grinding nearly 100 Phantom Serpents just to get this single item. The level 2 Blood Bowl body skill was incredibly effective. Before long, my max HP had surpassed 40,000. Even with my HP fixed at 50%, it would still be 20,000. At this rate, my max HP might reach 50,000 by the time I clear the dungeon. But just then, something unexpected happened. I suddenly felt a fierce gust of wind, as though something was rapidly approaching. Hastily, I pushed aside the Phantom Serpent blocking my line of sight, and there it was. A colossal black eagle was diving from the sky. Covered in sleek, jet-black feathers that shimmered like deep-sea pearls, the giant eagle exuded an aura of coldness and mystery. Its size rivaled that of a house, and its razor-sharp talons gleamed ominously. I was startled and muttered to myself, "Where did this rare beast come from? Why didn't I see it the last time I cleared this dungeon?" Before I could ponder further, the giant eagle lunged at me with a barrage of wind blades. I leapt off my shrub wall perch to avoid its talons, but got struck by the blades, and two massive damage values appeared above my head. Minus 3,781, minus 3,541. Just two wind blades had shaved nearly 7,000 HP off me. This shocked me. What was this monstrous eagle, and why was its attack so high? Quickly, I put two and two together. This must be a rare beast intrusion, and, judging by its power, it had to be at least level 18, possibly even a level 20 boss. My damage reflection dealt more than 20,000 damage to it, but this only chipped away about a tenth of its health bar, meaning it had at least 200,000 HP, over 5 times mine. Luckily, my Blood Boil skill activated. As the eagle circled above, searching for me, my HP gradually recovered to 50%. Even so, I remained cautious. Its high damage meant that even at 20,000 HP, I could be killed in an instant. I crouched beneath the shrub wall, debating whether to continue fighting or to retreat. I'd heard of rare beast intrusions before, even before becoming a full-fledged player. They were a double-edged sword. The downside was that rare beasts were powerful, difficult to kill, and often resulted in player deaths. The upside? They had a much higher chance of dropping gear and materials, which were typically high quality. Calculating the risks, I decided I had to go for it. It was now or never. I would take down this invading rare beast today. As I firmed up my resolve, the shrill cry of the giant eagle echoed from above. Gale force winds shook the shrub walls violently. Even massive trees swayed precariously, and the dungeon's original boss, a green venom serpent, cowered fearfully at the base of one such tree. Another piercing cry followed, and a massive tornado formed in the center of the maze, dragging everything in its vicinity into its vortex. Leaves were whipped high into the air. I knew this was trouble. My body was swept helplessly skyward. Desperately, I clung to a section of shrub wall, but the sheer force of the wind uprooted it entirely. Trapped in a whirlwind, I spun like a rag doll in a washing machine. The giant eagle zeroed in on me immediately, unleashing another flurry of wind blades. With no foothold to dodge them, I was struck 3 times. Minus 3,122, minus 3,621, minus 3,591. Over 10,000 HP vanished in an instant, reducing my life to about 25%. Panic threatened to set in, but the second stage of blood boil kicked in, restoring 4,000 HP per second. Within 3 seconds, my HP was back at 50%. The giant eagle seemed bewildered, utterly unable to comprehend why my healing was so rapid. Moreover, it had inexplicably lost an additional 30,000 HP, likely due to my damage reflection. By now, the beast probably thought I was some kind of freak. The eagle switched tactics. It extended a massive talon through the tornado and pierced straight through my chest. A staggering damage number appeared above me, minus 16,234. The pain was excruciating, and I nearly blacked out. However, as long as my HP wasn't completely depleted, I couldn't die. With less than 4,000 HP remaining, the fourth stage of Blood Boil activated, healing me for 20% of my max HP every second. 2 seconds later, I was back to 50% HP and had also gained a 5-fold damage multiplier. The giant eagle didn't fare well, either. Failing to finish me in one blow, it lost nearly 50,000 HP instead. Its wings faltered, and it almost fell from the sky. I grabbed onto its talon, struggling to pull myself free. The giant eagle's expression shifted to one of pure terror as it finally realized just how abnormal I truly was. With its counterattack ability from start to finish, I hadn't struck it even once, yet it ended up getting hurt itself. It tried to flee, but there was no way I would let it escape. Grabbing onto its feathers, no matter how much it thrashed, it couldn't shake me off. Soon, I climbed onto its back and unleashed a Bloodblade cross slash. A damage value of minus 17,904 appeared. My basic attack power had broken through 4,000, and with the Bloodline Boil multiplying my attack by 5 times and the skill's 1.5x damage modifier, I managed to deal such massive damage. Holding tightly onto its feathers with one hand to stabilize myself, I slashed wildly with the other hand. Each strike took away nearly 5,000 of its health. It wasn't long before its health bar was down to 1/3. Panicking, it violently struggled and unleashed wind blades continuously. However, this only quickened its demise. Another blood blade cross slash later, it let out a mournful cry as it plummeted from the sky, crashing into the maze below. I successfully slew the level 20 Windhawk boss and gained 400,000 experience points. A flash of white light surrounded me as I leveled up to 12. I now had nearly half the required experience to reach level 13. After the giant eagle's corpse disappeared, an item appeared on the ground. Delighted, I took a closer look and saw that it was equipment. It was the light and shadow gloves of rare quality, with no level restriction, providing plus 45 defense. Its special effect allows the wearer to summon a clone that inherits 20% of the user's attributes, lasting for 5 minutes with a cooldown of 10 minutes. I put on the gloves and a clone materialized. It had over 8,000 health. I manipulated the clone to approach the venom serpent. The serpent released its poisonous mist, and damage numbers floated above the clone's head. Meanwhile, I receive a notification in my mind indicating an increase in my maximum health. I was stunned. Damage inflicted on the clone still counted towards my maximum health increase. Moreover, the clone did not have the counterattack passive ability and could stand in the poisonous mist indefinitely. Exploiting this quirk, I stayed in a maze, summoning one clone to stand in the mist every 10 minutes while I lounged leisurely in the maze. Initially, Each clone could withstand over 40 seconds of poisonous mist damage, and I could raise my maximum health by more than 4,000. As my maximum health increased, so did the clone's health, creating a positive feedback loop. Unconsciously, I spent 5 hours inside the dungeon. By then, my maximum health had surpassed the 100,000 threshold. Seeing the venom serpent was now on its last legs, I realized its poison sac was depleted. Accelerating through the rest of the dungeon, I easily killed the green venom serpent king and arrived at the dungeon's central hall. The guy I had met earlier in the morning was still there. When he saw me appear, he was absolutely stunned. Upon hearing about the beast invasion, he expressed concern for me. He thought it was remarkable that I had soloed a level 12 hard dungeon. After all, my first run through it took less than an hour, but this second run had me gone for such a long time that he assumed I had been killed during a beast incursion. He asked why I had taken so long to come out. I politely explained that an unexpected situation had delayed me. He probed further, asking if I had encountered a beast incursion. I nodded, mentioning that I had killed a black giant eagle, which took quite an effort. His companion didn't believe me and accused me of bragging. The guy intervened and pointed to the gloves I was wearing. His companion was dumbfounded, realizing I might truly be a powerful player. Embarrassed, his face turned red. The guy asked if I could guide them in the dungeon, mentioning that the thorn maze is particularly difficult to clear. He hadn't been able to find a suitable team all day. I declined, explaining that I had already used up both of my daily challenge attempts and would be attempting even higher level dungeons tomorrow. He stared at me blankly, muttering about how absurd it was for me to gain 3 levels in just one day. By the time I got home, it was already dark. I took a shower, enjoyed a hearty meal, and finally allowed myself to relax. That's when I saw a message from Qingshan watching snow on my phone. He said he was bothered by something. I asked what was wrong, and he teased me, saying I had annoyed him because my reply was so late. I explained that I had only just seen the message because I had been in the dungeon. He forgave me and asked about my dungeon results. I said I had leveled up several times. After 3 to 5 minutes, he sent another message with a sigh. I asked what the matter was this time. He said his class was tough to level up because he didn't have any area of effect skills, making grinding monsters very slow. I suggested he join a party. He said his classmates were low level and unreliable, while others he didn't know were wary of ulterior motives. Jokingly, I told Qingshan watching snow, if you were in Donglin City, I could help you level up. To my surprise, 2 minutes later, he replied that he was indeed in Donglin City and had just transferred here this year. Dumbfounded, I blurted out, "Well, what do you know?" I couldn't believe we were living in the same city. I decided to cut straight to the chase and asked if he wanted me to take him through the dungeons. He seemed skeptical and questioned my level, even joking that he might end up carrying me instead. I told him I was level 12, but he didn't believe me, saying it was impossible to level up so quickly in just 2 days. I told him the truth would be clear once we met. He stayed silent for 2 minutes before asking where we should meet. I suggested the Donglin City Dungeon Center. After setting the time, I unexpectedly felt a little excited. Strangely, I kept imagining Snow Brother as being more like a girl and even fantasized that she might fall in love with me at first sight. In the end, I fell asleep with my head bizarrely filled with random thoughts. The next day, at the agreed time, I took a bus to the dungeon center. As I approached the entrance, I saw Qingshan watching snow, sitting on the steps with a group of companions. They all looked dejected, and their gear was gone. I went over to ask what had happened, and they explained that they tried to tackle a level 12 dungeon in a party, but ended up getting their equipment robbed by a group of level 20+ players from the Black Dragon Guild. They dared not provoke such powerful figures. I tried to console them, saying, "At least you're all still alive. Equipment can always be replaced." Then, I prepared to meet my online friend, making sure I wouldn't be late. Just as I stepped into the dungeon's center, I suddenly, seeing Zhang Donglai's granddaughter, Zhang Lingxue, in a light blue long dress was particularly dazzling. She was arguing with a few men. I didn't get involved. Instead, I sent a message to Qingshan Watches the Snow to report the situation. 5 minutes later, Qingshan Watches the Snow replied, "If there's trouble, that girl in the blue dress. Can you help her out?" Hearing this, I thought, no way. Could Qing Shan watch as the snow actually be Zhang Lingxue? The coincidence was almost too much. After 2 years of being online friends, she turned out to be the campus belle. Zhang Lingxue's face grew darker by the moment. Sensing it was time for me to step in, I moved closer and overheard her impatiently telling the group of guys to leave her alone. Meanwhile, the blonde guy leading them thick-skinnedly suggested he wanted to get to know her and even help her level up. Zhang Lingxue replied with a sharp retort that unexpectedly melted my heart with its cuteness. I squeezed into the crowd and tentatively asked Zhang Lingxue, "Are you Shuege?" Her eyes lit up, and she asked in return, "Are you Qing Chun?" I internally confirmed it. I hadn't made a mistake. Then I turned to the blonde guy and asked what he wanted with her. He dismissively told me to get lost. Ignoring him, I directly asked if he was really willing to help her level up. He nodded. I said I wanted to level up too and suggested he take us both. The two seemed shocked. Zhang Lingxue tugged at my arm, urgently saying, "Just follow him into the dungeon." I gave her a reassuring look and then asked the blonde guy if he could take us to the Abyssal Sea Island dungeon on hard difficulty. The blonde guy hesitated for a while before asking about her levels. I said I was level 12 and she was level 10. He thought we were too underleveled and would die easily in a hard dungeon. I explained that fighting stronger monsters would help us level up faster, and with him guiding us, there was nothing to worry about. After some contemplation, he finally agreed. At the teleportation point, while selecting the difficulty, I repeatedly reminded him, "Make sure to choose hard." The blonde guy was a bit shaky. After all, at only level 20, carrying two low-level noobs into a hard dungeon was risky. But he eventually selected it, possibly calculating a plan to get rid of me first and then deal with Zhang Lingxue. Zhang Lingxue's eyes carried traces of worry, but seeing me take the lead, she could only trust me for now. There were 5 of us as we entered the dungeon. Around us, bystanders shook their heads, thinking we had foolishly tangled with trouble from the Black Dragon Guild. Within the Abyssal Sea Island dungeon, the skies were dark and fierce winds howled. Suddenly, the blonde guy turned around with a sinister smile on his face. Pretending not to notice, I asked why he wasn't hunting monsters. He said he was going to deal with me first, as his lackeys made their move. One of them pulled out a spell book and cast lightning. Zhang Lingxue warned me to be careful and even intended to use an item to help me. I shook my head, signaling her it wasn't necessary, and turned to ask the blonde guy what he meant by this. He sneered, "I'll take care of you first, then have some fun with her." The lightning hit me, but it only took away about 1,700 of my health. Considering I had 100,000 HP in total, it was barely a scratch. The blonde guy was stunned, while his lackey, on the other hand, received an explosive counterattack and died instantly. Another lackey, an assassin, lunged at me, but only managed to slightly lower my health before he too fell. The blonde guy completely panicked, asking what I had done and threatening me with the name of the Black Dragon Guild. I ignored his words and took a step forward, causing him to back away repeatedly. With one move, a Bloodblade cross slash, I dealt over 10,000 damage, turning him into a bloody mist in an instant. It was my first time actively killing an enemy. Thankfully, the scene wasn't too gruesome, and I didn't feel any emotional burden. I turned to look at Zhang Lingxue, who stood there dumbfounded, her eyes wide and mouth agape. I teased her, "Scared stiff, huh?" To which she retorted, "You're the one who's scared stiff." She even accused me of being sneaky. From the plot development, Qing Shan watches the snow, seems to have a hidden identity, deliberately laying the groundwork for doubt, creating twists and suspense, and adding complexity to the character. This not only deepens the tension of the story, but also enriches its narrative layers, transitioning from online relationships to real-life connections while unveiling the campus belle's true identity. It successfully propels the plot into deeper territory. The narrative not only builds anticipation for further developments, but also bridges the virtual world of modern online gaming with real life. In reality, many of us oscillate between identity and trust when interacting with strangers online. The discrepancy between how people appear online and how they are in real life is common. Even in workplaces or social circles, where building trust requires cautious effort. The protagonist's courage and decisiveness in breaking through these complexities offer a reflection of the bravery we need to navigate such relationships. So what do you think? Could Qing Shan watches the snow truly be Zhang Lingxue? And how will she respond to the protagonist's initiative? Feel free to share your guesses in the comments. I looked at Zhang Lingxue, utterly confused, and asked, "What do you mean I was playing mind games with you? How did I do that?" She stomped her foot in frustration and said, "You're at least level 30 or higher, but you lied to me, pretending to be a newly transitioned rookie. Big liar. And to think I trusted you all this time." She punctuated her words with a punch to my arm. I chuckled wryly and, with an innocent expression, replied, "I really did just transition not long ago. Plus, we go to the same school." She looked doubtful, then asked, "How come I've never seen you?" I teased her. "You're the campus belle. Everyone remembers you. But someone as ordinary as me? Even if you'd seen me, you wouldn't remember." Her cheeks flushed red. She pressed further, asking which class I was in. I said I was in class 1. She then asked if I knew the Dungeon Trial Tower champion, Chun Qing. I pointed to myself and said, "That would be me." Only then did she realize, finally connecting the dots. Qing Chun was just Chun Qing, spelled backward. She gave me a few extra glances, her eyes gleaming, and remarked that it all made sense now. No wonder I was so strong. Then, playfully, she punched my arm again, scolding me for not admitting earlier that I was Chun Qing, saying that if she had known, she would have dragged me along to help her level up ages ago. I was helpless as well. How could I have known that Brother Snow was actually Zhang Lingxue, the campus beauty? All I could say was that it was fate. The two of us stood at the dungeon entrance, chatting for a long while. It wasn't awkward at all. We bantered with each other just like we did online. I had thought Zhang Lingxue would be the cold, aloof type like an icy beauty, especially since her profession was holy angel. However, after spending some time with her, I realized her real personality was much closer to the brazen, foul-mouthed Brother Snow from the internet. Nothing remotely angelic about her. She proudly showed off a small wooden box, claiming it held her second granduncle's power and could help deal with the little punk. I grinned mischievously and asked if she'd be worried about me stealing it to use against her. She replied nonchalantly, saying we'd known each other for 2 years and had established trust. She even joked, "What's wrong with letting a brother live it up a bit?" Flustered, I told her she was too wild. She teased, asking if I was scared, and I hurriedly changed the subject, suggesting we get on with leveling up. Without waiting for a response, I started heading deeper into the island, and she followed me, laughing and calling me a wimp. Just then, a light rain began to fall. The air was heavy with the acrid smell of fish, and Zhang Lingxue pinched her nose with a frown. Before long, we encountered abyssal beasts, a horrifying race of sea monsters with human bodies and fish heads. Upon sighting them, Zhang Lingxue shivered, covered in goosebumps. In a low voice, she asked if I was confident about handling a level 15 elite creature. I instructed her to find a hiding spot before rushing out to provoke the monsters. The sea monsters converged on me, numbering 2 or 3 dozen. Zhang Lingxue clicked her tongue, skeptical about my ability to cope. Just as she anticipated me drawing a blade, I did the unexpected. I simply stood there and took their hits. Ice blades rained down, slicing through me for over 10,000 damage. But my health pool was enormous, and the loss barely registered as a tiny sliver of my HP bar. Perplexed about my approach to monster farming, Zhang Lingxue soon heard the system notification. I had killed the sea monsters and gained experience. Her XP bar skyrocketed, quickly granting her a level up. Only then did she realize I was farming monsters by reflecting their damage, a strategy absurdly effective but suicidal for anyone without my stats. Within 10 minutes, most of the sea monsters were dead. I had regained 5,000 HP and watched as the surviving injured creatures fled, too fast for me to chase. At that moment, Zhang Lingxue sprang into action. She flew overhead, wielding a long sword like a radiant angel, and swiftly finished them off. Her assistance perfectly compensated for my lack of mobility. We pressed on, eventually arriving at the island's center, where a vast circular pit was guarded by swarms of sea monsters. Zhang Lingxue suggested we act like professional dungeon squads and lure the enemies out. Ignoring this, I told her to stay hidden while I approached the monsters. Hundreds of them surged toward me. Watching from her hiding spot, Zhang Lingxue began to feel uneasy, concerned my HP wouldn't hold up. Still, I simply stood firm, letting them strike me, and even summoned shadow clones to attract more of their ranks. It wasn't long before my HP bar dropped to 50%. As Zhang Lingxue hesitated over whether to use her trump card to save me, my health started regenerating. 500 plus HP per second. My operation stabilized, and the sea monsters fell one by one with gut-wrenching wails. Her XP bar gleamed again and climbed even higher. Meanwhile, under the relentless barrage, my HP cap broke through 110,000. With the number of monsters dwindling, I summoned more clones to lure additional waves. 10 minutes later, barely 30 weakened monsters remained, fleeing as best they could. Zhang Lingxue darted forward to finish them off, her excitement palpable. After a brief stretch of time, all the sea monsters were wiped out. She flew up to me, demanding praise. I gave her a thumbs up, complimenting her performance. Her smugness got the better of her as she boasted about transitioning to a six-winged holy angel in the future. It would greatly enhance her abilities. That reminded me of the possibility of profession advancements. Different tier professions required varying levels of difficulty and time to transition. For example, her A-tier holy angel specialization into a six-winged angel was something achieved by fewer than 50 people worldwide. I started to wonder if my hidden class offered advancement tiers and how brutally difficult they'd likely be. At that moment, Zhang Lingxue pointed at the pit, saying that the boss monster lurked below and killing it would let us exit. I peered into the abyss. It was pitch black and reeked of rancid fish. Zhang Lingxue pinched her nose as though wrestling with an inner conflict. I picked up on her hesitation and smiled. "You stay here. I'll go down alone," I said. She furrowed her brows, worried. "That's a level 15 elite boss down there." Unfazed, I waved off her concerns. "Come on, I've taken down a level 20 elite boss before. What's a level 15 boss to me?" With that, I leapt into the pit. Moments later, the deafening roar of the Abyssal King rang out, then silence. Zhang Lingxue sat anxiously by the edge of the pit, torn between trusting my strength and fearing for my safety. After 5 minutes of eerie quiet, she could no longer sit still. She reasoned that as an A-tier holy angel, she could at least provide backup if I were in danger. Just as she prepared to jump down, the system announced I had defeated the boss. She froze, stunned. Did he really take out the boss in just 5 minutes? That's the time it takes to light a cigarette. When I returned to the dungeon hub, she stared at me as though I were a monster. Confused, I asked her what was up. She shook her head, sighing. "Being around you makes me feel so small." I ruffled her hair playfully. "Don't fall for me. I'm just a legend," I quipped. Annoyed, she swatted my hand away. "Get lost." I shrugged, suggesting she focus on leveling up on her own, but she grabbed my arm, insisting I help her. Seeing her proud, bratty demeanor, I couldn't help but laugh. We returned to the respawned island. I asked Zhang Lingxue if she could carry me while flying, and she seemed unsure. I spread my arms, suggesting she give it a try. She scoffed, accusing me of treating her like a mode of transportation. I reasoned that walking was too slow, and her flying with me would save time. Begrudgingly, she agreed, unfurling her wings. Wrapping her arms around my waist, I could feel her warmth and catch the faint floral scent of her fragrance. She said to me, when I held her hand, my heartbeat quickened and her face turned red. She flapped her wings, and we soared into the sky. Looking down at the scenery beneath my feet, I couldn't help but shout out. It was even more thrilling than a 3D movie. Unfortunately, I'm a berserker and can't fly, so I'll have to rely on her to take me flying more often in the future. We soon arrived at the ring-shaped crater, where sea monsters surrounded us. She let go of my hand, and I plummeted into the midst of the creatures like a bomb. Landing on one knee, like a superhero entrance, I immediately began unleashing my skill, the Crimson Cross Slash. After half an hour, the battle was over, and we both leveled up. By midday, I had reached level 13, and Zhongling Xue had advanced from level 10 to level 12. Amazed by our rapid progress, she remarked that I was a freak. Dungeons that would take others ages to clear, I could finish in half an hour with minimal effort. My health cap had reached 130,000, and I noticed that the thicker my HP bar, the less pain I felt from enemy attacks. We cleared 3 more level 15 hard dungeons using the same strategy. I unleashed the Crimson Cross Slash, and she finished off the weakened monsters. Our experience points skyrocketed. By nightfall, I had reached level 14, and my Crimson Cross Slash had leveled up to rank 2. I checked my stats. They were a bit imbalanced, but my health bar was my core strength, so I stuck to my strengths. Unfortunately, we didn't loot any valuable gear or materials. I missed the chubby Fang Xiu and thought about bringing him along tomorrow. Zhang Lingxue was thrilled, not expecting me to be so formidable. As it grew late, I escorted her back to her neighborhood. We agreed on a time to meet the next day before parting ways. Watching me leave, she felt like today had been a dream. We got along like old friends. At home, Zhang Donglai told her he had contacted Zhao Mingxian from second high school to help her level up. She didn't know who Zhao Mingxian was. Zhang Donglai explained that he was a grade S forbidden spell mage and ranked second in the dungeon trial tower. Zhang Lingxue refused his help, saying she'd found Chun Qing to help her level up instead. Surprised, Zhang Donglai reminded her that Chun Qing was a warrior, not as good as Zhao Mingxian at grinding monsters. Zhang Lingxue retorted that I had helped her level up 3 times in one day. Disbelieving, Zhang Donglai used his observation skill to confirm that she was level 13 and was stunned. Triumphant, Zhang Lingxue told Zhang Donglai to reject Zhao Mingxuan's offer. The next day, I managed to persuade Fang Xiu to join our party. Initially, Zhang Lingxue was puzzled as to why I had invited a level 9 priest. But once we entered the dungeon, she discovered Fang Xiu's secret weapon. He could make monsters drop plenty of materials. The previous day, 2 runs had only yielded 1 siren scale, but today, 1 run brought 8 or 9 scales, plus the Siren King's heart and a rare bow. We made quite a profit as Zhang Lingxue buzzed around like a little bee, collecting material drops. By the end of the day, we earned more than 40,000 gold coins. Zhang Lingxue realized that neither Fang Xiu nor I were simple individuals. I had unmatched strength, and Fang Xiu had extraordinary luck. Over the next few days, we continued grinding dungeons together. By midday on the second day, I reached level 15, meeting the requirement to apply for Huadi Academy, and I even unlocked the ultimate Berserk skill. This skill was far superior to the regular Berserker's Berserk mode, starting with a 5-fold increase in attack power without losing rationality. On the third day, Zhang Lingxue reached level 15 and unlocked the Holy Shield skill, which could absorb nearly 10,000 damage points. She became bolder, taking on elite monsters in level 16 dungeons, trading blows with them without backing down. Fang Xiu, although only level 13, was decked out in rare equipment, which made him shine like a beacon. I sold the gear and materials we accumulated over the past few days, earning over 100,000 gold coins. As the main contributor, I received 50,000 gold coins, while Fang Xiu earned 30,000 and Zhang Lingxue got 20,000. While it wasn't a fortune, it was enough to cover my living expenses for a while. I spent 5,000 gold coins at the auction house to buy a general skill book for observation. With this skill, I could now gauge an opponent's strength beforehand, avoiding reckless engagements. Before I knew it, the exam date was looming. On the day of the big test, I finished breakfast and headed to First High School to gather with my classmates before boarding a bus to Nanhua City. Compared to Donglin City, Nanhua City was far more prosperous. The provincial exams for Xining Province were held here every year, with proctors sent by the central administration. At the school sports field, most of the combat class third-year students from the 9 classes had already gathered. The exams for support and life class professions were scheduled 5 days later. When I appeared, many people stared at me with strange expressions. After all, I had broken the dungeon trial tower record and become quite the focus of attention. My classmates warmly greeted me, joking about not forgetting them if I rose to wealth and power. On the other hand, Zhou Qi avoided me. He had ghosted me on a duel we agreed upon earlier and didn't want to be mocked. I chose not to bother him. After all, we were classmates, and as long as he stayed out of trouble, I let it slide. Just then, Zhang Lingxue appeared, wearing her first high school uniform. Her figure and pretty face immediately caught the attention of the boys. However, instead of going to her own class, she searched through the crowd for me. When she spotted me, she smiled. Class 1 boys whispered excitedly among themselves while the girls rolled their eyes. Zhang Lingxue walked straight up to me and asked which academy I was aiming for. I replied, Huadi Academy. When I tried to ask her the same, she playfully refused to tell me and walked away, leaving me dumbfounded. My male classmates were utterly shocked, their envy and jealousy palpable as they realized only those with real strength could attract goddesses like her. After everyone had arrived, Principal Zhang Donglai gave a speech before we boarded the buses to the Nanhua City exam site. Located in the western suburbs, the site housed the largest dungeon teleportation array in the province. When we arrived at the plaza, there were already thousands of people there, students from dozens of cities across the province, all preparing to enter the same large-scale dungeon. Before the exam began, our teachers handed out points tracking wristbands, instructing us. It can record dungeon points, and once bound, it cannot be changed. I put on the wristband, and a notification sounded in my mind, binding successful. Current points, 0. At this moment, a voice rang out across the plaza, announcing that the major exam would begin in 10 minutes, followed by the rules. Someone whispered and was immediately expelled from the grounds. After that, no one dared to make sound. The rules stated that the exam would begin at midnight and last for 12 hours. At the end, participants would be automatically transported out of the dungeon. Everyone would be sent to the Trial Island, which hosts monsters ranging from levels 8 to 20, along with elite bosses of varying difficulties. Points could be earned by slaying these creatures, and those who scored over 3,000 points would qualify for elite academies. Specific rules allowed participants to wear equipment and carry recovery items upon entry, but prohibited other tools. Maliciously attacking other students was forbidden, and cooperation to hunt monsters was only allowed for taking down bosses. In cases of life-threatening danger, participants would be forcefully sent out of the dungeon, and breaking any rules would result in disqualification. The crowd started discussing fervently. The average level in my class was around level 8 or 9, and everyone felt collecting enough points would be challenging. I had to get into the Imperial Academy. As I turned my gaze, I locked eyes with Zhang Lingxue. She gave me an encouraging smile, and I responded in kind. As a flash of white light engulfed me, I found myself transported into a pitch-black forest. Opening my eyes, 3 demonic lizard creatures were already staring me down. Without hesitation, I slew them instantly, gaining 1,500 experience points and 15 dungeon points. I frowned. Level 8 beasts gave far too few points. I needed to find higher-level monsters. Looking up, I noticed a metallic orb roughly the size of a ping-pong ball hovering above me, equipped with a camera. It seemed likely that these were surveillance tools for the proctors to monitor us. Higher up in the skies, there were massive observation eyes, floating and occasionally moving. I speculated that they might be used to locate boss positions, assisting students in either avoiding battles or seeking out bosses. To verify my theory, I started running toward the nearest massive observation eye. Along the way, I ignored beasts whenever possible, swiftly eliminating troublesome ones. At my level 16, with 180,000 health points and over 18,000 base attack damage, I was like a walking boss myself. After 10 minutes of running, I neared the observation eye. Feeling the ground tremble faintly, I slowed my pace and pushed past the trees. Ahead of me stood a 5-meter-tall forest giant. Its moss-like skin glistened, its lone eye glowed red, and it gripped a club as massive as a tree trunk. I used my observation skill on it, a level 15 elite boss. My eyes gleamed with excitement. My speculation was correct. The observation eyes indeed marked the location of bosses. Wielding my blade, I charged straight at the forest giant. It roared, and I immediately suffered a dread effect, reducing my attack and defense power by 30%. Still, I paid no mind and unleashed my blood cross slash, carving deep into its torso. The giant staggered back 2 steps and dealt me 3,612 points in counter damage. It retaliated, and I didn't dodge, taking the hit head-on. Half of its health bar disappeared in one blow, and it panicked, trying to flee. Activating Ultimate Frenzy, I pursued it relentlessly. 5 minutes later, I killed the forest giant, gaining 40,000 experience points and 300 dungeon points. My total now stood at 345 points. Satisfied, I nodded and prepared to continue my hunt for other bosses. Glancing upward at the observation eye, I saw it now hover over the corpse of the forest giant. I resumed my search and quickly spotted another, slowly moving massive observation eye. Determining its direction, I sprinted toward the next boss's location. At that same moment, in the Western Ning Province Examination Proctors Committee, examiners were reviewing trial data transmitted by the observation eyes on Trial Island. These observation eyes, along with the terminal processing system, were the creations of 2 top-tier mechanics. They utilized the superintelligent AI Big Orb. Big Orb could calculate participant scores, judge rule violations, and even identify outstanding students. Over its 5 years in use, it had never made an error. On the giant screen, a list of this year's most promising candidates appeared. The examiners noted that Western Ning Province had 3 S-rank combatant candidates this year, 1 more than the previous year. Additionally, there were 4 more A-rank candidates than before. This increase sparked optimism about admissions to top-tier academies. However, the name of a C-rank Berserker, me, unexpectedly appeared on the list, causing the examiners to suspect a potential error from Big Orb. Retrieving my information, they noted that I was level 16 with seemingly average stats, and became even more perplexed. How had I gained 16 levels in just a week? Upon reviewing my points, they were left astonished. Within just half an hour, I had accumulated 631 points. For comparison, Zhao Mingxian, an S-rank Forbidden Spell Mage, had only slightly over 100 points. My score outpaced his by 6-fold. Lead Proctor Tan Tao instructed Big Orb to pull up my surveillance footage. In the video, after killing the 3 demonic lizards, I carefully observed the observation eye above for 5 whole minutes. Tan Tao praised my sharp observational skills, surmising that I had deduced the observation eyes were used to locate bosses. The other proctors debated whether I had begun hunting bosses directly upon entering the dungeon. Tan Tao urged them to keep watching. Shortly after, the footage showed me approaching a level 15 elite boss, the forest giant, and soloing it head-on. I unleashed a blood cross slash that dealt over 10,000 damage. The forest giant attacked me, but I took the hit casually, my health bar barely flinching. The proctors were stunned. Tan Tao speculated that I might secretly hold an SS rank class and instructed the assistant to contact First High School's principal, Zhang Donglai, for my records. The assistant quickly returned, revealing that I was in fact in possession of a hidden class, Miracle Berserker. Furthermore, I had broken the dungeon trial tower record previously held by the unparalleled swordsman Xin Qianhong. Tan Tao grew even more excited and instructed the proctors to keep the information confidential. Then I had Big Circle lock onto my perspective. The screen displayed me riding atop the metal-shelled bug, hacking away furiously. In just 2 minutes, I had killed the level 10 elite boss, earning 150 points. My total now stood at 820 points. Achieving 3,000 points didn't seem too daunting, but there were no more giant observing eyes nearby. I pretty much cleared out the bosses in this area. My spoken thoughts were transmitted to the ears of the examiners through the observing eye, and they were secretly grumbling to themselves. After finishing off the bosses at the outskirts of the trial island, I decided to venture inward. The island was larger than I initially imagined. After wandering for over an hour, I still hadn't encountered any other examinees. Just then, I heard the sound of hurried footsteps in the distance. A student was being chased by two silver-haired giant wolves, running desperately in my direction. Upon closer look, I realized it was Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi had accumulated over 40 points within an hour of entering the instance, but unfortunately drew the attention of the silver-haired wolves. At level 10, he was no match for these level 12 beasts and could only flee for his life. When he saw me, he cried out for help. As he got closer and recognized me, he initially appeared confused but then begged for my assistance. I smiled and nodded at Zhou Qi. He displayed a look of gratitude, assuming I would help him, and quickly hid behind me. However, I stepped aside, making way for the silver-haired giant wolves. Zhou Qi was dumbfounded and yelled at me furiously. Feigning innocence, I shrugged and said I was just exchanging pleasantries, adding that teaming up to kill beasts was against the rules. Before he could finish protesting, the wolves pounced on him, reducing him to a flash of white light as he vanished. The wolves then turned their attention to me. Acting as if stricken with grief, I declared my intent to avenge Zhou Qi and swiftly dispatched the beasts in a single slash. At the same time, back at the teleportation square, Zhou Qi roared in anger. Inside the proctor's observation room, the examiners wore complicated expressions as they watched the scene unfold. Some felt my temperament was problematic, but Tan Tao believed my handling of the situation was appropriate and even found my personality admirable. The others, upon consideration, agreed as well. At that moment, I spotted a giant observing eye hovering in the distant sky and eagerly headed toward the boss's location. The deeper into the trial island I went, the denser the beast became. Any creature my way was swiftly cut down with a single slash. In a dense forest, Zhao Mingxian and his two companions were preparing to encircle and kill a level 13 elite boss, the Frost AO turtle. Just as they were about to act, I dashed out with great momentum and directly launched an attack on the AO turtle. They were dumbfounded, initially thinking I was merely drawing its aggro. After a minute of waiting, they realized I was actually going solo. The Holy Knight in Zhao's group considered stepping in to leech some points, but Zhao Mingxian dismissed the idea, assuming I was reckless and that they could act after I met my demise. The AO turtle unleashed a freezing breath that turned me into an ice sculpture, making Zhao think I was doomed. However, I activated Ultimate Frenzy, breaking free of the ice and killing the AO turtle within a few strikes. Zhao and his companions were stunned, unable to believe I'd slain the boss solo in just 3 minutes. Brushing the dust off myself, I greeted them casually and prepared to leave. Zhao Mingxian called out, asking if we had met before. Assuming he was trying to make conversation, I said I wasn't in a guise and walked off, leaving him baffled. Only later did he recall that I was Chun Qing, the one from the trial tower instance, and was left in shock at my prowess. On my end, I continued to hunt for bosses. The island was massive, and the locations of the bosses constantly shifted, making them hard to find. I'd lost interest in the meager points awarded by ordinary beasts. Just then, Zhang Lingxue flew overhead, and I called out to her in delight. She landed beside me with a smile. I asked about her progress, and she proudly announced that she had accumulated over 230 points. She then asked about mine. I cheerfully revealed 1,085 points, leaving her dumbfounded. I reminded her that at her current pace, she wouldn't reach 3,000 points in time. She asked if I had a solution, and I suggested we team up to farm beasts together. She rolled her eyes at me, pointing out that the rules didn't allow teaming up. I explained to Zhang Lingxue that the rules only prohibited teaming up for ordinary beasts, not for bosses. I proposed that she take me into the skies to locate bosses. I'd handle main attacks while she chipped in a little. Her points would spike in no time. It dawned on her that my high score was entirely due to boss kills, and she hesitated. Worried that flying me around would draw too much attention, she voiced her concerns. Impatient, I teased her, telling her not to be so hesitant as if she were a delicate woman. She instantly snapped, revealing that she was a woman, and pinched the soft flesh on my waist in retaliation. I quickly begged for mercy, and after a bit of squabbling, she finally relented. She then fretted about not knowing the locations of the bosses, saying it would be troublesome to find them. I pointed to the sky, revealing that the giant observing eyes could locate them. Realizing this, she wordlessly wrapped her arms around my waist from behind. Every time she held me like this, I couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Taking a deep breath, I grabbed her wrist and shouted, "Giddy up," only to earn another eye roll from her. She told me to stop being such a joker. I laughed it off and urged her to take off. In the blink of an eye, we soared into the skies. From above, Trial Island looked unbelievably vast, almost comparable to Donglin City. No wonder it could accommodate so many examinees. Little did I know that across Longsha country, over 50 such Trial Island instances were simultaneously operating today, with a number of examinees far exceeding my imagination. Zhang Lingxue, with her sharp eyes, spotted a sphere-like object ahead that resembled an observing eye. Straining to get a better look, I confirmed her discovery. On the ground, our field of vision was limited, making it challenging to find the observing eyes. Now, from this high vantage point, everything was crystal clear. I immediately spotted dozens of them. It seemed there was no shortage of bosses on this island. I told Zhang Lingxue that each observation I corresponded to a boss, and if we flew close enough, we'd find one. She nodded and flew us toward the closest observation eye. I kept my eyes glued to the forest below and soon spotted an abyssal sea demon king. Excitedly, I shouted for her to take me there. We landed right above the sea demon king. I had defeated this boss 5 or 6 times before and was quite familiar with its tricks. From midair, I slashed down with my blade, landing a direct blow to its head, while Zhang Lingxue seized opportunities to unleash a relentless attack of her own. In less than 5 minutes, the level 15 elite boss was taken down. Each of us earned 150 points. Zhang Lingxue was ecstatic. She had to spend an hour killing alien beasts to collect 230 points, but in just 10 minutes with me, she'd earned 150. The speed was unbelievable. I urged her to quickly take off and find the next boss, and, having tasted success, she became even more motivated than me. Wrapping her arms around my waist again, we soared back into the skies. After that, leveraging the advantage of flight, we hunted down 9 more elite bosses in quick succession. My point skyrocketed to 2,380, and Zhang Lingxue's reached about 1,500. The speed at which our points were increasing was like riding a rocket. Back in the proctoring room, the examiners were stunned, their faces blank with disbelief. Tan Tao also wore a complicated expression. Some examiners argued that I was helping Zhang Lingxue farm points unfairly, but Tan Tao, smiling, shook his head and remarked that it was all within the rules. One of the examiners persisted, saying that I killed all those bosses while Zhang Lingxue dealt minimal damage, but still received half the points, claiming we were exploiting a loophole in the system. Tan Tao's smile turned serious, and he replied that loopholes in the rules weren't the student's fault. He added that I seemed to be SS grade and couldn't be disqualified. Furthermore, he revealed that the principals of the 4 top academies had already been notified to come observe my performance. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, confidently predicting that those principals would fight tooth and nail to recruit me. However, the very next second, the display screen began to distort, and Big Round, the test island's monitoring system, reported interference from an unknown force. Abyssal energy had invaded the test island. Tan Tao paled and immediately ordered the activation of the teleportation array to evacuate the students. But the array failed, having lost connection with the test island. The students were trapped. Upon contacting headquarters, they learned that more than 20 test islands across the country had also been breached. Headquarters was in complete chaos. At this moment, a panicked assistant rushed in, reporting unidentified activity in the sky outside. We hurried out to see for ourselves, and to our shock, a deep blue vortex had appeared in the sky. It rotated silently, consuming the surrounding light as though it would engulf the entire world. Tan Tao's face turned a ghastly shade and said such a phenomenon should never have appeared. On the plaza, teachers awaiting results and students who had been eliminated were stricken with fear. Some began to worry aloud that the abyss might have begun a full-scale invasion. Amid the chaos, an elderly voice suddenly rang out. "How dare you act so arrogantly in the skies above Nanhua? Do you think Xining has no one to defend it?" The voice wasn't loud, yet it was clear in everyone's ears, reverberating powerfully in their hearts. As soon as the words fell, the vortex began trembling violently, emitting cracking sounds as its edges were riddled with fractures. Then a youthful voice emerged from the vortex. "Elder Feng, long time no see. You're just as spry as ever." Moments later, a young man stepped out from the vortex, leaving everyone dumbstruck. This was supposed to be an abyssal vortex, so how was a human stepping out of it? The man was dressed in black robes adorned with violet patterns, his skin pale as paper. His face held a wicked smile, and his eyes glimmered silver with an unsettling light. At the same time, the ethereal projection of an elderly man appeared in the sky, clad in white training robes, radiating an overwhelming presence. This was none other than Feng Tu, the renowned patriarch of Xining Province and an S-rank Holy Light Mage at level 83. Recognizing the young man, Feng Tu's expression turned to fury. He cursed himself for not killing the man earlier, a man named Su Lin. Su Lin, however, just smiled and thanked Feng Tu for sparing his life back then, declaring that he had come to annihilate the human race in revenge. Feng Tu rebuked him angrily, shouting that Su Lin had forgotten his heritage as part of humanity. Yet Su Lin only laughed maniacally, claiming that after succumbing to the abyss, he was no longer human, and erasing humanity was the only thing that could quench his hatred. Feng Tu snorted in disdain, vowing to destroy Su Lin, calling him an abyssal lackey. Su Lin, unfazed, retorted that while Feng Tu's true form might outmatch him, he could certainly handle Feng Tu's avatar. Feng Tu smirked coldly, saying it would take no effort to obliterate Su Lin. But Su Lin sneered back, saying he wasn't here for a duel with Feng Tuesday. His subordinates might have already infiltrated the trial island, leaving no one to save the students. Enraged, Feng Tu unleashed his power, and countless sacred lights erupted in the sky, shaking the very fabric of space. Though Su Lin barely evaded the onslaught, his smile never faltered. True to his words, he was successfully keeping Feng Tu occupied. Below, Tan Tao and the others looked grave. Feng Tu's true body was fighting on the abyss battlefield, and here his avatar was being delayed by Su Lin. The longer this dragged on, the greater the students' peril. The failed teleportation array meant they couldn't forcibly enter the test island either. Someone voiced despair, questioning if there was truly no hope of saving the students. Tan Tao reassured the group, explaining that the barrier around the test island allowed creatures under level 20 to pass, but required a level 60 or higher force to break through. Still, many couldn't hide their concern, pointing out the slim chance of students surviving against level 20 beasts. The atmosphere was heavy with dread. Meanwhile, inside the test island, Zhang Lingxue and I had just taken down a level 17 boss when we felt something was off. The smaller low-altitude observation eyes and the massive high-altitude observation eyes suddenly malfunctioned and began plummeting from the sky. Following that, two deep navy vortexes appeared in the sky, exuding a chilling aura. This strange phenomenon left everyone deeply concerned. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed from within one of the vortexes, and an enormous beast resembling a black humpback whale emerged. Its size rivaled that of a massive ship. Though wingless, it soared effortlessly through the air, its shadow engulfing a vast portion of the trial island and casting a heavy psychological burden on the students below. But this was only the beginning. With the arrival of the giant whale, all kinds of unfamiliar beasts began pouring forth from the vortexes. The ones that could fly hovered in the skies, while the terrestrial ones descended upon the ocean's surface. I stared in stunned silence at the surreal scene unfolding in the sky. Unable to resist, I muttered, "What? Did we kill the boss too quickly, and the devs are rushing to restock? This grand display, they're really overestimating me, huh?" Zhang Ling-su, however, wore a grim expression as she analyzed the situation. The appearance of such a large number of unfamiliar creatures can't possibly be the work of the officials. Could they actually intend to eliminate all the students? She took a deep breath and came to a startling conclusion. It seems we might be facing a beast invasion. A beast invasion? My jaw practically dropped. Isn't that something that only happens in specific standard dungeons? How did it end up happening in the main exam dungeon? What on earth is the administration up to? Zhang Lingsu closed her eyes in silence for a moment before opening them again, her face even more ashen. I just tried to exit the dungeon, but the system isn't responding. The teleportation array isn't functioning either. It looks like we're trapped. Hearing this, my expression turned solemn as well. Being stuck within the dungeon with so many beasts meant survival chances were slim. For most, there was no hope. Even for someone like me, the risk was extraordinarily high. I quickly used my observation skill on the creatures in the sky and discovered that most of them were at least level 20 elite bosses. Several were level 20 catastrophe grade bosses, and some were even so high-leveled that my observation skill couldn't gauge their strength, indicating they were at least 10 levels higher than me. The danger in the skies was mirrored beneath the waves, where countless unknown beast bosses lurked within the ocean. Suddenly, Zhang Lingsu let out a sharp cry and pointed at the giant whale. "Look quick, there's someone on that beast." I raised my head in shock, and sure enough, standing atop the whale's head was a white-haired young man. Even from such a distance, I could tell he was human. But this was supposed to be a beast invasion. How could a human possibly be involved? What was going on here? The white-haired young man was clad in a black cloak, and his silver eyes glowed brilliantly. Standing on the whale's back, he gazed down at the students below, who appeared as insignificant as ants. The thought of them soon perishing at the hands of the beasts filled him with unchecked excitement, and the corners of his mouth stretched into a twisted grin. Waving his hand lightly, he commanded, "Begin." In an instant, dozens of flying beasts in the sky dove toward the island, while countless oceanic creatures converged on the trial island from all directions, forming a siege. However, the island's formation sensed the invasion and swiftly activated, generating a transparent protective barrier that covered the entire island. Several diving beasts crashed into the barrier, a few even sliced in half by its defensive edge. Only a rare few level 20 beasts managed to break through. The white-haired young man looked slightly surprised as his silver eyes flickered. The whale below him bellowed, its massive tail slamming fiercely against the barrier, but to no effect. It didn't so much as crack. The surrounding beasts launched relentless attacks, yet the barrier held strong. The young man's brow furrowed briefly before smoothing out again. No matter. Even with just these level 20 beasts, wrapping this up quickly won't be an issue. Though the barrier had kept out the majority of the beasts, a dozen or so level 20 boss rank creatures had still managed to infiltrate the island. Among them were 3 catastrophe grade bosses who could effortlessly deal with the students. With a delighted, almost intoxicated smile, the white-haired young man whispered, "Time is short. Let the slaughter begin." I can't wait to hear the human screams. There are thousands of students scattered across the trial island. Some, staring at the unfamiliar beasts, thought it was merely a scare tactic orchestrated by the officials, while others attempted to give up and leave the dungeon. But after several failed attempts, they despairingly realized they were trapped. In the blink of an eye, several level 20 boss monsters closed in. A bat-like creature unleashed a torrent of flames, reducing many students to ashes in an instant. Similar scenes played out across the island, and within minutes, dozens of youths had fallen. Thankfully, as the students were spread out, the beasts had to spend some time hunting them down. Otherwise, the death toll would have risen even faster. Regardless, the trial island had quickly descended into a living hell. A massive, bat-like creature began flying toward me, in Zhang Su. I swiftly cast observation skill and learned it was called the Flamefire Demon Bat, a level 20 elite boss, with stats several times more powerful than those of a level 15 boss. Despite this, I didn't flinch. My current HP was close to 200,000. If I could solo level 20 bosses with just 40,000 HP before, why back down now? I told Zhang Su to help me get close to it so that I could handle the rest, suggesting she find a place to hide. Her face turned pale as she shouted in alarm. "Are you insane? That's a level 20 boss. Even if you could defeat it, you'd never survive if the others came to back it up." I grinned and replied, "Since there's no way out, we might as well fight to our heart's content. If I have to die, I'll die standing tall." Moved by my resolve, Zhang Su stopped trying to dissuade me. With surprising intensity, she wrapped both arms around my waist. She whispered softly, "You're right. If we're going to die anyway, I'll fight alongside you." No sooner had the words left her mouth than the Flamefire Demon Bat spewed an inferno of flames. Zhang Su spread her wings and soared into the air, dodging the flames skillfully before maneuvering closer to the beast. Above, I shouted, "Let go." She hesitated for a moment and then released her grip. I fell in free fall onto the back of the flaming fire bat, grabbed its mane, and immediately drew my long sword, unleashing a blood blade cross slash, dealing over 6,000 damage. It was clear how high this beast's defense was. The flaming fire bat thrashed violently, its body glowing red as intense heat caused my shoes to catch fire. I kicked them off and stood barefoot on its back, my skin sizzling with a burning sound, damage values continuously popping up above my head. Just as I was about to reach my limit, Zhang Xue discreetly cast a holy shield on me, bringing some much-needed relief, but the shield only lasted 3 seconds. I entered the ultimate frenzy mode, boosting my attack power 5-fold, and launched into a ferocious assault on the flaming fire bat. The damage was terrifyingly high, and its health bar dropped by 1/3 in an instant. It unleashed a sonic wave, causing Zhang Xue to lose her footing and fall off. However, in my frenzied state, I lost control of my actions, still aiming to stab its throat. I continued my relentless strikes, and after a minute, the flaming fire bat crumbled to the ground. I earned 200,000 experience points. Disheveled, I climbed off its body, my clothes and pants charred with holes, though fortunately, the critical areas were intact. I hurried to find Zhang Xue and saw her sipping a recovery potion, which reassured me. I told her to keep her distance, insisting that battles like this were not suitable for her. She pouted, saying what happened earlier was an accident and that she'd stay further away next time. I could only shake my head helplessly. On a giant whale soaring in the sky, a white-haired young man exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect there to be such a powerful student in the grand examination." Then he burst into a maniacal laugh. "How fascinating. Kill him, and humanity's upper echelons will be devastated. Huh?" Finishing his words, his silver pupils gleamed, and 3 boss-mutated beast hunting students received his command and started moving in one direction. Fierce battles raged across the trial island, where students grouped together to resist the White Wolves. However, against level 20 elite bosses, their damage was limited. The White Wolves were exceedingly arrogant, ready to deal devastating blows. At a critical moment, a black-clad young man stepped forward, a phantom of a mystic turtle appearing behind him to shield everyone. The White Wolf attacked fiercely, and while the black-clad man was forced back and took damage, he fully restored his health with a recovery spell. The two sides became locked in a stalemate. The black-clad man's mental strength was dwindling constantly, and he asked everyone if they had any powerful skills. They all shook their heads. Just then, someone pointed to the sky, noting something flying towards them. It was Zhang Lingshu carrying me. Waving his hand, the black-clad man tried to drive us off, but we ignored him. Even the white wolf seemed baffled, staring at us. Zhang Lingxue released her grip, and I plummeted downward, only to be swallowed whole by the white wolf. Everyone was dumbfounded, utterly unable to comprehend what had just happened. However, after consuming me, the white wolf writhed in agony, rolling around as massive damage values popped up above its head. Within moments, the level 20 boss was dead. Still in a daze, everyone stared as I crawled out of the white wolf's belly, grumbling, "Damn, it stinks in there." Wiping the blood off my face with a disgusted expression, I sniffed the stench on my body and exclaimed, "The moment we get back, I'm taking the longest, hardest shower. This stench could knock anyone out cold." At that moment, Zhang Lingxue slowly descended, her eyes sparkling with curiosity as she asked, "So, when you jumped down, did you already anticipate that the white wolf would swallow you, and then you planned to wreak havoc from inside its belly?" She even praised me. "I didn't realize you were this awesome." Blushing, I scratched my head modestly and said, Nah, it was just dumb luck, a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. In fact, I had originally planned to land on the white wolf's head and fight, but who would have thought it would gulp me down in one go? Yet, thanks to this lucky mishap, defeating the white wolf had actually been much easier than expected. Sorry to interrupt. A group of students, led by the black-clad young man, came rushing over in a hurry. One of them, eyes shining with excitement, asked, "Are you the saviors sent from the outside to rescue us?" That scene where you killed the white wolf was absolutely epic. I felt speechless. I barely had a chance to land before being swallowed by the white wolf. How was that epic? Shaking my head, I quickly explained, "For the record, no one has come to rescue you yet. We're just students like you." The light of hope instantly dimmed on everyone's faces. Still, one defiant student protested, "There's no way, you're just students. You took down a level 20 boss so easily. What kind of student has that kind of power? You've got to be kidding me." Shrugging, I responded half-jokingly, "I swear, I'm just a student. Believe it or not, up to you. What do you expect me to announce to the world on social media, that I'm some hidden, peerless master?" My retort left him speechless. The black-clad young man quickly stepped in, attempting to mediate. "You two showed up just in time. We've been in desperate need of a powerhouse for our main offensive output." He introduced himself enthusiastically. "I'm sure Hawa, an S-rank class, the Mystic Tortoise Inheritor." Mystic Tortoise Inheritor? My jaw nearly dropped. I had no idea such a class existed. It sounded like something straight out of ancient mythology. Around us, the other students looked envious, remarking, "So it's an S-rank class. No wonder you could withstand the white wolf's attacks. With your defense and this classmate's high damage output, maybe we really stand a chance of surviving this ordeal." The group's spirits lifted. The moment they heard it, a spark of hope reignited in their eyes. But before that spark could grow brighter, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from afar. 3 boss-level beasts charged toward us from different directions like maniacs. Their speed was astonishing. By the time we even had a chance to react, they were less than 50 meters away. In the blink of an eye, we were surrounded by these 3 boss-level beasts again. It was truly a case of escaping the wolf's lair only to walk straight into the tiger's den. Sure How stared at the leading beast, his face turning pale green in an instant. With a grim expression, he muttered, "We're totally BBQ'd now. There's actually a catastrophe-level boss among them." Catastrophe level! A student screamed, and the others collectively gasped. Just hearing the term made some people's legs tremble uncontrollably. Their eyes filled with the terror of impending death. Against a level 20 elite boss, we might still have a sliver of hope to struggle, but against a level 20 catastrophe-level boss, that was practically a death sentence. Its stats weren't just a notch above an elite boss. They were on another level entirely. Its abilities defied all logic, and the damage it could deal was ridiculously high. Even a level 30 party would struggle against it, let alone us students who hadn't even reached level 15. I felt a twinge of fear myself, but I forced myself to stay calm. Following Sure How How's gaze, I looked forward to see a towering dark demon ape swaggering toward us. The ape stood over 10 meters tall, its entire body covered in coarse black fur. Underneath the fur, its muscles bulged grotesquely, clearly radiating immense power. Every step it took shook the ground beneath it, causing the nearby leaves to rustle noisily. The other two elite boss-level beasts, upon seeing the dark demon ape, immediately cowered in fear. They submissively lowered their heads, trailing behind it with their tails between their legs. The ape hadn't even made a move yet, but the sheer pressure of its presence was enough to make it hard for us to breathe. I took a deep breath, trying hard to maintain my composure. Then, using my observation skill, I focused on the dark demon ape. In an instant, its detailed stats flooded my mind. Name, Dark Demon Ape. Level, 20, Catastrophe level boss. Its strength, agility, intelligence, and constitution. Every stat was terrifyingly high. A regular level 20 elite boss would usually have about 200,000 hit points. But this catastrophe level boss had a whopping 400,000 HP, rivaling even a level 25 elite boss. And the worst part? I noticed that the dark demon ape's gaze was fixed directly on me. Behind it, the two elite boss beasts frequently glanced my way too. It felt like they were all here specifically for me. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I urgently told everyone, "You all need to retreat immediately. I'll hold them off." As soon as the words left my mouth, the others broke into a clamor of protests. Sure How grabbed my arm in desperation, blurting out, "Bro, you're strong, but this is a catastrophe-level boss. Rushing in alone is as good as a death sentence." I turned to him and smiled, replying, "If even I can't hold them off, it won't matter where you guys run. Stop wasting time trying to stop me and find a place to hide. Watch me from a distance and cheer me on, okay?" After a slight pause, I added confidently, "Right now, I might be the only one who can give you all a chance to escape safely." Hearing this, their protests momentarily ceased. Nobody knew how to refute me, because what I said was undeniably true. Running right now meant certain death. All they could do now was pin their hopes on me, no matter how faint, like trying to shield a candle flame from the wind, knowing it could extinguish at any moment. Then, turning to Zhang Lingxue, I said seriously, "Lingxue, you have to take the others and find a place to hide. The upcoming battle will be too dangerous. If you charge in recklessly, you'll only become a burden." This time, she didn't argue with me. A complicated emotion flickered through her eyes before she nodded gently and replied in a soft voice, "Okay." Then, forcing a smile, she said, "When we get out of this, I'll treat you to barbecue and beer. As much as you want, my treat." Hearing that, a warm feeling filled my heart. My lips couldn't help but curve into a smile as I nodded and said, "Deal." After that, I wiped the smile off my face, my expression turning resolute. Taking a deep breath, I spun around sharply and charged straight toward the dark demon ape in bold strides. My momentum was like that of a warrior heading into battle, ready to face death head-on. Under the golden hues of the setting sun, my silhouette stretched long and solitary, exuding both loneliness and an unyielding determination. That image of me was deeply etched into the memories of the students left behind. The dark demon ape seemed surprised by my bold charge. A glint of shock flashed in its deep-set eyes as it came to a halt, almost as if waiting for me to close the distance. Seeing that I'd successfully drawn the attention of all three boss beasts, the others didn't hesitate any longer. They quickly followed Zhang Lingxue and dashed deeper into the dense forest. Eventually, they found a massive hollow tree to hide in, a spot both distant from other potential boss encounters and where they could still keep an eye on my battle. Not long after, those hiding inside the hollow tree began hearing sounds coming from outside. Roars of strange beasts echoed intermittently in the air, and the ground trembled ceaselessly as though a magnitude 10 earthquake was wreaking havoc outside. A student, filled with worry, asked, "Do you think he can take on those 3 beast bosses by himself?" The question left everyone silent. Deep down, they all knew the answer. These were 3 level 20 bosses, one of which was of catastrophe grade. Without surpassing level 30 or wielding some sort of super scion power, it seemed utterly impossible. Breaking the stillness, Zhang Lingshue's calm voice cut through. "He definitely can." Her tone was as straightforward as if she were stating an undeniable fact. Though we hadn't known each other for long, time and time again, I'd shattered her expectations. Things deemed impossible for others had somehow become tangible realities for me. And this time, once more, she believed in my ability to create a miracle. A deafening boom resounded, and immediately, the ground quaked wildly as though it had gone insane. Fear etched itself onto everyone's faces. Whatever was happening outside, it must have been utterly terrifying. Zhang Lingxue, unable to sit still any longer, said, "I'm going out to take a look." Before sure how could stop her, she unfurled her wings and soared out from the tree hollow. From a high vantage point, the area where I was battling the dark demon ape was shrouded in a whirlwind of dust and sand, making it impossible to see. Only vaguely could she make out the unmoving forms of the 2 other elite-class bosses lying on the ground, clearly defeated. After a moment, my figure emerged nimbly from the swirling chaos. Though I was in my ultimate berserk state and as swift as lightning, my health bar had dropped to a mere quarter. It was evident that the earlier battle had been intensely grueling for me. Thankfully, the effects of Bloodline Boil kicked in just in time, causing my health points to rocket upward as if riding a rocket. In mere moments, I'd recovered back to 50%. The dark demon ape's furious roar echoed from within the dust cloud. Following that, sharp earth spikes began surging from the ground beneath my feet, clinging to me relentlessly like an adhesive one can't shake off. No matter how quickly I moved, those spikes pursued me with unwavering precision. Shortly, my legs were jabbed multiple times, with my health points rapidly plummeting. Minus 6,031, minus 7,384, 6842. Each hit dealt over 6,000 points of damage, and the spike's attacks even carried poison, draining an additional 1,000 plus health per tick. In practically no time, my health had dropped to about 30%. But that dark demon ape wasn't faring much better. While I may not have landed many strikes directly on it, it continuously suffered from triple reflective damage. By the time it emerged from the sandstorm, its health bar had noticeably diminished. Its bloodshot eyes gleamed with fury, a clear testament to its seething rage. With a thunderous roar, the very ground beneath us seemed to come alive. Stones and debris transformed into a torrential rain of arrows, shooting toward me in relentless waves. Amid this unprecedented barrage, my health began to plummet uncontrollably, dropping from 30% down to only 20%. Meanwhile, the dark demon ape's own health fell rapidly too. It was a gamble. The beast was betting everything on whether it could kill me before its health reached 0. Suspended high above in the air, Zhang Lingxue was gripped with intense anxiety. This was the first time she'd seen my health drop so critically low. However, she soon realized something peculiar. As soon as my health hit 20%, it refused to drop further, almost as though I had activated some sort of bloodlock mechanism. Upon closer inspection, she noticed I was regenerating 30,000 health points per second. This overwhelming regeneration caused my health bar to behave almost comically, constantly dipping and then springing back up again and again. The dark demon ape's eyes gleamed with terror, as though recognizing me as something monstrous. Before it could lower my health any further, its own health had already dropped dangerously low. With a final, rage-filled roar, it prepared to unleash a devastating ultimate strike. But I didn't give it the chance. With a burst of immense power, I executed a massive blood blade cross slash, slashing down with unparalleled might. Minus 98,651. Under the dual effects of Bloodline Boil and Ultimate Berserk, my attack power had reached its zenith. This single strike obliterated the last remnants of the Dark Demon Ape's health bar. Its eyes rolled back as it let out a mournful wail, collapsing heavily to the ground, kicking up another cloud of dust. Catastrophe Grade Boss slain. You have killed the level 20 Catastrophe Grade Boss, Dark Demon Ape. Experience earned, 800,000. A flash of white light, and I leveled up to 17. From the back of a giant whale in the distance, a white-haired youth had been observing my entire battle with the Dark Demon Ape. Initially, disbelief filled his face, but as the fight unfolded, his expression morphed into one of twisted ecstasy. Finally, he broke into uncontrollable laughter, his voice reverberating across the battlefield in an almost grating manner. Incredible. He's absolutely incredible. Ha ha ha. He laughed so hard, he seemed out of breath. Could he be one of those legendary SS-level beings? If someone like this, an SS-level professional, were to die here, wouldn't those old fogies lose their minds? The mere thought of it excites me endlessly. Ha ha ha. With that, his demeanor descended into sheer madness. Laughter filled the air, his eyes cold and insane, as if he had already witnessed my demise. If one calamity-level beast can't take care of you, then get ready for the grand carnival of beasts I've prepared for you. The silver-haired youth's eyes glimmered with a metallic flash, and with a casual wave of his hand, like a maestro beginning a symphony, his command rang out like a death sentence. The beasts of the Trial Island felt the call and began converging toward me. The shadow of a massive whale loomed, moving slowly like a grim fortress, embodying the full extent of the silver-haired youth's madness. On the other side of Trial Island, over 40 students were locked in a fierce battle with a level 20 elite boss. At the heart of the battlefield, a massive pillar of fire erupted skyward, consuming the beast within. Thunder roared across the heavens as bolts of lightning crashed onto its body, filling the air with the acrid stench of scorched flesh. From the rear, ranged combatants unleashed a barrage of skills, their dazzling lights and fiery sparks intertwining to paint a vivid tableau of apocalypse. After painstakingly enduring wave after wave of attacks, the tank warriors managed to hold the line until the level 20 elite boss let out a chilling scream and collapsed lifelessly into the dirt. Lead attacker Zhao Mingxian, pale-faced, was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. His mental energy was nearly depleted, his eyes sorrowful. The surrounding mages fared no better, leaning against each other for support, their breaths heavy with fatigue. Though they'd won the battle, the cost had been steep. The original team of over 40 had been reduced by 9, most of whom were melee combatants. The surviving members were barely clinging to life. If not for Zhao Mingxian, an S-class Forbidden Spell mage, the casualties would have easily doubled. But now, the team was stretched thin. Encountering another level 20 elite boss would mean total annihilation. There was no trace of joy on anyone's face. Since entering the perilous testing dungeon, none expected it to be this brutal. A girl began crying softly. "Do we even have a chance to get out of here alive?" Her words struck a chord, and soon others began to weep quietly as well. The boys, in contrast, bowed their heads in silent despair. Zhao Mingxian downed his last mana recovery potion and tried to rally them. "Don't be so pessimistic. The officials are bound to be figuring out a rescue plan. If we hold out till the end, we'll be saved." His words lifted their spirits slightly, but their faces still bore anxious expressions. Zhao Mingxian continued to give orders. "We need to find a safe place to hide so flying beasts don't spot us." However, as soon as he finished, a beast's piercing screech echoed from the skies above, growing louder as it approached. Everyone's faces turned ashen, their fleeting hope once again dashed to shards of despair. Having just endured a grueling battle, they were all spent, too drained to put up any resistance. Zhao Mingxuan's heart sank. After managing to transition into an S-class Forbidden Spell mage, he'd thought he could accomplish something great, only to face his demise in this damn examination. Against a powerful flying beast, escape was impossible. Most of the students simply collapsed to the ground, waiting for death in silence. A burly boy forced out a bitter laugh. In my next life, I'm definitely picking mage. Being a warrior sucks. His words sparked a grim echo of resignation. In the next life, I'll be a paladin or a swordsman. At least I'll look dashing enough to have a girlfriend. Another chimed in. Next time I'll go summoner. Let my summoned beast do all the fighting. A girl sighed wistfully. I think I'd choose a crafting class next time. My dad died in a dungeon when I was a kid, and my mom raised me on her own. Now it's my turn to die here. Her light, detached tone made her words all the heavier. The group fell into silence once again. Just then, a massive shadow spread out above them. Everyone froze, knowing that the flying beast had arrived. A few girls shut their eyes, while the boys bowed their heads, bracing themselves for death to descend. Only Zhao Mingxian remained standing, his eyes burning with unyielding fire, his hand gripping his staff tightly, preparing to fight one last battle. But in the next moment, everyone was stunned. The flying beast merely glanced at them, then raised its head and flew off into the distance, its wings flapping with no intention of lingering. Silence fell over the group as they stared at the massive silhouette retreating into the sky. What just happened? Did it not see us? A boy asked, bewildered. Zhao Mingxian shook his head, his expression grave. No, it definitely saw us, but something more important caught its attention. His comment brought relief to the others, and as if a heavy weight had been lifted, the girls began to chuckle gently, while the boys exhaled in relief. Yet Zhao Mingxian remained tense. He hurriedly urged, "Don't relax yet. We need to find a new hiding spot immediately before another beast can find us." On Trial Island, a strange pause took hold of the battles. From the frosted tundras to the volcanic craters, every boss-tier beast stopped its rampage, lifting its head to gaze in the same direction. The students in various corners of the island were left dumbfounded, confusion and fear swirling in their eyes. The air was thick with a mingled sense of blood and dirt, the eerie whistle of cold winds filling the silence. "What the hell is going on?" a panting student asked, his voice laced with panic that was slowly giving way to bewilderment. "Why did they just stop?" Another muttered in disbelief. The battlefield had grown so quiet that only the sound of wind could be heard. Suddenly, a flight class student broke the silence. Unfurling his wings, he soared into the sky, determined to figure out what was happening. As he reached higher altitudes, he saw it, dozens of boss-tier beasts, all in a frenzy, heading toward, gather in one place. Their expressions were fierce, yet their movements were orderly, as if summoned by some powerful force. Zhang Lingxue had not returned, and the atmosphere inside the tree hollow grew even tenser. Sure Hao led two students out to survey the situation. They cautiously navigated through the forest wrecked by battle, arriving at the site where I had fought the dark demon ape. The air was thick with dust, and the battlefield was a scene of complete devastation, with overturned soil and broken trees everywhere. A gust of wind dispersed the dust, revealing a sight that left them stunned. The severed head of the dark demon ape lay not far away, its body slowly dissolving into dust. The three of them froze in their tracks, their eyes wide with shock. Sure Hao stared in disbelief, a look of astonishment plastered on his face. Did that young man really take down the dark demon ape?" One of the students exclaimed in surprise. "My God, this was a calamity grade boss." Another student was equally overwhelmed. Sure Hao's jaw dropped, and he was at a loss for words. At that moment, he finally understood why Zhang Lingxue had trusted me so much. My strength far exceeded their expectations. Before long, I emerged from the cloud of dust. Covered in dirt and mud on my face and hair, I looked battered and disheveled. Sure Hao and the others rushed up to me, their eyes brimming with excitement. "You actually managed to defeat a calamity-grade boss. What level are you now?" Sure Hao asked excitedly, his gaze full of admiration, like a devoted fan. Level 17, I replied with a chuckle. Leveled up after taking down the dark demon ape. No wonder it's called a calamity grade boss. The experience rewards are insane. I pointed to my chest, where a new piece of gear was shining. Oh, and it dropped this ape demon armor. Not bad quality, perfect for me right now. Only then did they notice the new chest armor I was wearing. Despite my tattered clothing, the armor gleamed with a radiant glow. Item name, Ape Demon Armor. Quality, Supreme. Required level, 16. Defense, 507. Special effects, increases maximum health by 20%. Strength plus 200. Constitution plus 200. Each time an attack is received, there is a 10% chance to trigger the Ape Demon Roar, stunning nearby units for 1 second. During the previous battle, I had taken so many hits that my maximum health had been steadily increasing, finally surpassing 200,000 and reaching over 220,000. With the armor's 20% health boost, my health now surged past 260,000, nearing 270,000, higher than the health of a level 20 elite boss. It was as if I had become a boss myself. Sure, Hao's face was filled with astonishment. You're this strong at just level 17? What profession are you? Could you really be one of those legendary SS class ranks? I scratched my head and replied honestly. During the class change ceremony, the instructor determined my profession rating as C class. But I'm in a hidden class, so I'm not sure what rank that makes me. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. With my combat strength, if I were considered C class, they might not even qualify to be part of the alphabet. Sure, Hao's admiration for me was practically overflowing. He had fully convinced himself that I was an SS class and a future invincible powerhouse. He looked like he was ready to immediately pledge allegiance to me, confident that with my backing, no one would ever dare bully him again. Just as he was about to ask me more questions, Zhang Lingxue descended rapidly from the sky, her expression grave. From up there, I saw that all the boss-level beasts on this island are heading this way. What should we do next? She looked directly at me, clearly aware that these beasts were targeting me. I remained calm, glancing up at the enormous whale hovering in the sky, my excitement building. Oh, so they're coming for me, huh? Fine. I'll just slaughter all these beasts and see what other tricks you've got. Sure, Hao frowned, muttering under his breath. Why are there so many of these boss-level beasts? What's going on with this year's major exam? Another student chimed in with grievances. Exactly. This trial island isn't connected to the Abyss. So how did it get invaded by abyssal forces? Why hasn't the official rescue team shown up yet? What's going on? Their relentless questions were starting to give me a headache, so I waved my hand to stop them. You'll have to ask the officials once we get out of here. Right now, the most important thing is figuring out how to survive. I turned to Sure Hao and said, you need to lead everyone as far away from here as possible. Their target is me. They shouldn't come after you. I'll do my best to buy you time. Sure Hao nodded immediately, his confidence in me so absolute that he didn't question my abilities for a second. I then turned to Zhang Lingxue. Snowbro, take care of the students with Sure Hao. This time, Zhang Lingxue didn't make any playful remarks. She gave me a deep look and said, you have to come back alive. He smiled at her. Don't worry, I'm still waiting for that meal you promised me. With that, Sure Hao and Zhang Lingxue led the two students back to the tree hollow to organize the others and move them to a safer location further away. With a battle against over a dozen beast bosses looming, staying nearby would undoubtedly result in collateral damage. Before long, the sound of footsteps shattered the silence, and the ground began to tremble faintly. From all directions, various boss-level beasts appeared in my line of sight. With each step they took, the earth quaked beneath them, and it felt as if calamity itself was descending. Here they came. The first to appear was the armored thunder dragon, its body clad in lightning-flashing scales, surrounded by resounding thunder. It opened its jaws, arcs of electricity converging in a blinding display. Next emerged the frost giant bear, like a moving iceberg. Its very breath seemed to freeze the air, with frost covering all nearby plants. In the sky, several fire-feather hawks soared high, their wings ablaze like flames. Each flap of their wings brought intense heat waves, and their piercing cries chilled one's soul. Deep within the dense forest, the shadow strider slowly stepped out, blending almost seamlessly with the shadows, visible only when its green eyes gleamed. Soon, over 15 boss-grade colossal beasts gathered around me, encircling me in the center. From the distant cliff, a group of students stood frozen in shock at the sight. Only now did they understand why the beasts hadn't chased after them. It turned out they had all come to exterminate me. Seeing me standing solitary amidst the beasts, like a hero on an ancient battlefield facing an opposing army, the students felt their hearts pounding in their chests. A girl murmured softly, "Look at these monsters. They're practically all the boss-grade creatures from the Trial Island, here to annihilate one person." Everyone silently wondered, "Who is this guy?" As they debated, one of the students pointed toward the battlefield, his voice trembling. "Look, he's still moving forward." That's right. I wasn't retreating, but advancing toward an enormous dragon with dark red scales. This beast was a calamity-grade boss. In the skies above Nanhua City, the battle had reached its climax. Sacred light poured down like a waterfall, and cracks began forming across Su Lin's body, like glass corroded by frost. Yet, every time the fissures approached their breaking point, his body would rapidly regenerate, as though unscathed. He knew time was running short. The students on Trial Island were edging closer to death. Feng Tu hadn't anticipated that Su Lin could endure this long. Once a young man he had high hopes for, Su Lin had now become a massive obstacle in his way. No longer holding back, Feng Tu clasped his hands together, conjuring a colossal phantom of a holy sword. This sword, radiant and blinding, concentrated almost all of his mental energy, causing his projection to become faint and frail. Seeing the holy sword, Su Lin's expression shifted dramatically, and he quickly retreated. However, Feng Tu wouldn't let him escape. The phantom holy sword slashed down like a falling star, nearly ripping through space, filling the air with a sharp, whistling sound. Su Lin couldn't evade in time. The holy sword struck him at the waist, slicing his body in two. The air was filled with the acrid smell of burning, but his severed body bled no blood. Only glowing motes scattered into the air. Even as his upper half bore a disdainful smile, Su Lin said, "Elder Feng, your holy sword is impressive, but it's still not enough to kill me." As he spoke, his fragmented body began reassembling, restoring itself to perfection. Even the traces on his clothes vanished. Tossing his shoulders as if stretching, Su Lin said indifferently, "It's been an interesting sparring session, sir. I should take my leave now. If there's another chance, I'll return for more pointers." As he spoke, a blue vortex appeared behind him. Just as he was about to use it to escape, an immense, overwhelming force descended upon the area. Looking up, Su Lin saw a massive hand appear out of thin air, blotting out the sky and shattering his escape path. The gargantuan hand descended like a divine power, the air pressure intensifying exponentially, forming an invisible pressure field that bound Su Lin in place. His struggles grew slower, his body seemingly sinking into a quagmire. The giant hand engulfed him entirely, clenching him tightly. A sound of bones shattering echoed through the air. Su Lin didn't even get a word in before being crushed into powder. Yet when the hand opened, there was nothing inside. TCH, TCH, TCH. That slippery brat escaped again. Damn it, he's really elusive. In the high skies, the elderly Du Yuan rode a pure white, winged Pegasus that soared gracefully through the clouds. The Pegasus's gleaming feathers and windswept wings showcased its extraordinary nature. Looking down at Feng Tu's fading projection, Du Yuan teased, "Old Feng, you really are getting on in years, using your ultimate move on a mere junior." Feng Tu's face darkened as he retorted, "This is just my projection. If it were my true form, I'd crush him with a single finger." Feng Tu cursed further. "What's the military doing, taking so damn long to send reinforcements? The students are nearly all dead by now. Du yuan sigue do Huadi. There have been simultaneous beast invasions across the nation. I made every effort to rush here. This whole incident was so sudden, we were caught off guard. Hoping to change the subject, he quickly asked, "Where's the teleportation array? I need to enter the instance. My granddaughter's in there." Feng Tu sneered. "What a reliable grandfather you are, showing up only now. Du yuan waved dismissively, exuding confidence. The life-saving artifact I gave her will keep her safe. If it hasn't activated yet, she's fine. But we need to act fast before things spiral further." Meanwhile, on the Trial Island's Great Leviathan, a white-haired youth heard a cold and distant voice. "The military reinforcements have arrived. Retreat." But the white-haired youth frowned deeply. This was the perfect chance to eliminate a potential SS rank class holder. "Novats, if you don't want to die here, leave now. I won't be able to save you if you're late." With no other choice, the white-haired youth sighed heavily, gave me one last look, and directed the Leviathan into a deep blue vortex, disappearing from view. He had just departed when the spatial rupture on Trial Island opened, and Du Yuan, Feng Tu, as well as the chief examiners, stepped through. Outside the island's protective barrier, a horde of boss-grade beasts clamored to break in, blocked by the protective barrier blocked the attack. Feng Tu let out a cold snort. Those damned bastards sent so many beasts. I must uphold justice for the students. With a wave of his hand, holy light descended from the sky, turning the beasts into dust in an instant. This was the power of a holy radiance mage. As the barrier closed, the island was restored to its original state. Feng Tu and the examiners began organizing rescue efforts. Everyone was in heavy spirits, prepared for the worst. Du Yuan and Feng Tu flew toward the island, and what they saw left them in awe. Hovering in midair, they beheld a hellish scene. The dense forest was utterly destroyed, with only broken branches remaining. The ground was covered in claw marks and chunks of flesh, and the bodies of beasts were piled into small hills. At the center of it all lay the massive, severed head of a red dragon-like beast. I was slumped on top of it, breathing heavily, my face full of exhaustion. My clothes were soaked and stained in blood. When I looked up, I saw Du Yuan and Feng Tu in the sky. "So you finally came." I forced a smile and struggled to stand, waving at them. But before I could wave a few times, my vision went black, and I collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. Even as I fainted, one thought lingered in my mind. I killed so many beast bosses. Do these count as points? Du Yuan and Feng Tu exchanged bewildered looks, confusion evident in their eyes. Why were there so many beast corpses here? Did they all die at the hands of this young man below? Du Yuan momentarily entertained the idea, but immediately dismissed it. Every one of these beasts was a level 20 elite boss, with even one of them at a cataclysm tier. Even if all the students were gathered together, they'd be utterly wiped out. How could one young man manage this by himself? Using the observation technique, they saw that I was just level 18, which left Du Yuan even more puzzled. How could someone of that level survive amidst so many beasts? Could someone else be responsible for killing them? The two elders decided to descend and asked the students for more details. Before they could reach me, Zhang Lingxue flew over, flapping her wings anxiously. She carefully hoisted me up, nervously checking my breathing and pulse, her voice trembling as she said, "Chun-Ching, Chun-Ching, wake up, don't scare me." Lingxue. At that moment, she heard a familiar voice. Looking up, she saw Du Yuan and Feng Tu descending from the sky. Zhang Lingxue immediately brightened up, shouting, Second Grandpa, why are you here?" Seeing that his granddaughter was unharmed, Du Yuan sighed in relief. "I heard your exam got invaded, so I rushed over. Thank goodness you're safe. I was so worried." Zhang Lingxue quickly drew their attention to me and said, "Second Grandpa, take a look at Chun-Ching. He hasn't woken up at all." Chun-Ching. Du Yuan examined me from head to toe, a bit surprised. It was the first time he'd seen his granddaughter care so much about man. Feng Tu's holographic image chuckled gently and reassured her. He's probably just overexerted himself and fainted from exhaustion. Nothing serious. A bit of rest should do the trick. Really, Zhang Lingxue clearly let out a sigh of relief, the worry vanishing from her face. Du Yuan, however, furrowed his brow, sensing that her relationship with me was not so simple. He immediately asked, Lingxue, what's your relationship with this kid? Oh. Zhang Lingxue had not anticipated such a sudden question from her grandfather, and she panicked, stammering after a long pause. He's my classmate. Just a friend. Just a friend? Du Yuan pressed further, unwilling to let it go. Feng Tu interrupted impatiently. Is this the time to ask such questions? He then kindly inquired of Zhang Lingxue. What exactly happened here? Why are so many boss-tier beasts dead? And where are the other students? Zhang Lingxue quickly composed her thoughts and explained, Our group of about 20 students is safe and sound, but I don't know about the others. As for these beast corpses, she pointed to my unconscious form. He killed them all. Feng Tu looked shocked, while Du Yuan outright didn't believe it. He's only level 18. How could he kill so many boss-tier beasts? Lingxue, why are you lying to your second grandpa? Second grandpa, I'm not lying to you. I'm telling the truth. At that moment, Shi Hao arrived with over 20 students in tow. Seeing the two elder men, the students were so overjoyed that some nearly burst into tears. It finally felt safe again. The two elders questioned Shi Hao about the situation in detail, and what they learned was shocking and moving. They found out that I had made the decision to send the others away and take on the multitude of beast bosses alone. Feng Tu's holographic form trembled in excitement. His amazement was boundless. To kill so many beast bosses alone, just what grade of class was this? The answer was obvious. This young man is definitely an SS grade. Feng Tu declared, his voice trembling with excitement. Dragon Xia Nation has finally produced another SS grade. What a blessing. Du Yuan, however, had an indescribable expression and muttered, How could that be possible? Feng Tu glared at him, displeased. What do you mean by that? Are you saying Xining Province can't produce an SS grade? Du Yuan gave a bitter smile, shaking his head. That's not what I mean. The truth is, there's no point in hiding it now. Our Dragon Xia Nation already has an SS grade class this year. The class is called the Dominator. Those old hounds of the abyss found out that a new SS grade was going to participate in the grand exam, which is why they orchestrated this beast invasion. Since they didn't know which exam zone it was, they invaded all 20-plus zones across the nation. Our Xining province was just caught in the crossfire. Feng Tu nodded, finally understanding the larger picture. Du Yuan was utterly astonished. If I were also SS level, then that would mean 2 SS level individuals emerging in Longxia country in the same year, something unprecedented in Longxia's 1,000-year history. Even a legendary heavenly master Chen Tiangong and a military district commander Deng Kunlun were 30 years apart in attaining their ranks. Not just in Longxia, but throughout the entire world, there has never been a period where 2 SS-level beings emerged simultaneously. It seemed to be linked to the nation's destiny. Each SS-level emergence consumed national fortune. Having 2 appear at once might not necessarily be a good thing. Feng Tu looked at my unconscious self for a long time, then said, Regardless of anything else, let's get everyone out first. We'll deal with the rest later. Later, personnel from the military district came to rescue us, and it took them 2 hours to evacuate all the students on the island. Surprisingly, the Xining province test region had a survival rate of 60%, several times higher than other regions. Some test zones had only a handful of surviving students. This illustrated the devastating impact of the abyssal invasion on Longxia. The matter quickly spread online. Many parents who had lost their children began expressing their outrage, putting immense pressure on the Ministry of Education and the military district. I lay in the hospital, looking helplessly at Zhang Lingxue. Lingxue, I'm seriously fine now. Let me discharge myself. Let's go have skewers and beer. You stay put and rest. Zhang Lingshue's face was stern, but her feisty demeanor was somewhat adorable. The doctor said your body is severely overexerted. You need proper recovery. After the intense battles on Trial Island, I was indeed exhausted. If not for my strong willpower, I would have collapsed long before. But it wasn't all for naught. I gained quite a bit. One gain was experience points. After slaying over a dozen boss-level beasts, I skyrocketed to level 18, a speed akin to riding a rocket. Another gain was equipment. Besides the ape demon armor, I acquired 2 additional pieces, one of which was spatial equipment. Name: Red Dragon Signet. Quality: superior. Required level: 16. Defense: 308. Special effects: 1. Spatial storage slot contains 20 storage slots. Each slot can store 1 type of item, and items can be stacked. 2. Red Dragon Flame consumes 200 mana to release a flame lasting 10 seconds. Spatial equipment with storage functionality is incredibly rare. Though this world has largely gamified, when professionals switch classes, they don't automatically gain an inventory. Many people dream of acquiring items with storage properties. On the transaction website, even the cheapest 5-slot storage equipment costs 100,000 gold coins. My 20-slot ring is worth at least 1 million. Plus, this equipment comes with an active skill. However, it's not much use to me as a berserker. I have no mana to activate it. But I don't mind. The storage function alone is enough to satisfy me. From now on, I won't have to worry about running out of space for materials during dungeon raids. Inside my storage ring sits another piece of equipment. I turned to Zhang Lingxue, who was clumsily peeling an apple. After 5 minutes, she'd only managed to peel a bit, and the apple had shrunk by 1/3. I called out softly, "Lingxue, what is it?" She looked up at me, slightly puzzled. I waved the ring gently. A flash of white light, and a long sword materialized in my hand. Her eyes lit up. "A storage ring. Chun-Ching, you hit the jackpot this time," she exclaimed joyfully. I smiled and handed the sword to her. A rare quality longsword, and its attributes are pretty good. But you'll have to wait until you reach level 17 to use it. It won't be long before you can equip it. For me? Zhang Lingxue pointed to herself, a bit startled. I nodded. She immediately tried to refuse. No, no, no. This is a rare quality sword. Keep it for yourself. I see you're still using a bronze tier blade. I shook my head. This sword won't make much difference for me. Take it. It was true. My high attack power came from my passive abilities. I used a bronze tier blade purely to perform Blood Blade Cross Slash, which required a weapon. Otherwise, my bare fist could deal considerable damage. Seeing her still hesitating, I put on a stern face and teased. Why are you being so distant? Are we still not good brothers? Has our bond faded? Unable to out-argue me, Zhang Lingxue finally accepted the sword. Even though she smiled, the light in her eyes dimmed a bit when she heard me say good brothers. She handed me the apple she'd finished peeling. Here, eat this apple. It might look ugly, but it's sweet, she said, grinning. I took the apple and was just about to bite into it when hurried footsteps echoed from outside the hospital room. The door swung open, and a group of people entered. Leading the group was Du Yuan, Zhang Lingxue's second granduncle. This is Chun-Ching's ward. The doctor said he's recovering well and could be discharged today, Du Yuan said, introducing the room as he walked in. His gaze landed on the cozy scene of Zhang Lingxue peeling an apple for me, and his smile froze on his face. A sense of unease stirred in his heart. This doesn't look like an ordinary friendship at all. Lingxue had never peeled an apple for him in her entire life. He felt a pang of discomfort, like seeing a treasured cabbage being claimed by a pig. Looks like I'll have to talk with Zhang Donglai about this. This girl's matters shouldn't be left unchecked, Du Yuan muttered to himself. At that moment, Zhang Lingxue noticed the arriving visitors and quickly stood up. Startled, she asked, "Granduncle, why are you here?" Du Yuan set aside his inner biases and chuckled as he began introducing the others. This is Shun Xiu, the Deputy Minister of Education. He's here to commend you for your heroic performance on Trial Island. and these four gentlemen are representatives from some of the top-tier academies. Principal, I've come specifically to discuss the issue of your college application. Looking at the imposing lineup in front of me, I felt immense pressure. Any one of these people could cause a stir in their respective regions. I never imagined I'd one day meet them face to face, and now they were all gathered here because of me. Introduced by Du Yuan, I tried to sit up, but a gentle, scholarly middle-aged man pressed me back down. No need to get up. Rest more, he said warmly. I am Shen Qiu. I've learned about your situation from Tan Tao, the chief examiner of your province, and former principal Zhang Donglai. You're a promising young man. Tan Tao even praised you and mentioned that you broke Shun Qianhong's trial tower record. You're a great prospect. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I scratched my head and modestly said a few words. Shen Qiu continued. The principals here have some words for you, so I'll keep it short. You performed outstandingly on the trial island, saving many students. On behalf of the Ministry of Education, I want to thank you. Additionally, we prepared a bonus of 100,000 gold coins for you. When Shen Qiu mentioned the reward, my eyes lit up instantly. I hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Shen Qiu seemed pleased with my reaction and added that the Ministry of Education and the military department had conferred on the matter. They decided to award me a third-class merit, appoint me as a junior officer, and grant me 1,000 military contribution points. He also mentioned that I'd realize their importance once I got to the Abyss battlefield. I happily nodded in gratitude. Zhang Lingxue, standing nearby, looked envious. Having spent a lot of time with Du Yuan, she understood the weight of such rewards. Many soldiers fight on the battlefield for 2 or 3 years and can't even amass 1,000 points. Although I didn't fully grasp their significance, I knew these were good things, and I couldn't stop smiling. Once Shen Qiu finished speaking, the four principals began vying to recruit me. Principal Su Feng from Beichun, a rugged and seasoned veteran, praised my stellar performance on the trial island and said Beichun could offer top-tier resources to help me become an elite powerhouse. Principal Wang Ziyu from Chuanshu, with an elegant demeanor, waved her hand dismissively and remarked that Beichun was filled with coarse people. She invited me to Chuanshu, saying there were plenty of girls there and I could even have beautiful teachers as mentors. The principal of Moda, Li Yuanwu, a portly man, mockingly referred to Wang Ziyu as a matchmaker, causing Zhang Lingxue to flush in embarrassment. Du Yuan, on the other hand, exclaimed how unbearable the exchange was to witness. Wang Ziyu retaliated with a sharp comeback, leaving Li Yuanwu red-faced in frustration. Choosing not to argue with her further, Li then introduced how Moda could create a bespoke upgrade plan tailored to my needs. Principal Liang Wendao from Huadi was about to speak, but Wang Ziyu interrupted him. Both she and Li Yuanwu accused Huadi of being greedy, pointing out that they had already recruited Du Chunfeng earlier this year and now wanted me as well. Liang Wendao replied with a wry smile, saying he was just participating in the discussion, before emphasizing that Huadi was the strongest academy in Longxia and welcomed me to join. Su Feng interjected again, insisting that Beichun was the true #1 in Longxia. The three principals collectively seemed intent on sidelining Liang Wendao. Ultimately, Shen Qiu prompted me to make a decision. I felt under more pressure than I would when facing a disaster class boss. I told them I had already decided before the exam to apply for Huadi and wouldn't change my choice. Although the other three principals tried to persuade me, Liang Wendao simply smiled confidently, saying nothing. My determination remained firm, and the principals let out sighs of disappointment. Su Feng and Wang Ziyu remarked that if I didn't feel comfortable at Huadi, I could always transfer. In the end, only Liang Wendao and Du Yuan were left behind. I sincerely asked Liang Wendao if he knew of someone named Chen Feng. He seemed momentarily stunned before responding that he didn't recall. I explained that Chen Feng was my older brother. 3 years ago, he had been admitted to Huadi, but after 6 months of enrollment, he disappeared without a trace. I expressed my determination to find him. Liang Wendao assured me he would help investigate the matter. Du Yuan prepared to leave with Zhang Lingxue, but she insisted on waiting for my discharge so we could return to Donglin together. Before he left, I called out to Du Yuan, sharing that I had seen a human figure aboard the giant whale during the alien beast invasion. Zhang Lingxue had chimed in, mentioning she, too, had spotted a silver-haired young man. Du Yuan explained that such individuals were known as fallen. They had sold their souls and bodies for power and had turned against humanity. Some had been corrupted by the abyss, with no salvation possible once the corruption set in. He warned me to keep a low profile at Huadi to avoid becoming a target for corruption. I nodded solemnly in agreement. With that, Du Yuan left the room, leaving only Zhang Lingxue and me. I asked Zhang Lingxue what would happen to the other exam candidates, wondering if they would have to wait until next year's admissions exam. She laughed, dismissing my concerns, and explained that the Ministry of Education would organize a supplementary exam, and universities might even loosen their admission restrictions. With this opportunity, she might even have a chance to get into a top-tier academy. Out of curiosity, I asked which school she planned to apply for, but she mischievously kept it a secret. Before long, I completed my discharge procedures. While waiting for transportation, my phone rang. It was a call from Liang Wendao. He informed me that he had looked into my brother's case. A teacher named Feng Zhuli might have some information. He also invited me to return to Huadi with him to meet the teacher and finalize the enrollment procedures. I hesitated momentarily, but Liang Wendao mentioned that the teacher was currently busy and might soon leave the country. Reluctantly, I agreed. I informed Zhang Lingxue that I wouldn't be able to return to Donglin with her, as I needed to accompany Principal Liang back to Huadi. She urged me to take care of myself and jokingly warned me not to let girls bully me. I retorted that she was the only one I'd tolerate, and I wouldn't go easy on any other girls. She laughed even harder at that. An hour later, I met Liang Wendao at the agreed-upon hotel, and we headed to the airport together. 2 hours later, we arrived at Huadi Academy. The academy gates were grand and exuded an aura of mystery that carried a commanding presence. The stone lions on either side of the gate had ruby-encrusted eyes, and the bronze doors in front were inscribed with runes capable of repelling invaders. As I stepped inside the academy, I felt an inexplicable sense of calm. Liang Wendao explained that this was the effect of a formation. I asked when I could meet Teacher Feng, but he informed me that she was currently out of the academy training second-year students in preparation for an exchange competition with Sakura Nation. When I offered to contact the teacher myself, he explained that she was in a closed training environment and unreachable. He hinted that the only way I could meet her was by participating in the exchange competition, and that to qualify, I need to raise my level to at least 25. At this moment, a senior named Su Ying, a third-year student, approached. Liang Wendao asked her to assist me with my enrollment procedures. Su Ying glanced at me, even using some kind of observation technique, as if trying to guess my background. Along the way, I was too preoccupied with my frustrations over Liang Wendao to engage in much conversation with Su Ying. She asked where I was from, and I replied that I was from Donglin City, Xining Province. When we arrived at the administrative building, I felt a pang of distress while paying the tuition fees. The tuition for Huadi Academy was a whopping 30,000 gold coins per semester. Out of the 50,000 I had managed to save up, 3/5 were gone in an instant. The accommodation fees were ridiculously expensive too. Su Ying suggested I live in a private villa, but I opted for a 4-person dormitory instead, saying it was more cost-effective. Su Ying was left speechless by my choice. After completing the enrollment procedures, the staff uploaded my data and handed me a black card. Holding the card with a puzzled expression, I asked Senior Su Ying, "Senior, what's this thing used for?" She patiently explained, "This is Huadi Academy's points card. Any resources you acquire in the instances can be converted into points. These points are incredibly valuable. You can use them for food, clothing, housing, transportation, equipment, skills, and even exchange them for gold coins. 1 point is roughly equivalent to 500 gold coins. But honestly, who would exchange such precious points for gold coins? Points are far more valuable." I nodded, understanding now, and asked, "Does our school have a center like the Instance Hub?" With evident pride, she replied, Of course. Our school has an instance tower with over 500 instances spanning levels 15 to 50. If you want to try an instance, I can take you there tomorrow. I thought for a moment, deciding that I needed to reach level 25 by the end of the month, so I planned to check it out the following day. Typically, it takes students 4 to 5 months to go from level 18 to 25. Some students don't even reach level 25 until their sophomore year. But I was confident in myself. If I dedicated myself to instances every day, getting a level 25 by the end of the month would be no big deal. Before heading to the dormitory, I stopped by the school's mini-mart to buy daily necessities. Since enrolling was a last-minute decision, I hadn't brought anything with me and had to buy everything at school. The prices at Huadi Academy were outrageously high. A set of bed sheets and a quilt alone cost me over 500 gold coins. Adding other necessities, I spent an additional 800. Back in Donglan City, I barely spent 500 gold coins in a month, but here in just half a day, I had already burned through over 40,000 gold coins. This wasn't just an academy. It was more like a daylight robbery academy. Noticing my heartache over the expenses, Senior Su silently ruled out the possibility of me being from a wealthy family. However, she became increasingly curious about my background. Who exactly was this Chun Xing that even Principal Liang personally escorted him? Could I be the principal's illegitimate child? But she quickly dismissed the thought. Ever since his wife's passing, Principal Liang had lived a disciplined life. Even his pets were male. How could he possibly have an illegitimate child? Despite her internal curiosity, Su Ying maintained her warm demeanor toward me. She led me to the freshman dormitory area. Since there were still 2 months before the school term officially began, the dormitory area was quiet, with only the occasional sighting of dorm supervisors. After exchanging contact information with Senior Su Ying, I bid her farewell and entered the male dormitory building, making my way to my assigned room. As soon as I pushed open the door to the dormitory, I was utterly stunned. The room was unbelievably spacious, at least 200 square meters, with 4 bedrooms, a living room, and even 2 private bathrooms. The decor was exquisite. The walls were an elegant off-white, and the floors were made of wood-patterned tiles that exuded sophistication. Every detail reflected luxury. The dormitory was fully equipped with a sofa, television, refrigerator, air conditioner, washing machine, everything one could need. This wasn't just a dormitory. It was a high-end apartment. Compared to this, my home in Donglan City was nothing but a shack. Spending 10,000 gold coins to live here? Worth it. Sometimes, you do get what you pay for. As night fell, I had a bowl of instant noodles I bought from the school's mini-mart for 10 gold coins, followed by a relaxing shower. Lying in bed, I felt a surge of emotion. Had I really made it to Huadi Academy so quickly? It had only been 3 days since the entrance exams. Now, it was time to start finding clues about my brother, Chen Feng. Looking at my phone, I saw several messages from Zhang Lingxue. She had been overly concerned about me coming here, constantly checking in and asking questions. Her care warmed my heart. She was the first woman in my life to show me this level of concern. After confirming my morning plans with Senior Su Ying to visit the instance tower, I casually chatted with Zhang Lingxue before falling asleep. That night passed uneventfully. The next morning, I was in the middle of a deep sleep when my phone alarm suddenly jolted me awake. Groggily picking up the phone, I saw it was Senior Su Ying calling. Her crisp and energetic voice came through the phone. "Chen Qing, are you awake yet?" I glanced at the time. It was just past 7 a.m. Half-jokingly, I protested, "Senior Su Ying, do you all always wake up this early? This is way too early." She giggled, replying, "Life at Huadi Academy is fast-paced. You'll need to adjust sooner or later. Stop complaining and get moving. I'm already outside your dorm." Helpless, I quickly got up to wash and dress. 10 minutes later, I exited the dormitory and saw Senior Su Ying from a distance, standing elegantly outside. Today, she wore a sporty outfit of shorts and a t-shirt, her curves perfectly accentuated. Her long, fair legs were impossible to miss, so straight and striking that I couldn't help but steal a few glances, silently complimenting her in my mind. Noticing my gaze, Senior Su Ying's lips curved into a slight smile as she thought to herself, "Little Missy, let's see how long you can stay calm." But I quickly returned to normal, greeting her with a blank expression. The senior seemed a bit frustrated, but quickly adjusted her mood and led me along the main campus road. Suddenly, she waved her hands, and a white magic circle appeared beneath her feet. At the center of the magic circle, a black vortex emerged, accompanied by a howl, and a massive gray wolf dashed out. I was stunned, my mouth agape, as the senior explained with a smile, "I'm an A-rank beast tamer, and this is my pet beast, Little Gray. The dungeon building is a bit far, so riding will be faster." After saying that, she agilely jumped onto the wolf's back and extended her hand to me. "Hop on." Without hesitation, I jumped up and sat behind her. Half jokingly, she reminded me, "Hold on tight. Little Gray runs fast, so don't fall off." I hesitated for a moment, but eventually wrapped my arms around her waist. The soft sensation and faint fragrance made my heart race. The senior's face turned slightly red, but she quickly composed herself and commanded Little Gray to start running. Little Gray shot forward like an arrow, carrying us swiftly along the shaded campus paths. The campus of the Imperial Academy was exceptionally large, filled with ancient and majestic buildings, making it feel like stepping into an ancient imperial city. Each step Little Gray took stirred up a gust of wind. Despite its speed, it still took us half an hour to reach the dungeon building. The dungeon building stood apart from the other school structures, towering into the clouds, surrounded by several small training grounds specifically for dungeon practice. Outside the building, there were already quite a few students. When they saw the senior and me riding the wolf, they were stunned. The goddess-like school beauty and student council president, riding a wolf with a stranger and even letting him hold her waist. Who could tolerate that? The surrounding male students' eyes turned red, and someone shouted, "Gentlemen, where's my sword? I want to kill this guy." As soon as I got off the wolf's back, I felt the hostile gazes of the male students around me. I was utterly confused. What was going on? Were senior students at the Imperial Academy this unfriendly to freshmen? The senior retracted her pet beast, Little Gray, and led me toward the plaza outside the dungeon building. Regardless of gender, the surrounding students greeted the senior with smiles. I was secretly amazed. I hadn't expected the senior to be so popular at school. I quietly asked her, "Senior, President Su is?" While responding to the students' greetings, she smiled and said to me, "Chun Qing, Junior, I forgot to tell you, I'm also the student council president this year." I suddenly understood. I hadn't expected Liang Wendao to arrange for the student council president to pick me up. What a privilege. The closer we got to the students, the more I could feel the hostility from the male students. It was obvious they were all admirers of the senior, jealous of seeing me with her. But I didn't care. They could be jealous all they wanted. As long as I had a clear conscience, it didn't matter. At that moment, a handsome male student approached, first sizing me up before asking the senior, "President Su, who's this guy with you? I've never seen him before." The senior replied, "He's a freshman who registered yesterday afternoon. I'm taking him to check out the dungeon building today." The male student asked suspiciously, "A freshman? There's still 2 months until the start of the semester. Why is he registering so early?" "President Su, are you kidding me?" The senior grew impatient, her tone turning cold. "That's all I'm saying. Believe it or not, now move aside and don't block the way." Seeing the senior's displeasure, the male student shrugged and stepped back. As I brushed past him, he suddenly reached out and grabbed my shoulder. I froze, glaring at him in annoyance, and said coldly, "What do you want?" He scowled and threatened me. "Freshman, whether you're really new or not, remember to stay away from Senior Suing, or don't blame me for being rude." I sneered, shaking. Off his hand. "Who do you think you are?" He was so enraged that he nearly lost it. Behind him, 7 or 8 spinning purple fireballs appeared, causing the surrounding students to gasp. I wasn't scared at all, standing still and smiling provocatively, as if to say, "Go ahead, try me." Just then, the senior's stern voice rang out, "Stop." The next second, she stood in front of me, shielding me behind her, and sternly asked the guy, Fu Yang, what are you trying to do? Fu Yang quickly put away the fireball and said with a cheeky smile, I was just joking with this junior. The senior remained serious and said coldly, whether it's a joke or not, if you dare to bully new students, I won't let you off. Fu Yang shrugged helplessly and said nothing. The senior grabbed my wrist and said, Qin, let's go. Then she headed toward the entrance of the dungeon building. As we walked away, Fu Yang's expression turned dark, and he gritted his teeth, saying, Qin, huh? Pretty arrogant. I'll make you understand the price of arrogance. The senior led me into the main entrance of the dungeon building, released my wrist, and said apologetically, Junior Qin, sorry for causing you trouble. I blurted out, Is that Fu Yang your simp? The senior looked puzzled. Simp? What's that supposed to mean? I suddenly remembered that this world doesn't have that term, so I explained, it's roughly the same as a pursuer. The senior sighed and said helplessly, That's right. Fu Yang has been pursuing me since freshman year. I don't have feelings for him and have never agreed. He's very domineering and can't stand seeing me getting close to other guys. I casually waved my hand and asked indifferently, Is there punishment for killing someone at Huadi Academy? The senior was stunned by my question and, after 2 seconds, replied, If you actively kill a fellow student at school, not only will you be expelled, but you might also end up in prison. I asked again, What if the other party strikes first and I kill him in self-defense? The senior said, Self-defense is more understandable, but if the situation is severe, punishment can't be avoided. I nodded and said nothing more. The senior reminded me, You're new to Huadi, unfamiliar with the place, so try not to make too many enemies. Fu Yang is so arrogant because he comes from the Foo family, and many people don't dare to provoke him. You should stay away from him too. I pondered over the Foo family. I had some impression of this family. They're quite famous. I put on a harmless smile and said to Senior Su-ing, All right, as long as he doesn't provoke me, I won't cause him any trouble. She was probably thinking to herself, You're just a level 18 rookie, and you want to cause trouble for someone else? Fu Yang is an A-grade flame mage, at least level 35. What could you possibly do against him? But she didn't say it out loud. Perhaps her sixth sense told her I wasn't that simple. We fell silent for a while and walked into the dungeon building. The first floor was the points exchange area, where many students were lining up to exchange dungeon materials for points. Since I had no materials to exchange, I followed her up to the second floor. The second floor corridor was lined with rune-engraved stone doors, each with a teleportation array in front, giving a feeling of stepping into another world. The screens on the stone doors clearly displayed dungeon information, levels, difficulty, and the fastest completion records. There were over 30 dungeons on the second floor, ranging from level 15 to 20, designed for freshmen. But since the new semester hadn't started yet, there were no other freshmen around, just me and Senior Su-ing. The upperclassmen were all on the higher floors. Senior Su-ing was worried about how I would tackle a dungeon alone, but I was already skillfully selecting the difficulty level on one of the stone door screens. When she saw what I chose, her jaw dropped. I had picked the level 20 bridge of the undead dungeon, and the difficulty was set to catastrophe level. She shouted, Chen, are you crazy? The catastrophe level dungeon was several times harder than the difficult level. For an 18th level player like me to challenge, it was absurd. Even a top-tier elite team from a prestigious academy at level 25 might not clear it, and solo players at level 30 could face total annihilation. She questioned me, but I calmly replied that the difficulty was just right, then confirmed my choice. Before she could stop me, I had already entered the dungeon. Furious, she quickly called Principal Yang. After hearing her concerns, Principal Yang calmly said to let me go, as the difficulty wouldn't be a problem for me. She was baffled, thinking the principal was joking. Then Principal Yang explained that during the entrance exam, I had single-handedly killed nearly 20 level 20 beast bosses, including 2 at catastrophe level. She almost dropped her phone upon hearing this, guessing that I was an SS grade talent, trembling with excitement. The principal even asked her to look after me and, if necessary, use her charm to assist me, leaving her speechless. Inside the dungeon, I found myself standing in the middle of a massive stone bridge. Around me was the dim light of dawn, and the river below the bridge was quiet, with only the sound of flowing water. Behind me was a glowing red crystal. At that moment, a system notification sounded in my mind, instructing me to protect the crystal, eliminate all incoming undead, and complete the mission for extra experience points. Failure would result in a deduction of experience points. I stared at the crystal, reminded of a game I played in my previous life. Wasn't this just like Protect Athena? Soon, the sound of bones clashing echoed from both ends of the bridge. Hundreds, if not thousands, of undead skeletons wielding weapons charged toward me. I quickly used the light and shadow gloves to create a clone and send it to one end of the bridge. My health was 280,000, and the clone inherited 20% of my attributes, giving it over 50,000 health, enough to hold off the skeletons on one side and prevent me from being attacked from both sides. I stood at the other end of the bridge, drew my bronze blade, and unleashed a blood-blade cross slash. The damage exceeded 20,000, and the level, 20 catastrophe-level undead skeletons couldn't withstand it, crumbling into piles of bones. The system notified me that I had gained a significant amount of experience. I noticed the bridge was incredibly sturdy, the blood-blade cross slash didn't even leave a mark, so my earlier concern about damaging the bridge was unnecessary. While the monsters on my side were thinning out, my clone was being overwhelmed by the undead army on the other side. These catastrophe-level undead skeletons dealt high damage, and the skeleton mages were launching green fireballs that inflicted burn damage. My clone's health quickly dwindled, so I rushed over. The cooldown for Bloodblade Cross Slash had ended, allowing me to clear out another large group of enemies. But as soon as I finished, another wave of undead surged from the opposite end of the bridge. With my skills on cooldown, I had no choice but to charge into the skeleton horde, swinging my blade wildly. The skeleton mages bypassed me and began attacking the red crystal. Cracks quickly spread across its surface. This really worried me. I didn't have any skills to forcibly attract aggro, and if this continued, the mission might fail, making all my efforts in vain. Just as I was fretting, the ape demon armor I was wearing triggered its passive skill, Ape Demon Roar, stunning all the undead skeletons around me. I remembered that this chest armor had a 10% chance to trigger a roar, stunning nearby units for 1 second. Previously, I had been clearing monsters without taking much damage, but now, surrounded on all sides, it activated. Taking advantage of the undead stun, I used Bloodblade Cross Slash to clear one side of the monsters, then let the undead on the other side attack me, relying on their damage to continuously trigger the passive of the Ape Demon armor. Soon, Ape Demon Roar activated again, and the undead skeletons were repeatedly frozen in place. When they were about to approach the red crystal, my Bloodblade Cross Slash cooldown was ready, and I cleared another large group. On my side, the passive counter damage also helped kill the undead. In this way, not a single undead skeleton could get close to the red crystal. Using this bizarre method, I held out for over 3 hours, and the skeleton army surging onto the stone bridge gradually diminished. My eyes lit up as I saw the dawn of victory. No longer holding back, I summoned a clone to distract the skeletons on one side, activated Ultimate Berserk, and charged forward with my bronze blade, cutting through everything in my path. After clearing one side, I quickly returned to the stone bridge and dealt with the undead skeletons on the other side. With that done, I breathed a sigh of relief. The red crystal was safe. At that moment, heavy footsteps and the sound of dragging chains echoed from the end of the stone bridge. A 2-meter-tall, muscular undead corpse general emerged from the mist, its armor glowing with a ghostly green light, resembling a fierce specter. Seeing only one corpse general, I felt a sense of relief. If there had been 2, I wouldn't have been able to handle it. On the narrow stone bridge, the battle between me and the undead corpse general was intense. There were no fancy moves, just pure clashes of strength. The corpse general was powerful, knocking me flying several times and almost sending me into the canyon, but each time I quickly got back up and continued fighting. In the end, the corpse general let out an unwilling roar and fell. I won. The system notified me that I had killed a level 20 calamity level boss, earning 650,000 experience points. My experience bar surged forward, leaving me just over 2 million points away from level 19. Then, the system informed me that I had completed the dungeon mission, successfully protecting the red crystal, earning an additional 200,000 experience points, and breaking the dungeon record. I could now go to the Points Exchange Center to claim 100 points. This unexpected joy made my eyes light up. Senior Suing was still waiting for me on the second floor of the dungeon building. Although we had only met a few times, she was surprisingly concerned about me, likely out of a sense of responsibility since Principal Liang had asked her to look after me. The teleportation array activated, and when she turned to see me emerge, I greeted her with a smile. She scolded me for entering the dungeon on my own and making her worry. I reassured her that the difficulty was just right for me and there was no need to worry. Seeing me come out in less than 4 hours, Senior Suing was surprised and asked why I was so fast. She immediately regretted asking, thinking I must have failed the mission and been teleported out. After all, the previous record holders were a 5-person team, each at level 25, who took 9 hours to clear the dungeon. Her own 5-person team had taken 12 hours. But when I told her I had cleared the dungeon, she didn't react at first. When she finally processed it, she couldn't believe it. Only after seeing my name and completion time displayed on the screen did she have to accept it. Her gaze toward me changed. She thought I was unbelievable, breaking the previous record by 5 hours. I asked Senior Suing if breaking dungeon records always came with point rewards. She explained that only calamity-level dungeons and above had such rewards, and you couldn't participate in dungeons more than 5 levels below your own. I understood. I was level 18 now, so I could challenge all the dungeons on the second floor. Senior Suing thought I wanted to break all the second-floor records, which many students had attempted, but few succeeded. She reminded me that only dungeons level 18 and above had calamity-level difficulty, and there were 18 such dungeons where records could be broken. I confidently replied that I would definitely give it a try. How could I pass up the chance to take advantage of the school? After resting for a while and eating something, I went to challenge the next dungeon, choosing the level 18 calamity level Nightmare Prairie. The previous record was 5 hours and 21 minutes, held for over a year. I cleared in just over an hour, breaking the record. Then I went on to challenge other dungeons, each faster than the last, like an emotionless dungeon clearing machine. Senior Suing watched in stunned disbelief, thinking I was absolutely insane. After clearing several dungeons, I noticed the sky was getting dark and realized I had spent the entire day in the dungeon building. Worried that Senior Suing might have been standing outside all day, I went to tell her she didn't need to accompany me. She had plenty of other things to do. She said Principal Liang had asked her to look after me until I adjusted to school life, after which she wouldn't need to anymore. She also asked if I wasn't going to continue challenging dungeons. I shook my head, saying it was getting dark, and I planned to eat and rest in the dormitory. Today's dungeon runs had leveled me up to 19, leaving me just 1 level away from unlocking the level 20 skill. I was incredibly excited. The seniors suggested going to the first floor to exchange the clearance records for points and asked if I'd gotten any materials or equipment from running so many dungeons. I smiled wryly, saying I hadn't gotten anything, but refreshing the records could earn quite a few points. When we got to the first floor, the exchange area was packed, like a bustling marketplace. Many students and staff were haggling over prices. The material quality was average, so the points exchange were low. When I reached the counter, the staff member was surprised to see I didn't have any materials and thought I was wasting his time. I took out my points card and said I wanted to exchange my clearance record for points. The staff member looked me up and down, not expecting me to have refreshed any records. He took my card and inserted it into the computer. After seeing my information, he complimented me on my potential. But when he opened the specific clearance details, he froze, repeatedly checking the data, unable to believe that I had refreshed the clearance records of 6 dungeons in a single day, all solo. In his 10-plus years of working there, he had never seen anything like it. I noticed the staff's expression, as if they'd seen a ghost, and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" The staff quickly adjusted their demeanor and said their computer seemed to be malfunctioning. They simply couldn't believe I had achieved such results and thought the computer must have displayed an error. So, they swiftly restarted the computer and logged back into my information. Yet, the 6 records of my dungeon completions remained unchanged, standing firm right there. The staff gasped in disbelief, finding it hard to accept this as reality. Turning cautiously, they asked me, "Young man, did you really break 6 dungeon records today?" I nodded and replied honestly, "These are the lowest level dungeons. No big deal. Clearing them is like child's play." When my words reached the ears of the surrounding students, they all cast disdainful glances at me, probably thinking, "Who is this guy, bragging like that?" At this moment, Senior Suing spoke up, "Sir, go ahead and credit his points. I can vouch that he really broke 6 dungeon records." As soon as she said this, more students turned to look. "What? Broke 6 dungeon records? You must be joking." "Exactly. Dungeon records aren't that easy to break. I've been grinding for so long and haven't broken a single one." "Wait, hold on. Wasn't the person who just spoke the student council president, Suing? If she said it, it must be true, right?" After repeated verification, the staff finally confirmed that I had indeed broken 6 records. Soon, a message came from the counter. "Congratulations on earning 600 points." Though the voice wasn't loud, to the surrounding students, it sounded like thunder. Everyone stared at me in disbelief. This guy actually broke 6 records. For a moment, the students around me all looked at me with strange expressions. Fortunately, the first floor was crowded and noisy, so only a small group of people knew about this. Senior Suing, worried that I might attract more attention, quickly pulled me away from the dungeon building. As night fell and the city lights began to shine, Senior Suing led me along the cobblestone path in the center of the Huadi Academy towards the cafeteria. In the night, the Academy's buildings were adorned with lights, exuding a solemn yet mysterious beauty. The Huadi Academy's cafeteria was truly impressive, resembling a grand palace in appearance. Light filtered through stained glass windows, casting intricate patterns and reliefs. As soon as I entered the cafeteria, the rich aroma of food captivated me, with the sense of meat and seafood mingling together, making my mouth water. I looked around and saw many students and faculty members sitting at tables, eating and chatting. Senior Suing noticed my wide-eyed expression and smiled slightly, leading me to a table by the window. Just as we sat down, a well-dressed waitress approached gracefully and handed us the menu. Senior Suing pushed the menu towards me and said, "Take a look and see what you'd like to eat." I took the menu and glanced at the signature dishes, almost dropping my jaw in shock. Every dish started at 500 gold coins, which was equivalent to half a month's worth of my previous food expenses. I looked up, frowning, and said to Senior Suing, "Senior Su, do you guys usually eat here? This isn't a cafeteria, it's daylight robbery." Senior Suing was amused by my comment and explained, "This is the most luxurious of the 8 cafeterias in Huadi Academy, staffed by master-level culinary professionals. I rarely come here myself, but today I brought you here for the experience. Don't worry, this meal is on me." Hearing that someone was treating me, I immediately relaxed and said with a smile, "Then I won't hold back." Senior Suing chuckled and reminded me, "You earned 600 points today. Why are you still being so stingy? Here, points can be used as currency. 3 points are enough for a good meal." I suddenly understood and nodded. Knowing that points could be used for daily expenses, I started thinking about earning more points at the academy to ease my financial burden. I curiously asked, "Senior Su, if I break the dungeon records I set again, can I still get rewards?" Senior Suing thought for a moment and replied, "In theory, yes. The rules only state that breaking records earns rewards. They don't say you can't break the same record again." She looked at me curiously. "You weren't already planning to break the record again, Were you? I didn't answer, just gave a meaningful smile. Actually, I had thought about this when I challenged the second dungeon. I didn't go all out when clearing it, so there was still plenty of room to improve the record. After finishing our meal, we returned to the dormitory. Having spent the whole day clearing dungeons, I was exhausted. I took a shower and fell asleep as soon as I hit the bed. The next morning, I rode with Senior Suing on her giant wolf, Huadi, to the second floor of the dungeon building. I entered the level 18 Calamity difficulty dungeon, Nightmare Prairie, where I had set a new record yesterday. An hour later, I came out successfully. This time, I used my phone's stopwatch to time myself and defeated the final boss right on the dot. When I came out, I checked the time, 1 hour and 5 minutes, 3 minutes faster than yesterday. The dungeon system notifications sounded. Congratulations on breaking the record for the Calamity level dungeon, Nightmare Prairie. Your new record is 1 hour and 5 minutes. You can go to the Points Exchange Center to claim your reward of 100 points. Hearing this, I was delighted. As expected, breaking the record repeatedly also earned rewards. Unfortunately, the same Calamity dungeon can only be cleared once a day. Otherwise, I could grind Nightmare Prairie until I was sick of it. At this rate, clearing it a dozen times a day wouldn't be a problem. So, I went back and broke all the records I'd set yesterday, skipping Bridge of the Undead because it was too time-consuming. My plan was to clear all the Calamity level dungeons below level 20. If I was fast, I could clear one per hour. By nightfall, I roughly calculated that I had broken records in 12 dungeons today. The staff who saw my clearance records were dumbfounded. 12 new records, all under the name Qing. Ridiculous, absolutely absurd. They were probably thinking to themselves, this guy must be cheating, right? While others were thrilled to exchange 10 points, I had exchanged 1,200 points in a single day. The first day was like this, the second day was the same, and the third day was no different. Every day, I steadily broke my previous clearance records. After 3 days, I had exchanged 3,600 points. Adding the initial 600 points and the points earned from exchanging materials over the past few days, I had a total of 4,523 points. Many students couldn't accumulate that much in 4 years, and I had done it in just 4 days. Every day, the staff's expressions darkened when they saw me. They were definitely muttering to themselves, "Damn, this kid found a bug in the system." Others had thought about exploiting this bug too, but breaking dungeon records required the perfect combination of timing, location, and skill. It was incredibly difficult to consistently break records unless your strength far exceeded the dungeon's difficulty. To prevent this, the school had a rule that you couldn't participate in dungeons more than 5 levels below your own. Most people couldn't exploit this loophole, but I was different. I navigated through the loopholes in the rules, and the school couldn't do anything about it. What puzzled the staff the most was how I could be so precise, breaking the record by just 1 second each time. Who would believe I wasn't doing it on purpose? After 3 days of intense dungeon grinding, my experience bar was just a sliver away from level 20. I was about to level up. In the principal's office at Huadi Academy, Principal Liang Wendao was leisurely reading a newspaper. Suddenly, there was a soft knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was faint, but broke the silence in the room. Without looking up, Principal Liang said calmly, "Come in." The door was gently pushed open, and a middle-aged man in a suit walked in. He was Lu Ting, the head of the Points Exchange Center. He walked cautiously, looking quite nervous. Lu Ting paused at the door. Principal Liang glanced at him briefly, then continued reading his newspaper, asking nonchalantly, "What's the matter?" "Well," Lu Ting's face showed some hesitation. After a moment of deliberation, he finally spoke. "A new student named Chun Xing has arrived at the school recently, and hearing my name, Principal Liang put down the newspaper, looked at Lu Ting, and gestured for him to continue. Lu Ting sighed and said seriously, "He's repeatedly breaking records in dungeons below level 20, earning over 4,000 points in just a few days. This pace is too fast, and if word gets out, it might cause controversy." Principal Liang chuckled lightly, his expression somewhat complicated. "Suing mentioned this to me. I'm already working on a solution. This kid is pretty smart completely. Following the rules. Lu Ting couldn't help but complain. Who would have thought this guy would be such a monster? Principal Yang thought for a moment and decisively said, "All right, from today onward, let's change the dungeon rules. If the same person sets a new record again, there will be no point rewards." Hearing this, Lu Ting breathed a sigh of relief, but Principal Liang continued. Additionally, give Qin Xing an extra 5,000 points as compensation. After all, we're changing the rules on short notice, and he might be dissatisfied. Lu Ting said with a pained expression, "Isn't that a bit too much compensation?" But Principal Liang had already made up his mind. That's final. No more discussion. With that, he picked up the newspaper again, engrossed in reading. Lu Ting shook his head helplessly, knowing there was no room for negotiation, and left the principal's office dejectedly. On the second floor of the dungeon tower, a flash of white light appeared, and I materialized on the teleportation array. Having just cleared a level 19 calamity difficulty dungeon, I finally reached level 20. I even unlocked a level 20 skill, the last skill I could learn apart from the class advancement. Infinite Dual Blade Flow Level 1. Upon activating Infinite Dual Blade Flow mode, lose 2% HP per second, gain master level proficiency in dual blade techniques, and increase attack speed and critical rate by 5 times. After attacking a target 20 times, the next attack ignores the target's defense. What a god-tier skill, yet another god-tier skill. I was so excited that I couldn't wait to dive into a dungeon and go on a killing spree. Just imagining myself wielding dual blades, I must look incredibly cool. But now, there's a big problem. I only have a single bronze blade in my hand. Suddenly, it felt so low class, completely unworthy of my maxed out badass swordsman vibe. It's time to use my saved up points to exchange for some gear. As I was thinking about this, I saw Senior Su Ying walking gracefully from a distance. Today, she was wearing a sexy purple gown, the hem swaying gently with her steps, accentuating her stunning figure and making her a sight to behold. I immediately flashed a bright smile. "Senior Su, what brings you here?" Since the second day, Senior Su Ying had stopped accompanying me to grind dungeons. After all, as the student council president, she was usually quite busy. So seeing her specifically come to find me today was a pleasant surprise. Senior Su Ying didn't answer me directly, but instead smiled and asked, "Junior-chun, you seem to be in a good mood today. Did you gain something?" I cheerfully said to Senior Su Ying, "I'm already level 20. Senior Su Ying's expression changed upon hearing this, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "You freak, your leveling speed is way too fast." From the time I entered the school until now, only 5 days have passed, and I've already leveled up from 18 to 20. This leveling speed is indeed freakish. After all, who else can clear over a dozen dungeons in a single day like me? I humbly said a few words and then asked her, "Senior Su, what brings you here?" Only then did Senior Su Ying remember her purpose and said, "I have 2 things to tell you, one bad and one good. Which one do you want to hear first?" I figured she wouldn't come all this way just to tease me. So I said, "Let's hear the bad news first." The bad news is that the dungeon tower has changed its rules. There's no reward for repeatedly breaking dungeon records by the same person. I nodded expressionlessly. I had already anticipated that the school would change the rules, but I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. My grand plan for farming points was now ruined. Senior Su Ying looked at me, surprised by my lack of emotional reaction. "The school changed the rules, and you're not upset?" she asked. I smiled and said, "I saw it coming. The school wouldn't let people exploit the system forever." Senior Su Ying praised me for being clever and then said, "The good news is that the school is giving you an extra 5,000 points as compensation." My eyes lit up upon hearing this. I hadn't expected the school to be so generous. I guess this must be Principal Liang's idea. I had been wondering why Huadi Academy didn't offer any benefits, and now I realized they were waiting for this moment. With these 5,000 points, my slight disappointment over not being able to farm points vanished, and I was happy again. Looking at Senior Su Ying, I asked expectantly, "Senior, are you free right now?" Senior Su Ying froze, her face instantly turning red. Her heartbeat quickened as she lowered her head, her voice trembling with a hint of anticipation. "I am free," she said. I excitedly replied, "Great. I want to use my points to exchange for equipment. Can you take me there?" Senior Su Ying's expression stiffened instantly. After a while, she managed to force out a stiff smile. "Of course, let's go. I'll take you there." We took the elevator to the top floor where the equipment exchange center was located. As soon as the elevator doors opened, I was captivated by the surroundings. The top floor had a completely different style from the main campus. It was modern in design, with exterior walls made of high-tech metallic materials that emitted a faint glow. In the center of the hall was the reception area, featuring several high-tech interactive screens where students could browse and select equipment. The screens displayed rolling information about equipment parameters and usage effects, with ultra-realistic 3D models and dynamic effects that made the equipment feel as if it were right in front of you. The hall wasn't crowded. A few students were carefully selecting equipment. Some were whispering to each other, while others were focused on operating the screens, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement. Senior Su Ying and I approached one of the platform screens. After inserting my points card into the slot, my information quickly appeared on the screen, clearly showing that I had 9,523 points. If anyone else saw this, their jaw would surely drop. Even Senior Su Ying couldn't help but swallow nervously. As the student council president, she had never earned this many points before. Right now, I was nothing short of a rich dog. Senior Su Ying asked me, "What kind of equipment do you want to exchange for?" Without hesitation, I replied, "A long blade." Under Senior Su Ying's operation, the screen displayed numerous cool long blade designs, dazzling me. Even after Senior Su Ying filtered the options to level 20 long blades, there were still over 300 choices. The long blades here varied in quality and level with prices differing greatly. A level 20 long blade of excellent quality only cost 10 points, but I wasn't interested in such blades. With so many points, I definitely wanted to buy the best. Curious, I asked Senior Su Ying, "Does the school's equipment library have epic quality equipment?" Senior Su Ying smiled and said, "Junior, you've just arrived and you're already eyeing epic quality equipment? Of course Huadi Academy has it, but your points aren't enough to exchange for it." I raised an eyebrow. Over 9,000 points weren't enough? Could it be that epic quality equipment costs over 10,000 points? Senior Su Ying operated on the screen, and 3 epic quality long knives appeared on the display. When I saw the prices, I gasped. The cheapest one cost 100,000 points, with a level 35 requirement to equip. The other two were even more expensive, priced at 200,000 and 500,000 points. It seemed I was still far from being able to equip epic level gear. I sighed and continued browsing through the equipment. After looking at the excellent quality items, I moved on to the rare quality long knives, which ranged in price from 300 to 800 points. I didn't linger and kept scrolling down. I noticed that the further I went, the higher the prices and the better the quality of the equipment. I wanted to see how many points the most expensive and suitable long knife here would cost. Soon, I finished browsing the rare quality long knives and reached the section for top quality long knives. The cheapest one started at over 1,000 points. After flipping through 2 pages, I reached the end. There weren't many top quality long knives for level 20 in the school, only about 20. My gaze fell on the last section, drawn to the image of a weapon. The image depicted 2 overlapping knives, one red and one blue. I found it quite novel. Other knives were sold individually, but these 2 seemed to be sold as a bundle, costing a total of 4,000 points, the most expensive I had seen. Senior Su Ying noticed my interest and explained, "These 2 knives are called Song of Ice and Fire. They were specifically designed for the Berserker class by Professor Wang Dongmiao from our school. He's an S-level forging master, renowned both domestically and internationally. Since Berserkers can master dual wielding, he wanted to create exclusive weapons for them, and thus the Song of Ice and Fire was born. However, there are few Berserkers in the school, and even fewer who can earn that many points, so the weapons have remained in the arsenal." I was thrilled after hearing this. Weren't these made just for me? I quickly checked the attributes on the screen. Name, Song of Ice and Fire, Fire Knife. Quality, top applicable level. 20 attack, 1200, 1500 special effects. Increases lifesteal by 20%. Increases critical hit effect by 30%. When attacking, there is a 20% chance to trigger fire burn damage, with damage equal to 20% of your attack power, lasting for 5 seconds. Can stack with ice knife effects. PS. When both knives are used simultaneously, there is a 2% chance to trigger the skill Song of Ice and Fire, dealing 10 fire blades and ice blades to targets within a 20-meter range, with damage equal to 1.5 times attack power. Name, Song of Ice and Fire. Ice Knife. Quality, top applicable level. 20 attack, 1200, 1500 special effects. Increases armor penetration by 20%, increases attack speed by 30%. When attacking, there is a 20% chance to trigger freeze damage, with damage equal to 20% of your attack power, lasting for 5 seconds. Can stack with fire knife effects. PS. When both knives are used simultaneously, there is a 2% chance to trigger the skill Song of Ice and Fire, dealing 10 fire blades and ice blades to targets within a 20-meter range, with damage equal to 1.5 times attack power. I was overjoyed. These two knives had such comprehensive attributes: attack speed, lifesteal, critical hit, armor penetration. They had it all. Truly worthy of being the work of an S-level forging master. What attracted me the most was their sustained damage effect. My health had already surpassed 330,000, and my base damage had exceeded 30,000. With a damage effect of 20% attack power, I could deal 6,000 damage per second. With both effects combined, that's 12,000 damage per second for 7 seconds. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Of course, this assumes the opponent has no resistance. In normal combat, the damage would likely be around 70% to 80%, and against a catastrophe-level boss, the effect might be halved. As for the combined skill Song of Ice and Fire, it was simply a group attack artifact, perfectly compensating for the Berserker's slow monster clearing speed. Although the trigger probability was only 2%, with my dual-wielding 5-fold attack speed, the chance of activation would definitely be frighteningly high. I didn't hesitate and decisively clicked the purchase button. After the operation, my 9,000 points were instantly reduced by 4,000, leaving me with 5,523 points. Although it hurt a little, the money was well spent. Soon, the staff brought over 2 sword cases, each over a meter long, and placed them in front of me. I was thrilled and slowly opened the cases. 2 long swords appeared before my eyes. The first sword looked as if it had been forged in blazing flames. It was deep red, with the tip transitioning into a gradient of orange, resembling burning fire. The hilt was carved from rare obsidian, wrapped in intricate metallic patterns, providing an exceptional grip. Ancient runes were engraved on the blade, and as soon as I held the hilt, the runes seemed to come alive, emitting a faint heat that caused the surrounding air to ripple. The second sword was deep blue, transparent and crystalline, like eternally frozen ice. The blade was very light, appearing fragile but incredibly sharp, with its edge gleaming with a cold light. Upon closer inspection, I could see snowflake-like patterns flowing within the blade. The hilt was made of silvery white metal and blue crystal, adorned with delicate ice flower designs. It felt cool and steady in my hand. Holding a sword in each hand, I felt an incredible sensation, my heart surging with excitement, as if I had become an invincible war god overlooking the world. Senior Su Ing looked at me, her eyes sparkling with a peculiar light, and her heartbeat quickened. She muttered softly, "Junior looks pretty handsome holding those swords." Then she murmured to herself, "Su Ing, oh Su Ing, you're a senior. How can you be infatuated with a junior? Compose yourself." After savoring the feeling for a while, I stored the swords in my spatial ring and returned to the screen to browse other equipment. I still had over 5,000 points left, so I wanted to see if there was anything else suitable for me. I first looked at the level 20 top-tier armor, but I was quite disappointed. The armor here mainly focused on increasing defense and reducing damage. What I wanted was something like the ape demon armor that could increase the percentage of my maximum health, which would significantly boost my HP. I also checked out gloves, pants, and boots, but I couldn't find anything I wanted, leaving me a bit disheartened. At that moment, an idea struck me, and I looked up to ask Senior Su-ing, "Senior, can the school's master blacksmiths forge equipment according to a student's requirements?" Senior Su-ing nodded. Of course they can. Like I mentioned earlier, Professor Wang often helps students forge equipment. But there are two conditions. First, the student must provide the materials themselves, and second, there's a forging fee, which is quite high, starting at 10,000 points. I was puzzled. That many points? How can students afford that? Senior Su-ing smiled and said, "You forgot, school points can be exchanged for gold coins. 10,000 points is equivalent to 5 million gold coins." 5 million gold coins? That's a lot, I exclaimed in surprise. Senior Su-ing continued to explain, 5 million gold coins are just a month's pocket money for some noble families. It's not hard for them to exchange for a set of epic equipment. Hearing this, I couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Comparing oneself to others is truly frustrating. I've never even dreamed of seeing what 5 million gold coins look like. Yet for some people, it's just pocket change. I've come to understand the disparity in this world. Since I don't have that many gold coins right now, it seems I'll have to save up points and then ask Professor Wang to forge me a set of equipment that boosts my health. But now that the school has changed the dungeon rules, I've lost a stable way to earn points. What should I do next to gather more points? As I pondered over the points, my finger casually tapped on the helmet section, scrolling absent-mindedly. When I reached the last page, my finger suddenly stopped and my eyes widened. In the corner of the last page, there was a wolf head mask. What surprised me the most was that this mask was of epic quality, yet it was priced at only 5,000 points. I was baffled. Why was epic quality equipment so cheap? I quickly clicked on the detailed information. Name: Curse of the Abyss Wolf quality. Epic applicable level. 20 defense. 1200 special effects. 1. Concealed protection. When wearing the mask, others cannot use observation techniques to view your detailed stats, and your health will be hidden and cannot be probed. 2. Abyss Curse. When wearing the mask, you will be cursed by the Abyss Wolf King, suffering curse damage once per minute. If not for the curse effect at the end, this equipment would definitely be top-tier epic gear. Equipment that can hide one's information is incredibly rare, practically a tool for ambush and robbery. But the curse is a bit troublesome. Wearing it means taking damage every minute. Although I didn't know the specifics of the curse damage, I had a feeling it wouldn't be low. Otherwise, it wouldn't be priced at 5,000 points with no buyers. Senior Su-ing noticed my interest in the mask and quickly warned me, "Don't even think about getting that mask. The Abyss Curse deals high damage, and once you put it on, you have to wear it for at least 10 minutes before you can take it off." Someone tried it before, didn't believe the warnings, and died in less than 5 minutes. That's why it's so cheap and still unsold. Hearing this, I became even more intrigued. This was epic equipment, and I liked its effects. As for the curse, I didn't take it seriously at all. I had 330,000 health points and strong recovery abilities. Why would I fear this curse? With that thought, I decisively clicked purchase. Soon, my points decreased by 5,000. Not long after, a staff member brought over a delicate wooden box. When I opened it, the wolf head mask lay quietly inside. The mask was a deep black iron color with a metallic sheen. Its forehead and cheeks bore intricate, mysterious patterns composed of smooth, varied geometric shapes, blended with enigmatic symbols and totems. The nose and mouth were particularly prominent, with metal crafted into a wolf's nose bridge and sharp teeth, each tooth looking incredibly lifelike. When I held it, I found the mask surprisingly light. Senior Su-ying's expression changed, and just as she was about to reach out to stop me, I had already put the mask on. In an instant, I felt my aura transform. Senior Su-ying's mouth slightly opened, stunned. Just by wearing the mask, I seemed to have become a stranger in her eyes. She looked at my pitch-black wolf head and through the mask saw my cold gaze. Instinctively, she took a step back, a hint of fear in her eyes. Nearby, students passing by also shivered at my appearance. Senior Suing, I hope I didn't scare you? I asked with concern. Senior Suing took a deep breath to steady herself. It's definitely a bit intimidating. Wearing the mask, I didn't feel anything unusual. My vision was clear, it wasn't uncomfortable. I tried to take the mask off, and sure enough, as Senior Suing had said, the mask seemed glued to my face. It wouldn't come off no matter how hard I tried. A minute later, I felt a faint, dark energy emanating from a mask. My body didn't feel any pain, but my health instantly dropped by 2,000. So the curse dealt 2,000 damage per minute. No wonder others couldn't endure it. For level 20 professionals, their health is typically around 4,000 to 5,000. Even S-class professionals with over 10,000 health couldn't withstand a mask's damage for 10 minutes. For me, though, it was no big deal. Wearing it for 10 minutes would only cost me 20,000 health. Nothing significant. At that moment, I received a system notification. Attacked, maximum. Health increased by 20 points. I was stunned, so damage from equipment also counted as being attacked? My eyes lit up. If I kept wearing the mask, wouldn't my maximum health keep increasing? I calculated, getting injured once per minute means 60 times per hour, 1,440 times per day, with each injury adding 20 points to my health. That's 28,800 points a day, nearly 900,000 a month. A month! By then, my health will exceed 1,000,000. Just thinking about it feels great. Who would have thought that this mask, seen as a flaw by others, would turn into an advantage for me? Of course, the downside is that I'll always be in a state of low health. Senior Suing saw me standing still and came over to check on me. Are you okay? I shook my head with a smile, though she couldn't see it. I feel amazing. This mask suits me perfectly. After buying equipment, I had just over 500 points left. I muttered to myself, these points are spent way too fast. I need to figure out a way to earn more, or I won't feel secure. I checked the time. It was 3 p.m. Since there was still time, I decided to try out my new skills and equipment in a dungeon. After saying goodbye to Senior Suing, I took the elevator to the 3rd floor of the dungeon building. I had already cleared most of the 2nd floor dungeons, leaving behind my completion records. Repeating them wouldn't earn me points, so it was better to challenge higher-level dungeons to refresh records and level up faster. Soon, the elevator reached the 3rd floor. Compared to the 2nd floor, there were noticeably more people here. Before I even stepped out of the elevator, I could hear the commotion outside. Level 25 hard dungeon. Forest cave. Looking for a healer. For waiting for one, guaranteed clear. Level 30 horror dark city. Catastrophe difficulty. Looking for a fearless melee tank. Hearing these familiar calls, I felt as if I had returned to the dungeon center in Donglin City. As I stepped out of the elevator, I immediately attracted a lot of attention. It couldn't be helped. My wolf head mask was too eye-catching. Many students at the school wore masks or helmets, but my wolf head mask exuded a cold and ruthless aura, like that of an assassin, making it unforgettable at first glance. Wow, his wolf head mask is so cool. I love it. But why do I feel like his mask is a bit scary? That's because you don't understand. I love guys with this cold vibe. Behind that mask must be a noble and aloof face. Not far away, 2 sophomore girls were whispering. Suddenly, a blonde girl stood up and ran over to me, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Hey, handsome, your wolf head mask is so cool. Can I have your contact info? I was a bit stunned, standing there and sizing her up. Although this girl wasn't as beautiful as Senior Suing or Zhongling Xue, she was quite cute and playful. But I wasn't in the mood to get to know her, so I decisively refused. Sorry, I have something to do. With that, I walked away. The girl watched my back, not disappointed, but even more thrilled. A man like this is just too cool. I passed through the crowd and headed toward the stone gate of the teleportation array. The 3rd floor dungeons were for levels 21 to 30, so the students here were mostly sophomores and juniors. Wearing my wolf head mask, I once again drew everyone's attention. Many people instinctively stepped back as I approached, and the girls' faces were filled with fear as if I were some ferocious beast. I was puzzled. Why did everyone seem scared of me? Yet that blonde girl was so excited. As I was deciding which dungeon to enter, the teleportation array flashed white light in the distance, and 5 students appeared, 3 men and 2 women, all looking disheveled. As soon as they emerged, they sat on the ground, gasping for air. A slightly chubby boy looked pale, clearly having exhausted his mental energy. He angrily turned to the other 2 boys and said, "Damn it! You 2 swore you could break the dungeon record, but not only did we fail to clear it, I almost lost my life. With such lousy skills, you still charge me 1,000 points. Pay me back. You 2 are useless. I thought you were so great." The 2 boys, being scolded, retorted indignantly, "How is this our fault? You brought 2 deadweights along, who were completely useless and just watched the whole time. Who could carry you all?" The 2 girls also got angry, shouting, "You're talking nonsense. If I hadn't healed you at the critical moment, you'd be dead by now, and you still have the nerve to talk nonsense here. Exactly, if your skills are bad, don't try to lead others through dungeons. Hurry up and return our points." The 2 boys wanted to argue with the girl, but when they saw the slightly chubby boy's displeased expression, they swallowed their words. It seemed they were quite afraid of him. "Guess we're just unlucky." One of the boys sighed helplessly and took out his phone to transfer 500 points back. The slightly chubby boy's expression improved a bit, and he said coldly, "Get lost. Don't ever scam people under the pretense of leading them through dungeons again, or you'll regret it." The 2 boys left angrily, but didn't dare to say anything, slinking away. The 2 girls quickly ran up to the slightly chubby boy, trying to appease him, patting his chest and comforting him. "Brother Lu, calm down. Let's not stoop to their level. If they can't do it, we'll just find someone else." Brother Lu sighed and said, "Damn it, I just want to leave my name on the dungeon record. Why is it so hard?" As he was speaking, Brother Lu felt someone standing in front of him. He looked up and saw a black wolf mask, which startled him so much that he shuddered and almost wet his pants. The 2 girls were also pale with fright, screaming as they clung to Brother Lu. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you." I awkwardly scratched my mask, not expecting it to be so intimidating. Hearing my voice, Brother Lu realized I was the one wearing the mask. "Damn, you almost scared me to death." Brother Lu patted his chest, taking a while to calm down. He asked me irritably, "What do you want?" I didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "I just heard you say you want to leave your name on the dungeon record. I can help you do that." "You?" Brother Lu looked at me skeptically, then glanced behind me. Seeing no companions, he became even more doubtful. "You're alone?" "Yeah," I nodded. Brother Lu frowned and said, "Are you messing with me?" Not many people in Huadi dare to mess with me. I was a bit confused. "Why can't I, alone, help you clear the dungeon record?" Brother Lu was so amused he laughed. "You brat. Earlier we had 2 people leading 3 of us, and we still struggled to clear it. What can you do alone? Get lost before I lose my temper." I didn't want to miss this opportunity, so I continued. "If I say I can help you clear the record, I have the confidence to back it up. If you don't believe me, go check the 2nd floor. All the dungeon records there are under my name. By the way, my name is Chun Qing." Brother Lee's eyes lit up, and he signaled to one of the girls with a glance. The girl nodded and quickly ran toward the staircase, disappearing in no time. 10 minutes later, the girl returned, her expression complicated, a mix of shock and doubt. She whispered to Brother Lu, "The 2nd floor dungeon records really are all under the name Chun Qing." Brother Lu took a sharp breath, and his gaze toward me changed. Everyone had climbed step by step from the 2nd floor, and anyone who could refresh all the records there was undoubtedly strong. Brother Lu perked up, stood up, and asked me, "Bro, we want to leave our name on the level 25 Calamity dungeon. Do you think you can do it?" I said casually, "Guaranteed safety and no pain." Upon hearing this, Brother Lu grinned and said, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go." He was about to head toward the dungeon's stone gate, but I pulled him back after just one step. Brother Lu looked at me, puzzled. "What's wrong?" I rubbed my thumb and fingers together and said, "We haven't discussed the payment yet." Only then did Brother Lu realize and cheerfully say, As long as you help the three of us break the dungeon record, I'll give you 1,000 points. I shook my head and held up 5 fingers. Brother Lu frowned and said, 5,000 points? That's too much. He just wanted to satisfy his vanity by leaving his name on the record, but he didn't think it was worth spending 5,000 points. I shook my head again. Not 5,000. It's 500 per person, so 1,500 for the three of you. Brother Lu, hearing this, realized it was only 500 more than the previous offer. He could barely accept it, so he nodded and said, once we break the record, I'll transfer it to you. He was cautious, though, since he didn't know me well, and I was wearing a mask. If I ran off, he wouldn't even know where to find me. I nodded lightly, feeling confident and not worried about him breaking his promise. If anything unexpected happened, I had ways to make him fulfill it. I then asked, there are only 4 of us in the team. Do you have any other friends who want to break the record? Call them to join. The price stays the same. Brother Lu shook his head. No, my friends aren't at school right now. Seeing my slight disappointment, Brother Lu kindly reminded me, buddy, just taking the 3 of us is already a stretch. Adding more people? Be careful not to sink the ship. I responded confidently, no worries, everything is under control. Then I turned to the crowd on the 3rd floor and shouted, anyone want to break the level 25 dungeon record? 500 points to join, 1 spot left, guaranteed success. As soon as I said this, the people around us cast disdainful and skeptical looks. Breaking a dungeon record isn't something you can just claim to do. It requires a well-prepared elite team. Our team clearly didn't meet the standard, especially with Brother Lu, who was infamous at school for being a slacker. He only managed to reach level 30 thanks to his family's wealth and others' help. As for his 2 female companions, without his support, they probably would have been expelled long ago. As for me, I was wearing a wolf head mask, and even when they used observation skills, all they could see were question marks. No one believed we could break the record. Besides, at my price, who would spend 500 points to join such an unreliable team? I shouted for a long time, but no one was willing to join. Just as I was about to give up, a girl shouted excitedly from a distance, count me in. My eyes lit up, and I looked in the direction of the voice. It was that blonde girl from earlier running toward us. Brother Lu looked stunned. Qin Yu, what are you doing here? Qin Yu pouted and said, Wang Lu, you can leave your name, but I can't. Brother Lu immediately put on a fawning smile and said, of course you can. How could I say no to Miss Qin? Qin Yu smiled smugly. That's more like it. I was quite surprised and asked the 2 of them, you know each other? They both nodded, and Qin Yu spoke first. Our families are old friends. I've known him since I was little. Only then did I learn that Brother Li's name was Wang Lu. Judging by their conversation, they both seemed to come from prominent families. No wonder they were so generous, giving away 500 points without hesitation. However, something seemed off about Qin Yu. She kept staring at me with a starry-eyed look, which made me feel very uncomfortable. Thankfully, my mask hid my awkwardness from others. With a 5-person team assembled, I cleared my throat and asked, which dungeon do you want to tackle? Wang Lu looked confused. You haven't even decided on a dungeon, and you're already boasting about leading us to victory? He was starting to think I was unreliable. One of Wang Li's female companions suggested, let's go with the Falling Mountain Mine. The disaster level completion time for that dungeon is 12 hours and 45 minutes. If we work hard, we might break the record. Wang Lu nodded and asked Qin Yu, what do you think? But Qin Yu's eyes never left me. She muttered, whatever, anything's fine. Wang Li's expression turned strange, thinking to himself, since when did Miss Qin start acting so love-struck? I felt uneasy under her gaze and quickly walked toward the stone gate of the Falling Mountain Mine. After selecting the difficulty, the next second, the 5 of us were teleported to the depths of the dungeon. As soon as I opened my eyes, I found myself in a dimly lit mine. The cold air carried the scent of soil and metal. A few dim yellow light bulbs emitted weak light, illuminating the narrow passage ahead. Water droplets continuously dripped from the ceiling, and the drip-drip sound mixed with faint rustling noises in the distance, creating a suffocating atmosphere. I walked in front, Qin Yu followed closely behind me, while Wang Lu and his two female companions cautiously trailed at the back. The deeper we went into the mine, the darker it became, and the sounds grew eerier. Suddenly, I felt something approaching. Instinctively, I looked up and saw dozens of pitch-black creatures the size of wash basins crawling quickly on the rocks above. Their eyes were ghostly white. Just as I noticed them, two of them lunged at me. "Watch out!" Qin Yu exclaimed, quickly channeling magic through her staff to prepare a defensive spell. But I was faster, holding a long blade in each hand, one red and one blue. The blade lights streaked through the mine like meteors. In an instant, the two black rock demon spiders were struck by the blade wind, triggering astonishing damage numbers. Minus 31,412. Minus 31,983. These level 25 ordinary beasts had less than 20,000 health, and with those two strikes, they died on the spot. Defeated level 25 Black Rock Demon Spider X1. Gained 12,000 experience points. Defeated level 25 Black Rock Demon Spider X1. Gained 12,000 experience points. The people behind me were stunned by the high damage. Wang Lu thought to himself, "What's the deal with this Qin? His damage is ridiculous." Qin Yu's mouth hung open in shock. Before they could recover, the remaining Black Rock Demon Spiders rained down from the ceiling. With a calm expression, I activated the infinite dual blade flow mode, and the air around me instantly intensified. The two long blades glowed brilliantly as I moved swiftly, creating a red and blue interwoven curtain of light that shredded the Black Rock Demon Spiders like a lawnmower. Insane. Absolutely insane. The four people behind me were utterly shocked, and Qin Yu couldn't close her mouth. This was a level 25 Calamity level dungeon. When Qin Yu had cleared this dungeon before, she relied on melee fighters to draw aggro, while ranged attackers slowly chipped away at the spider's health. Killing just one spider took 3 to 5 minutes. But here I was, taking them down with one strike, as if slicing through vegetables. Wang Lu was completely shaken, finally understanding why I was confident enough to lead a team of 4. Qin Yu stared at me with an even more infatuated expression, thinking, how can this guy be so strong and so handsome? The mine was dark and cold, and the battle atmosphere was tense. I moved like a ghost among the Black Rock Demon Spiders, my dual blades slicing through spider silk and cutting through the darkness with ease. Qin Yu kept her eyes on me, reminding me, "Be careful of the Black Rock Demon Spider's venomous silk. It can slow you down." Just as she finished speaking, dense white spider silk shot toward me. Although I was alert, I was still entangled by several strands, and my speed slowed significantly. Qin Yu looked anxious and was about to step forward to help, but she saw me easily break free from the silk. Not only did my speed not decrease, but it actually increased. It turned out that in infinite dual blade flow mode, I had double attack in dual blade mode was an unexpected bonus. The people behind me were dumbfounded, unable to react for a long time. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed this was a dungeon run. I urged them, "What are you standing around for? Keep moving forward." Wang Lu and his female companions finally snapped out of it and quickly followed. Qin Yu, her eyes sparkling, said, "The way you wielded your blades just now was so cool." I ignored her, thinking this girl was a bit odd, way too enthusiastic. Wang Lu asked with a trembling voice, "Bro, you're way too strong. Be honest, what level are you? Could it be level 40? Qin Yu rolled her eyes at Wang Lu and teased, "Did you forget the dungeon rules? You can't enter a dungeon more than 5 levels below your own. This is a level 25 dungeon. If he were level 40, he wouldn't even be able to get in." Wang Lu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, so at most, I could be level 30. But judging by my performance, it was far beyond what a level 30 professional could achieve, even stronger than the S-rank professionals he knew. This completely shattered his understanding. I stayed silent. If I told them I was only level 20, who knows how shocked they'd be. Better to keep a low profile. Anyway, with a mask on, they couldn't see my actual stats. The 5 of us continued advancing through the mine. The further we went, the wider the path became, expanding from an initial width of 1 meter to over 3 meters. Perhaps because I had wiped out the black rock demon spiders, we didn't encounter any other beasts along the way. We smoothly reached the end of the mine, where there were 5 stone doors. The door in the middle was particularly striking, with its massive panels adorned with intricate red, mysterious patterns. It looked both majestic and enigmatic. On either side of it were 2 smaller doors. I was curious and was about to ask when Shinyu preemptively explained, the door in the middle leads to the sacrificial pool, where the dungeon's biggest boss, the king of the mine, resides. But to open that door, we first need to defeat the mine sub-bosses behind the 4 smaller doors. Once we open any one of the doors, the system will start a countdown. We'll only have 4 hours to kill all 4 sub-bosses. If we fail, the challenge will end and we'll be teleported out. Each door contains a lot of beasts. If we tackle them one by one, we might not have enough time. So last time, we split into 2 teams to act simultaneously. It was risky, but it was efficient. After finishing, Shinyu looked at me, waiting to hear how I would decide. I decisively chose to lead everyone through the doors one by one. I couldn't let my bosses fall into danger. It would affect my reputation. Besides, with Wang Lu and the others' abilities, splitting up would just be sending them to their deaths. I simply said, "Everyone, stay close to me," and quickly pushed open a small door. As the door opened, the lights inside turned on, illuminating a massive space. At the same time, a system prompt echoed in our minds. The stone door has been opened. The sacrificial ritual is about to begin. You have only 4 hours. Quickly kill the mine leader. As the stone door slowly opened, the silence in the cave was broken, and a group of goblins of various shapes and sizes was startled. These goblins were short, with dark skin. They grabbed rusty weapons and let out hoarse battle cries, surging toward us like a tide. A dense swarm. Without counting, it was clear there were at least 100 of them. I stood at the front of the team, calm and composed, and without hesitation swung my dual blades, releasing 2 massive blood blade cross slashes that tore a huge gap in the goblin formation. Screams and wails echoed continuously. With just one move, 1/10 of the goblins were gone. However, the remaining goblins showed no fear. Instead, they charged even more frantically. I stood at the doorway, my dual blades dancing wildly, harvesting goblin lives like cutting wheat. Chinyu's eyes were practically brimming with admiration. The last time they fought these goblins, it had been a tough battle, but for me, I was like an unstoppable warrior holding the line. Wang Lu and the others went from initial shock to complete numbness. Wang Lu swore this was the easiest dungeon he'd ever done. He just stood there as a spectator the whole time, even feeling like grabbing some sunflower seeds to snack on. 10 minutes later, the goblins had noticeably decreased. I took the initiative to charge into the cave, slaughtering all the goblins along the way and rushing to the depths of the cave. There, I saw a tall goblin wielding a long whip, whipping the smaller goblins around it, as if urging them to attack. This must be the mine leader. Without wasting words, I appeared before it like a phantom and simultaneously swung my blades. Minus 21,834. Minus 31,948. The mine leader let out a painful cry after taking the hits, but didn't fall. Its health bar only dropped by 1/10. It seemed these mini-bosses had at least 500,000 HP. Meanwhile, fire and ice blade effects appeared on the mine leader, causing over 3,000 damage per second to float above its head. Chinyu and the others entered through the stone door, keeping their distance from me. Chinyu looked worried and shouted loudly, "Be careful of the mine leader's shockwave attack. It deals high damage." The last time they fought this mine leader, their frontline tank warrior was hit by the shockwave and almost got one shot, so Chinyu had a deep impression of this skill. She was worried I hadn't hurt her, and if I couldn't see my health bar or know my health status. During the battles, I took multiple hits, especially when facing the mine leader's shockwaves. I directly tanked them without dodging, but I was still full of energy, not tired at all. From start to finish, I didn't need any healing from the support class, nor did I drink any recovery potions. Everyone was extremely curious about my health points. During the battle, Wang Lu whispered to Qin Yu, "This guy isn't simple. He must have some special class skills. I bet his health points are over 100,000. Qin Yu nodded with a smile, her eyes filled with admiration. His strength is so captivating. I fell in love with him at first sight. Wang Lu was surprised. I thought you were interested in Fu Tianlong. I didn't expect you to like this type. Qin Yu scoffed. What's so good about Fu Tianlong? He's always so full of himself and keeps pestering my second sister. She's so annoyed with him. I just heard you say his name is Chun Qing. What a nice name. Wang Lu looked puzzled. You haven't even seen what he looks like, and you're already in love? What if he's ugly? Qin Yu had a dreamy expression. Hidden, they couldn't see my health bar or know my health status. During the battles, I took multiple hits, especially when facing the Mind Leader shockwaves. I directly tanked them without dodging, but I was still full of energy, not tired at all. From start to finish, I didn't need any healing from the support class, nor did I drink any recovery potions. Everyone was extremely curious about my health points. During the battle, Wang Lu whispered to Qin Yu, "This guy isn't simple. He must have some special class skills. I bet his health points are over 100,000. Qin Yu nodded with a smile, her eyes filled with admiration. His strength is so captivating. I fell in love with him at first sight. Wang Lu was surprised. I thought you were interested in Fu Tianlong. I didn't expect you to like this type. Qin Yu scoffed. What's so good about Fu Tianlong? He's always so full of himself and keeps pestering my second sister. She's so annoyed with him. I just heard you say his name is Chun Qing. What a nice name. Wang Lu looked puzzled. You haven't even seen what he looks like, and you're already in love? What if he's ugly? Qin Yu had a dreamy expression. It's a feeling, don't you get it? I don't care about his looks. I just like his aura. I must win him over. Wang Lu was speechless. I didn't expect you to be such a hopeless romantic. As they spoke, I'd already taken down the last mind boss. From start to finish, it only took a little over an hour, several times faster than the last time Qin Yu's team attempted it. It was hard to believe that one person could achieve such speed. We arrived at the massive stone door in the center. As it slowly opened, a bone-chilling wind and a strong stench of blood wafted out, causing everyone to frown. Except for me, the others were visibly excited. Wang Lu estimated the time. From entering the dungeon until now, it had been less than 3 hours, and we had already reached the final boss stage. As long as we defeated the level 25 Calamity boss, the Mind King, inside, we would set a new dungeon clear record. Their names would be etched in the clear record, something Wang Lu had always wanted to achieve. His previous teammates weren't strong enough, but today, he had finally found a powerhouse to carry them. However, Wang Lu was still a bit worried. I was the strongest in the team, followed by Qin Yu, while the rest of them, including his 2 female companions, were just there for the ride. If I couldn't withstand the boss's damage, the team might not even have a chance to clear the dungeon. Standing at the front, I turned to the group and said, "For the next battle, you all wait outside. I'll go in alone." "What did you say? You're going alone?" Everyone looked shocked, wondering if they had misheard. I nodded at them, the corners of my mouth curling into a smile beneath my mask. My voice was calm yet firm. I said, "I'll ensure all of you stay safe and unharmed. Just wait outside." With that, I turned and walked into the sacrificial pool. Not long after, the roars of a monstrous beast echoed from within. Standing at the entrance, we could all feel the overwhelming pressure of the Calamity-level boss. Wang Lu swallowed hard and muttered to himself, "Can this guy really handle it alone?" One of his female companions sneered. "Whether he can or not isn't our concern. He's the one who said he didn't need our help. If something happens, it's not our responsibility." The other female companion nodded. "Exactly. If he dies in there, we'll just head back to the starting teleportation array. It's not like we can help him anyway." Wang Lu hesitated. "Isn't that a bit heartless?" "What's heartless about it? We're in a transactional relationship." He insisted on soloing the boss. The female companion retorted. Wang Lu thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Qin Yu, however, looked worried. She knew I was strong, But wasn't it too much to take on the boss alone? The person she had just fallen for. Could he really die in there? As everyone stood outside, lost in their own thoughts, a deafening explosion suddenly came from inside, followed by intense energy waves. Everyone's expressions changed as the ground shook violently, and it felt like the mine could collapse at any moment. The four of them quickly pressed themselves against the cave walls, barely managing to keep their balance. The energy waves and the boss's furious roars continued for over 20 minutes. I didn't expect this guy to make such a commotion fighting the boss. I wonder what's going on in there. Wang Lu said. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment and decided to go in and take a look. She had life-saving items from her family, so she wasn't too afraid. But just as she was about to enter, the energy fluctuations inside the stone door suddenly stopped, and the sensation of the earth shaking also disappeared. The mine tunnel instantly fell silent. What's going on? Is the fight over? Wang Lu asked in confusion. The two female companions exchanged glances, their eyes full of bewilderment. I'll go take a look, Qin Yu said, and then headed toward the sacrificial pool. As she reached the entrance, she saw something rolling toward the doorway. It was about a meter high and looked like a ball. Because the lighting was dim, she couldn't see clearly what it was. Qin Yu instinctively stepped back 2 paces, and when the thing rolled out, she was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she screamed. Wang Lu and his female companions also looked over curiously, but after just one glance, they too screamed in shock. It turned out that the round object was the head of the king of the mine. Then, I leisurely walked out from the stone door, looking at the 4 people who were visibly shaken. With a smile on my lips, I said, "Ladies and gentlemen, the task is complete. Don't forget to give me a 5-star review." We appeared on the teleportation array in the 3rd floor dungeon hall. Even though we had exited the dungeon, the 4 of them were still in a daze, as if they hadn't recovered from the scene just now. I patted Wang Lu on the shoulder and said, "Boss, we're out. Time to pay the points." Wang Lu finally snapped out of it and quickly looked at the big screen of the Falling Mountain mine. Sure enough, he saw his name on the latest clearance record, with a completion time of 3 hours and 45 minutes, more than 4 times faster than the previous record. Wang Lu took a deep breath to calm his emotions, and his gaze toward me became much more respectful. He quickly took out his phone and transferred 2,000 points to my account, smiling as he said, "Buddy, your skills are top-notch. The extra 500 is just to make friends. Let's exchange contact info and keep in touch." Wang Lu was already thinking about recruiting me. With someone as talented as me by his side, he could dominate the school in the future. Of course, I wouldn't refuse. I enjoy making friends with wealthy people like him. After exchanging contact information, I added, "Boss Wang, would you like to buy my after-sales service?" After-sales service? What's that? Wang Lu was puzzled. Taking people through dungeon records was supposed to be a one-time deal. Why would there be after-sales? I pointed to the screen displaying Wang Li's name and said, "These 2,000 points can get your name on a record screen, but they can't guarantee it'll stay there. If someone refreshes the clearance time, I can take you through it again to reclaim your spot." Wang Lu internally complained. "You've already shortened the clearance time to under 4 hours. Who could possibly beat that? Probably only you." He understood the meaning of the after-sales service. If he didn't buy it, his name wouldn't stay on the screen for long. Someone else could refresh the record, and the points he spent would be wasted. No one wants to spend points just to show off for a short while. Wang Lu was speechless, thinking I had way too many ideas. Helplessly, he asked, "So how much are you charging for this after-sales service?" I cheerfully held up 2 fingers to Wang Lu and said, "Same deal, 500 per person. You 4 together, that's 2,000 points." Wang Lu said unhappily, "Why should I pay the after-sales service fee for 4 people?" I shrugged. "Well, they're your friends, and after-sales service is bundled. If you don't buy it, I'll be a bit regretful too." Wang Lu was so annoyed by me that he was grinding his teeth, feeling like he'd fallen into my trap. But after thinking it over, he had no other choice. To keep his name on the clearance record for a long time, he reluctantly transferred another 2,000 points to me. He was so straightforward, probably wanting to befriend me, though the cost was a bit high. With 1 point worth 500 gold coins, he spent 1 million gold coins on me. Even as a rich second generation, it must have stung a little. I received the points, maintaining a cool demeanor behind the mask, though I was overjoyed inside. I enthusiastically shook hands with Wang Lu. Boss Wang, let's collaborate often in the future. If you want to refresh the dungeon record again, I'll give you a 2% discount. Wang Lu forced a stiff smile and exchanged a few words with me. After chatting with Wang Lu, I turned to Qin Yu. Boss Qin, you also need to pay 500 points. Qin Yu promptly transferred the points, her bright eyes sparkling as she looked at me. Handsome guy, your name is Chun Qing, right? Can I add your contact info? I decisively refused. No, let's just keep this pure monetary relationship. Qin Yu playfully blinked. What if I transfer another 1,000 points? I immediately pulled out my phone. Add as much as you want. Qin Yu chuckled, feeling like she'd found the key to communicating with me. After exchanging contact info, I didn't linger in the dungeon building. I earned over 5,000 points today, bringing my total back to over 5,500. Sure enough, there are always more solutions than problems. Once I save enough points, I'll go find the school's forging master to craft a set of equipment. Feeling pleased, I headed to the school cafeteria for a hearty meal. Night fell. I dragged my slightly tired body back to the dormitory. As I reached the dorm entrance, I froze. Four guys were standing there, one of whom looked familiar. It seemed to be Su Ying's senior admirer, Fu Yang. I thought to myself, are these guys here for me? The dormitory was empty since the freshmen hadn't started school yet, so I was the only one living there. I didn't think much of it and walked straight toward them. When they saw me wearing the wolf head mask, they were startled. Without saying a word, I walked past them, heading into the dorm building. Just as I was about to enter, one of the guys called out, "Stop." I paused and slowly turned around. "What's up?" Fu Yang looked me up and down and asked, "Do you live here too?" I nodded naturally. He asked again, "Do you know a student named Chun Qing who lives here?" My heart tightened. They were indeed here for me, and bringing so many people meant they probably had bad intentions. But I wasn't afraid at all and calmly nodded. Fu Yang, hearing that I seemed to know about Chun Qing, got excited and quickly asked, "Then can you tell me which dorm room he's in?" I lowered my head and thought for 2 seconds, then held up one finger. 100 points. 100 points? What do you mean? Fu Yang lo get confuset. I explained, to answer this question, you need to pay me 100 points. Fu Yang's eyes widened, angrily saying, "Are you crazy about points? Asking a question costs 100 points. Fu Yang had come today with people to teach me a lesson, all because I was close to Su Ying. He only knew I lived in this building, but didn't know the exact dorm room, and after searching for a while, he hadn't found it. Finally, he ran into me, someone who knew Chun Qing, and I was asking for 100 points. Although 100 points wasn't much to him, he didn't want to spend it on this. I thought for a moment and continued to negotiate. For 100 points, not only can I tell you where Chun Qing lives, but I can also bring him down for you. How about that? Fu Yang hesitated. If I could really bring myself down, spending 100 points wouldn't be a problem. He asked, "Can you really bring Chun Qing down?" I patted my chest and assured, "Don't worry, I prioritize sincerity. You better mean it. If you dare mess with me, don't even think about having a good time at Huadi." Fu Yang threatened, transferring 100 points to me. I chuckled and said, "Boss, just wait. I'll go get Chun Qing right now." With that, I entered the dormitory building. 10 minutes later, I came out after taking a shower, changing into clean clothes, and wearing a wolf head mask. Fu Yang only saw me and looked behind me for a long time, not seeing Chun Qing. Impatiently, he asked, "Why is it just you? Where's Chun Qing?" I cleared my throat and said, "Hello, I am Chun Qing. What do you need from me?" Fu Yang. The people behind Fu Yang. Well, turns out the one wearing the wolf head mask was Chun Qing all along. All along. They had been tricked by me and even lost 100 points. Fu Yang, furious, pointed at me and shouted, "How dare you mess with me?" I innocently spread my hands and righteously said, "How did I mess with you? You spent 100 points to have Chun Qing meet you, and here I am." Fu Fu Yang was left speechless. His lackeys couldn't stand it anymore and angrily shouted, "Brother Yang, stop wasting words with him. Let's beat him up." Daring to mess with our brother Yang. He's asking for it. They charged at me as they spoke. At this moment, Fu Yang raised his hand to stop them, a sinister smile forming on his lips, his eyes cold. "I originally just wanted to teach you a lesson at school, but now it seems I need to change my approach." He advanced step by step, coldly saying, "You'd better come with us, or I'll make your life worse than death." I nodded and casually asked, "I can go with you, but can you transfer me another 100 points?" I promised not to resist. Fu Yang almost exploded with anger, his face turning red. He signaled to his lackeys with his eyes. 3 of them immediately surrounded me. One approached provocatively, gritting his teeth and warning, "Behave and come with us. Say one more word, and I'll cripple you." I said nothing more and cooperatively followed them. To be honest, I was also curious about where they were taking me and how they planned to deal with me. Soon, we appeared on the main road of Huadi Academy. 2 people were holding me, arms around my shoulders, chatting and laughing as if we were a group of good friends out for a stroll. "Hey, Chin Ching, is that you?" A voice called out from behind. I turned to see Chin Yu, looking surprised. She had been wandering around the school, thinking about how to ask me out, and unexpectedly ran into me so soon. She was puzzled about how I knew Fu Yang and why we seemed so familiar. Before I could speak, Fu Yang quickly smiled and said, "Isn't this Miss Qin? So you know Chin Qing too." Qin Yu asked Fu Yang with a hostile expression. "Fu Yang, where are you taking Chun Qing?" Fu Yang remained calm and said, "Junior Chin just arrived at the school and isn't familiar with the place. I'm taking him to see the sights of Huadi. Isn't that right, Junior Chun?" Everyone looked at me. Someone whispered a threat in my ear. "If you dare ask her for help, you're dead." I smiled calmly and said to Qin Yu, "Senior Fu is right. I'm fine, you should head back." With that, I turned and walked forward on my own. The others ignored Qin Yu and followed me. Qin Yu watched us leave, saying nothing, but she seemed faintly uneasy. Soon, Fu Yang and his group brought me to the school gate. The implication was clear. They wanted to take me out of the school. Huadi Academy had a rule that attacking fellow students on campus would result in punishment, but outside the school, no one would intervene. I didn't hesitate and followed them out of the gate. As soon as we left the school, Fu Yang's smile turned sinister. Before long, one of his lackeys drove up, shoved me into the car, and we drove off. Huadi Academy was in the suburbs, and they quickly found a desolate area, parking the car in a dark spot. Someone roughly dragged me out of the car. Fu Yang looked at me, his eyes cold. "Chin Ching, you've got guts. Who do you think you are to act so arrogant in front of me?" I was still wearing the wolf head mask, so he couldn't see the fear on my face, which made him even more annoyed. He roared, "Take off that damn mask." I calmly shook my head. "No, I can't. My head is clear." Fu Yang laughed angrily, thinking I must not understand the situation. He gave me an ultimatum. "Are you taking it off or not?" I still shook my head. "No." The next second, a burly man charged at me, shouting, "You dog, can't understand human language? Still so arrogant. If you won't take it off, I'll do it for you." His left hand crackled with electricity, gathering the power of thunder, and he threw a fierce punch at my abdomen. Minus 3,124, the number clearly appeared above my head, but I stood there motionless, as if it was just a gentle breeze. However, in the next moment, everyone was stunned. The burly man suddenly clutched his chest, his face twisted in pain, and an astonishing number appeared above his head. Minus 9,372, the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The burly man stared at his hand in shock, unable to believe he had suffered such a heavy counterattack without even realizing it. He was level 32, with nearly 30,000 health points. Yet before he could even see how I retaliated, he had already lost a third of his health. He looked at my wolf head mask, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. Fu Yang had said I was just a newly registered freshman, so how could my damage be so high? And even though he had dealt over 3,000 damage to me, I acted as if nothing had happened. His mind was filled with questions. Fu Yang said venomously. How dare you fight back? Are you tired of living? At this moment, my indifferent voice came from beneath the mask. Are you sure you want to fight me? Have you thought this through? To hell with you. Fu Yang roared in fury, not expecting that someone he saw as an ant would dare to challenge his authority. Everyone attack. Kill him. His lackeys were filled with murderous intent, and a barrage of ranged skills and melee attacks surged toward me. I chuckled softly and murmured, if that's the case, don't blame me for not holding back. The next second, I vanished from where I stood, and all their attacks missed. What the hell? Fu Yang exclaimed in shock. Before he could react, not far away, the burly man who had unleashed the thunder let out a miserable scream. In the pitch-black night, a red and a blue blade light flashed, slicing the burly man into 4 pieces. As he fell, his face was full of confusion and unwillingness. I held dual blades, standing coldly in front of the burly man's corpse, staring at the remaining 3 people. I said, "Next, it's your turn." At that moment, their faces were filled with terror. Fu Yang, being a scion of a prominent family, quickly regained his composure. Behind him, 5 purple fireballs shot toward me like a meteor shower. Bang! 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 Explosions echoed in the night sky. Smoke and light intertwined around me as I was blasted backward repeatedly. Minus 2,451 minus 2,115 minus 2,123 minus 2,314 minus 3,211. A series of damage numbers appeared above my head. Fu Yang grinned, but before he could speak, he let out a painful cry and collapsed to the ground, his health depleted. The remaining 2 lackeys were scared out of their wits, completely losing the will to fight, and begged in terror, "Don't kill us. Please." We were forced by Fu Yang. I looked at the 2 kneeling and pleading, sighed lightly, and said coldly, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it." As soon as the words fell, 2 flashes of blade light swept past, taking their lives. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Standing amidst the pool of blood, the wolf head mask on my face appeared particularly eerie under the moonlight. I had killed again. Killing thugs before didn't stir much emotion, but this time I killed classmates. Yet there was no choice. They were the ones who initiated the killing intent. If I didn't have this strength, I would be the one dead today. What should I do next? Should I destroy the corpses and erase the evidence? I frowned and muttered to myself. In TV dramas, the protagonist always destroys evidence to avoid trouble, but I had no experience with this. I looked around, unsure where to start. Finally, my gaze landed on Fu Yang's corpse. As a scion of a prominent family, he must have good stuff on him. Let's loot the corpse first, I decided and walked toward Fu Yang. Just as I squatted down and reached out to touch him, Fu Yang's corpse was suddenly engulfed in purple flames. The flames seemed to emerge from his body, instantly wrapping him entirely, the light so intense it hurt my eyes. What the hell is this? I exclaimed instinctively, jumping back. Before I could recover, Fu Yang opened his eyes, which glowed with an eerie purple light. The purple flames seemed alive, lifting his body and making him float slowly. I widened my eyes, too shocked to speak. The next second, Fu Yang seemed to be pulled by something, quickly flying low toward the direction of Huadi Academy, disappearing into the night. I cursed inwardly. This guy was pretending to be dead. I quickly grabbed my blades and chased after him. If he escaped back to the academy, it would be a huge problem. But Fu Yang, wrapped in purple flames, moved as fast as a car. I had no choice but to activate Ultimate Berserk, chasing at 5 times the speed. Even so, there was still some distance between me and the purple flames. We dashed along the mountain road like phantoms. As the gates of Huadi Academy grew closer, my brows furrowed, realizing the gravity of the situation. At this moment, Fu Yang's voice came from within the purple flames, filled with urgency and panic. "Ching, stop chasing me. I promise I won't trouble you anymore, and will even help cover this up." I sneered coldly and replied, "Do you think I would believe you? Fu Yang grew more desperate, raising his voice. Qin, don't push me. I'm the third son of the Fu family. If you kill me, the Fu family won't let you off. I calmly mocked. Fine, stop, and let's talk properly. I promise not to kill you. Fu Yang snorted coldly. If I stop, will I still have my life? Once I return to the academy, you can wait for the Fu family's revenge. My gaze turned icy. You won't make it back to the academy. As soon as I finished speaking, my pace accelerated instantly, chasing after him like a phantom. The distance between us grew smaller, and the gates of Huadi Academy became increasingly clear. My expression was grim, while Fu Yang sneered provocatively. Haha. Qin, once I enter Huadi Academy, you won't be able to touch me. Then, you can wait for the Fu family's wrath. However, before he could finish his sentence, the wolf head mask on my face suddenly emitted an eerie blue light, like the coldest star in the night sky. Like a chilling energy shot out from the mask, instantly catching up to Fu Yang. He screamed in terror. Damn it! What is this thing? No! Ah! His cries pierced the night sky as the purple flames around him flickered violently, as if they were about to extinguish. After a few agonizing screams, the purple flames suddenly went out. Fu Yang fell heavily to the ground, writhing in pain. I rushed over and gasped at the sight of him. His body was rapidly shriveling, turning into a dried-up husk in no time. He looked at me with despair and unwillingness, his voice hoarse as he uttered two words, "Save me." Before he could finish, his head hit the ground, lifeless. Fu Yang had inexplicably died, but the changes to his body were not over. Within seconds, his flesh began to corrode, leaving behind a skeleton, which soon weathered away. Finally, it turned to dust and was carried off by the night wind, as if he had never existed. On the ground, only a single ring remained. The surrounding grass showed no traces of blood or signs of a struggle. Instead of feeling relieved, I grew even more tense. This turn of events was completely beyond my expectations. What on earth was going on? At that moment, a blue shadow emerged from where Fu Yang had fallen and, in the blink of an eye, lunged toward me. It moved so fast that I couldn't react in time. Startled, I instinctively stepped back, but the shadow still managed to dive into my mask. I quickly tore the mask off and threw it away with all my strength. With a loud clang, the mask hit the ground and went still. I let out a long breath, cursing in my mind. Damn it. What is the origin of this mask? Why is it so creepy? Can I even keep it? I spent 5,000 points on this thing. As I hesitated, a voice suddenly echoed in my ears. Kid, I just saved your life, and you throw me away like this? How heartless. My heart skipped a beat, and I looked around. The voice seemed to come from all directions, making it impossible to locate the source. Who's talking? I shouted in panic. The voice spoke again, raspy and amused. Stop looking around. I'm right here on the ground. I looked down and stared in shock at the wolf head mask, thinking, this thing can talk? The voice seemed to sense my astonishment and said, don't be so surprised. Haven't you heard of high-level equipment having artifact spirits? Artifact spirit? I frowned, even more confused. I had heard of artifact spirits, but equipment with them was at least of legendary quality. This mask was only of epic quality. How could it have an artifact spirit? Moreover, I had never heard of an artifact spirit that could leave its equipment and kill someone. All of this was beyond my understanding, making me extremely wary. My gaze turned cold as I said, if you don't tell the truth, there's nothing more to discuss. With that, I turned and started to walk away. A mask this eerie, I wouldn't dare wear it again. I might end up like Fu Yang. The voice from the mask protested indignantly. You ungrateful brat. I just saved you. And this is how you repay me? If I wanted to harm you, I would have done so already. Use your brain. I stopped in my tracks, realizing it had a point. I turned back and demanded, you have 5 minutes to explain your origins clearly, or you can wait here for the next person to pick you up. The voice from the mask was silent for a moment before speaking slowly. I've been asleep in this mask for a long time. If you hadn't put it on and let me absorb your life energy, I wouldn't have woken up. I frowned and asked, so that abyss curse was just something you made up? Were you actually draining my life? What exactly are you? The voice in the mask chuckled bitterly. You might not believe me, but I was once human too, though not from this world. I was shocked. Could it be that he, like me, was a transmigrator? Before I could ask, the voice continued on its own. Although I was asleep in a mask, I learned a bit about your world. Your human world is very similar to the world I came from. Both have many job changers and have faced abyssal invasions. The biggest difference is that the professionals in our world are much stronger than those here. Just in our White Dragon Empire, there are 7 SS-level professionals, and the strongest, the Fardo Empire, is even more formidable, with 18 SS-level professionals. Their king is even the legendary SSS-level professional. The more I listened, the more absurd it sounded. I thought to myself, isn't this just bragging? S-level professionals are as common as dogs. SS-level ones are everywhere. And now there are SSS-level professionals too. I said skeptically, if they're really as strong as you say, how could your world still be invaded by the abyss? The voice inside the mask fell silent for a moment, then sighed deeply and said, I originally thought we were strong enough to resist the abyss, but the abyss is far more powerful than we imagined. Those SS level and SSS level professionals are nothing but ants in the face of the true abyss. Dynasties fell, worlds were destroyed in an instant. I frowned and shook my head, saying, impossible, absolutely impossible. If the abyss were that strong, our world would have been destroyed long ago. A hoarse, cold laugh echoed in my mind. It's not that they don't want to destroy you. It's just not time yet. You fatten the pig before slaughtering it. Don't you understand that logic? These 2 sentences sent shockwaves through my heart. Could it be that we humans are just pigs being raised by the abyss? This completely overturned my understanding. I instinctively shook my head, but the voice inside the mask added another fatal statement. Think about it. The exotic beasts in the dungeons give you experience and equipment, making you stronger to fight the abyss. Doesn't that sound like a farmer feeding pigs? Where do you think the equipment and skill scrolls dropped by those exotic beasts come from? Do you think the abyss kindly created them for you? I was completely stunned, unable to find a reason to refute. This is a world where reality and games are intertwined. In my understanding, killing monsters, leveling up, and getting loot in games is normal because we are players and the game content is designed to serve us. But who is the planner of this world? Are we really players? Professionals may seem powerful, but in reality, they are just struggling to survive under the hands of abyssal exotic beasts. And the abyss we face is only the tip of the iceberg. They are the real players, and we are merely their toys. Thinking about this, I got goosebumps all over. I continued to ask, what do you mean by exotic beasts dropping equipment? The voice inside the mask said, don't you understand yet? The equipment dropped by those exotic beasts after death was crafted by humans from other worlds. I am one of them. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Tang Hongxia. In my world, I was both a soul master and a master equipment craftsman. This wolf head mask is the last piece of equipment I crafted. To prevent myself from completely dying, I entrusted a part of my soul to this equipment. When I woke up, I found myself in this world. I suddenly realized a key issue and asked, wait, how do you have 2 professions? In my understanding, a person can only have one profession in their lifetime. Tang Hongxia said, what's so strange about that? In our world, as long as you reach level 30 and initiate the second profession ceremony, basically every professional can have 2 professions. However, this ceremony has been lost in your world, so you can't have a second profession. At this moment, Tang Hongxia spoke in a serious tone. It seems someone is approaching quickly. Take me and run, or we'll be caught. I hesitated a bit. He was saying all kinds of things, but I still didn't quite believe him. Tang Hongxia sensed my hesitation and said urgently, you brat, why don't you trust me? If you really don't believe me, I'll sign a soul contract with you. Soul contract? What's that? I asked, confused. The next second, the wolf head mask emitted a blue light that shot into my forehead. In my mind, a strange contract document appeared, filled with bizarre patterns and unknown characters. Although I couldn't understand it, I could vaguely sense that signing this contract would bind our souls together, ensuring mutual loyalty, and breaking the contract would result in death. But I still didn't want to sign it. Why would I sign such an ambiguous contract with this old man, who seemed neither human nor ghost? Tang Hongzhe became anxious. Trust me, I am the greatest equipment forging master. If you sign a contract with me, I'll craft a set of legendary equipment perfectly suited for you. His words tempted me a bit, so I asked, what price do I have to pay? I didn't believe in free lunches. He was so eager to sign the contract. There must be something he wanted from me. Tang Hongzhe didn't hold back and said directly, I need you to continue providing me with life energy, just like before, extracting 2,000 points of life energy from you every minute. My soul is incomplete and severely damaged. I need your life energy to heal. Otherwise, I'll remain in a state of slumber. I nodded. If it was just life energy, I could accept that. After all, wearing this mask for half a day had already increased my life points by over 10,000, which was quite significant. Tang Hongzhe urged me, don't hesitate. Sign quickly. I sense a strong energy fluctuation heading this way. I silently nodded and signed my name on the soul contract in my mind. The next second, I felt a strange connection with the mask on the ground. Tang Hongzhe's voice grew weaker and weaker. Quick, hurry. Clearly, the energy he had just obtained was almost depleted, and he was about to fall back into slumber. With the soul contract binding us, I no longer worried about Tang Hongzhe betraying me. I quickly picked up the mask and left in a hurry. 2 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a silver suit flew down from the sky, paused briefly in midair, and scanned the surroundings with sharp, eagle-like eyes before landing lightly on the spot where Fu Yang had died. On the ground, apart from a few fallen leaves and dust, there were no signs of life. The middle-aged man frowned and carefully picked up a ring from the grass. This ring was a gift he had given Fu Yang for his 18th birthday, serving as both storage equipment and a life-saving tool. About 20 minutes ago, he felt the power within the ring activate, realizing Fu Yang was in danger, so he rushed over. Through the residual energy, he could only find the ring but saw no sign of Fu Yang. His frown deepened, his face turned ashen, and a strong sense of unease surged in his heart. Fu Yang. Could he have met with misfortune? Back at the dormitory, I slumped onto the sofa, my mood gradually calming down. Too much had happened tonight. First, Fu Yang and his group tried to deal with me, but I ended up countering and killing them. Then, I discovered that the mask housed someone from another world who bombarded me with explosive information. Even now, I still find it hard to believe. If what he said is true, then our world will eventually be destroyed by the abyss. His world, with so many SS-level individuals, and even SSS-level ones, couldn't resist the abyss. Our world doesn't even have as many SS-level individuals as a single country in his world. How could we possibly compare? But thinking about this is really like worrying unnecessarily. As the saying goes, if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Besides, the real abyss invasion is still uncertain. Who knows when it will happen? Maybe by then, I'll have already died of old age, and it won't be my concern. Right now, the issue to worry about is Fu Yang and his group. Fu Yang is dead, and the Fu family might investigate, possibly tracing it back to me. When Fu Yang suddenly came back to life, I didn't handle the scene at all, and I have no idea if they'll be able to figure anything out. Forget it. When soldiers come, we fight them. When water comes, we block it with earth. I'll take it one step at a time. I'm not someone skilled in strategy. Thinking about these problems just gives me a headache. As I was feeling overwhelmed, the ringing of my phone pulled me back to reality. I took the phone out of my pocket and saw Zhang Lingshue's name. Seeing her name lightened my mood a bit. Zhang Lingxue always manages to bring me warmth at critical moments. A smile unconsciously appeared on my lips as I pressed the answer button and said gently, "Hey, Xueji, what's up?" On the other end of the line, Zhang Lingxue playfully teased, Humph. Can I call you for no reason? You heartless guy. You've been in Huadi for so many days and haven't even called me. Be honest. Have you been charmed by some senior sister from Huadi? Hearing this, Su Ying's image flashed in my mind, and I felt a bit guilty. I awkwardly chuckled twice and tried to change the subject. Shueji, I just arrived in Huadi not long ago. Principal Liang is using my brother Chan Feng's information to coerce me into participating in Sakura Nation's exchange competition, and I have to reach level 25 by the end of this month. After hearing this, Zhang Lingxue burst out with curses. Damn it, that Principal Liang is no good. He looks refined, but is full of schemes. If he messes with you, I'll have my second grandpa teach him a lesson. Don't worry, my grandpa knows quite a few people in Huadi City. Listening to Zhang Lingxue's indignant words warmed my heart, and I couldn't help but softly call out Shueji. On the other end, Zhang Lingxue responded gently, What's wrong? I took a deep breath and sincerely said, Miss you. As soon as the words left my mouth, I was surprised myself, not knowing why I suddenly wanted to express my longing. The other end of the line fell silent for a moment. I nervously gripped my phone, my heart racing. I softly probed, Shueji, are you still there? After a few seconds of silence, Zhang Lingxue's slightly flustered voice came through. I'm here. What did you just say? It's windy here. I couldn't hear clearly. Say it again. Zhang Lingxue was clearly making excuses. It was quiet around her. Where would the wind come from? I deliberately replied firmly. No way. Good words aren't said twice. Zhang Lingxue pretended to be angry. Say it when I tell you to. Are you even a man? Not saying. I playfully responded. Say it, say it. Zhang Lingxue persisted. Our conversation shifted from awkwardness to light-hearted teasing, and finally, we reluctantly ended the call. Zhang Lingxue sat in her cozy bedroom, putting down her phone. She was wearing black sports shorts and a simple short-sleeve shirt, casually squatting on her bed with her legs together, her arms resting on her knees. Her long, smooth legs glowed under the moonlight, her skin fair and delicate, and her face carried a shy smile as she softly muttered, This fool. She had originally planned to tell me today that she had also received an admission offer from Huadi, but she decided to hold back, intending to surprise me at the start of the semester. Imagining my surprised and delighted expression when I saw her at school, a smug smile appeared on her lips. After finishing the call with Zhang Lingxue, I felt much more relaxed. In my mind, I called out to Tang Hongzhe, but the mask didn't respond. It seemed to have fallen asleep again. However, the curse of losing 2,000 health points per minute was still active. I ignored it, buried my head in the pillow, and slept soundly until morning. Before I had fully opened my eyes, the piercing ringtone of my phone shattered the silence. I rubbed my eyes and picked up the phone from the bedside table, seeing Principal Liang Wendao's number. My heart tightened. Could last night's incident have been exposed so quickly? I quickly answered the phone, my voice a bit tense. Hello, Principal Liang. Are you at school? Liang Wendao's tone was calm, revealing no emotion. I'm in the dormitory, I cautiously replied. Liang Wendao said directly, Then come to the principal's office now. Principal, what do you need me for? I probed. There's something I need you to cooperate with in an investigation. I'll explain the details when you get here. Liang Wendao's words made me uneasy. After hanging up, my mind raced, trying to figure out what Liang Wendao meant. I frowned, took a deep breath to calm myself. I hadn't expected the Foo family to act so quickly, tracing things back to me overnight. I had no idea how far they'd gotten in their investigation. Unable to come up with a solution, I comforted myself. If worst comes to worst, I'll just tell the truth. They struck first. I was forced to retaliate. At that moment, my phone vibrated. It was a text from Liang Wendao. It read, When you come over, remember what I said. No matter what others say, don't admit to anything. Below was a note. Make sure to delete this message. I never said anything to you. Seeing the text, I felt a surge of relief. It seemed Principal Liang was on my side, and there was still room to maneuver. Without hesitation, I got dressed, quickly freshened up, and headed out. After asking around for a while, I finally arrived at the principal's office door. I took a deep breath to calm my nerves, then gently knocked. After a moment, Liang Wendao's steady voice came through. "Come in." I pushed the door open, and the atmosphere inside felt oppressive. Liang Wendao sat expressionlessly in his office chair, his gaze sharp. On the sofa opposite him sat a middle-aged man in a silver suit, clearly someone of high status. Behind him stood four men in black suits, their eyes cold, exuding vigilance and strength. The middle-aged man suddenly looked at me, his gaze like a knife, as if trying to see through me. I wasn't wearing the wolf head mask, so he could easily access my information and data. I quickly turned to Liang Wendao and asked, "Principal Liang, what do you need me for?" Liang Wendao's tone was casual, as if discussing an ordinary matter. "Did you meet a student named Fu Yang yesterday?" I pretended to be puzzled and shook my head. "Fu Yang? Who's that? I don't know him." The middle-aged man snorted coldly, full of suspicion and dissatisfaction. "Humph. Yesterday, Fu Yang clearly left school with you, and you say you don't know him?" I looked innocent. "I really don't know him. I've only been at school for a few days. How could I know him, let alone leave school with him?" "Sir, you must be mistaken." The middle-aged man's face turned ashen. "Do you really think I don't have evidence?" As he spoke, his assistant behind him pulled out a stack of photos from his pocket and slammed them onto the coffee table. I looked down and felt a jolt of tension. The photos clearly documented every move of me and Fu Yang, from walking shoulder to shoulder on campus to leaving school together. Even the details of our expressions were visible. It was then I realized Huadi Academy had surveillance cameras hidden so well that I hadn't noticed them before. I didn't panic and refuted with a blank expression. "Sir, is this your so-called evidence? I'm not in these photos." The middle-aged man angrily pointed at the figure wearing a wolf head mask in the photos. "Isn't this you?" I smiled and countered. "There are plenty of students wearing masks at school. How can you be sure this is me?" "You." The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent, as if he was about to strike. He struggled to suppress his anger, speaking in a low and firm voice. "Chun Qing, do you think I haven't investigated you? This wolf head mask was exchanged by you yesterday for 5,000 points at the dungeon tower. It's of epic quality and comes with an abyss curse. There's only one in the entire school. What else do you have to say? I just want to know where Fu Yang is. Tell me, and I promise not to make things difficult for you." I thought to myself, Fu Yang is probably already drinking Meng Po's soup by now. I chuckled inwardly but put on a helpless expression, speaking to the middle-aged man in front of me with a bitter face. "Uncle, yesterday I went to the restroom, and somehow the mask I exchanged for 5,000 points was stolen. I barely even got to wear it." With a tone full of grievance, I added helplessly, "Why don't you help me find the mask when you go looking for Fu Yang?" As soon as I finished speaking, the middle-aged man immediately lost his composure and slammed his fist on a coffee table. With a loud boom, the table shattered into pieces on the spot. The pressure in the room suddenly surged, as if a mountain was pressing down, making it hard to breathe. Even the ground trembled, almost causing me to lose my balance. "Enough," Liang Wendao spoke coldly. As soon as his voice fell, the oppressive feeling instantly dissipated, and I breathed a sigh of relief. Liang Wendao's gaze was sharp as he stared at the middle-aged man and said, "Fu Chun, this is Huadi School, not your Fu family's lair. You laid hands on my student. What kind of rules are those?" Fu Chun responded with a sneer. "Rules? My son's life is uncertain, and this kid is clearly a suspect. If your principal doesn't investigate thoroughly, is that what you call rules?" Liang Wendao's expression remained calm. "Provide evidence." Chun Qing said his mask was stolen, and he's only been here a few days. What connection could he possibly have with the Fu family? Don't make wild guesses. Fu Chan scoffed disdainfully. "Liang Wendao, is this what you call shielding? He's a Huadi student, but my son isn't." Liang Wendao remained composed. "Without evidence, don't slander my student." Hearing this, I felt a weight lifted off my chest. The principal was finally standing up for me. At this rate, Fu Chin wouldn't be able to do anything to me. At that moment, The office door was knocked on. Fu Chan sneered. Want evidence? The witness is here. The door opened, and it was Qinyu. My heart tightened as I recognized her. Qinyu walked in, politely nodded to Liang Wendao, and then asked Fu Chen, Uncle Fu, why did you call me here? Fu Chen immediately switched to a gentle expression. Niece Qinyu, you know Qingqing, right? Yesterday, you cleared the Luoshan mine dungeon together. Qinyu blinked. Indeed, at that time, Qingqing was wearing a wolf head mask, mysterious and quite handsome. My heart sank, realizing what he was trying to get her to say. He must have seen the surveillance footage of Qinyu encountering me and Fu Yang together. If Qinyu identified me, I'd be done for. No matter how much Liang Wendao tried to help, he wouldn't be able to save me. Fu Chen continued to ask, so, was the person wearing the wolf head mask with Fu Yang last night Qingqing? I remember you even exchanged a few words. The air in the room instantly froze, and all eyes focused on Qinyu. I held my breath, feeling anxious. If she admitted it, I'd have no room to refute. I even considered making a bold escape, but with these high-level professionals around, running away was nearly impossible. Just as I was at my wit's end, Qinyu spoke naturally. Uncle Fu, already know? Then I have to say, I really embarrassed myself at the time. I thought the person wearing the wolf head mask was Qingqing, so I greeted him, but I got it wrong. That person wasn't Qingqing at all. Later, I saw him walking with Fu Yang and the others. Fu Chen's face darkened, unwilling to give up, and he pressed further. He was wearing an eye mask. How can you be sure it wasn't Qingqing? A hint of cunning flashed in Qin Yu's eyes before she quickly returned to a sincere expression. Uncle Fu, it's intuition. Qingqing has a unique aura, and that person didn't have it. I've interacted with Qingqing multiple times, so I can tell the difference. Fu Chen pointed at me. Then can you recognize who he is? Qinyu turned to scrutinize me, her gaze filled with confusion. My throat was dry with tension. If she recognized me at this critical moment, all my previous lies would unravel, and Fu Chen would undoubtedly question everything. The tense atmosphere was suddenly broken by Qin Yu's surprised exclamation. You're Qingqing? Oh my God. I knew you'd be handsome without the mask. I was just wondering how to ask you out to hang out, and I didn't expect to run into you again so soon. Her words were like a spring breeze, easing the tension on the scene. She completely forgot it was a solemn occasion, chatting with me excitedly, her innocence utterly unpretentious. Her honesty inadvertently shifted the situation. Fu Chen's face turned completely ashen. Sitting on the sofa, his hands clenched tightly, his knuckles creaked, and his eyes were filled with indescribable anger and resentment. This description fully showcases the strong contrast in emotions among the characters, from tension to relaxation, with the conflict escalating layer by layer. At the same time, the author cleverly uses Qin Yu's character as a turning point in the plot, laying down a crucial foreshadowing. Qin Yu's misidentification not only defused the immediate crisis, but also introduced subsequent suspense. Does she truly not recognize him? Or is there another hidden story? In real life, we often encounter moments of misunderstanding, especially in the workplace or interpersonal relationships. Evidence and trust often determine the direction of the situation. Sometimes, an unintentional remark from a colleague or friend can change our future and reputation. This story reminds us that staying calm and rational is more effective than acting impulsively. Speaking of this, do you think Qin Yu's reaction is truly innocent, or is she hiding some secrets? Feel free to leave a comment and share your thoughts. Liang Wendao spoke again. Now you should believe this child is innocent, right? I'm also deeply saddened by Fu Yang's disappearance. Huadi will fully cooperate with the Fu family to find him and will notify you immediately if there are any clues. His words were firm, as if to end this dispute. Fu Chan stood up, glanced at me, snorted coldly, and left with his people. The moment the door closed, I felt relieved, took a deep breath, and relaxed completely. Liang Wendao said to Qinyu, you go out first. I want to talk to Qingqing alone. Qinyu nodded, her expression shifting from excitement to seriousness, and she gently closed the door as she left. The room fell silent again. Liang Wendao sat down, took off his glasses, and wiped them, seemingly organizing his thoughts. Then he calmly asked, "Did you kill Fu Yang?" He didn't look at me, focusing on cleaning his glasses, his tone flat, as if discussing the weather. I felt there was no need to hide it and said, "I killed Fu Yang, but they attacked first. I acted in self-defense." Liang Wendao didn't react much and said indifferently, "You can go back now. Don't leave the school for the time being. The Fu family might cause trouble for you." I was a bit surprised. I thought he would reprimand me, but he just asked one question and let me go. Scratching my head, I couldn't figure out his intentions. Liang Wendao put on his glasses, picked up a newspaper, and ignored me. I politely said, "Thank you, principal, for understanding. I'll head back now." Just as I was about to leave, Liang Wendao said, "Wait a moment." I stopped and turned back, puzzled. Liang Wendao reminded me, "Don't forget about the exchange competition in Sakura country. There are less than 20 days left until the end of the month, and you're still 5 levels short. Focus on leveling up from now on. Stop clearing stages to earn points. I'll give you 5,000 points every month. Once you reach level 40, I'll arrange for a top-tier blacksmith to craft equipment for you. Everything depends on your performance, understood?" I nodded solemnly, unexpectedly moved by Principal Liang's kindness, almost wanting to bow to him. Liang Wendao waved his hand, signaling that I could leave. He sighed and said, "Another troublemaker. Just arrived a few days ago, and already causing more trouble than his brother." As I walked out of the office, Qinyu was not far away, playfully winking at me. We left the office building together, the air carrying the scent of spring. After safely leaving the building, Qinyu smiled and asked, "How did I do today?" I replied seriously, "Qinyu, thank you so much, but why did you help me?" Qinyu said directly, "Because I like you. Haven't I made it obvious enough?" I felt a bit awkward, rubbing my nose. I've been used to a peaceful campus life, and such a direct confession left me at a loss. It's the first time I've encountered a girl being so straightforward, and we've only known each other for 2 days. Apart from knowing her name, I know nothing else about her, so I didn't know what to say. Seeing my discomfort, Qinyu waved her hand and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm not forcing you to do anything. Besides liking you, I also dislike Fu Yang. Both he and his brother Fu Tianlong are annoying, arrogant, and condescending. Many students at school have been bullied by them. Yesterday, when I saw you with them, I felt something was wrong. Today, when Fu Chun called me, I figured out a way to help you clear your name." I felt her sincerity and concern, took a deep breath, and said earnestly, "Qinyu, thank you so much for helping me today. I owe you one." Although she confessed to me, I didn't feel the same way about her. I tried to be polite and keep some distance to avoid any misunderstandings. Qinyu looked a bit disappointed, but quickly showed a cute smile again. In the Fu family mansion in Huadi City, a delicate teacup was smashed to pieces by Fu Chun. He sat on the sofa, his face gloomy, and the atmosphere in the living room was oppressive. The servants didn't dare to make a sound. At this moment, the Fu family patriarch, Fu Panghai, slowly descended from the second floor. He was dressed in a loose black robe, his hair white, but his spirit vigorous, his face unwrinkled. Though he walked slowly, he carried an air of authority. Fu Panghai glanced at Fu Chun and calmly asked, "How's the investigation on Fu Yang's matter?" Fu Chun suppressed his anger upon seeing his father and respectfully replied, "Father, Fu Yang might have been murdered." Fu Panghai showed no expression and asked, "Have you found the killer?" Fu Chun said angrily, "We found him, but that kid has Hua Emperor Liang Wendao backing him and refuses to admit it. Even Qin Yu from the Qin family is speaking up for him." Fu Panghai became interested. "What's that kid's background that makes Liang Wendao and the Qin family protected?" Fu Chen replied, "Investigated. His name is Chun Qing, from a small town in Xining province. He has no background, but for some reason, Liang Wendao brought him to Hua Emperor. I used observation skills on him. He's just a C-level Berserker with no special attributes, only level 20. Fu Penghai thought for a moment. If Liang Wendao is protecting him, it's not that simple. Fu Yang was level 35 and had life-saving items, yet he still died at his hands. How did Fu Yang provoke him? Fu Chan dared not hide anything. Chun Xing was close to the student council president Su Ying during his first few days here. Fu Yang liked Su Ying and might have gone to trouble him. Fu Penghai said indifferently, the descendants of the Fu family indulging in romantic pursuits. Dying is no pity. Fu Chan trembled upon hearing this and dared not speak. Fu Penghai emphasized, but Chun Xing killed Fu Yang. He won't live. The Fu family cannot be bullied without retaliation. Fu Chun hesitated and said, I want him dead, but he's hiding in Hua Emperor Academy. The dean and Liang Wendao are there, and if we send people in, they'll be discovered and might trigger the attack formations. Fu Penghai thought for a while and said, in a week, it's my 80th birthday. I'll invite Liang Wendao and several deans from Hua Emperor. Fu Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly said, Father, I understand your meaning. After that, I spent almost all my time in the school dungeons. Many people saw my name on the dungeon records and wanted to spend points to have me help them clear the levels, but I refused them all. I needed to improve my strength. I had offended the Fu family, and they wouldn't let me go. Hua Emperor Academy could only protect me temporarily. Sooner or later, I'd have to face trouble. After a week of effort, I successfully leveled up to level 22. With the help of the mask and the dungeons, my health broke through the 500,000 mark, and my base attack power increased significantly. Unfortunately, the recent dungeons didn't drop anything particularly useful. Most of the materials I exchanged for points, now totaling over 6,500. Though it's not much, it's enough for now. After all, Principal Liang promised to have the school's master blacksmith craft equipment for me, so I'm not in a hurry for gear. Besides, the mask hides a master blacksmith from another world, Tang Hongxia. However, ever since signing the soul contract with him, he's been in a deep sleep. No matter how I call him, he doesn't respond, leaving many questions unanswered, which is quite frustrating. Aside from dungeon grinding and leveling up, the thing that makes me happiest is calling Zhang Lingxue. Every time I finish talking to her, I feel incredibly cheerful. These days, Qinyu still comes to find me occasionally. I've made it clear that I don't like her anymore, yet she keeps smiling and chatting with me, leaving me helpless. Another week passed quickly. After sharing my daily life with Zhang Lingxue, I went to bed satisfied, wearing the wolf head mask before sleeping. Because of the Fu family's matter, I didn't dare to wear the mask openly and could only wear it at night while sleeping. The mask's material and structure are unique, making it comfortable to sleep in without any sense of discomfort, and breathing remains smooth. After wearing it for a long time, I barely feel its presence on my face. Soon, I fell asleep. Meanwhile, outside the dormitory building, more than a dozen people quietly arrived. They were dressed in Hua Emperor Academy uniforms, looking like students, but their gazes were exceptionally sharp. At this moment, a man in a regular school uniform stepped out from the shadows of the dormitory building, his demeanor serious. Everyone stared at him, waiting for his signal. He spoke in a deep and powerful voice. Begin the operation. Two support class professionals, formation masters, stepped out from the group and quickly moved to both ends of the dormitory building. They held delicate white brushes and skillfully drew runes on the ground. The runes glowed, white under the moonlight, quickly connecting together like a woven net. In less than 5 minutes, they met at both ends, forming a massive ceiling formation. The formation activated, and the two put away their brushes, pressing their palms together. A powerful energy wave erupted, enveloping the entire dormitory building. The building was shrouded in a faint gray light, making its outline appear blurry from the outside. After completing their task, the two returned to the team and reported to the leading man. The man waved his hand in satisfaction, signaling them to proceed. He then selected a 6-person team to stand before him and gave them a low-voiced briefing. The target is in the dormitory, suspected to be a level 40 Berserker. Trapped by the formation, they can't escape. Once inside, act quickly and eliminate the target without hesitation. Understood. The team members responded seriously. Understood. The man added, report any developments immediately, and I'll send others to assist. Everyone nodded. Move out. At his command, the six-person team charged toward the dormitory building. As they passed through the formation, their school uniforms transformed like liquid into dark combat suits, instantly turning them from ordinary students into cold, stealthy operatives ready to carry out a lethal mission. I was suddenly awakened from my sleep by Tang Hongjia's voice. Be careful. 6 people have entered the dormitory building. They're moving fast and coming for you. I immediately became alert and glanced at the time. It was just past midnight. Coming to the dormitory this late clearly meant they had ill intentions. Frowning, I wondered, could the Foo family have sent people after me so quickly? This is Huadi Academy. How dare they? A flood of questions surged in my mind. I quickly put on my school uniform, somehow already gripping my dual blades, the Song of Ice and Fire. Cautiously, I pushed open the dormitory door. The hallway was eerily quiet. I listened intently and suddenly saw a group of white objects flying up from the stairwell. At first, I thought they were falling leaves, but as they got closer, I realized they were fist-sized paper cranes, glowing white and flapping their wings ominously. The paper cranes flew to my dormitory door, scouting around as if alive. At that moment, a woman in a tight black combat suit downstairs spoke into a communicator. Target located on the 3rd floor. They've noticed us. A rough voice responded, got it. I'll handle him. The woman cautioned, Kawashinkan, be careful. A mocking laugh came from the other end of the line. Relax, dealing with a kid like this. I'm more than enough. As I was still puzzled by the paper cranes, Tang Hongzhi warned again, watch out, there's someone above you. Startled, I looked up just as the ceiling suddenly exploded with a boom. Dust and debris flew everywhere, and a massive shadow, accompanied by falling rubble, descended like a beast pouncing from above, freezing the air around it. Narrowing my eyes, I quickly raised my dual blades above my head. In the next instant, it felt like colliding with a speeding truck. The opponent's immense strength forced me into a half-kneeling position, cracking the floor beneath me, which seemed ready to collapse at any moment. What incredible strength! I thought in shock. My attributes were all invested in Constitution, making strength my weak point, and today I was being completely overpowered. I quickly rolled to the side to relieve the pressure and focus my gaze. It was a burly man. Without hesitation, I followed through with a bloodblade cross slash aimed at the burly man. As he landed, he saw 2 massive blood-red crosses slashing toward him. The narrow hallway left him almost no room to dodge. However, he sneered, clearly dismissing my skill. Crossing his arms in front of his chest, his forearms were swiftly covered in thick, hard black scales, resembling natural armor. My bloodblade cross slash struck his arms, producing a deafening collision sound. The windows shattered, and shards of glass rained down like droplets. Cracks appeared on the surrounding walls. 2 massive damage numbers appeared above the burly man's head. Minus 14,531, minus 12,313. I was shocked. My base attack of over 50,000 only dealt a little over 10,000 damage to him. His defense was too strong, and his health bar only dropped by about 1/5. I estimated his health to be at least over 100,000. I used observation skill on him, but all I saw were question marks, except for his name, Kawashima Ruichiro. My expression turned serious. He was actually from Sakura country, and his level was at least 10, maybe even 20 levels higher than mine. I was even more puzzled. Why was someone from Sakura country attacking me? Could it be that the Foo family sent him? How did the Foo family get involved with people from Sakura country? At this moment, Kawashima Ruichiro's face also darkened. He hadn't expected me to deal such high damage despite his proud defense. But in the next second, he sneered coldly. Tang Hongzhi anxiously shouted, "Watch your back." I immediately felt a chill down my spine, quickly bent down, and narrowly avoided an attack from the darkness. Turning around, I saw a black shadow wielding a curved blade attacking me. I dodged while retreating back into the room, putting some distance between us. It was then that I remembered Tang Hongzhe mentioning that 6 people had entered the dormitory. Subtracting the 2 in front of me, there were still 4 who hadn't made a move. I didn't want to fight them head on. After all, this was the Huadi Academy. As long as I left the dormitory building, the teachers would surely notice something was wrong, and I could escape. With that thought, I decisively jumped out the window. But after landing, I found myself still in the 3rd floor dormitory. I tried twice more, and each time, the same thing happened. What the? Am I trapped in a ghost wall? I muttered in confusion. This was the first time I'd encountered such a situation. Tang Hongzhe said, "Don't bother. You're in a formation. You can't leave unless you break its rules." A formation? My heart tightened. It seemed they were out to kill me, even using a formation. My ferocity was ignited. Gripping my dual blades tightly, my eyes beneath the mask were filled with killing intent. If they wanted to kill me, then let's see who the real prey was. At that moment, 2 whoosh sounds came from the shadows in the room, and 2 black darts shot toward me. I stood still and didn't dodge. The darts hit me, showing damage of minus 5,439 and minus 6,421. The darts were also laced with poison, causing me to lose over 2,000 health per second for 20 seconds. But suddenly, a scream came from the shadows, and someone fell out of the darkness. His health bar had dropped by more than half, and his HP was decreasing at a rate of over 6,000 per second. A woman's anxious voice came through his earpiece. "Shirgu Kuan, what's happening on your side?" The man called Shirgu said in terror, "Be careful. This guy has a reflect damage effect." Before he could finish, his health hit 0. The burly man outside the room turned pale at the sight. He hadn't expected me to kill his companion so easily. Even though I had taken over 50,000 damage, I looked completely fine. What he didn't know was that my health was over 500,000. Even with my mask keeping me at 50% health, I still had over 250,000. Plus, I had triggered the passive skill Bloodline Boil, which restored 5,000 health per second. The health I lost was less than what I recovered. I stared directly at the black-clad, burly man outside the room, activating the infinite dual blade mode, ready to strike first. But just then, a pair of pitch-black hands emerged from the shadow beneath me, grabbing my ankles. Instantly, I felt my body freeze. I couldn't move, not even blink. "You were too careless." A cold face emerged from the floor. "Once you're caught by my Kiro's hands, you can't move until we kill you." My gaze sharpened, recognizing that this was another support-type professional skilled in control. At the doorway, Kawashima Ruichiro burst into laughter. "Well done, Hati." As he spoke, he stepped inside, and the black scales on his body rapidly grew, soon covering him entirely, making him resemble a beast covered in scales. In a rough voice, he said, "This kid has a counter-damage effect. Don't attack him. I'll kill him myself." With that, he charged forward and delivered a heavy punch to my head, showing damage of minus 23,121. At the same time, a damage number of 69,363 appeared on his body, and his health bar dropped by more than half in an instant. "Hata!" exclaimed in shock. "Insane? This kid actually has triple counter damage." No wonder Shirgu was taken out in a second. Although Kawashima Ruichiro was mentally prepared, he was still startled by such high counter damage. However, he quickly regained his composure, revealing a confident smile. "He's trickier than expected, but I can wear him down soon enough." The next second, something surprising happened. Kawashima Ruichiro's health, which was less than half, began visibly regenerating, and before long, it was back to full. I couldn't help but wonder, does Kawashima have a skill similar to mine that restores health? Fully recovered, Kawashima laughed arrogantly and landed another punch on me, again dealing over 20,000 damage. But after 4 punches, he realized something was wrong. My health was absurdly high. He had dealt nearly 200,000 damage in total, yet I showed no signs of dying. He shouted in disbelief, "What the hell?" While he was momentarily stunned, I suddenly spoke coldly. "Are you done? Now it's my turn." With that, I moved, dual blades in hand, stabbing them into the floor beneath me. Hado let out a pained scream. Impossible. How can you break free from my control? This is absolutely impossible. I didn't stop, driving my blades through Hada and pinning him to the floor. In truth, I have the skill, Ultimate Berserk, which makes it impossible for me to be controlled. I hadn't acted earlier because I wanted to lure the others out. Tang Hongzhe had said 6 people entered the dormitory building. So far, Kawashima Ruichiro, Hada, and the deceased Shirgu had appeared, meaning 3 others were still hiding. But they were too cautious, not showing themselves even when I was controlled. Left with no choice, I stopped pretending, activated Ultimate Berserk to become immune to control, and killed Hada first. Kawashima Ruichiro's eyes widened in horror, his face filled with shock. The wolf masked me was terrifying, high health, high counter damage, and immune to control. I was undoubtedly the most troublesome target on their assassination list. He quickly shouted into his communicator, "Chie, contact Captain Noguchi for backup immediately. The situation is dire." "Understood. Hold on. I'll contact the captain right away." Chie responded. But before her voice had even faded, I charged forward with my blades. At that moment, the roles reversed. In Kawashima Ruichiro's eyes, the wolf masked me was like a ruthless killer. Beads of sweat the size of beans formed on his forehead, and a trace of fear flickered in his eyes. My speed was too fast, leaving him no room to dodge. He could only rely on his scales to endure the attacks. My strikes caused dazzling sparks to fly off his scales, but they still held firm. Even so, my relentless attacks forced him to retreat repeatedly, his health bar dropping significantly again. His face turned pale with fear as he realized my damage output had increased. Suddenly, Kawashima Ruichiro shouted, "Yumiko!" Above him, a petite figure hung upside down from the ceiling. Hearing his call, Yumiko swooped down like a bird, landing on Kawashima's head. Her body then melted like liquid, merging into Kawashima. In an instant, Kawashima Ruichiro's eyes lit up, his aura surged, and his body grew even larger. The scales on his body emitted a faint blue glow. I frowned. Another support-type professional? This was the first time since my job change that I had encountered a battle involving both combat and support professionals working together. Support-type professions are generally divided into 3 categories. The first type, like Bantian, specializes in crowd control, possessing strong control skills to assist teammates in securing kills. The second type focuses on amplification, significantly enhancing teammates' abilities, making them highly favored by combat professions. The third type is the healing type, like Feng Xiao, who can provide sustained support during prolonged battles. High-grade healing support can turn the tide of a battlefield, which is why support professions are often more valuable than combat ones. Among the 4 people revealed so far, 2 are support roles, and 2 have yet to appear. I suspect there might be another support role, making it a luxurious configuration of 3 combatants and 3 supports. The Fu family really thinks highly of me. In that case, I'll fight to my heart's content. I instantly raised my blades and charged forward, activating Infinite Dual Blade Flow and Ultimate Berserk. One blade was icy, the other fiery, slashing dazzling arcs of light. In the narrow space, the sound of metal clashing echoed continuously. With Yumiko fused, Kawashima Ruichiro was wary of my counter damage. He guarded with both hands in front of him, trying to stall me until his captain arrived. After fusion, his defense had greatly increased, and even with the 5-fold attack power boost from Ultimate Berserk, each of my strikes only dealt less than 5,000 damage, with critical hits barely exceeding 7,000. My attack frequency was high, but his recovery was swift as well. In the narrow corridor, Kawashima Ruichiro was forced to retreat under my relentless strikes, sparks flying off his body. He sneered and shouted, "You can't kill me. Just hold on for 1 more minute, and the captain will be here." I remained expressionless, my blades raining down like a storm. With each slash, I softly murmured a number. 17, 18, 19. Kawashima Ruichiro frowned. What's he counting? Before he could figure out, my next strike arrived. 20. I raised my voice, and the long blade erupted with brilliant white light, as if bathed in moonlight, unstoppable. Kawashima Ruichiro's pupils dilated, sensing death approaching. Impossible. My defense is so high, he can't break through. He desperately guarded with both hands, and Yumiko also released energy. The blade descended, shattering the scales on his body like thin ice. "This can't be," he screamed in terror. My blade pierced through his body, leaving a trail of blood, and a massive damage number floated above his head. Minus 253,214. Infinite dual blade flow. Every 20th attack deals true damage, ignoring defense. With one strike, the world fell silent. Kawashima Ruichiro's body was cleaved in two, collapsing slowly, and Yumiko was separated, her health bar emptied. In the dilapidated corridor on the third floor, I was the only one left. I murmured, "For down, 2 to go." At that moment, Tang Hongzhi said, "I sense 5 more people entering through the main door." I frowned. How many people did the Foo family send? 2 were still unaccounted for, and now 5 more had arrived. They were determined to kill me. At the dim staircase entrance, 4 figures appeared. The leading man wore a black combat suit, his long, tousled hair framing sharp features accentuated by stubble, giving him a lean and capable appearance. Behind him, 3 subordinates wore white mask-like faceplates, exuding an eerie and mysterious aura. The man first glanced down at the remains of Kawashima, Ruichiro, and Yumiko, his expression blank. He scanned the surroundings, the interplay of dim light and shadows casting a somber look on his face. He looked up and said calmly, "I underestimated your strength. If I had known you were this strong, I would have led the team from the start." I cautiously observed him. Although I couldn't see his level, the oppressive aura he exuded was even stronger than Kawashima Ruichiro's after fusing with Yumiko. I probed, "Are you from Sakura country?" He didn't respond, which I took as confirmation. I continued, "This is Longsha country. How dare you commit crimes here?" He sneered, "There's no such thing as dare or not dare, as long as the price is right. But after killing you, I'll have to ask the employer for a higher fee." I smiled confidently. "You won't be going back." Captain Noguchi stood at the front, listening to Chie's report through his earpiece. Chie's voice was low and urgent. "Captain Noguchi, Chun-Ching is extremely strong. High health, high attack, and triple counter damage. Even Kawashima and Yumiko fused were killed by him in one strike. For some reason, Mrs. Sai hasn't made a move yet." Captain Noguchi nodded slightly and said calmly, "Don't worry, leave it to me." As he spoke, he drew out a long blade, completely different from mine. The blade was slender, in the style of a Japanese katana, gleaming coldly under the dim light. With a gentle swing, the blade was unsheathed, emitting a piercing sound as it sliced through the air, its cold light scattering in all directions. At the same time, 3 subordinates behind him, all wearing white masks, simultaneously drew their swords in perfect unison, their movements as synchronized as if they were one person. My expression grew serious, as I couldn't shake the eerie feeling emanating from the 3 men behind Captain Noguchi. The next second, the 4 of them charged at me together. In a narrow corridor, I faced off against 4 katanas with my dual blades. The dim lighting left only the glint of blades flashing coldly in the darkness. I wielded the infinite dual blade style. With exceptional skill, my blades tracing dazzling arcs in the dark, swift as lightning. Under their coordinated assault, I weaved through their attacks like a swimming dragon. For a moment, the clashing of weapons echoed incessantly. However, Captain Noguchi's men were highly skilled in swordsmanship. Even with my 5-fold attack speed, the fight was evenly matched. Their coordination was impeccable, their attacks as tight as a net, trying to trap me. Each clash of blades sparked brilliant flashes, like dangerous yet beautiful fireworks in the night sky. Captain Noguchi praised, "Your dual blade style is impressive." As he spoke, His blade was enveloped in a layer of icy white light, slashing toward me like a shooting star. I initially intended to dodge, but decided to take the hit head-on instead. Rather than prolonging the stalemate, I opted to trade injury for injury, relying on my triple counter damage to reduce their numbers. Soon, his blade struck my chest with immense force, sending me flying backward. A sharp pain surged through my chest as a damage number of minus 33,134 floated above my head. As expected, Captain Noguchi was formidable. What seemed like an ordinary strike dealt over 30,000 damage to me. I staggered to my feet, a smile on my face. If you hit me this hard, you'll definitely pay the price. Sure enough, the next second, Captain Noguchi let out a pained cry as a massive damage number of minus 99,402 appeared above his head. He fell backward to the ground, his health bar instantly depleted. I felt a surge of joy. Who would have thought the captain would be so easy to deal with? But in the next moment, a white mist rose from where he had fallen. The mist quickly dissipated, and his body vanished mysteriously. What's going on? I frowned. The remaining 3 subordinates showed no reaction to Captain Noguchi's death and continued to charge at me with their swords. I immediately unleashed the Blood Blade Cross Slash, sending 2 massive Crimson Blade arcs slashing toward them. The skill tore through the air in the corridor, producing an oppressive howling sound. Cornered, they raised their katanas in an attempt to block the ferocious attack. The collision of the katanas and the Crimson Blade arcs erupted in dazzling sparks, like fireworks blooming in the confined space, blinding yet magnificent. As the blade wind subsided, cracks appeared on the white masks, covering their faces, fragments scattering to reveal their true appearances. I was stunned. They looked exactly like Captain Noguchi, down to the twitching of their facial muscles. What's going on? Quadruplets? I was bewildered. From within one of the masks, Tang Hongzhe said, "No, it's probably a cloning technique. Cloning technique." I suddenly understood. These opponents were all clones of the same person, meaning Captain Noguchi wasn't dead. He was among these 3. Just as I realized this, Tang Hongzhe added, "Remember how I mentioned earlier that 5 people entered? Only 4 have appeared so far. The captain might not have shown himself yet. You're probably just fighting his clones." It all clicked. I realized having Tang Hongzhe around was quite useful. He could act as a strategist at critical moments. Without him, I'd be completely outplayed by the enemy. My gaze sharpened as I stared at the 3 figures in the distance. In a cold voice, I shouted, "Stop hiding. If you've got the guts, come face me head on." As soon as the words left my mouth, the corridor fell into a brief silence. Then, applause came from a room, and another Captain Noguchi walked out. He looked at me, his eyes full of admiration. "You're quite impressive, seeing through my tricks so quickly. Next, I will fight you honorably with the spirit of Bushido." As he spoke, he slowly drew the long sword from his waist. My expression turned serious, confirming that this was the real Captain Noguchi, as the aura he exuded while drawing his sword was far stronger than the previous ones. Tang Hongzhe also warned me, "Be careful, this is a first transition professional." After the first transition, a professional's strength and attributes are greatly enhanced, far beyond those who haven't transitioned. I swallowed hard. I was only level 22, yet I had to face a first transition opponent. The pressure was immense. Captain Noguchi gave me an unpleasant smile, and I felt a gust of wind sweep past. Instinctively, I raised my dual blades to block in front of me. The next second, with a clang, our long swords collided in midair. I felt a powerful force strike me, sending me flying uncontrollably backward, crashing hard into the wall behind me, which even caved in. Damage numbers floated above my head, minus 41,218. My health bar dropped significantly in an instant. This was too fast, too strong. But in the next second, a scream came from Captain Noguchi's side. My triple counter damage had taken effect. Strangely, the attacking Captain Noguchi wasn't injured. Instead, a clone at the other end of the corridor fell to the ground in pain, turning into a puff of white smoke and disappearing. The real Captain Noguchi maintained a sinister smile on his face. I struggled to get up from the ground, my expression more serious than ever. This Captain Noguchi was undoubtedly the most challenging enemy I had ever faced. My triple counter damage, which had always been my trump card for fighting above my level, was now easily neutralized by him. I understood now. He hadn't come personally at first because he wanted to use his team members' lives to probe my combat abilities and then target me specifically. Captain Noguchi spoke first. Your abilities are too strange. High attack power, built-in counter damage, immunity to control, and after taking so many hits, you're still alive. Not only is your health high, but you must also have extremely strong health recovery abilities. My pupils shook. These were all my secrets, yet he had seen through them. What kind of background did these people from Sakura country have? They were way too professional. Before I could think further, Captain Noguchi launched another attack. I didn't dare slack off, activating infinite dual blade flow and ultimate berserk mode to maximize my output. Even so, his sharp sword techniques forced me to retreat repeatedly. Minus 12,000, 14321, minus 12,323. Although I could block his sword, I was still hurt by the residual force of the blade aura. Similarly, his clones kept falling one by one due to the counter damage. Soon, the last clone turned into white smoke and disappeared. My eyes lit up, thinking it was time to counterattack. But in the next second, Captain Noguchi casually waved his hand and summoned 4 more clones. My newly brightened eyes dimmed again. How was I supposed to fight against this infinite clone substitution technique? It felt like his cheat was even bigger than mine. I wanted to deal with the clones first, but his main body kept suppressing me, leaving me no chance. In my mind, I shouted, "Tang Hongxia, think of something." Tang Hongxia said, "His substitution technique isn't unlimited. Take 4 direct hits from him, break all his clones, and next time he won't be able to summon more. He can't kill you with 4 strikes, and you can recover, so it's not a big problem. Once all his clones are gone, that's your chance to counterattack." I nodded. There was no other way now, so I continued trading damage for damage. With my super recovery ability, what was there to fear? Thinking this, I pretended to make a mistake and instantly took 4 direct hits from him. A series of damage numbers floated above my head. Minus 52,312, minus 45,521, minus 52,312, minus 56,721. My health dropped to less than 50,000 in an instant, and, as expected, his 4 clones fell to the ground and disappeared. Captain Noguchi's face showed a surprised expression. On one hand, he hadn't expected me to break his clones this way. On the other, he was shocked that I survived 4 strikes. How thick is this guy's health bar? After this clone was destroyed, he indeed didn't summon another one. I felt a surge of joy in my heart. Once his damage-sharing clone is dealt with, it'll be much easier to handle him. But the next second, I glanced at my health bar and froze. My total health is just over 500,000, and now I only have 10% left. This should have triggered the final stage of boiling blood, which restores 20% of my total health per second, meaning 100,000 health per second. But now, it's only recovering 10,000 health per second, a 90% reduction in healing. Originally, I could recover to 50% health in just 2 seconds, but now I only have 80,000 health. What's going on? My heart tightened. Boiling blood has always been my trump card, allowing me to escape death multiple times in front of boss-level beasts and create countless miracles. I quickly checked my status and found a debuff on me that reduces healing by 90%, lasting 30 minutes. Tang Hongxia said, "It's the toxin from the Sakura demon flower. In our world, professionals often use this toxin to deal with high-recovery beasts. I didn't expect people in this world to use it on humans." After hearing his explanation, my expression grew even more serious. For the next 30 minutes, my recovery ability would be severely limited, and any slight mistake could lead to my death under his blade. Suddenly, I felt a bit panicked. Was this fear? Fear of death. Even when surrounded by a dozen boss-level beasts, I had never been afraid. Yet today, facing this Captain Naguchi from Sakura country, I felt death so close. Why was I afraid? I began to reflect. Have I become too reliant on the powerful abilities granted by my profession? Once that power fails, do I become weak? But am I truly weak? I am the berserker of miracles. Fear should have no place in my heart. As I've said before, if I must die, then I'll die standing tall. A berserker fears nothing. At that moment, I relaxed my furrowed brows, and a confident smile reappeared on my face. A trace of surprise flashed in Captain Naguchi's eyes. Although he couldn't see my expression under the mask, he could sense that I had changed. He had coated his blade with a substance to suppress my health recovery, and I should have been demoralized. Yet now, my fighting spirit burned even brighter. He didn't want to delay any longer. Wielding his katana, he lunged at me like a ghost. I held my dual blades, unflinching. Even if I were to die, I would fight to the very end. Soon, our long blades clashed fiercely in the narrow corridor, sparks flying, blade shadows intertwining. Our speed was so fast, it was dizzying, the edges of our blades leaving streaks of white light in their wake. Captain Naguchi's eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of surprise flashing within. In this high-speed exchange, he could feel that my dual blade technique had become even more formidable. Every strike was sharper and more flawless than before. Clearly, I was rapidly improving in battle, constantly patching up my previous flaws, making me increasingly difficult to deal with. If this Chun-Ching isn't eliminated today, he'll surely become a rising star of Longxia in the future. Captain Naguchi thought to himself. Even so, I was still struggling to keep up. His blade aura occasionally struck me, cutting down most of the health I had just managed to recover. I felt like I was dancing on the edge of a blade. Every time I dodged Captain Naguchi's blade, it was as if I brushed past death itself. My heart was pounding thump, thump, and sweat dripped down my forehead, almost blurring my vision. Yet, the thrill brought by this pressure made me exhilarated. My reactions became faster, allowing me to precisely catch every flicker of his blade and counterattack with greater accuracy. However, without his clone to take the damage, Captain Naguchi wasn't faring well either. His health bar had dropped by nearly half due to my triple counter damage. This gave me hope. If I kept dragging this out, he might not be able to hold on. But before I could celebrate, I noticed his health was slowly regenerating, just like Kawashima Raiwachiro's had when he died. Does Naguchi also have a health regeneration skill? I muttered to myself while fending off his attacks. At that moment, Tang Hongzhe reminded me. Chun-Ching, pay attention to the paper crane on his shoulder. Following his direction, I looked over and indeed saw a fist-sized paper crane perched on Captain Naguchi's shoulder. It had been hidden by his collar earlier, so I hadn't noticed it. Upon closer inspection, wasn't this the same paper crane I saw when I first entered the hallway? How did it end up on his shoulder? Tang Hongzhe continued. When Kawashima died earlier, I think I saw a paper crane behind him too. Could these paper cranes be the key? Maybe they're related to the health regeneration. My eyes lit up as my thoughts became clearer. There were still 2 team members who hadn't shown themselves, and one of them was likely a support class with healing abilities. They didn't need to appear in person. They could support from behind the scenes using these paper cranes to restore their teammates' health. I had to take out the hidden support first to deal effective damage to Captain Naguchi. I narrowly dodged Captain Naguchi's blade aura and quickly said to Tang Hongzhe, "Can you help me locate the remaining 2 people?" "I can, but it will drain a lot of my soul energy. After pinpointing their locations, I might need to sleep for a few days again." "Then sleep. If I die, you might as well take a permanent nap." Tang Hongzhe fell silent. After a moment, the mask on my face emitted a ghostly blue glow, eerily standing out in the dim hallway. Then, Tang Hongzhe's weak voice came through. "The remaining 2 are on the rooftop and in the corner of the 2nd floor. I can't determine which one is the support class. You'll have to figure that out yourself." With that, Tang Hongzhe went silent again, likely falling asleep. One on the rooftop, one downstairs. How was I supposed to decide? My head was spinning. Captain Noguchi had a bad feeling. In terms of strength, he was far superior to me. The only thing he feared was my counter damage effect. He couldn't afford to take triple counter damage. If he struck me down with one blow, he might end up dying with me. So now, he was just chipping away at my health, waiting for his clone skill's cooldown to end. Once he had his clone to take the damage, he was confident he could finish me off in 2 strikes. My current health regeneration rate couldn't keep up with the damage I was taking. And the cooldown? Only 5 minutes left. If he could drag this out for 5 more minutes, I was as good as dead. As he was thinking this, I took a step back, waved both hands, and unleashed 2 Bloodblade cross slashes. Captain Noguchi quickly stepped back and raised his blade to defend. The skill was powerful, and he didn't dare take it head-on. But what he didn't expect was that my target wasn't him. It was the crumbling wall behind him. With a thunderous boom, the wall on the 3rd floor cracked, and massive fissures spread like a web. First, a single brick slid down, followed by more bricks and stones tumbling. The entire 3rd floor wall swayed outward like a giant slowly collapsing. Dust billowed, and the sound of shattering was deafening. With the 4th floor losing its support, it too began to shake and then came crashing down, burying the 3rd floor beneath it. The deafening roar of the collapse sent a massive cloud of dust into the air, blotting out the sky. Bricks, glass, and steel beams rained down onto the open ground outside the building. Outside the dormitory building, 2 formation masters were still struggling to hold on. No sound could escape from inside, and passersby only saw the intact dormitory building, unable to detect anything unusual. Inside the formation, however, everything above the 2nd floor had turned into ruins, with smoke and dust filling the air, making it impossible to see anything clearly. After a while, coughing sounds came from the rubble. Noguchi crawled out of the smoke, covering his mouth and nose, his entire body covered in dust, looking extremely disheveled. A voice came through his earpiece. "Captain Noguchi, are you okay?" Noguchi stood on the ruins, fanning away the dust, looking around for me, but couldn't find me. Frowning, he said, "Chun-Ching is missing. Use your paper cranes to locate him. He can't escape without breaking the formation." "Understood," Chihiro replied. Then 7 or 8 paper cranes flew out from the shadows on the 2nd floor, ready to scatter and search for me. Just as they were about to move, I slowly walked down from the 2nd floor staircase. I looked in the direction the paper cranes were flying from and smiled. "Found you." Still hidden in the shadows, Chihiro was shocked and quickly reported to Captain Noguchi. "Chun-Ching is on the 2nd floor. He found me." "What?" Captain Noguchi's expression changed. He hadn't expected me to destroy the 3rd floor just to buy time to locate his teammate. But how did I discover Chihiro? He didn't have time to think. With a loud shout, his katana emitted a radiant glow as he slashed the floor, creating a 1-meter gap. Stone fragments fell, raising more dust. He jumped through the gap and ran toward Chihiro's location. Soon, he saw Chihiro. She was being strangled by me, her body struggling, her face full of despair. As Captain Noguchi rushed over, I plunged my long blade through Chihiro's body. "No!" Captain Noguchi completely lost control, his eyes almost bulging out of their sockets. He didn't care who died in his squad, except for Chihiro. She was his fiancée. He charged at me like a madman, his long blade radiating overwhelming power as he slashed at me. The blade struck me, and damage numbers floated above my head. Minus 154,821. Then another strike pierced through my chest. Minus 167,381. This was Captain Noguchi's true strength. 2 strikes that should have killed me. But with my chest pierced, I still smiled and said, "Do you think you're the only one?" With clones. The next second, the me in front of him disappeared like a bubble, and I attacked from behind. Not good. Captain Noguchi sensed danger and tried to turn around to defend, but it was too late. In the dark corner, my red long blade drew a perfect arc, slashing his head and slicing him in half. Minus 124,232. With the bonuses from Bloodline Boil and Ultimate Berserk, the damage from this strike was astonishingly high, even triggering a critical hit. Although Captain Naguchi was a first-tier professional, his health and defense couldn't compare to Kawashima Ruichiro. This strike emptied his health bar, leaving no chance of survival. This time, it wasn't a clone. His body slowly fell, his face full of unwillingness. Seeing him dead, I let out a sigh of relief and sat down heavily, gasping for air. Today's ambush was too dangerous. Any mistake, and I would have been the one to die. At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed through the dormitory building again, and my heart tightened. This person was likely the last of the 6 who had arrived first, watching the show from the rooftop while her teammates died, only now making an appearance. Was she planning to reap the benefits? I quickly stood up, picked up my dual blades, and prepared for battle. My health was slowly recovering to 50%, so I wasn't afraid of her. Soon, I saw her figure in the shadows of the corridor, a slender woman dressed in black battle attire. Moonlight fell on her face, and I froze. Shueji, why? Why are you here? My eyes widened in disbelief. This woman looked exactly like Zhongling Xue. She walked down the corridor, and I was both confused and shocked. Zhongling Xue? How could she be here? When she heard me call her Shueji, she paused for a moment, then chuckled. Her voice was somewhat similar to Zhongling Xue's, but her laugh carried a seductive charm, something I'd never seen in Zhongling Xue. Kyrie, what Shueji? You must have mistaken me for someone else, the woman in black said with a coquettish laugh. As I got closer, I realized the difference between her and Zhongling Xue. Zhongling Xue had long hair that reached her waist, while she had short shoulder-length hair. Zhongling Xue resembled the girl next door, spreading her wings like a pure angel, whereas this woman had alluring features that could instantly stir a man's desires. Most strikingly, she had a pair of silver eyes. Realizing I had mistaken her for someone else, I became alert. Even if she looked like Zhongling Xue, she was here to assassinate me. Seeing my guarded stance, she flashed a seductive smile and said, "Is this how you treat a beauty when you meet one?" I quickly averted my gaze and refused to look at her. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop wasting time. The woman didn't get angry. She crossed her arms and said, "Relax, I'm not here to kill you. To be precise, I'm not with those who want to kill you." I frowned. "Then who are you? What are you doing here?" She didn't answer and instead said, "I watch your battle. Your profession is strong, and your combat talent is impressive. So what? What exactly do you want?" I asked directly. "I'm here to ask if you're interested in joining our organization." Organization? I was puzzled. At this moment, someone was actually inviting me to join an organization. I pressed further, "Which organization are you from?" She gave a meaningful smile. "Our organization is called Heaven's Retribution. You probably haven't heard of it, but we have another name you might recognize." She paused and then said, word by word, "Others call us the Fallen." My eyes widened, and my expression grew serious. I hadn't heard of Heaven's Retribution, but I had heard of the Fallen from Zhang Lingshue's second grandfather. They were a group of human traitors who aided the Abyss in slaughtering humanity. The invasion during the major exam was their doing. If it hadn't been for me at the Shining exam site, most of the students would have been dead. And now, one of the culprits was standing right in front of me, even trying to recruit me into their ranks. I heard the woman say they were not abyssal lackeys, claiming their actions were sacred and great, and couldn't help but sneer. "You bunch of abyssal lackeys, scheming to slaughter human compatriots, and you have the audacity to call it divine punishment? I think you are the ones who deserve divine punishment the most." "Abyssal lackeys?" The woman shook her head lightly. "We are not abyssal lackeys. Our actions are sacred and great, something ordinary people cannot comprehend." "Shut your filthy mouth." I couldn't bear it anymore and cursed outright. Thinking of those innocent students who died during the exam, with dozens of examination halls simultaneously affected, tens of thousands of students perishing, and countless families shattered. They committed such heinous acts and still dared to call it sacred and great. Those polluted by the Abyss truly cannot be understood with normal human reasoning. They have already stood on the opposite side of humanity. Thinking of this, I gripped my long blade tightly, killing intent rising. Even if she resembled Zhongling's snow, I would make sure to stop her today. The mysterious woman noticed the killing intent in my eyes and laughed charmingly. Not only was she unafraid, but she also walked toward me. I'm not here to fight this time, just recruiting new members normally. If you're unwilling, we can part ways peacefully. Until we meet again, I snorted coldly and said indifferently, "That's not for you to decide." With that, I activated Ultimate Berserk and Infinite Dual Blade style, charging at her like lightning. The red and blue dual blades intertwined in the air, stirring up a fierce airflow. The woman maintained her alluring smile, showing no intention of dodging despite my aggressive approach. Although I felt something was off, the blades were already in front of her. There was no reason not to strike. In the next second, my dual blades slashed at her fiercely, but as soon as they made contact, I felt something was wrong. It was as if the blades had struck air. Sure enough, her body shattered like foam. Could this be some kind of clone technique? I frowned and speculated, but in the next moment, I felt something strange. Looking up, I saw her still standing not far away, while I had returned to my original position, with Captain Noguchi's corpse still at my feet. What was going on? I had clearly charged forward, so why was I back at the starting point without noticing anything? The woman saw my bewildered expression and laughed like a silver bell. What a silly boy. If you don't want to join, that's fine. There will be other opportunities. I won't play with you anymore. After saying that, she lightly jumped out of the window and disappeared. Don't go. I hurriedly jumped after her, only to find myself back in the second-floor corridor. Frustrated, I shouted, "Damn it! Why could she jump out? But I'm trapped in this formation." Meanwhile, outside Huadi Academy, several cars arrived, carrying Principal Liang Wendao and several deans. They had just attended the 80th birthday celebration of the Foo family's old patriarch and were slightly tipsy, chatting enthusiastically. Liang Wendao hadn't drunk much, but felt that Fu-chan had been acting strangely tonight, constantly pulling him aside to drink and chat without mentioning his son Fu-yang. As they reached the school gate, Liang Wendao's expression changed. Upon entering the campus, he let out a soft, "huh," and then soared into the air, heading toward the dormitory building where I was. Liang Wendao flew swiftly, arriving above the dormitory building in an instant. One glance was enough for him to sense something was wrong. Outside the dormitory building, the two formation masters maintaining the array saw him, their faces changing as they quickly ran in the opposite direction. Liang Wendao snorted coldly, and the ground beneath the two formation masters sank. In the blink of an eye, their lower bodies were trapped in the earth, unable to escape. Their eyes flashed with resolve. Black blood trickled from their mouths, their heads tilted, and their health bars emptied. They had poisoned themselves to death. As they died, the gray mist outside the dormitory building gradually dissipated, revealing the true state of the building to Liang Wendao. The dormitory building was unrecognizable. The third and fourth floors had collapsed, and the second and first floors were in ruins, as if a war had taken place. However, Liang Wendao breathed a sigh of relief because he could sense my presence in the rubble. I was still alive. Soon, the formation dissipated, and I climbed out through a broken window, covered in dust and looking extremely disheveled. I immediately spotted Liang Wendao and said irritably, "Principal Liang, why are you only here now? If you'd been any later, you'd be collecting my corpse." Liang Wendao descended calmly and replied, "Aren't you perfectly fine now? That's just because I'm lucky enough to survive. Otherwise, I'd have died 10,000 times over." Liang Wendao glanced at the ruins, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Without even looking closely, he knew there were 6 corpses in the rubble, each belonging to professionals above level 40, including one first transition professional. This kid actually managed to kill even a first transition professional. Liang Wendao appeared calm on the surface, but inwardly, he was deeply shocked. It's common to defeat enemies of higher levels, but for a zero transition to kill a first transition professional was unheard of, Even the military's Deng Kunlun hadn't achieved such a feat. I asked again. Principal Yang, these people were sent by the Fu family to kill me, right? How should we handle this? Can the school stand up for me? Liang Wendao shook his head. There are no survivors left, so you have no evidence to trouble the Fu family. They definitely won't admit it. So we just have to swallow our anger. I sighed. It's one thing for the Fu family to bully me, but I'm worried about ruining Huadi's reputation. If word gets out that someone entered the school to kill a student and destroyed a dormitory, and the school did nothing, it would not only disgrace Huadi but also dishearten the students. Liang Wendao's eye twitched. You brat, since when did you become so eloquent? You've even learned how to stir things up. Don't worry, this matter won't be easily brushed aside. Someone will make trouble for them. Hearing this, I felt a bit better. It was late, and after fighting all night, I was exhausted. With the dormitory reduced to ruins, Liang Wendao arranged for me to stay in a private villa on campus. When I opened the villa door, I was captivated by the luxurious decor inside. No wonder it cost 200,000 gold coins per semester. Everything inside and out was extravagant. Covering over 300 square meters, it also had a yard of more than 200 square meters, complete with a swimming pool and training area. But I was too tired to appreciate it, so I quickly took a shower and collapsed onto the large bed, sleeping until the next afternoon. During this time, students passing by the dormitory area were shocked to see the building reduced to ruins overnight, thinking it was caused by a small earthquake. It wasn't until staff dragged 6 corpses out of the rubble that they realized a fierce battle had taken place there the previous night. Huadi Academy's forum exploded with discussions. Many wondered why there was a fight at the dormitory building before the freshmen had even registered. Some speculated that a student lived in the building, but they weren't sure if it was related to the incident, and there were various rumors about the student's fate. The school remained silent about the dormitory's destruction, keeping the matter mysterious and sparking curiosity about the student involved. Qin Yu and Su Ying, who knew the truth, both called me. Half asleep, I brushed them off with a few vague words and went back to sleep. At dusk, I woke up from the large bed, feeling much more refreshed. Having narrowly escaped death, I decided to go to the cafeteria for a good meal. Just as I finished tidying up and was about to head out, Liang Wendao called and said, "Come to the principal's office. Someone wants to see you." Then he hung up, sounding rather displeased. I had no choice. He was my biggest support at the school, after all. 10 minutes later, I arrived at the principal's office door. Just as I was about to knock, I heard a rough voice inside, sternly saying, "Liang Wendao, what kind of principal are you? You can't even protect a single person properly." Startled, I thought to myself, who is this person daring to speak to the principal like that? Then I heard Liang Wendao's voice, still calm despite being scolded. Last night was the Fu family's old patriarch's 80th birthday, so Before he could finish, the other person interrupted, "I don't want to hear your useless excuses. I entrusted Chun Xin to you, and he was almost killed last night. This is your failure as a principal. And the Fu family, relying on the merits of their ancestors to act like tyrants in Huadi City. They even dared to send people into the school to kill. If something happens to Chun Xingzhen, I'll personally lead people to wipe out the Fu family's lair." I was outside, feeling quite excited. This person was clearly here to back me up. He even dared to scold Principal Liang, so he must be an even stronger supporter than Principal Liang. But when did I have such a powerful backer? I was hesitating whether to knock on the door when the office fell silent. After a while, Liang Wendao said, "Stop standing outside, come in." Well, I hadn't even knocked, and he already noticed me. I shrugged, braced myself, and opened the door to enter. Inside, I saw 2 people in military uniforms standing in front of Liang Wendao's desk. One of them was Du Yuan, Zhang Lingsno's second granduncle. I understood immediately. The person who had been talking to Liang Wendao earlier was him. Military personnel are indeed impressive, making Liang Wendao act like a subordinate. Seeing someone familiar, I smiled and said, "Second granduncle, why are you here?" Du Yuan gave me a sidelong glance. "Who's your second granduncle? I've told you countless times not to randomly claim relations." Thick-skinned, I replied. It's all the same. You're Zhang Linksno's second granduncle, so you're my second granduncle. Zhang Linksno and I are as close as brothers. Du Yuan was so annoyed, he almost cursed. He had never seen someone as shameless as me. After a pause, he softened his tone. I'm here to find you this time. Find me? I pointed at myself, looking puzzled. What for? Du Yuan said directly. A certain leader from the military wants to meet you. The details are inconvenient to disclose. Go pack your things and come with me. A military leader? I was momentarily confused, but quickly understood. In the military, the only person who could send Du Yuan to fetch me was Commander Deng Kunlun, the most legendary and powerful figure in Longxia Nation. Thinking about such a formidable big shot wanting to meet me, I couldn't contain my excitement. No need to pack. I can leave right now. All right, let's go now. Du Yuan was straightforward. After speaking, he and the other officer led me out the door without even glancing at Liang Wendao. Liang Wendao's face remained expressionless, but after we left, a faint smile appeared on his face. I got into the military's large jeep, and the vehicle sped down the main road of the campus, quickly exiting the school gates. The atmosphere during the ride was awkward. I didn't know what had offended Du Yuan. He had spoken up for me in the office, but now he kept his head turned toward the window, ignoring me. Scratching my head, I coughed lightly to break the awkwardness. Second granduncle, what does the military leader want with me? Du Yuan glanced at me coldly. Why ask so many questions? You'll find out when the time comes. I had no choice but to shut up to avoid making things worse. Unexpectedly, Du Yuan turned his head again and asked seriously, What's your relationship with our Xiao Xue? Caught off guard by the question, I replied vaguely, Zhang Linksno and I are just good friends, good buddies. Du Yuan's tone softened a bit. Let me warn you, don't have any designs on Xiao Xue, or I'll deal with you. I raised an eyebrow. Second granduncle, you're being too controlling. Linksno will eventually date someone. Why can't that someone be me? She's still young. Dating can wait. You should focus on improving your strength. When you can defeat me, I'll consider your matter with Xiao Xue. I perked up. Second granduncle, you said it yourself. You have to keep your word. Du Yuan puffed out his chest. Of course, I old Du, always keep my word. Then, what level are you now? Level 85, second transition, profession, S-class Abyss Knight. Sorry to bother you. Sorry to bother you. I was speechless. I hadn't expected this old guy to be so strong, not only high level, but also having undergone a second transition. I had no idea when I could catch up to him. Fortunately, after chatting for a while, the atmosphere in the car improved. At this point, I remembered the woman who looked exactly like Zhang Linksno yesterday. I wondered if she had any connection to Zhang Linksno. Tentatively, I asked, second granduncle, does Zhang Linksno have a twin sister? Du Yuan shook his head decisively. Xiao Xue's parents only had her. Where does sister come from? Speaking of this, he sighed. I heard from Du Yuan that Zhang Linxue is an only child, which made me even more puzzled. The woman last night had a figure and appearance almost identical to Zhang Linxue. Could it just be a coincidence? While I was still pondering, I noticed the military vehicle had arrived at a hillside villa district. I looked confused. Weren't we supposed to return to the military headquarters? Where are we going now? Du Yuan snorted coldly. First, we're going to the Foo family to give them a warning, so they won't cause trouble in the future. I couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this. No wonder Liang Wendao said someone would trouble the Foo family. It turns out the military is taking action. This backing is far stronger than Liang Wendao's. The military is one of Longxia's most powerful institutions, and no major family would dare provoke them lightly. Sure enough, the security guards at the hillside villa district saw the military vehicle and let it pass without even asking questions, casting admiring glances our way. This is the prestige of the military. I quickly added fuel to the fire. Second grandpa, the Foo family might be colluding with Sakura Nation. The people who tried to kill me yesterday were from Sakura Nation. Du Yuan face incendie d'Arkend. The relationship between Sakura Nation and Longxia has always been tense. The war 100 years ago was incredibly brutal, with heavy losses for the military. If it weren't for the abyssal threat that forced a ceasefire later, who knows when the fighting would have ended. Even though there has been surface-level peace for a century, undercurrents still flow between the two nations, and their militaries have been constantly competing. Upon hearing that the Foo family sent people from Sakura Nation to kill me, Du Yuan's face turned completely grim. Soon, the car drove into the Foo family estate without any obstacles. Fountains sprayed water along the roadside, and the flowers and the flower beads were meticulously cultivated by the Foo family servants. The Foo family certainly knows how to enjoy life, arranging their estate like a tourist park. However, the three of us had no interest in admiring the scenery. The car stopped in front of the mansion, and a butler quickly came out to greet us. Seeing us in military uniforms, he immediately said respectfully, "Officers, please come inside." Du Yuan's face was gloomy as he walked in without saying a word. Another officer and I followed him into the mansion. When we reached the reception hall, Du Yuan shouted loudly, "Where's that old man Fu Panghai? Tell him to come out." As soon as he finished speaking, Fu Chen walked out from side hall. Seeing Du Yuan, he smiled and said, "Ah, Du Lao, long time no see. What brings you here today?" But when he saw me and the other officer, his smile froze instantly, and a look of shock flashed in his eyes. He probably hadn't expected me to survive and even show up at the Fu family estate with a military bigwig. Du Yuan took the initiative. "Your Fu family is quite bold, daring to collude with Sakura Nation to harm the elite students of Huadi Academy." Fu Chun, ever the actor, widened his eyes and feigned shock and anger. "Du Lao, what do you mean by this? When has our Fu family ever offended you? You come here and accuse us of such a serious crime." In truth, Fu Chun was panicking inside. Du Yuan bringing us here was clearly to back me up. But he had previously investigated and found that I had no connection to the military. Yet the very next day, Du Yuan showed up at his doorstep with me in tow. Du Yuan is the second in command of the military, with illustrious battle achievements. The Fu family cannot afford to provoke him. Fu Chen's rebuttal only made Du Yuan angrier. He snorted coldly, waved his hand, and a massive transparent palm appeared in the air, grabbing Fu Chun and flinging him backward. Fu Chen flew like a rag doll, crashing into the wall and leaving a human-shaped hole amidst flying dust and rubble. The commotion attracted people from the estate. Some younger members of the Fu family rolled up their sleeves, ready to act, but upon seeing Du Yuan in his military uniform, they immediately chickened out and retreated quietly. I found it amusing. Military bigwigs are truly domineering, resorting to action without a word. Fu Chan struggled to stand up from the rubble, looking utterly disheveled. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said angrily and indignantly, "Du Lao, you're too overbearing. Our Fu family may not be a top-tier noble house, but we won't stand for being bullied." Du Yuan glanced at him disdainfully, waved his hands again, and conjured another massive transparent fist, smashing it toward Fu Chun. Fu Chen's face turned pale. He knew he couldn't defeat Du Yuan, and if this punch landed, his life would be over. At that moment, an elderly voice came from the second floor. "Du Yuan, give this old man some face and spare my son." But Du Yuan acted as if he hadn't heard anything, his fist still smashed down. With a loud boom, the entire courtyard shook, books and ornaments fell to the ground, the chandelier shattered, and the servants screamed, creating chaos. After the giant hand disappeared, Fu Chan was smashed into the floor, unconscious, leaving the courtyard in complete disarray. Du Yuan turned around and pretended to be puzzled, saying, "Did someone just tell me to stop? Ah, I'm getting old. My ears aren't working well." I smiled without saying a word. "Whatever makes you happy, sir." At this moment, the old patriarch of the Fu family, Fu Panghai, walked in, glanced at Fu Chun, and calmly asked, "Du Yuan, what do you mean by this?" Although his tone was calm, it was clear he was furious. After beating up Fu Chun, Du Yuan's anger had subsided quite a bit. He smiled and said, "I'll get straight to the point. Was it your Fu family who sent someone to assassinate Chun Qing yesterday?" Fu Panghai's face darkened. Yesterday, I was hosting my 80th birthday celebration at the manor. How would I have had the time to send someone to assassinate this young man? Besides, I don't even know him. Why would I send someone to kill him? Du Yuan sneered and cursed. Don't give me that crap. Chun Qing has been in Huadi for less than 20 days and already has conflicts with your Fu family. And now you're playing innocent? You know the truth yourselves. On behalf of the military, let me make it clear. Chun Qing is a student of Huadi and a key figure being cultivated by the military. Whatever grudge you have against him, I don't care. But if you mess with him again, I won't be polite to the Fu family. Fu Penghai trembled with anger. Du Yuan, you come to our Fu family causing trouble without any evidence. Don't think our Fu family is easy to bully. You're abusing your power, and I will report you to the military court. Du Yuan casually cleaned his ear and said indifferently, I've said my piece. Go ahead and report me if you want. Keep an eye on those wastrels in your family, and don't tarnish the reputation of your ancestors. With that, he turned and walked away. Let's go. I didn't dare linger and quickly followed Du Yuan out. Along the way, the Fu family members glared at us with hostility but didn't dare say a word. After we left, Fu Penghai stomped his foot in fury. Du Yuan, I will never reconcile with you. As we drove away, the sky gradually darkened. Having dealt with Fu Chun, Du Yuan was in a much better mood. Although I felt satisfied too, I thought the punishment for the Fu family was still too light. So I asked second grandpa, is this matter just over like that? Du Yuan glanced at me. You brat, do you want me to punch Fu Chun to death? If I really did that, I'd end up in the military court. But they colluded with Sakura nation assassins. Isn't that considered treason? I continued to ask. Du Yuan should. There are many assassination organizations internationally. Sakura Nation has them, and so does our Longshan Nation. It's just a business relationship, not treason. He added, you seem to want to wipe out the Fu family completely. Isn't your mindset a bit narrow? I pouted. It's not you who was targeted for assassination, so of course you'd say that. I've already formed a grudge with the Fu family, and sooner or later, I'll settle the score. Du Yuan patiently explained, the Fu family has deep roots and people in various fields, including the military. Killing a few of them won't solve the problem. When your strength grows, no one will dare provoke you, and even your old enemies will come to curry favor with you. When you stand high, your perspective changes. You'll understand this in the future. I was quite surprised. I hadn't expected Du Yuan, this rough man, to be so reasonable and articulate. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. It seemed he regarded me as a junior, so I didn't argue and obediently nodded. Du Yuan nodded in satisfaction, looking at me more favorably. Night had fully fallen, and our car drove onto the highway, heading toward the military headquarters. The headquarters was located over 200 kilometers north of Huadi City, not too far away, just over 2 hours' drive. The military headquarters was within a restricted military zone, surrounded by high walls and electric fences, exuding an air of mystery. The main gate was a massive steel structure adorned with a golden military emblem that gleamed under the lights, radiating a sense of authority. Soldiers standing guard at the entrance had stern expressions and sharp gazes. The buildings here were modern in style, with exterior walls made of dark gray stone and sharp, clean lines. Passing through the security gate, I was captivated by a massive structure that resembled a towering gateway reaching into the clouds. The gateway was supported by 2 stone pillars engraved with intricate patterns, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. I pointed at the structure and asked Du Yuan, second grandpa, what is that for? That is the teleportation gate to the Abyss battlefield. There are 3 in Longshan Nation, 1 in the northwest, 1 in the southeast, and 1 here. When you reach level 40, you can go to the Abyss battlefield to experience it. It's far more dangerous than the dungeons you're going through now. I nodded. So this was the passage to the Abyss battlefield. Truly impressive. The car turned a few corners and arrived at the main building of the military headquarters. I got out and looked at the main building, feeling a bit intimidated. The main entrance was a massive double copper door, adorned with lifelike reliefs of portraits of generals from various eras. Under Du Yuan's guidance, we passed through the hall and took the elevator to the 5th floor. At the door and office, the guards respectfully nodded to Du Yuan, and he greeted them in return before knocking on the door. Soon, a strong and resonant voice came from inside. "Come in." Du Yuan opened the door and entered first. I followed behind Du Yuan, feeling inexplicably nervous at the thought of meeting the military leader Deng Kunlun soon. I rubbed my face and entered the office with him. Deng Kunlun's office was more spacious than Liang Wendao's, with a meticulous layout. The desk lamp emitted a soft light, adding a touch of warmth to the room. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the night intertwined with the starry sky, and distant lights twinkled like stars. Behind the large desk, a figure was half hidden in the shadows, with only his face illuminated by the lamp. His deep-set eyes and silver-white hair were particularly striking. He was tall, with a resolute face, dressed in a crisp military uniform, and the epaulets on his shoulders shimmered faintly, exuding a calm authority. He was none other than the commander-in-chief of the military, Deng Kunlun. Du Yuan walked up to Deng Kunlun, his usual rough demeanor replaced with respect, and said, "Commander Deng, I've brought him. This is Chun Qing." He then introduced me. "Chun Qing, this is Commander-in-Chief Deng Kunlun." I looked at Deng Kunlun excitedly. "Greetings, Commander." Deng Kunlun set down the document he was holding and looked at me with a deep yet approachable gaze, devoid of any oppressive aura. He stood up, walked over to me, shook my hand, and said kindly, "Not bad, not bad. You're a spirited young man. Thank you for the compliment, Commander. You're very handsome, too." Deng Kunlun laughed heartily, completely unpretentious. After a pause, he said, "I heard you single-handedly killed over a dozen boss-level beasts on Trial Island, including 2 Calamity-level ones. A hero indeed. Thanks to you, so many students from Xining Province survived the exam. On behalf of the military, I thank you." I quickly shook my head. "No need to thank me. As professionals, our duty is to protect humanity. I just did what I was supposed to do. It's the military soldiers who fight against beasts on the Abyss battlefield year-round, ensuring the long-term peace of Longxia. You're the ones who deserve gratitude." My words made Deng Kunlun look at me with even more warmth, and Du Yuan nodded repeatedly. Deng Kunlun said to Du Yuan, "Old Du, step out for now. I have something confidential to discuss with this young man." Du Yuan was displeased. "What secret can I know?" Deng Kunlun waved his hand. "Just go out when I tell you to. Why so much talk?" "Fine, I won't listen." "Who cares?" Du Yuan snorted coldly and stormed out. Curious, I asked, "What do you need from me?" Deng Kunlun sized me up and said directly, "I'll be straightforward. I hope you'll give up your studies at Huadi Academy and let the military train you. Our military has stronger capabilities and resources than Huadi Academy, with experienced instructors. You'll grow faster here. Plus, I can guarantee your safety. What happened last night won't happen again." I was so shocked that my mouth hung open. I never expected the commander-in-chief himself to invite me. It felt more surreal than a dream. My expression turned complicated as I frowned, struggling internally for a moment before slowly shaking my head. Firm yet apologetic, I said, "Commander Deng, I'm honored by your offer, but I can't accept it right now." Deng Kunlun raised an eyebrow. Curious, why not? I took a deep breath, my gaze resolute. "My brother Chun Feng has been missing from Huadi Academy for 3 years, with no trace. I must stay at Huadi Academy to find clues about him." "You have a brother?" Deng Kunlun seemed surprised. His previous information didn't include details about my family. I nodded. "My brother disappeared after joining Huadi Academy, and the school has no records of him. It feels like someone erased his information." Deng Kunlun nodded understandingly. "I see your point. Finding family is the priority. If you change your mind, the military will always welcome you." I breathed a sigh of relief, surprised at how reasonable Commander Deng was. Gratefully, I nodded. "Thank you, Commander. Once I resolve my brother's matter, I'll report to the military immediately." Deng Kunlun smiled, took out a small wooden box from the drawer, and pushed it toward me. I pointed at myself in astonishment. This is for me? Deng Kunlun nodded. Open it and see. I excitedly opened the wooden box. Inside was an ordinary copper ring engraved with intricate patterns, with a blue gemstone embedded in the center, shimmering with a mysterious glow under the light. This is a life-saving artifact that I personally imbued with power. It contains a portion of my strength. If you encounter a life-threatening situation, you can release it. It will save your life at a critical moment, Deng Kunlun explained solemnly. This ring was different from other equipment. I couldn't see any specific information about it, but I could feel the immense power within. I was overjoyed. I hadn't expected Deng Kunlun to value me so highly, giving me such a precious life-saving item. An artifact of this level couldn't be bought on the equipment market, not even for billions of gold coins, and it was priceless. I wouldn't be foolish enough to sell it. After what happened last night, I knew I wasn't invincible. There were countless professions in the world, and there would always be those that could counter me. The more life-saving items I had, the better. Thank you, Commander Deng. I put on the ring and touched it repeatedly. Deng Kunlun reminded me, the power in the ring can only be used once. Don't waste it unless it's absolutely necessary. I nodded repeatedly. Deng Kunlun continued. The reason I called you here, besides recruiting you into the military, is to test your various stats. You're very unique. I can't see through your real data and attributes, so we need to test them. Don't worry, the tests will be conducted in secret, and the data will remain confidential. I understood. This was to test the strength of my hidden profession. Considering the life-saving artifact Commander Deng had given me, I decisively agreed to cooperate. Deng Kunlun nodded in satisfaction and pressed a button on the desk. After a while, an assistant-looking person came in. Deng Kunlun ordered, "Take Chun Xing to the cafeteria for some food and arrange a guest room for him. Tomorrow morning, take him to the virtual training camp for a simulation test." The assistant nodded and led me out of the office. Not long after, Du Yuan came in. Did that kid agree to join the military? Du Yuan's kid. Deng Kunlun shook his head with a smile and countered, "Do you know about his brother?" Du Yuan thought for a moment and said, "Previously, Xiao Shui asked me to look into his brother Chen Feng's situation. The military had no relevant information, so I didn't pay much attention and put it aside." Deng Kunlun frowned. "When you have time, look into it properly. Try to get him to join the military as soon as possible. My time is running out." Du Yuan's expression turned serious. Still no sign of Chun Tiangong, that old bastard. Deng Kunlun gave a bitter smile. He's a destiny master. If he wants to hide, who can find him? Du Yuan slammed the table. Damn it, that old bastard is over 80 with one foot in the grave, and he's still hiding. He was once the national master, but when it matters most, he has no sense of responsibility at all. He looked at Deng Kunlun with concern. How about I go into the abyssal turbulence next year instead of you? I'm just an old bag of bones. It doesn't matter if I die. You're the pillar of the military. If something happens to you, Longxiao will fall into chaos. Deng Kunlun glanced at him. The abyssal turbulence requires an SS level to enter. If Chen Tiangong doesn't show up, I'll have to go in myself. That's why, within this year, we must cultivate a new SS level. Whether it's Qin Xing or Du Qinfeng, we must enhance their strength. Is there really no other way? You're only 50 years old. You could still hold the fort in Longxia for another 30 years. Du Yuan chutait émotionnellement. Damn the heavens. They let Qin Tiangong become an SS level, and he's just a cowardly dog, unworthy of being a national master. Enough! Deng Kunlun shouted sternly, then calmed his tone. Everyone has their own choices. We can't impose our mission on others. I'm a soldier. This is my duty. Say no more. The room fell silent, with only the sound of Du Yuan's sighs. The next day, under the guidance of an officer, I arrived at the military's virtual training camp. The building exuded a sense of advanced technology, with large expanses of mirrored glass on the exterior reflecting the light and shadows of the sky. Inside, there was a spacious training area. At the center was a massive holographic projection zone capable of simulating various complex battlefield environments and extreme scenarios. The walls were equipped with advanced control panels and monitoring screens, displaying real-time data and simulation scenarios of the training ground. The officer led me to the training room at the end of the corridor, where 3 staff members were debugging equipment and calibrating data. A woman who appeared to be in charge stood up, looked at me, and said, "Hello, you must be Mr. Qin. Commander Deng has arranged everything. I am Gao Qin, the person in charge of this test. Let me first conduct a data check for you. Please remove your equipment." I nodded politely, stored all my equipment into my spatial ring, then removed the ring and placed it in my pocket. Gao Qin took out a device resembling a scanner and scanned me from head to toe, then uploaded the data. Soon, my stats appeared on the large screen behind her. Name: Chun Qin class, Berserker grade, C level, 22 strength, 28 points agility, 30 points spirit, 26 points constitution, 127 points current HP. 458, 971/458, 971 current MP. 0 out of 0. Gao Qin looked at the data on the screen, a barely noticeable trace of doubt crossing her face. She couldn't understand why Commander Deng had instructed her to conduct the test for me, and at the highest level of confidentiality, no less. Seeing my stats, she frowned. For a level 22, these stats were downright underwhelming. After all, every class gains some passive skills that boost attributes upon awakening, with increases ranging from dozens to thousands or even tens of thousands of points, and these boosts grow with level progression. The entry-level soldiers here typically had average stats of over 100 points at level 20. With my stats, I wouldn't even qualify for recruitment and would be eliminated outright. She couldn't fathom what was worth testing at my level. But when she saw my HP, she froze. Instinctively, she wiped her glasses, doubting her eyes, and carefully counted with her fingers. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 450,000. Besides Gao Qin, the other 2 testers also widened their eyes in shock. How could a level 22 Berserker have 450,000 HP? Gao Qin quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, there might be an issue with the equipment. Let's test again." With that, she scanned me once more with the device. The next second, my stats reappeared on the screen, and my HP was still 458, 971/458, 971. At that moment, Gao Qin couldn't stay calm. She had worked in the military for 10 years and had never seen such bizarre stats. The other attributes were unremarkable, even a bit eye-watering, yet the HP was absurdly high. Typically, level 20-plus professionals had HP ranging from 5,000 to 8,000. Tank-type warriors might reach 10,000 to 15,000. The highest HP she had ever seen for a level 20 professional was an S-rank spirit summoner, whose HP could exceed 50,000 when fused with a summoned beast. My HP was 9 times that. Gao Qin tentatively asked me, "Do you have any equipment on that you haven't removed?" I shook my head, knowing they were shocked by my astonishing health points, but little did they know, this wasn't even my limit. If I put on the Ape Demon armor, my health could surpass 550,000, and it could keep increasing. Reaching millions wouldn't be an issue. Seeing them still in a daze, I cleared my throat and asked, "What's next?" Gao Qin snapped out of it and said, "Next, we'll test your attack power. You're level 22, so we'll simulate a level 20 elite boss for you. You'll use a specific weapon to attack until the boss's health bar is depleted." A level 20 elite boss? That's too easy. Can you make it harder? I frowned. Gao Qin was taken aback and asked, "What level of beast model do you want to challenge? How about a level 30 calamity boss?" I thought for a moment and said, "Since Deng Kunlun wanted to test my stats, I had to put on a good show. If the military valued me, those aristocratic families wouldn't dare to mess with me." As soon as I said this, the operators looked troubled. Gao Qin explained, "We can pull up a level 30 calamity boss model, but we don't have reference data for level 20 professionals. Using this model would make data calibration problematic. In other words, there was no precedent for level 20-something professionals challenging a level 30 calamity boss, so there were no reference points, and the data wouldn't be accurate." I scratched my head. Do you have reference data for killing a level 25 Calamity boss? Gao Qi nodded and opened the weapon arsenal, displaying a variety of weapons in front of me. I selected 2 long blades and checked their stats. Both had an attack power of 1-to-1 with no special effects. These were specifically for testing purposes. A tester opened the iron gate and said, "Mr. Chun, inside is the virtual testing arena. Equip your weapons and head in." Without wasting words, I nodded and walked into the virtual testing arena. The lighting dimmed, creating a mysterious and tense atmosphere. As I entered, the virtual reality constructed a dense forest. The trees were towering, their branches and leaves thick, with mist rising and obscuring visibility, full of the unknown. Suddenly, the ground trembled and a massive figure appeared, a 3-eyed giant about 10 meters tall with a robust body. Its skin resembled rock, gray-black and covered in cracks, exuding an ancient power. This virtual beast looked just like the real thing, except its gaze was vacant and it stood motionless. At this moment, Gao Qin's voice came through the broadcast. "Mr. Qinqing, you may begin your attack. This beast's attributes are at the level of a Calamity boss, but it won't attack you." This was to test a professional's actual output ability without equipment bonuses. Gao Qin stared at the monitoring screen. The level 25 Calamity boss had 2.4 million health points and extremely high defense. Without special armor-piercing skills, it would be very difficult for a level 22 Berserker to deplete its health bar. The current military record was set by a level 25 S-rank Thunder Mage, who took 2 hours and 38 minutes, with an average damage output of 253 points per second, needing to stop periodically to recover mana. She was very curious about how I would perform. As soon as the test start prompt sounded, I went all out, activating infinite dual blade flow and ultimate berserk mode. In an instant, I was at the 3-eyed giant's feet, my dual blades flashing, striking 5 times per second. A series of damage numbers appeared above the giant's head. -7,943, -7,694, -6,984, -6,897, -7,442. In just a few seconds, the 2.4 million health bar visibly decreased. Gao Qin's eyes widened. Such high base attack power was unheard of. A bespectacled tester exclaimed in shock. "Oh my god, did you see that? This can't be real. Such high damage output. No first-tier professional could achieve this, and he's only level 22. At that moment, another absurd damage number appeared above the boss's head. -223,821. A large chunk of the health bar vanished, and this burst damage occurred every 4 seconds. Before long, the 3-eyed giant's health bar was completely depleted, and it disappeared. The 3 people in front of the monitoring screen were dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Gao Qin snapped out of it, looked at the time it took me to kill the boss, and froze again. 34 seconds. In just 33 seconds, I killed a level 25 Calamity grade boss. The result was terrifying. The computer displayed my output data, an average of 70,588 damage per second. My kill speed was over 270 times the military record. Gao Qin stared at the data for a long time, speechless, while the other 2 testers were stunned. My strength is far beyond what the numerical attributes suggest. My health and attack power far exceed those of same-level S-class professionals. During the battle, my health also decreased, which is a characteristic of berserkers who trade health for power. The rate of health loss was 3% of maximum health, and within a dozen seconds my health dropped below 50%. However, once the health bar hit 50%, it began to recover astonishingly, maintaining my health above 50% and achieving balance. "Hey, is the test over?" I had killed the boss 5 minutes ago in the virtual arena, but the broadcast hadn't given any instructions yet, leaving me a bit puzzled. Gao Qin snapped out of it and spoke into the microphone. "Sorry, the test isn't over yet. Next is the damage endurance test. The opponent will still be the level 25 Calamity grade boss. You can use defensive skills, but cannot counterattack. Your current health is at 50%, and we can provide recovery potions. I shook my head. No need to waste time, just start directly. Gao Qin thought for a moment and added, the battle will stop within your damage endurance limit and won't endanger your life, so don't worry. The damage endurance test will begin in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. Another three-eyed giant emerged from the dense forest. The 3 people in the monitoring room stared at me, eager to see my performance. The current record holder for damage endurance was an S-class summoner who relied on their pet's defense to last 30 minutes. They wanted to see how long I could endure. The countdown ended, and the three-eyed giant swung its spiked club heavily at me. I stood still. With a loud boom, dust filled the air, and a damage number appeared above my head. Minus 89,347. Gao Qin felt somewhat reassured, thinking that while my health was high, my defense wasn't great, perhaps a flaw of Berserkers. But then, the three-eyed giant's health bar suddenly dropped drastically. Minus 268,041. This damage was even higher than when I attacked. Gao Qin reminded me through the microphone, Mr. Qing, this is a damage endurance test. You cannot attack the beast model. I shrugged innocently and said, I didn't attack. It's a passive skill effect. The 3 people in the monitoring room exchanged glances, finally realizing that my passive skill was a reflection effect, and the reflection damage was as high as 3 times the incoming damage. Gao Qin couldn't sit still anymore and finally understood why Commander Deng had specifically arranged this test for me. My profession was highly concealed. Even the instruments couldn't detect its true nature. It had to be tested to reveal its real strength. She was certain that I was at least an SS-class professional. In her 10-plus years of testing, she had never been this excited. An SS class had appeared in the testing arena. The damage endurance test wasn't over yet. The three-eyed giant's attack frequency was slow. When it swung its spike club for the second time, my health returned to 50%. On the third, fourth, until the 9th strike, the three-eyed giant's health bar emptied and disappeared. The entire process took less than a minute. The testers in the monitoring room were dumbfounded. One tester asked, how do we record this? It's the first time the beast model has been killed during a damage endurance test. Gao Qin decisively said, record all data truthfully and report it to Commander Deng immediately. Qing's information must remain confidential today. As testers for so many years, I don't need to repeat the rules, right? The other 2 testers nodded seriously. My test ended just like that. 2 rounds of testing in less than 2 minutes. I was still a bit unsatisfied. When I returned to the monitoring room, the testers' gazes toward me had changed. Gao Qin spoke with noticeably more enthusiasm and even personally escorted me out of the virtual training camp. Later, Du Yuan tried to persuade me to stay in the military, but I politely declined. After the test, I was bored since, as a non-military member, there were many places I couldn't go. Fortunately, in the afternoon, Du Yuan arranged for 3 military soldiers to escort me back to Huadi City. Meanwhile, Gao Qin hurriedly carried a sealed bag to the main building of the military headquarters, her steps urgent. Along the way, everyone was curious about why she was in such a rush. Soon, she arrived at Deng Kunlun's office, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Deng Kunlun's voice came from inside. Come in. Gao Qin pushed the door open. Deng Kunlun was sitting behind his desk, reading some documents. Seeing Gao Qin, he looked up and gestured for her to speak. Commander, this is the complete test data of Qing's virtual training. Gao Qin's voice trembled as she handed the file to Deng Kunlun, her eyes shining with excitement and anticipation. Based on the data analysis, Qing is very likely an SS-level professional. I know, Deng Kunlun replied calmly. I had you test him because even among SS-level professionals, there are varying degrees of strength. The data can reveal some clues. Deng Kunlun took the file and reminded her, make sure to keep this confidential. Gao Qin replied confidently, Rest assured, Commander. Everyone involved is someone I trust completely. That's good. Deng Kunlun nodded, tore open the seal on the file, and began to read it carefully. At first, his expression was calm, but the more he read, the more surprised he became, his mouth even involuntarily opening. That evening, I returned to Huadi Academy under the escort of military personnel. Commander Deng had tried to recruit me, and I was quite tempted. If it weren't for Qin Feng, I would have agreed on the spot. Although I hadn't officially joined the military, it was almost certain that I would. Once I found Chun Feng's whereabouts, I would leave the academy and join them. In times like these, it's definitely wise to align with powerful allies. After the Fuyang incident was resolved, I returned to a peaceful campus life. The freshman dormitory building, which had been damaged, was quickly rebuilt. With the help of life professionals like architects, the construction speed was astonishing. Within a week, the new dormitory building was completed. I continued living in the private villa provided by Liang Wendao. Having gotten used to living in a villa, moving back to the dormitory was out of the question. Besides, Liang Wendao hadn't mentioned anything about rent. I naturally assumed that the villa was a gift from Principal Liang. During this period, I had been shuttling between the dormitory building and the dungeon tower, crazily grinding the third-floor dungeons. Now, all the records for clearing the third-floor dungeons bear my name. My name has become a sensation on the Huadi forum, with everyone marveling at my insane clearing speed, yet no one could figure out where I am. Occasionally, a young man wearing a wolf head mask appears on the third floor, quickly enters a dungeon, and hardly lingers. Yes, that's me. I've openly started wearing the mask again. Ever since Duyuan took me to warn the Foo family, I knew they wouldn't dare trouble me anymore, so I stopped hiding. 2 weeks passed quickly. I didn't encounter any trouble and smoothly leveled up to level 25. Thanks to the wolf head mask and dungeon grinding, my health points broke through to 1.1 million, truly reaching the million level mark. Even more exciting, my passive skill, Barbaric Blood Power, leveled up to level 2. Barbaric Blood Power. Level 2, the higher your health, the higher your attack. Currently 15% of maximum health, an attack bonus of 15% of maximum health. What does that mean? My base attack has now surpassed 160,000. If 2 weeks ago, I could drain the health bar of a level 25 Calamity boss in 33 seconds, now I'm confident I can do it in under 10 seconds. To sum it up in one word, invincible. With 2 days left until the end of the month, I couldn't wait and went straight to the principal's office. Principal Liang, I'm level 25. I pushed the door open and shouted at the top of my lungs. Liang Wendao was sitting on the sofa drinking tea. He glanced at me and said calmly, "You brat, have you no manners? You don't even knock before entering my office?" Ignoring his words, I repeated excitedly, "Principal Liang, I'm level 25. Liang Wendao gave me a reproachful look. "I heard you. I'm not deaf. Stop repeating yourself. You said that once I reached level 25, you'd take me to find teacher Feng Zhuli." Liang Wendao took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "I've contacted teacher Feng Zhuli. They're in Beichin Academy for special training and will return tomorrow. I'll inform you of the meeting location then, and you'll go to Sakura country with them." I asked seriously, "Principal Liang, are you sure teacher Feng knows about my brother?" Liang Wendao smiled. "I've already told you. I have no reason to lie to you. Whether it's true or not, you can ask teacher Feng tomorrow." Only then did I feel slightly relieved. "Thank you, Principal Liang." After saying that, I bowed and prepared to leave. Liang Wendao added, "Aside from your brother's matter, let me remind you, you're representing Huadi in the Sakura country exchange competition. Strive to take first place. Sakura country's public safety isn't as good as ours in Longxia. Stay safe and stick with the accompanying teachers unless there's an exceptional situation." "Got it." I nodded seriously. "Understood." The next day, I waited all morning at the villa, but there was no message from Liang Wendao. Just as I was about to go ask, his message arrived. "Head to the academy gate to gather." I was thrilled. I was about to meet the person who knew clues about my brother. I quickly put away my phone and ran to the academy gate. At that moment, 10 people were waiting at the gate. A blond-haired boy was shaking his leg impatiently and said, "What's Principal Liang's deal? We were supposed to board the plane to Sakura country last night, but he called us back." A nearby girl said worriedly, "Could it be because we lost the training match to Beichin Academy, and Principal Liang wants to replace us?" A buzzcut boy nodded. "That's possible. The exchange competition is tied to the school's honor, and Principal Liang values it highly." The blond-haired boy waved his hand dismissively. "Stop speculating. We've trained for so long and built rapport. If he replaces us now, wouldn't all that training be wasted? At this moment, a boy leaning against the corner with his arms crossed sneered, "What's the use of training for a long time? Except for Qinli, the rest of you are trash. Being replaced is perfectly normal." The blond-haired boy got angry. "Fu Tianlong, what do you mean?" Fu Tianlong looked at him coldly, full of mockery. "Literally, you're all trash, especially you, Yanqi. If it weren't for your incompetence, would we have lost to those brutes from Beichon Academy?" "You." Yanqi clenched his fists, trembling with anger. "What? Want to fight me? Think about your strength first. Are you even qualified to be my opponent?" Fu Tianlong sneered. "Fu Tianlong, I'll fight you." Yanqi was about to charge forward, but was stopped by the buzzcut boy. Fu Tianlong continued to mock. "Yanqi, save your energy. You're no match for me. Who knows, when Teacher Phone comes back, you might be replaced." At this moment, a cool and aloof girl spoke up. "Fu Tianlong, shut up." When Fu Tianlong saw her, he immediately put on a smile. "Qinli, you've spoken. For your sake, I won't stoop to his level." Just then, the sound of high heels echoed, and everyone perked up. Sure enough, Teacher Feng Zhuli had arrived. As soon as Feng Zhuli appeared, she said, "I just spoke with Principal Liang. For the sake of the exchange competition results, he has decided to make a last-minute substitution." Everyone tensed up. Yanqi's face was full of unease, while Fu Tianlong looked indifferent, even smiling. He was the team's main damage dealer and didn't believe the principal would replace him. But in the next second, Feng Zhuli's gaze swept across the crowd and stopped on Fu Tianlong. "Fu Tianlong, Principal Liang has decided to replace you. I hope you understand." Fu Tianlong gesse smiled froze. He looked at Feng Zhuli in disbelief. "Teacher Feng, what did you say?" He suspected he had misheard or that Feng Zhuli was joking. He believed he was the strongest, so how could he be replaced? If he were replaced, what hope would there be for the exchange competition? Feng Zhuli confirmed again, "I'm sorry, Fu Tianlong, but you won't be participating in the exchange competition." "Impossible. How could this happen?" Fu Tianlong shook his head in disbelief, his eyes turning sharp and angry. "Teacher Feng, I've trained just as hard as everyone else. Why replace me? I'm the strongest on the team. If anyone should be replaced, it shouldn't be me." Feng Zhuli took a deep breath and calmly said, "You performed well, but this is Principal Liang's decision, and I can't change it." Fu Tianlong completely lost his composure, his face turning red as he muttered, "Why? I'm the strongest. Why would the principal replace me? Who in his second or third year is stronger than me? I refuse to accept this. Is the principal losing his mind?" Feng Zhuli's expression turned stern, and she said coldly, "Fu Tianlong, watch your words. Principal Liang must have his reasons for this decision. As for who will replace you, they're on their way, and you'll see them soon." As she spoke, I walked out of the academy gate wearing a wolf head mask. I glanced around before fixing my gaze on Feng Zhuli and the others, then walked toward her. "Are you Teacher Feng?" "I'm Qin Xing, here to participate in the Sakura Nation exchange competition." Feng Zhuli nodded. "I know. Principal Liang told me about you." The students were all curious about who I was, as they had never heard my name before. If they had visited the dungeon tower or checked the school forum, they would know my name was already quite famous, with countless dungeon records proving my strength. But since they had been focused on training and hadn't paid attention to the forum, they didn't know much about me. Some tried to use observation skills on me, only to see a bunch of question marks, which made me seem even more mysterious. Feng Zhuli addressed everyone. "Now that everyone's here, let's set off. There's still a lot to handle in Sakura Nation." Everyone nodded, grabbed their luggage, and prepared to board the bus. Only Fu Tianlong's face was extremely grim. Though he was strong, his terrible personality and poor relationships meant no one spoke up for him. This was also why Feng Zhuli agreed with Liang Wendao's decision to replace him. She didn't like Fu Tianlong either. As Feng Zhuli called for everyone to get on the bus, Fu Tianlong shouted, "Teacher Feng, wait a moment." Feng Zhuli looked at him in confusion. "Fu Tianlong, do you still have a question?" Fu Tianlong said bitterly, "Teacher Feng, I've put so much effort into the exchange competition, and now you're just replacing me? I refuse to accept this. I demand a duel with Qinqing. The winner will represent the school in Sakura country. I refuse to accept an unfair decision." Feng Zhuli frowned, wanting to refuse. After all, this was the principal's decision, not something a duel could change. But I quickly interjected, "Your name is Fu Tianlong. What's your relationship with Fu Yang?" Fu Tianlong was stunned for a moment, then replied, "Fu Yang is my cousin." "Why?" I chuckled lightly and said to Feng Zhuli, "Teacher Feng, I accept the challenge." Fu Tianlong was surprised at how quickly I agreed, but soon smiled confidently. "You said it yourself. No matter what means you use to gain Principal Liang's trust and steal my spot, you'll pay the price." Feng Zhuli sighed helplessly and nodded in agreement. She also wanted to see what kind of strength the principal's chosen candidate possessed. Then, she led us to the school's battle arena. This venue was specifically designed for competitive confrontations and training, surrounded by spectator seats. The ground in the center was made of special materials that could absorb impact and ensure student safety. As soon as we arrived, the students training there noticed us. They stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to us. "Isn't that Fu Tianlong and Qin Li? Weren't they supposed to go to the exchange competition? Why are they here? Wow, Qin Li is so beautiful. She could rival the student council president, Su Ying. That wolf head mask looks familiar. It's often seen at the dungeon building. Why is he with Fu Tianlong and the others?" While everyone was discussing, Fu Tianlong and I entered an empty battle arena, immediately causing a commotion. "Oh my god, who is this wolf head mask guy challenging Fu Tianlong? What's going on?" I heard Fu Tianlong is level 44, about to transition. Few sophomores or juniors can match him. Maybe it's just a pre-exchange competition warm-up. Even getting to fight Fu Tianlong is an honor. Exactly, let's cheer for this brave, wolf-head youth. Amid the chatter, I remained calm, my gaze steady, walking firmly toward the battle area. Fu Tianlong, on the other hand, was flamboyant, basking in the cheers of his supporters, full of confidence, and even throwing me provocative glances. We took our positions, and Feng Zhuli reminded us, "Make it quick! We still need to catch a flight." Fu Tianlong smiled confidently. "Don't worry, I'll finish this kid in 5 minutes." I said nothing, wearing my wolf head mask, looking cool. As soon as Fu Tianlong finished speaking, the big screen lit up, displaying our names and levels. Fu Tianlong, level 44. Qinqing, level 25. The massive level gap caused a stir among the spectators. Level 25 against level 44? Is this a joke? I thought the guy with the mask was a pro, but he's only level 25. How is he going to fight Fu Tianlong? Isn't this just asking for a beating? Even Feng Zhuli and the team were surprised. Previously, I had been wearing the mask, so no one knew my level. Since I was recommended by Principal Liang, everyone assumed my level was high. Principal Liang hadn't said much, only that my strength far surpassed Fu Tianlong's. Now, seeing that I was only level 25, just meeting the exchange competition's minimum standard, Feng Zhuli felt that this duel was necessary. She didn't believe a level 25 could defeat a level 44. The attribute gap was too significant. If I lost to Fu Tianlong, she might consult Principal Liang about it. At this moment, some observant students found my name familiar and exclaimed excitedly, "Wait, this? No way. Could Qinqing be the same Qinqing who broke all the dungeon records on the 3rd floor of our academy?" A student suddenly shouted. Another student immediately chimed in, "Damn, Now that you mention it, it's totally possible. Otherwise, who else would be this bold to challenge Fu Tianlong at level 44? If it's that Chun Qing, this fight is going to be worth watching. I feel like Fu Tianlong might lose this one. Exactly, the dungeon record times he set are just insane. As these words spread, the audience, who initially doubted the match due to the level gap, began to reassess the situation. Fu Tianlong glanced at my level and was a bit surprised. Then he burst into laughter, his face full of mockery. Only level 25? What are you going to use to fight me? Has the principal lost his mind, letting trash like you take my spot? I responded coldly, stop talking nonsense. I'll take you down in one move. Take me down in one move. Fu Tianlong laughed even harder, as if he had just heard the biggest joke in the world. But before he could finish laughing, I moved. In an instant, a pair of dual blades, one red and one blue, appeared in my hands. Then, two bloodblade cross slashes were unleashed. Fu Tianlong sneered, and a set of golden armor appeared on him instantly. A massive golden sword materialized in his hands, which he held horizontally in front of him to block my attack. His expression was relaxed. He didn't believe for a second that he could lose to a level 25 like me. The next second, the blade energy from the Bloodblade cross slash collided with his golden sword. The moment they made contact, Fu Tianlong's expression changed drastically. This power, something's not right. The terrifying power of the skill was far beyond what a level 25 could unleash. His golden sword struggled to absorb the damage, creaking under the pressure, as if it was about to break. But that was just the first Bloodblade cross slash. The second one followed immediately. Fu Tianlong's pupils contracted, and a sense of unease surged in his heart. Sure enough, the second Bloodblade cross slash hit, and the golden sword broke into two pieces without any suspense. Fu Tianlong's face turned pale with shock. That was an epic grade weapon, and it had been destroyed so easily by me. The residual power of the Bloodblade cross slash didn't dissipate. With the golden sword gone, the attack landed directly on Fu Tianlong. Minus 79,829. Fu Tianlong's HP was just over 60,000. With this one move, his health bar was instantly emptied. Fortunately, the training arena had a protection mechanism, leaving him with about 100 HP. Otherwise, he would have been killed by me. Fu Tianlong collapsed onto the ground, his eyes wide with fear, cold sweat pouring down his face. The near-death experience left him shaken. When he looked at me, his eyes were filled with nothing but terror. The entire training arena fell silent, the only sound being the rustling of clothes in the wind. Then, the audience began whispering, their faces full of shock. Some students rubbed their eyes, unable to believe what they had just seen. How did he defeat Fu Tianlong so quickly? A teammate muttered in disbelief. A girl nearby covered her mouth, her eyes wide as she stared at Fu Tianlong. Qinqing only used one move, just one move. Even instructor Feng Zhuli was stunned, unable to react for a long time. I, on the other hand, walked out of the training arena as if nothing had happened and said to everyone, shouldn't we get going? Feng Zhuli finally snapped out of it and led the team away. Fu Tianlong sat in the arena for a long time. When he came to his senses, he saw a group of students filming him with their phones. Furious and humiliated, he shouted, "What are you filming? Get lost!" The students reluctantly put away their phones and left. However, the video of my fight with Fu Tianlong had already been uploaded to the school forum, becoming a hot topic. Many people had recorded the fight from different angles, and all the videos had the same title. Shocking. Level 44 Fu Tianlong defeated in one move by a level 25 opponent. Who exactly is this Qinqing? By the afternoon, the video of me one-shotting Fu Tianlong had surpassed 1 million views. Fu Tianlong, a rising star of the Fu family and a participant in the Sakura Nation exchange competition, was quite famous at school. I, on the other hand, had gained some attention on the forum due to my dungeon records. The clash of these two names created an explosive reaction. OMG, that cross-slash was so cool. Chun Qing is going to become the new legend of Huadi. Guys, find out everything about Chun Qing within 10 seconds. I want to be his first little fangirl. Yo, isn't this the so-called invincible S-class holy armor warrior, Fu Tianlong? Couldn't even take one move, hilarious. Exactly, with that level of skill, still participating in the exchange competition? Don't embarrass our Longshan nation. Hey upstairs, don't you know? Fu Tianlong has been kicked off the exchange competition roster. Really? That's so satisfying. Of course it's true. The participating teams have already boarded the plane to Sakura Nation, while Fu Tianlong is still at school. The answer is obvious. At this moment, in the waiting lounge, I was sitting in the waiting area with the team. People were coming and going around us, and the broadcast kept announcing flight information. Because of my addition, the atmosphere in the team was a bit subtly tense. The team members occasionally glanced at me with curiosity and awe. They knew I was strong and believed I could lead the team to achieve good results in the exchange competition. But I hadn't spoken much to the team members. My mind was entirely occupied with thoughts of my brother, Chinfeng. Wearing a wolf head mask, I felt as if there was an invisible barrier around me, making me seem mysterious and unapproachable. I wasn't being arrogant. I was just preoccupied with my brother's fate. Looking at teacher Feng Zhuli not far away, I felt extremely conflicted. If I heard bad news from her, I was afraid I wouldn't be able to handle it. I gazed out the window as the sky darkened. The lights in the waiting lounge came on. It was 8 o'clock, and boarding time was approaching. I knew I had to make a decision. Taking a deep breath, I stood up. Despite my unease, I walked toward Feng Zhuli. If she knew nothing about my brother, I would go back to school and confront Liang Wendao. Exchange competition be damned. My steps were firm yet heavy, and I quickly reached Feng Zhuli. She looked at me in confusion. Chun Qing, do you need something? I took a deep breath and asked, Teacher Feng, do you remember a student named Chun Feng from 3 years ago? I heard you were his mentor. Chun Feng. The expression on her face wasn't confusion but surprise, which confirmed that she indeed knew my brother. But she didn't answer immediately. Instead, she frowned and asked, Why are you bringing up Chun Feng? What's your relationship with him? I answered truthfully, Chun Feng is my brother. After he entered Huadi Academy, I haven't heard from him for 3 years. I want to know if he's alive or dead. Feng Zhuli gave a bitter smile and said helplessly, Chun Feng was indeed my student, very talented. But unfortunately, I haven't heard from him in a long time either. As for whether he's alive or dead. Before she could finish, someone calling her Qin Li. Feng Zhuli nodded, confirming Qin Li's guess. I anxiously asked Qin Li, Do you know about my brother? I was puzzled because 3 years ago, Qin Li shouldn't have been admitted to Huadi Academy yet. How did she know my brother's name? Qin Li's expression became complicated. She asked coldly, You're Qin Feng's younger brother? I nodded. Unexpectedly, Qin Li suddenly stood up, walked coldly to Feng Zhuli, and resolutely said, Teacher, I quit the exchange competition team. I won't participate this time. The atmosphere in the waiting lounge instantly became tense. The team members exchanged shocked glances, not understanding why Qin Li would quit just before boarding the plane. Feng Zhuli's face turned serious, and she asked anxiously, Qin Li, what's wrong with you? We're about to board. Do you know how much your withdrawal will affect the team? Qin Li stared straight ahead, her tone resolute and cold. I'm not participating. I absolutely refuse to be on the same team as the brother of that scum. I frowned, both angry and confused. In a low, firm voice, I asked, What do you mean? Why are you calling my brother scum? What did he do to make you hate him so much? Qin Li didn't even look at me. She turned to leave, but I grabbed her arm. She turned back, her expression full of disgust, and said coldly, Let go. My gaze grew darker, and I squeezed out words through clenched teeth. Explain yourself. How did my brother become trash? The atmosphere in the departure lounge was like a taut string, and everyone turned to look. Calm down, both of you. Feng Zhuli quickly stepped in, standing between us. She glanced at me first and sighed, saying, Chun Feng's situation can't be explained in just a few words. I'll explain it to you when we get to Sakura country. Then she reproached Qin Li. Is this how you want to prove your value to the Qin family? If you leave today, it will be hard to have this opportunity again. Think it through. Feng Zhuli's gaze was firm as she emphasized, Chun Feng is Chun Feng, and Chun Qing is Chun Qing. You can't take out your grievances against Chun Feng on Chun Qing. I couldn't help but glance at Qin Li a few more times, wondering if there was some story between her and my brother. At that moment, the boarding announcement was made. Qin Li. Feng Zhuli pleaded more resolutely. You're an important member of the team. Everyone knows your abilities and contributions. If you give up now, all your previous efforts will be wasted. The team members also tried to persuade her. Qin Li, we've been training together for so long. Are you really going to leave? Yeah. Qin Li, the team needs you. Don't make a decision you'll regret later just because of a moment's emotion. Qin Li stopped in her tracks, clearly moved by their words. She turned around, looking at Feng Zhuli and the team, her cold gaze slowly becoming conflicted. I kept a calm expression, looking at Qin Li, and said firmly yet calmly, Qin Li, if you can tell me about my brother, I'll quit the team. I wasn't that interested in this exchange competition to begin with. Unexpectedly, Feng Zhuli exploded like thunder. Chun Qing, what kind of attitude is that? Do you think this is child's play? On a small scale, it concerns the honor of Huadi Academy. On a larger scale, it concerns the face of Longxia country. I was rendered speechless by her scolding. I hadn't expected the exchange competition to be so important, so I kept quiet. The tense atmosphere eased, and Qin Li's expression softened as well, no longer insisting on leaving. Feng Zhuli breathed a sigh of relief, finally managing to stabilize the situation between the two of us. Soon, everyone boarded the plane to Sakura country. I had just sat down when the blonde-haired young man next to me smiled warmly and said, Hey buddy, my name's Yan Qi. Watching you take down Fu Tianlong with one move today was awesome. To be honest, I wanted to beat him up for a long time, but never had the chance. You really did me a favor. I didn't put on airs and shook his hand, saying, I'm Chun Qing. I didn't really want to make a move either, but what can you do? He's from the Foo family. Hearing this, Yan Qi got interested. Oh, you have a grudge against the Foo family? I didn't hide it and nodded directly. Just some personal issues. I get annoyed just looking at anyone from the Foo family. Yan Qi laughed. Buddy, I don't like the Foo family either. Fu Tianlong and Fu Yang are both no good, especially Fu Yang. He's so arrogant at school, even worse than Fu Tianlong. I chuckled inwardly, thinking that Fu Yang was probably already reincarnating by now. I didn't continue on that topic and instead pointed in Qin Li's direction and asked, Do you know much about Qin Li? Yan Qi lowered his voice and said, You're asking the right person. Qin Li is from the Qin family, 20 years old, and hasn't dated anyone in her 2 years of college. She's the second most popular campus goddess after Suing. But this girl is really hard to pursue. Tons of rich kids have tried and been rejected by her. Even Fu Tianlong got turned down several times. After saying that, Yan Qi winked at me, his expression clearly saying, I know what you're thinking. I was speechless for a moment. It was clear that Yan Qi misunderstood my feelings for Qin Li. I was pondering the relationship between Qin Li and my brother. She called my brother a scumbag today. Could it be that he deceived her feelings and then dumped her back then? But it didn't seem right. 3 years ago, Qin Li was only 17, still a minor. My brother shouldn't have done something like that. Regardless, I needed to find Qin Li and get to the bottom of this. As I was thinking, I felt an unusual gaze. Looking up, I met Qin Li's cold and disgusted eyes. She snorted and turned her head away. I was dumbfounded, unable to figure out how badly my brother had hurt her. In my impression, although my brother liked to tell dirty jokes, he was essentially a pure-hearted young man and wouldn't do anything scummy. I asked Yan Qi again about Qin Li, but he didn't have any useful information. Instead, he seemed to have opened a floodgate, talking nonstop. Annoyed, I closed my eyes and pretended to sleep. He didn't notice, and kept talking enthusiastically to himself. After a 5-hour flight, we arrived in Tokyo, the capital of Sakura country. The plane landed at the international airport, and everyone disembarked exhausted. My teammates and I followed the crowd, and at another exit, we saw a large group of people welcoming someone. Flags were waving, banners were held high, and the atmosphere was lively. I exclaimed in surprise, "Such a big scene. Could it be for us?" As soon as I said that, the group fell silent. Yanqi tugged at my sleeve and pointed to the signs held by 2 people ahead, which read, "Warmly welcome Mirante Academy to Tokyo." Curious, I asked, "Which country is Mirante Academy from?" "I'm not sure either. I think it's from the Free Nation in the West. Could they also be here for the exchange competition?" At that moment, the welcoming crowd cheered. We looked over and saw the people from Mirante Academy coming out. They looked similar to the Westerners on Blue Star, tall, fair-skinned, and instantly drawing everyone's attention. As they approached, the crowd erupted in cheers again. Several Sakura country beauties went up to hug and kiss them. The Mirante Academy team members were delighted, engaging with the women in a lively and cheerful scene. Looking back at our side, it was cold and quiet. Only one person was holding a small sign that read, "Huadi Academy," politely waiting for us. I was stunned. We were here for the same exchange competition, but the difference in treatment was too much. Why were they surrounded by beauties while we only had one person to greet us? Yanqi stared at the beauties on the other side and sneered, "Sakura country is just a lapdog for the Free Nation. Those girls can't wait to stick to them." The other boys wiped their drool and nodded in agreement. Feng Zhuli frowned, surprised that people from the Free Nation were also participating in the exchange competition, which hadn't happened in previous years. Seeing the boys' envious expressions, she coughed and said, "Let's go. Don't mind these flashy things." Then she led us toward the person greeting us. The greeter was a young man named Gushima Jinta, who kept a fake smile and said, "Welcome to Tokyo, everyone. I'm Gushima Jinta, responsible for your itinerary." "Thank you," Feng Zhuli responded politely. Gushima Jinta led us through the airport hall. Just as we were about to board the bus, I seemed to spot a familiar figure, the mysterious woman who appeared in the dorm that night and resembled Zhang Ling Snow. She was wearing a long black dress and sunglasses, didn't notice me, and got into a black sedan before leaving. Watching the car drive away, I wondered why she was in Tokyo too. Was she following me? But it didn't seem like it. She looked more like she was returning to her own territory. Feng Zhuli urged me, and I boarded the bus. The bus left the airport and entered the main road. Tokyo truly lived up to being a capital city. Its prosperity rivaled that of Huadi City. Tokyo at night was surrounded by neon lights, and the skyscrapers looked enchanting in the darkness. On both sides of the streets were nightclubs and dance halls, their lights and music showcasing the luxury of nightlife. Many beautifully dressed women were chatting and laughing at the intersections, and the boys on the bus couldn't take their eyes off them. However, the bus didn't head toward the city center. After crossing a bridge, it arrived on the other side of the city. The streets here are narrow and crowded, the buildings old and dilapidated. Beggars are everywhere, and a child is begging at the corner with only a few coins in the small bowl in front of them. The street is noisy, with the sounds of cars, people, and crying children all mixed together. Yanqi asked Goto Motoho, "Where is this? You didn't bring us to the outskirts, did you?" Goto Motoharu smiled and said, "This is still Tokyo. Tokyo is divided into the Upper Court District and the Lower Wild District. We were in the Upper Court District earlier, and now we're in the Lower Wild District. The guest house we're heading to is here. I understand the system in Sakura country. There's a significant disparity in status between job changers and ordinary people. Ordinary people can only do low-level jobs and cannot enter upper society. Tokyo separates the living areas of job changers and ordinary people. The Upper Court District is where job changers live, while the Lower Wild District is for ordinary people. Ordinary people can work in the Upper Court District but cannot live there and can only do the lowest level jobs. Sakura country has been like this for decades. Ordinary people who want to change their fate can only hope to have a child who can change jobs. However, humans can only find out if they can change jobs at the age of 18, so many families have 4 or 5 children to try their luck. This increases living costs, and many families break apart because of it. This is why there are so many beggars in the Lower Wild District. Feng Zhuli's face didn't look good. She had led several exchange competitions before, but this was the first time she was arranged to stay in the Lower Wild District. It was obvious the organizers looked down on us. She asked coldly, "What do you mean by this? Why are we being arranged to stay in the Lower Wild District? Does the organizing committee look down on our Huadi Academy?" Goto Motoharu still maintained his fake smile and said, "Apologies, the Goose Houses in the Upper Court District are full, so we had to make a temporary change. Although this guest house is in the Lower Wild District, the environment is clean and hygienic, so you can rest assured." Feng Zhuli snorted coldly and didn't say anything further. She didn't believe there was no place to stay in the Upper Court District. This was clearly a deliberate slight. The students' faces didn't look good either, but since the mentor didn't act out, they didn't dare say anything. I didn't mind. I grew up living a hard life with my brother, so I wasn't picky about food or accommodation. The bus stopped in front of a small hotel. The hotel sign was old, the paint peeling, and the lettering on the sign was barely visible. As soon as the bus door opened, a strong smell of urine hit us, as if the odor had been lingering on this street for a long time. A few drunkards were making noise nearby. When they saw us getting off the bus, one of them unbuckled his belt and started urinating in our direction. The girls screamed and turned their heads, while the boys were stunned. I reacted the fastest, frowning as I rushed over and kicked the drunkard in the chest. He fell without even making a sound, and the urine splashed all over his own face. I didn't use much force, so the drunkard wasn't seriously hurt. The urine woke him up, and he wiped his face angrily. When he saw my wolf head mask, he froze in fear. I said coldly, "Get lost, or I'll confiscate your weapon." The 3 drunkards sobered up, intimidated by my presence. They exchanged glances and ran off without even pulling up their pants, creating a ridiculous scene. The girls frowned and complained, "The people of the Lower Wild District have such poor manners." Goto Motoharu said indifferently, "Don't mind them. These low-class peasants are just like that. Let's head into the guest house." Everyone followed him into the guest house. As soon as we entered, the girls' eyes lit up, and the boys were surprised. The reception area wasn't large, but it was warmly decorated. There were decorative paintings on the walls, carpets on the floor, greenery in the hallways, and a faint fragrance in the air. Our footsteps echoed in the corridor, and 2 girls at the front desk put down what they were doing and greeted us with smiles. A little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, ran over and said in a sweet voice, "Welcome. We've been waiting for you for a long time." She smiled, revealing her adorable tiger teeth. Another girl, about 17 or 18 years old, glanced at us first and then respectfully said to Goto Motoharu, "Lord Motoharu, are these guests from Longxia country?" Goto Motoharu nodded and said, "Please take care of these guests." Then he turned to us and said, "It's getting late. Rest early, and I'll come to pick you up tomorrow to go to the conference center." After speaking, he bowed and left. The little girl politely said, "Brothers and sisters, follow me. My name is Maharu, and I'll arrange your rooms. Wow, this girl is so cute. Let me pinch her." The girls surrounded little Mei Qing, wanting to pinch her cheeks. Even the usually indifferent Qing Li smiled. Little Mei Qing frowned and protested, "Sisters, you can't do this, it troubles me." Her childish voice, tinged with anger, made everyone burst into laughter, as if all the previous unpleasantness had vanished. Little Mei Qing turned to another girl for help. "May we, sister, save me." Mei Wei covered her mouth and laughed. "It's okay, the sisters like you." At this moment, Feng Zhuli stepped forward, coughed, and said, "Stop messing around. It's getting late. Let the little one take us to the rooms." Only then did the girl stop. Little Mei Qing tidied her hair and said, "Follow me." She walked ahead, leading us down the corridor. The walls of the corridor were adorned with landscape paintings, and the scent of tatami grass lingered in the air. As Mei Qing walked, She kept turning back to check if we were following, proudly saying, "The rooms were cleaned by Mei's sister and me. They're very comfortable, and we even prepared our own fragrance." Before long, everyone's rooms were arranged. Feng Zhuli smiled and praised little Mei Qing. "Thank you, Mei Qing. You did a great job." Mei Qing smiled proudly, her eyes curving like crescent moons. "Thank you. If you need anything, just let me know anytime." I curiously asked Miharu, "Is it just you and your sister managing this place?" I was quite puzzled. The Shermoya district was so chaotic, yet this small and managed to operate steadily. Miharu smiled and shook her head. "Besides my sister and me, there are also two older sisters and my dad. Recently, a batch of guests arrived at the city's guest house, so the two older sisters went to help out. It's just me and Miharu here now." "And your father?" I asked casually. At the mention of her father, Miharu's smile disappeared, as if she had recalled something unpleasant. At that moment, the guest house door was violently pushed open, and a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard stumbled in, reeking of alcohol and looking like he could collapse at any moment. "Father!" Miharu quickly went to support him, but as soon as her hand touched his arm, he shoved her away. Miharu slammed into the wall hard, her face contorting in pain. The middle-aged man showed no concern and instead cursed harshly. "You useless burden! Why don't you just die? I've raised you for 18 years, and you still haven't succeeded in your job transition. Just like your two older sisters, all useless burdens." "Cease!" The well-behaved Miharu ran over, worriedly asking, "Are you okay?" The middle-aged man saw Miharu and immediately smiled. "Miharu, you must work hard. You're the only hope of this family. You have to become a job transitioner." After saying that, he ignored his two daughters, walked to the counter, opened the drawer, and his eyes lit up. Quite a bit of income today. He then took all the money, stuffed it into his pocket. Miharu, ignoring her pain, grabbed his arm and pleaded, "Father, this is all the money we have. You can't take it all." The middle-aged man kicked Miharu in the stomach, sending her small frame flying. "Damn it, you dare to control me? If you want to die, just die already and stop being an eyesore." Miharu lay on the ground, stubborn as ever, blood at the corner of her mouth, her hand tightly gripping the man's pant leg, refusing to let him leave. "Let go of me." The middle-aged man kicked her again. Miharu groaned in pain, but still didn't let go. Miharu started crying anxiously, pulling at her father's arm to stop him. But the middle-aged man didn't care and kept kicking Miharu, muttering, "Let go. Are you letting go or not? If you want to die, I'll send you to your death right now." The students, hearing the commotion, peeked out from their rooms. Qin Li, seeing this scene, had a flash of anger in his eyes and was about to step out to intervene when he saw me stride toward the door. I quickly approached the middle-aged man from behind, grabbed his neck, and said coldly, "You bastard, if you kick her one more time, do you believe I won't kill you right here?" The middle-aged man was instantly overwhelmed by a sense of suffocation, his body struggling desperately, but my hand was like an iron clamp, firmly locking his neck. He gasped for air, using the last of his strength to rasp, "Help! Help!" Miharu, her face streaked with tears, trembled as she reached out to grab the hem of my clothes, pleading, "Please, let him go. He's my father." I looked at Miharu, my gaze wavering slightly. Under her plea, I slowly released my grip. The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, coughing violently, supporting himself on the floor, his body still trembling. After a few minutes, he raised his head, glaring at me angrily. But when he saw my wolf head mask, he shuddered. My gaze was icy, devoid of any emotion. The middle-aged man instinctively took a step back, cautiously asking, Who are you people?" I said coldly, "Don't worry about who we are. Get out of here immediately." The middle-aged man protested, "This is my house. What right do you have to make me leave?" My expression grew colder. "If you don't leave, I'll help you leave." With that, I stepped toward him. The middle-aged man, intimidated by my aura, showed a flash of fear in his eyes and quickly said, I was wrong. I'll leave right now." He turned to open the door. "Stop," I shouted. The middle-aged man froze, trembling, and turned back cautiously, asking nervously, "Do you have any other instructions? Hand over the money you took." The middle-aged man hesitated, his lips trembling as he spoke. But, this is my money." I narrowed my eyes, my voice even lower and more dangerous. "Do I need to say it again?" After speaking, I took another step forward. The middle-aged man panicked completely, trembling as he pulled the money out of his pocket and threw it on the ground, then ran out without looking back, disappearing into the night. At that moment, the room erupted in applause. I turned around in surprise to see my teammates at the door clapping and cheering, and Feng Zhuli giving me a look of admiration. The girls helped Mei Hui up, their faces full of dissatisfaction and sympathy. One girl softly scolded, "Your father is too much, hitting his own daughter so hard." Mei Hui smiled bitterly and said, "My father has always wanted a child who could become a job changer, but neither my sisters nor I succeeded. After I turned 18, he started hitting me often. When my mother was alive, she could protect us, but 6 years ago, she died in childbirth with Mei Qing, and since then, no one could protect us." Her voice grew quieter, her eyes glistening with tears as she lowered her head. Little Mei Qing picked up the money from the ground, ran to Mei Hui's side, and said firmly, "Sister, don't cry. We got the money back." Her voice was small, but full of hope. Everyone sighed. Mei Hui's family's plight was just a reflection of the lives of ordinary people in Sakura country. Many ordinary people pinned their hopes on their children, only to be drowned in despair. All we could do was feel sorry for them. There was nothing else we could do. Feng Zhuli comforted Mei Hui and Mei Qing for a while, then urged everyone to go back to their rooms to sleep, saying we had to get up early tomorrow. "Chen Qing, wait a moment." I was yawning and about to head back to my room when a girl called out to me. I turned around and was extremely surprised. It was Qin Li. She had always had a sour expression and never even looked at me, but now she was actively talking to me. "You're calling me?" I asked, somewhat incredulous. Qin Li nodded and walked up to me, speaking sincerely. "I want to apologize for my attitude toward you before. Teacher Feng was right. Chun Feng is Chun Feng, and Chun Qing is Chun Qing. I shouldn't transfer my hatred for him onto you." Qin Li's apology was due to my previous actions. Whether it was dealing with the drunkard or Mei Hui's father, I was the first to step forward, which left a good impression on her. I asked seriously, "Then can you tell me what exactly happened between you and Qin Feng?" Actually, I really wanted to ask, "So are you really my sister-in-law?" But I held back. Qin Li glanced around and said, "It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go to your room." With that, she pulled me toward my room. I was dumbfounded, thinking to myself, "Sister-in-law, this doesn't seem very appropriate, does it?" The middle-aged man who had been driven out was cursing as he walked down the road. "That damned Mei Hui, daring to use outsiders against me. Just wait. These people will leave sooner or later, and when they do, I'll make you pay." As he spoke, he noticed a figure ahead. Looking up, he felt something was off. The person was at least 2.5 meters tall. As the figure approached, the middle-aged man saw its appearance clearly, and his face turned pale instantly. This wasn't some tall man. It was clearly a demon. The demon wore a white robe, its arms long and covered in scales. Its face had no nose or mouth, only eyes that gleamed coldly. "Ah!" The middle-aged man screamed and turned to run. But before he could react, the demon extended its long arm, its claw piercing through his chest. He felt the energy in his body being rapidly drained, and his entire body shriveled up, turning into a dried corpse that fell lightly to the ground. Not far away, a young man watched the scene and sighed softly, muttering to himself, "As expected, the energy provided by ordinary people is too little. Looks like I'll need to kill more job changers to quickly level up my Momotaro." Meanwhile, Qin Li and I sat facing each other on the tatami mat. I took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Now can you tell me about Qin Feng?" Qin Li nodded lightly, her gaze complicated. She paused and asked, "When was the last time you contacted Qin Feng?" I thought for a moment and said, about 3 months after he entered Huadi Academy. He said he had something important to take care of and might not be able to contact me for a while, telling me not to worry. Since then, I haven't heard from him. Qinli seemed a bit disappointed. It seems that after that incident, he didn't even contact you. I was anxious and scratched my head. Can you explain in detail what exactly happened? Qinli organized her thoughts and slowly said, 3 years ago, I was 17 and hadn't yet been admitted to Huadi Academy. The connection with your brother is through my sister. Your sister? I asked. Yes, her name is Qinlan. At the time, she was a sophomore at Huadi Academy. Qinli continued. I was in high school then and didn't know much about my sister's affairs at school. One day, my sister came home in an exceptionally good mood. After some probing, I found out she was in love, and her partner was a freshman who had just enrolled, named Chunfeng. Hearing this, I understood. Qinli was my brother's sister-in-law. And then? What happened next? I asked further. My sister was very popular at school, and news of her relationship quickly spread, even reaching our Qin family. Our family is strict and values social status. Although your brother Chunfeng was outstanding, in my father's eyes, he was just an ordinary person without any background, Qinli said helplessly. My father strongly opposed their relationship and demanded my sister break up with him. But my sister is very stubborn, just like our mother. Once she decides on something, she won't change her mind. No matter how much pressure my father put on her, she insisted on being with Chunfeng, Qinli said admiringly. Later, my father personally approached Chunfeng, trying to make him leave my sister, but he refused to break up. I listened in astonishment, not expecting my brother to have gone through such a melodramatic love story. He hadn't revealed a single thing to me, and it was only 3 years later that I heard about it from Qinli. And then? I asked eagerly. Qinli's face was filled with sorrow as she said, not long after, your brother was attacked by strangers. They originally intended to kill him, but my sister was there and used her body to shield him from a fatal blow, almost losing her life. Fortunately, she had a life-saving artifact given by our father, which saved her life, but her soul was severely injured. She's been in a coma ever since, like a vegetative state, and hasn't woken up to this day. Her eyes were full of sadness as she continued. Father said that to repair my sister's soul, we need rare abyssal materials or soul master. We've searched for a long time, but found nothing. When your brother found out, he said he would find a soul master no matter what. But after he left, there's been no news of him for 3 years. My sister has been lying in bed all this time. My mother cries every day, and my father has worked himself sick, his hair turning white. Yet he's disappeared without a trace. How can we not feel that he's avoiding responsibility? Qinli's voice carried resentment, her eyes glistening with tears. That's why I said he's scum. I shook my head solemnly. I know Chunfeng. He's definitely not that kind of person. He must have encountered something that's preventing him from coming back. Speaking of soul masters, I suddenly thought of Tang Hongzhe, the one in the wolf head mask. He had mentioned that he was a soul master. What a coincidence. The soul master the Qin family and my brother were searching for was right inside my mask. I quickly used the power of the soul contract to summon Tang Hongzhe, but after calling for a long time, there was no response. This old guy only shows up at critical moments. I pondered for a moment and asked in a deep voice, the people who attacked my brother back then, could they have been sent by your Qin family? If my brother were gone, your sister wouldn't have to be entangled in this relationship anymore. Qinli shook her head seriously. I asked my father, and he was very certain that he didn't send anyone to harm Chunfeng. I was half skeptical and pressed further. Are you sure he didn't lie to you? I trust my father, Qinli said firmly. If he had done it, he would have told me. Our Qin family values integrity. Besides, at the time, we suspected it was the Foo family. The Foo family? What do they have to do with this? I asked, frowning. Qinli explained. At the time, several disciples of the Foo family were dissatisfied with the matter between Qinlan and your brother. They caused trouble for your brother and even challenged him to duels, but none of them were a match for him. Shortly after, the assassination incident occurred. My father confronted the head of the Foo family, but they denied it. We had no evidence, so we had to give up the investigation. I clenched my fists, my eyes filled with killing intent. The Foo family again, bullying me was one thing, but now they've bullied my brother too. This grudge is clearly set in stone. Qinli stood up and said, "That's all I know. If you find Qinfeng, ask him to visit the Qin family and see my sister. Her condition is worsening, and no treatment has worked. Grandpa says she might not survive this year." As she spoke, her eyes filled with tears, which she tried hard to hold back, but in the end, she broke down and cried. I was about to comfort her when she turned and left. It seems I'll have to visit the Qin family in Longsha country to check on Qinlan. If a soul master can truly repair her soul, I'll do whatever it takes to get Tang Hongxia to help. I sighed softly. Chun Feng's choices back then and the current outcome are truly lamentable. But his whereabouts remain a mystery, and it feels like all my efforts have been in vain. Looking at the time, it was already 1 in the morning. I decided to stop thinking about it and went straight to sleep. Meanwhile, in the bustling Ueno district of Tokyo City, inside a dimly lit private room filled with hazy light and the scent of cigars and perfume, an elderly man with graying hair sat in a leather chair, twirling a cigar while watching a dancer perform. At that moment, a waiter approached with a phone in hand and respectfully said, "President, you have a call." The old man took the phone and pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line came a hoarse, aged voice. "Hello, Murayama-kun." The man addressed as Murayama grinned and said teasingly, "It's been a long time since I've heard your voice, Pang Hai-kun." Murayama said in a deep voice, "You need to give me an explanation for the Noguchi group's assassination mission." Hisako Koizumi said the opponent was very strong, at least above the first transition. I was surprised too. The opponent is only level 25 now. His strength might be related to his class. Are you saying his class level might be above S class? Murayama squinted his eyes and asked inquisitively. Fu Panghai smiled mysteriously and said, "I didn't say that. Anyway, the military department is taking good care of him and even warned me. He's in Tokyo City. I don't care what rank he is. I want him dead." "Got it." Murayama smiled and said, "Don't worry. I'll definitely take action. My elite troops didn't die for nothing. If he's above S class, I have even more reason to take him down." Murayama sneered, his eyes filled with malice. The next morning, I stretched and walked out of my room. Miho and Maharu were busy in the kitchen, and the hallway was filled with the aroma of food. The dining table was laden with breakfast, rice, miso soup, grilled fish, and side dishes. The team members were sitting around, eating together. A girl, savoring her food, couldn't help but exclaim, "This is so delicious. Miho, your breakfast is amazing." Miho smiled happily, while Maharu, with flour on her face, stood with her hands on her hips and said proudly, "Of course, my sister's cooking is top-notch." I found an empty seat, sat down, and took off my wolf mask, picking up a piece of grilled fish. Suddenly, everyone stopped eating and stared at me in unison. I was taken aback and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Everyone shook their heads. Yen Qi was the first to speak, looking surprised and impressed. "We've known you for so long, and this is the first time we've seen your real face. Dude, you're pretty handsome. Why do you always wear a mask?" I was stunned for a moment and then said nonchalantly, "I'm socially anxious." Everyone was speechless. After everything I did yesterday, who would believe I have social anxiety? Of course, I wasn't going to tell them that the mask was my secret weapon for increasing my health points. From yesterday until now, my health had unknowingly increased by over 50,000. My total health was now 1.15 million. A girl suddenly exclaimed, "Chun Qing, why are you only at half health? You need to be at full health for today's match." She was a healer and pulled out her staff to cast a healing spell on me. A green number plus 5,000 appeared above my head, but my health bar remained at half. The girl, puzzled, cast another healing spell. Another plus 5,000 appeared, but my health bar still didn't move. "What's going on?" The girl frowned, looking confused. Everyone was dumbfounded. Gritting her teeth, the girl cast an enhanced healing spell. A healing number of plus 45,000 appeared above my head, and my health bar finally moved up a little. This, everyone gasped. A healing amount of 45,000 could fully restore someone from the brink of death, but for me, it barely made a dent. It was only then that everyone realized it wasn't that the girl's healing spells were ineffective. It was that my health bar was absurdly thick. I quickly stopped her. Don't waste your mana on me. Save it for the match. You don't want to run out of mana. After all, wearing the mask would just drain my health again, so healing me was pointless. The girl awkwardly put away her staff and went back to eating. The lively atmosphere suddenly quieted down, and everyone started looking at me like I was some kind of monster. After breakfast, we packed up and got ready to leave. Outside, we saw Guntai Ujima's bus waiting for us. Good morning. Is everyone ready? Guntai Ujima stood by the bus door, smiling as he asked. Everyone nodded and boarded the bus. The bus started moving, weaving through the streets of the Shimono district. We were heading to the Kamitani district's Tokyo Academy, the host venue for the Sakura Nation exchange competition. Half an hour later, the bus entered Tokyo Academy and stopped at the entrance of the venue. Through the bus window, I could see a large crowd gathered outside the venue. Today was the first day of the exchange competition, and many students had come to witness the strength of the top students from various academies. I heard that students from the Free Nations Morante Academy were also participating, which made it even more exciting. We got off the bus and, under Guntai Ujima's guidance, entered the venue and arrived at the preparation and rest area for the Huadi Academy. I saw that the entrance of each resting area was marked with the name of the academy. Besides our Huadi Academy, there are also Beichen Academy, Chuanshu Academy, and Modu Academy. It seems that the other three top academies of Longxia Nation have also sent participants to compete. Opposite us were Tokyo Academy, Wazita Academy, Nagoya Academy, and Kobe Academy. I've watched videos of the exchange competition before. It's basically a showdown between the top academies of Longxia Nation and Sakura Nation, divided into individual battles and team battles. The winners advance, the losers are eliminated, and the final rankings are determined by points. This exchange competition started 20 years ago and has been held annually, with students from both countries winning alternately. In the last two competitions, Tokyo Academy has been on a roll, taking first place twice. This year, Malantar Academy has joined the fray. The Free Nation is a top-tier powerhouse, with more S-level and A-level professionals than other countries. Their new generation's strength crushes that of other nations. They used to look down on this kind of competition, but for some reason, they've sent Malantar Academy this year, which is also why Feng Zhuli was surprised. After resting for a while in the preparation area, a gentle female voice came over the broadcast. All Academy participants, please gather at the center of the venue for the opening ceremony of this year's exchange competition. Feng Zhuli said, "Let's go." Everyone nodded and followed her out of the preparation area. At this moment, teachers from other preparation areas were also leading their students out. Next to Huadi Academy was Beichen Academy, and the two teams ran into each other. The participants from Beichen Academy were all male. Everyone had trained together before, so apart from me, the others were quite familiar with each other. A bald young man from Beichen Academy searched through our team for a while and then exclaimed, "Where's Fu Tianlong from your team? Don't tell me he's too depressed to come after I beat him in the last training match." Yin Chi smirked smugly. "Don't mention him. He's too weak. He should have been replaced long ago." The bald young man looked puzzled. "Weak? Isn't he your team's main player?" Yin Chi retorted, "Fu Tianlong is just trash. How could he be a main player? Our main player couldn't attend the training before, so he had to fill in." As he spoke, he pointed at me. "Look, this is our main player." The bald young man looked at me suspiciously. There was no information about me in Beichen Academy's intelligence on Huadi Academy. Where did I come from? He clearly didn't believe Yin Chi's words. Yin Chi was known for his loose tongue, so he thought I might be a smokescreen from Huadi Academy. At this moment, the teams from Chuanshu Academy and Modu Academy also came out. Most of the participants from Chuanshu Academy were girls, all of them very beautiful. The leading girl's temperament and appearance were no less impressive than Qin Li's. I glanced around briefly. This time, Sichuan Shu Academy only had 2 male participants. Walking in the team, they were practically surrounded by beauties. Compared to Beichen Academy, it was truly a case of some suffer from drought while others drown in abundance. The people from Beichen Academy looked at Sichuan Shu Academy's lineup with eyes full of envy, jealousy, and resentment. The gender ratio in the team from Magic City Academy was similar to ours at Huadi Academy, fairly balanced. However, the people from Magic City Academy had an air of arrogance, looking at other academies with disdain, as if saying, "Step aside and watch Magic City Academy perform." Across the way, the teams from Sakura country's 4 major academies also emerged from their preparation rooms. The two sides stared at each other across the aisle, and although no words were exchanged, the tension in the air was palpable. The bald youth from Beichen Academy even provocatively made a throat-slitting gesture, while someone from Sakura country's team responded with a taunting finger gesture, their eyes full of contempt. Watching this, I found it amusing. If they have the skills, they should prove it in the ring. These petty gestures are pointless. At that moment, the members of Milani Academy emerged from the frontmost preparation area. Their golden hair, blue eyes, and fair skin instantly drew everyone's attention. They were a head taller than the people from Sakura country, and their aura completely overshadowed the other side. The Milani Academy students walked in perfect formation, heads held high, strides confident, their expressions cold and indifferent, as if the other teams didn't exist. Compared to the subtle arrogance of Magic City Academy, Melandi's blatant disdain was even more striking. The teams gradually passed through the corridor and entered the brightly lit venue, where the atmosphere instantly became electrifying. The audience seats were packed, with thousands of Sakura country spectators enthusiastically waving support items and cheering for each team as they entered. When Milani Academy's team appeared, the cheers reached a fever pitch. The other Sakura country academies also received loud applause upon entering. But when our Longxia country team entered, the cheers were noticeably weaker, which infuriated our team members. Yin Qi, walking beside me, gritted his teeth and said, "No cheers for us, huh? Just wait. We'll make this venue quieter than a library." I glanced at him in surprise. "You've got some ambition, kid." Yin Qi immediately grinned obsequiously. "It's because we have you, boss. I believe you'll lead us to first place for sure." I replied speechlessly. "When did I become your boss?" Yin Qi chuckled. "It doesn't matter if you acknowledge me as your underling or not. I've already decided you're my boss. Boss, let me cling to your thigh." He even threw me a couple of flirtatious winks after saying that. Watching his exaggerated antics, I couldn't help but feel a chill run down my spine. Meanwhile, the opening ceremony of the exchange competition began, with major media outlets starting their live broadcasts. This competition usually didn't attract much attention since the participants were students, but this year, with the addition of the Freedom Country team, the hype skyrocketed. Many people were eager to see the strength of the elite students sent by Freedom Country and whether they could crush the other academies. In an apartment in Donglin City, Zhangling Xue was holding her phone, watching the live broadcast of the Sakura Country Exchange competition. The live chat below the stream was scrolling rapidly, with netizens discussing the event. I didn't expect Freedom Country's team to participate this year. Our Longxia Country team might be in trouble. Not necessarily. My cousin is at Magic City Academy, and I heard their team is incredibly strong this year. They might even be able to challenge Milani Academy. Our Sichuan Shu Academy is strong this year too. Beating Sakura Country's teams shouldn't be a problem. Exactly. Forget Milan for now. We must crush Sakura Country. They've won the championship for 2 consecutive years. This year, we have to settle the score. Zhang Lingxue sat in front of her computer, her eyes fixed on the screen, completely ignoring the live chat. She was full of anticipation because I had told her I would be participating in the exchange competition, and she had been eagerly waiting to see me in the broadcast. However, when the camera focused on the Huadi Academy team, she searched for a long time but couldn't find me. feeling a bit disappointed. Could it be that Chun-Xing wasn't selected for the competition team? She was both puzzled and unwilling to accept it. In her opinion, my strength was absolutely enough to represent Huadi Academy in the competition. If the academy didn't choose me, it was their loss. While she was still wondering, the screen showed a young man wearing a wolf head mask. His posture was calm, and his steps were steady. Zhang Lingshua's heart pounded as she carefully compared the young man's height and physique, excitedly thinking, "That masked man is Chun-Xing." Then she pouted and complained, "That jerk, why wear a mask? Made me look for him for so long." She leaned closer to the screen, the corners of her mouth lifting as she softly said, "Even with a mask, he looks pretty handsome." On the other side, the host announced, "Next, let me introduce the prize for the champion team of this exchange competition. Besides 1 million gold coins, the champion team will also receive an ultra-rare piece of equipment." As soon as these words were spoken, the audience erupted. Everyone was curious about what the equipment was. At this moment, 2 uniformed assistants carried an exquisite display case onto the stage, placed it in the center, and slowly opened the cabinet door. A golden, dazzling object was revealed to everyone. Inside the display case lay a golden, radiant badge, its dragon pattern so vivid it seemed as if it could take flight at any moment. The golden base and the badge complemented each other perfectly, exuding an air of nobility. The host raised his voice and excitedly announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a legendary quality badge. Are you tempted?" The entire venue instantly boiled over. No one had expected the organizers to present a legendary piece of equipment. All the teams were suddenly filled with adrenaline, and the members of Mirante Academy were especially determined to win. Professor Feng Zhuli, however, wore a serious expression. She stared at the badge, her brows furrowed, and whispered to the person beside her, "That badge, it looks like the Dragon Mark badge? That's the badge of Longshan Nation." The Dragon Mark badge was crafted 100 years ago by a legendary forging master, symbolizing a dragon soaring 1,000 miles, a nation flourishing for 10,000 years. Back then, the king bestowed it upon General Lu Fan, who guarded the borders. It was said to enhance the combat power of surrounding warriors. With this badge as the core, Lu Fan led his troops to countless victories, causing panic in Sakura Nation. However, later on, Lu Fan was betrayed by his subordinates during a battle with Sakura Nation and was surrounded. Despite his incredible combat prowess, slaying 2 S-rank generals of Sakura Nation, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and died in battle. The Dragon Mark badge then disappeared into history. Who would have thought it would reappear at this student exchange competition? Feng Zhuli had read about it in historical records and immediately recognized the badge. This badge was not just a piece of equipment. It held immense significance for Longshan Nation, symbolizing the nation itself. Now, it had become a prize in Sakura Nation's exchange competition. How could the people of Longshan Nation not be outraged? It wasn't just Feng Zhuli. Many students and mentors from the 4 major academies, Magic City, Chuanshu, Beichun, and Huadi, also recognized the badge. The live chat in Longshan Nation's streaming room was in an uproar. Whoa, am I seeing this right? Is that the Dragon Mark badge? No doubt about it. I've seen it in history books. The image is identical. Damn it, Sakura Nation is actually using our Longshan Nation's equipment as a prize. The student from the 4 academies must win this badge back this year. It's going to be tough. This time, it's not just Sakura Nation. The Free Nation is participating too. They must have known about this badge in advance. Whatever happens, let's cheer for the students from the 4 academies. Whoever wins the championship, I'll be their fan for life. As they spoke, the opening ceremony of the exchange competition concluded, and the matches were about to begin. The morning featured individual matches, while the afternoon was reserved for team battles. The rules for the individual matches were that each academy would send 4 contestants, while Mirante Academy would send 8, making a total of 40 contestants competing in 1v1 battles. The winners would advance, and the losers would be eliminated. The 20 winners would continue competing the next day. Before the matches, there would be a drawing session to determine the matchups. Contestants could end up facing opponents from their own country or academy, adding an element of suspense to the competition. Feng Zilai said to us, Chun Qing, Yin Qi Denkai, Huang Zixi, the four of you go draw lots. The four of us nodded, stepped out of the team, and walked toward the drawing table. I glanced at Qin Li and thought to myself, she's quite strong. Why isn't she participating in the individual battles? Yin Qi noticed my confusion and whispered, Boss, Qin Li is a support class. She doesn't participate in individual battles. Only then did I understand. Everyone saying Qin Li is strong refers to her exceptional support skills. I then looked at Deng Kai and Huang Zixi. Deng Kai was a tall guy with a buzz cut, looking honest and simple, always wearing a sincere smile on his face. Huang Zixi was a petite girl with twin ponytails and glasses, usually quiet and barely noticeable in the team. I couldn't imagine how they could perform outstandingly in individual battles. No wonder Liang Wandao was eager for me to compete. If I didn't, relying on Fu Tianlong, Huadi Academy would surely be ridiculed by other academies this year. As we drew lots, the atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense. We took turns drawing, and I drew number 30, which was relatively late in the lineup. Yin Qi had bad luck and said helplessly, Damn, I'm number 2. His voice carried a bitter smile. Being number 2 meant he was up first, which was quite stressful. Huang Zixi softly said, I'm number 14, her voice tinged with nervousness. Deng Kai calmly said, I'm number 19. After the draw, the big screen began scrolling through the matchups. Yin Qi was up first, facing Kawakami Daisuke from Nagoya Academy. Huang Zixi was up against Liu Qianqian from Chuanshu Academy. Deng Kai was matched with Kuromaru Kazumi from Tokyo Academy, and my opponent was Robert from Malantar Academy. Feng Zhuli seemed fairly satisfied. Except for Huang Zixi, the rest of us were facing foreign opponents. As we returned, the Longxiao national team was intensely discussing strategies and researching opponents. A burly bald man from Beichen Academy ran over and said, You guys got lucky with the draw this time. Your opponents aren't very strong. Except for Qin Qing, who's a bit unlucky, drawing someone from Malantar Academy right off the bat. I checked. This Robert is quite powerful, an S-class paladin with high defense and self-recovery abilities, currently at level 45. Your main force will probably stop at the top 40. Yin Qi smiled meaningfully. Well, let's see who stops at the top 40 when the time comes. After the host's announcement, the individual battles officially began. To speed up the process, the organizers chose 2 arenas to run simultaneously. Soon, Yin Qi's match started. As soon as he entered the arena, he disappeared, while his opponent Kawakami Daisuke nervously kept his guard up. Kawakami Daisuke was a summoner, and his summoned beast quickly appeared, a massive spirit beast roaring in the center of the arena, searching for Yin Qi. Despite the protection of the spirit beast, Yin Qi still found an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, executing a smooth combo that brought Kawakami Daisuke down to half health. Kawakami Daisuke counterattacked, but was still no match for Yin Qi. In the end, after a fierce exchange, Kawakami Daisuke was defeated. The arena had safety mechanisms in place, automatically teleporting players out when they were close to defeat to ensure no injuries occurred. With this victory, Huadi Academy had a strong start. Yin Qi let out a sigh of relief, ran over to me with a proud smile, and said, How about that, boss? Didn't embarrass you, right? I nodded and praised Yin Qi. Not bad performance. To be honest, Yin Qi's performance was somewhat beyond my expectations. His movements were exquisite, and his timing was perfect, making him stand out. Thinking about it, it's no surprise. Anyone sent by Huadi Academy to participate in the exchange competition must be exceptional. The individual matches were intense, with the teams from Longxia and Sakura countries trading victories. However, when members of the Milani Academy took the stage, it was pure domination, an absolutely terrifying display of strength. Soon, it was Huang Zixi's turn to compete. This young girl, usually introverted and timid, transformed completely upon entering the battlefield. Her lips curled into a smile, and her eyes were filled with a fervent passion for combat. The next second, she pulled out two gleaming pistols from behind her, her movements smooth and swift. Her eyes locked onto her opponent, and in an instant, the pistols began to rat-tat-tat with bursts of fire. Bullets rained down like a storm, filling the air with the scent of gunpowder and metal. Her opponent was an ice mage from Chuanshu Academy, with a cold demeanor and a staff glowing blue at the tip. Faced with Huang Zishi's fierce assault, the mage frowned and quickly waved her staff, erecting a thick ice wall between them. The bullets struck the ice wall with muffled thuds, sending shards of ice flying everywhere. The ice mage didn't stop there. She gripped her staff tightly, chanting under her breath as cold air spread across the arena, instantly dropping the temperature below freezing. Huang Zishi exhaled white mist, frost forming on her arms and thighs. Yet Huang Zishi's face still bore a fervent smile. She agilely dodged ice spikes while continuing her relentless attack with her dual pistols, seemingly unaffected by the cold. Watching her on the battlefield, I couldn't help but marvel. This young girl was like a completely different person in combat, and her stance with the dual pistols was incredibly cool. It was my first time seeing a competitor use firearms in battle. Yin Shi explained beside me. Huang Zishi is an S-class gunslinger proficient with all firearms. Her bullets are unlimited, and the weapons in her hands are far more powerful than those of others. Honestly, her strength is on par with Fu Tianlong. But she has a fatal flaw. Once she starts fighting, she gets carried away and won't stop until the battle is over. She's a total battle maniac. Battle maniac? I was a bit surprised. It was hard to imagine such a term being associated with a young girl. The fight on the field was at a stalemate, with the temperature continuing to drop. Suddenly, Huang Zishi changed her tactics, moving so fast that she became a blur. She maneuvered to one side of the ice wall, adjusted the angle of her pistols, and fired diagonally. Several bullets cleverly bypassed the ice wall and hit her opponent. The ice mage panicked, hastily casting ice screens while retreating to create distance from Huang Zishi. Her spells continued, lowering the temperature even further until frost covered the ground. But Huang Zishi didn't give her any chance. Her gunfire became even more aggressive. She rolled to dodge an ice spike attack, sprang up from the ground, and fired both pistols midair. The dense barrage of bullets suppressed the ice mage, preventing her from casting spells. Several bullets pierced through the shattered ice screens and struck her glacier shield. 1134, 1231, 1311. A series of damage numbers appeared above the ice mage's head. Though not fatal, they disrupted her attack rhythm. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Zishi took a deep breath and quickly brought her hands together. A miraculous scene unfolded. Her two pistols merged into a large-caliber sniper rifle. She rested the rifle on her shoulder, adjusted the scope, and locked onto the weakest point of the ice mage's defense. The ice mage's face turned pale as she frantically waved her staff, erecting layers of ice walls. Huang Zishi's sharp gaze locked onto her target through the ice walls. With a gentle pull of the trigger, a bullet carrying immense power tore through the air, precisely shattering the ice walls and blasting the ice mage out of the battlefield. Her face was filled with astonishment. The audience erupted in cheers. Huang Zishi's violent aesthetic was incredibly captivating, and I couldn't help but admire her combat talent. Soon, Huang Zishi stepped down from the battle stage, reverting to her previous timid demeanor. No matter how much the audience cheered, she kept her head down and walked as if none of it concerned her. Her teammates praised her. "Well done, Huang Zishi." The young girl only gave a shy smile, without any victory speech. After Huang Zishi's match, it was Deng Kai's turn. He was a heavy-armored warrior with decent defense, but he was kited by his opponent and ultimately lost, becoming the first contestant from Huadi Academy to be eliminated. Over an hour later, it was finally my turn to take the stage. Feng Zhili seemed confident in me and gave me a few simple words of encouragement. On the side of Morante Academy, the burly Robert stood up, stretched lazily, and looked half asleep. Let's end this boring fight quickly. I still need to go back to sleep. His female companion scolded him. Who told you to stay up late playing games last night? Robert shrugged. Can't help it. This Sakura Nation exchange competition doesn't excite me. If it weren't for the Dragon Mark badge, I wouldn't have come even if you paid me. By the way, Sakura Nation's Otome games are amazing. You all should try them. When I get back, I still need to continue pursuing Miss Ueda Kyoko. The female companion rolled her eyes at him. Win first, then talk. Robert grinned confidently. Of course I'll win. 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes is enough. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly intense as Robert and I entered the battlefield simultaneously, greeted by thunderous applause and cheers from the audience. Robert, tall and muscular, had his clothes transformed into golden paladin armor upon entering the field. He held a shield in his left hand and a massive holy sword in his right, standing imposingly at the center of the arena. I, wearing a wolf head mask, exuded an air of mystery and coldness. In the Longxiao Nation livestream chat, the comments scrolled by rapidly, with mixed opinions from the viewers. I heard Robert is super strong, ranked at least in the top 3 at Morante Academy. Can a guy with a wolf head mask handle this? It seems unlikely. Yeah, Robert is a paladin with strong offense and defense. Can Chun Qing really beat him? Hard to say. The wolf head mask guy seems mysterious. He might have hidden strength. Don't get your hopes up. Robert's reputation speaks for itself. He's not someone an average person can defeat. Even if Chun Qing loses, it's fine. Just do your best. The opponent is too strong. Let's hope for a miracle. Go, Chun Qing. Robert looked at me with disdain in his eyes. Wearing a mask, are you afraid of losing face? I smirked coldly without responding, adjusting my stance as a red and a blue blade appeared in my hands. Holy crap, dual blades? Is Chun Qing a berserker? A viewer exclaimed in the chat. Seems like only berserkers use dual blades. We're doomed. Berserker, a joke. Is Huadi Academy deliberately throwing the match? I don't get this strategy. If Chun Qing can last one round against Robert, I'll eat a pound of crap. Zhang Lingxue, watching the skeptical comments, pouted in dissatisfaction and posted in the chat, just wait and see. Chun Qing's strength will blow your minds. But her comment was quickly drowned out by the doubters. Unwilling to give up, she continued to post supportive messages for me while watching the live stream. The match began. Robert and I moved simultaneously. He charged at me aggressively, swinging his holy sword with the intent to end the fight in one blow. I quickly sidestepped, my red and blue blades flashing as I circled him at high speed, looking for an opening to attack. In truth, I could have taken his damage head-on and defeated him with triple counter damage, but I chose not to. The assassination attempt by the Noguchi squad had made me realize that I relied too much on my passive skills. If I were ever countered by other class abilities, I would be at a disadvantage. So, over the past week, I've been honing my blade skills in dungeon trials. Now, I refrained from activating infinite dual blade flow, or ultimate berserk mode. Wanted to see how much my blade skills had improved without any buffs. For me, gaining experience in battle was more valuable than winning quickly. Robert looked at my agile figure, snorted disdainfully, and turned to slash with his sword. The blade tore through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound. I lightly leaped to evade the strike, my dual blades moving like dancing serpent shadows, swiftly counterattacking. The red blade drew a scorching arc, while the blue blade carried an icy chill, intertwining as they targeted Robert's vital points. He quickly raised his shield to block, but a deep scratch was still left on the shield. After a brief exchange, Robert's face showed surprise. He had originally thought his sure wind strike would easily land, but I dodged it effortlessly. Although his shield blocked most of the attack, his arm was still numb from the impact. He glanced at the scratch on his shield, his expression turning serious. This guy's attack seems pretty strong. The tone of the live stream chat shifted. Wait, this Chun Qing seems to have some skills. able to go toe-to-toe with Robert. More than toe-to-toe, it feels like he's slightly dominating. No wonder he was chosen by the Huadi Academy. You're overthinking it. Robert definitely hasn't gone all out yet. Once he gets serious, Ching won't be able to hold up. Sure enough, Robert strode forward, the golden light of the holy sword shining even brighter. He let out a low roar, divine judgment. A massive phantom of the holy sword merged with the sword in his hand, swiftly slashing toward me. This strike carried a divine pressure, and I felt locked in by an invisible force, unable to dodge. Yet, a confident smile appeared on my face. I had no intention of evading. Just as the holy sword was about to reach me, I swung my dual blades, unleashing two massive blood-red cross slashes. The blade light, red and blue intertwined, radiated a suffocating brilliance. In the next moment, the blade light and sword light collided fiercely in mid-air, erupting in dazzling radiance and immense energy waves. The spectators widened their eyes, exclaiming in shock. Boom! A loud explosion shook the arena, the shockwave compressing and rebounding the surrounding air, stirring up a wild gust. Robert was blasted backward repeatedly, and he had to forcefully stab the holy sword into the ground to stabilize himself, his feet leaving two deep marks on the ground. Above his head appeared a massive damage number, -42,871. This strike caused the S-rank paladin to lose nearly half of his health. Robert's face turned pale, disbelief written all over his expression as he muttered to himself, "This guy." His chest heaved violently, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. He never expected to be at a disadvantage in a clash of strength with me. Robert quickly adjusted his state, chanting softly as his hands glowed with divine light. Holy recovery. Instantly, a gentle radiance enveloped him, restoring over 20,000 health points. How could I just stand by and watch Robert recover? My movements were as fast as lightning, the red and blue blades alternating in attack, each strike precise and ruthless. Robert could only retreat continuously, barely defending himself with his shield. He suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure from me, a pressure he had only ever experienced from the captain. It was then he realized that my massed strength far surpassed his, and perhaps I wasn't even using my full power, just toying with him. Thinking this, a sense of helplessness surged in his heart, but he gritted his teeth and vowed not to give up so easily. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, my fire blade bypassed his shield and slashed fiercely toward his forehead. Robert reacted quickly, not daring to be careless, and immediately activated a defensive skill. A circular shield tightly enveloped him. Holy Guardian. A hint of surprise flashed in my eyes. I had seen this skill used by Zhang Lingxue before and thought it was exclusive to holy angels. I didn't expect paladins could use it too. However, I didn't know that Robert's Holy Guardian was at an exceptionally high level. Zhang Lingxue's could only block around 10,000 damage, while his could withstand 100,000. This was his greatest reliance. He believed that no matter how strong I was, I couldn't break the shield in one strike. He even planned to use Holy Judgment to deliver a fatal blow once my attack ended. But in the next second, my blade directly collided with his Holy Guardian. As the shield and blade clashed, his unfinished Holy Judgment was interrupted. With a crisp crack, his Holy Guardian shattered like paper, breaking instantly. How is this possible? Robert's face changed dramatically, his eyes wide as he stared at me in disbelief. His shield, capable of withstanding 100,000 damage, had been so easily destroyed by my single strike. He stood there, completely stunned, even forgetting to counterattack. I didn't stop. The red blade broke the shield, and the blue blade followed up, slashing him hard and sending him flying. By the time he regained his senses, he had already been teleported out of the battlefield. Lying on the ground, his eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness. I lost. At this moment, the entire audience was so silent you could hear a pin drop. Every face was filled with disbelief. It was just like Yin Chi had said. The entire arena was as quiet as a library. I easily took care of Robert, and the arena instantly fell so silent that you could hear a pin drop. The audience was still in shock, unable to recover from the jaw-dropping scene they had just witnessed. But the livestream room back in Longxia was in complete chaos. The comments were flooding the screen like there was no tomorrow, filling it with a dense wall of text. Whoa, Chen Xing actually won, and he won so effortlessly. His opponent was Robert from the Mirante Academy, no less. That's some serious credibility right there. Who said students from Longxia can't beat those from the Free Nation? To all the doubters before, how does it feel to get slapped in the face? This is a total face slap moment. Guys, this was a one-sided domination, no doubt about it. Especially that move against the wave. Man, it got me so hyped, my adrenaline is through the roof. Sorry, Chen Xing, I was wrong to doubt you earlier. I owe you an apology. I'm bowing to you right now. I hereby declare that from now on, I am officially a fan of Chen Xing. Even with a mask on, he looks so cool. Chen Xing, I want to have her babies. Chen Xing, you're my god. I have to give you a crazy shout-out. This is what a true powerhouse looks like, forever a legend. The live stream wasn't the only place buzzing with excitement. The members of the other teams at the venue were so shocked their jaws were practically on the floor. My strength had completely exceeded everyone's expectations. Who would have thought that Huadi Academy had been hiding such a trump card like me this year? The people from Modu Academy acted like nothing had happened, their faces expressionless, as if this victory had nothing to do with them. But the girls from Chuanshu Academy were a different story. Their eyes sparkled like stars as they kept staring at me, their gazes full of surprise and admiration. The leader of their group, Xia Qingchuan, who was as beautiful as Qin Li, had been quietly watching me the whole time, her eyes carrying an indescribable expression. The petite girl next to her nudged her gently and whispered, "Sister Qingchuan, could this guy be the Chun Xing that Principal Wang mentioned before? He's incredible, like he's playing with cheat codes." Xia Qingchuan nodded and said, "It's very likely. With this level of skill, would Principal Wang have gone all the way to Xining Province to recruit him otherwise? It's such a pity we couldn't get him to join Chuanshu Academy." The petite girl teased, "Sister Qingchuan, why don't you take this chance to lure him over to Chuanshu? With your charm, he'd definitely fall head over heels for you." Xia Qingchuan chuckled, her eyes never leaving me. That might not be a bad idea. Meanwhile, a bald young man from Beichen Academy stood next to Yin Shi, rubbing his head as he sighed. "Wow, this guy is really one of your main players at Huadi. Huh? Compared to him, that Fu Tianlong is like a small fry going up against a giant. They're not even in the same league." Yin Shi was brimming with pride and grinned as he said, "Of course. Taking down a paladin? That's just a piece of cake for him. He handled it effortlessly." Soon, I returned to my team. My teammates were relatively calm about my performance. After all, they'd already seen me take down Fu Tianlong in one move, and the shock from that scene still hadn't worn off. So now, seeing me easily defeat Robert didn't seem all that surprising to them. As for Robert, he returned to his team with a dark expression, not saying a word. He was so frustrated by the loss that he kicked a nearby plastic chair, sending it flying, as a way to vent his pent-up anger. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind him. "Robert, you underestimated your opponent." Hearing that voice, Robert's furious expression instantly turned to one of guilt. He quickly turned around, lowered his head, and didn't dare to look the other person in the eye. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "I'm sorry, Lucas. I underestimated him, but that guy's strength is just ridiculously overwhelming." Standing opposite Robert was Lucas, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed young man with strikingly handsome features. His blue eyes sparkled like gemstones. He stood there, and the aura emanating from him completely intimidated Robert, leaving him too scared to even breathe. Lucas's gaze was icy, and his tone carried an undeniable ruthlessness. "I don't care what your reasons are. Losing is losing. Our plan was to not lose a single match before encountering our own team, and now you've ruined it all." Every word he spoke was like a knife stabbing into Robert's heart. You've embarrassed both the Morante Academy and the Free Nation. Do you realize the magnitude of your mistake? Hearing this, Robert felt as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, cold sweat breaking out all over his body. He quickly pleaded, "Lucas, please give me another chance. I promise I'll perform well in the team matches. Just trust me this once." The other team members also stood up to plead on his behalf. "Yeah, Lucas, give him another chance. He can definitely do it." Lucas glanced at everyone, then after a moment, turned away, his voice still as cold as ever. "It's too late to say anything now. The facts are already in front of us. I hope you won't disappoint me in the upcoming matches. The honor of Morante cannot be trampled on any further." Everyone solemnly nodded. The individual matches continued. When it was time for number 33 and number 34 to face off, something strange happened. Number 33 was Takahashi Kazuma from Wazita Academy, and number 34 was Su Liang from Beichen Academy. As the two entered the arena, before they even started fighting, Su Liang suddenly let out a scream, and the next second, he was teleported out of the arena. From start to finish, Takahashi Kazuma hadn't made a single move, yet Su Liang inexplicably lost. The process was so bizarre that no one could figure out what had happened. Even Su Liang himself was utterly bewildered. Before being eliminated, he felt as though his chest had been struck twice by a heavy hammer, leaving him in excruciating pain and confusion. The players from Longxia Nation watching this scene couldn't help but furrow their brows, as the unknown always instills the greatest fear. One wave had barely settled when another arose. After Robert's elimination, another player from the Free Nation was defeated, this time by Sakura from Tokyo Academy. Sakura was incredibly formidable, wielding skills akin to those of Summoner. As soon as he entered the arena, he threw out 2 yellow talismans, instantly summoning 2 pet beasts comparable to level 40 Calamity bosses. The moment those 2 beasts appeared, their overwhelming presence left the Morante Academy player completely defenseless, and the battle ended almost instantly. After these 2 matches, everyone realized that this year, Sakura Nation's strength was not to be underestimated, fully capable of competing with Morante Academy. Especially Sakura, who summoned 2 level 40 Calamity bosses right at the start. Who could possibly withstand that? If a player was eliminated by another country, people might reluctantly accept it, but now, with 2 players eliminated in the first round, the faces of Morante Academy's team members turned grim. To them, this was an utter humiliation. Fortunately, the Free Nation hadn't broadcast this exchange match live. Otherwise, these players would likely have been mercilessly criticized by netizens. Soon, with the defeat of Morante Academy's last player, the first round of individual matches for the day came to an end. The big screen displayed the list of 20 winners. Morante Academy had 6 players advancing, while Sakura Nation and Longxia Nation each had 7 players advancing. On Longxia Nation's side, Huadi Academy unexpectedly had 3 players advancing. Modu Academy had 2, and Beichen and Chuanshu Academies each had 1. Comparatively, Huadi Academy performed the best on the first day, and Minter Feng Zhuli was quite satisfied with the result. However, good results in the first round of individual matches didn't mean much. Only advancing to the top 3 would earn points. The first place in individual matches would receive 10 points, second place 5 points, and third place 2 points. Ultimately, the points from individual matches and team matches would be combined to determine the true Academy champion. The performance in the individual battles over the next few days will be key. It seems that aside from the Morante Academy, the Tokyo Academy team is also very strong, especially that Sakura, who can simultaneously summon 2 level 40 Calamity bosses. Whether it's individual battles or team battles, they're a tough opponent to deal with. After the morning's individual battles ended, there was a 2-hour break. The participants from each academy returned to their preparation and rest areas to adjust their states. The organizers thoughtfully prepared delicious lunches for all the teams. After lunch, the students of Huadi Academy, under the organization of Feng Zhuli, began arranging the personnel for the afternoon's team battle. Feng Zhuli announced. Chen Qing, Yin Qi, Huang Zishi, Qin Li, Du Man, you five will be participating in this afternoon's team battle. She first looked at me and said, Chen Qing, you will be the main attacker this afternoon. Focus on taking out the opponent's healing support first. I nodded. Then she turned to Yin Qi and said, Yin Qi, you will assist Chen Qing in the attack, but don't reveal yourself too early. Look for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to the opponent. Yin Qi smiled confidently and said, Understood. I guarantee the task will be completed. Next, Feng Zhuli spoke seriously to Huang Zishi. Zishi, you're the one I'm most worried about. Don't lose your cool. I'll say it 3 times. Don't lose your cool. Don't lose your cool. Don't lose your cool. Your main task is to use range attacks to slow down the opponent's offensive rhythm and protect Qin, Li, and Du Man. Got it. Huang Zishi nodded cautiously, his voice as soft as a mosquito's. Understood. Finally, Feng Zhuli looked at Qin Li and Du Man, her tone relaxing a bit. You two are the ones I trust the most, so I won't say much. Qin Li is the team's commander. Everyone must follow her arrangements. Understood? Understood. Everyone responded in unison, their voices filled with determination. Feng Zhuli nodded with satisfaction. Good, let's head out. Soon, it was time for the afternoon team battle draw. This time, Qin Li, as the team captain, went to draw lots. Each academy sent 1 team, while Mirante Academy, representing the Free Nation, was allowed to send 2 teams, making a total of 10 teams for the draw. When Qin Li returned, her face was beaming with joy. She happily announced, We drew Sakura Nation's Kobe Academy. The students of Huadi Academy all showed relieved smiles upon hearing this. Kobe Academy is the weakest among the 4 major academies in Sakura Nation, so this match should be relatively easy. Feng Zhuli smiled at Qin Li and said, Good draw. It looks like we have an advantage this afternoon. Qin Li nodded, a hint of confidence flashing in her eyes. As long as we perform normally, the chances of winning are very high. Soon, the matchup list for all academies appeared on the big screen. Everyone saw that Baiken Academy's opponent was Mirante Academy's 2nd team, and they all showed sympathetic expressions. Feng Zhuli frowned and said, Baichen Academy is unlucky this time, facing Mirante Academy's 2nd team in the first round. Even though it's the 2nd team, their strength is not to be underestimated. As they spoke, they couldn't help but glance at Baichen Academy, which was just across the aisle. Unexpectedly, the group of men showed no signs of fear or worry on their faces. Instead, they were filled with excitement and fervor. It seemed that only by fighting such strong opponents could they find the thrill of battle. Yin Qi whispered. Judging by their expressions, they seemed to be looking forward to this fight. Denkai was also puzzled. Facing Mirante Academy's 2nd team, they're actually this excited? Qin Li glanced at Baichen Academy's team and smiled. This is Baichen Academy's style. The stronger the opponent, the higher their fighting spirit. Baichen Academy's team members were clapping hands with each other, cheering themselves on. The bald leader shouted loudly, Brothers, this is a great opportunity to prove our strength. Let's show them the true power of Baichen Academy. Yes, let's show our momentum, another burly man responded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In stark contrast to the fervor of Baichen Academy, the girls from Chuanshu Academy appeared deeply worried. Their opponents were Tokyo Academy, led by Yue Chuan, and just thinking about the 2 level 40 calamity bosses Yue Chuan summoned in the morning gave them a headache. Moreover, Yue Chuan had 4 powerful teammates, which added immense pressure on them. Meanwhile, Modu Academy faced was Zeta Academy, which seemed relatively easier to deal with. Soon, the team battles began. The first match was Baichen Academy against Milan Academy's 2nd team. The captain of the 2nd team was none other than Robert, who I had easily defeated in the morning. Now, his eyes burned with the flames of revenge, and he appeared exceptionally focused and fierce. Compared to his performance in the morning match, Robert now seemed like a completely different person, shining brightly. He single-handedly suppressed 2 main damage dealers from Baichen Academy, putting them under tremendous pressure. Whoa, How did Robert suddenly become so strong? One of Baichin Academy's team members gasped, desperately trying to fend off Robert's ferocious attacks. He's not giving us any chance to catch our breath. Another teammate struggled to hold on, sweat dripping from his forehead. Robert sneered coldly, wielding his holy sword that gleamed with golden light, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Each of his attacks was incredibly precise, leaving almost no openings. Despite Baichin Academy's team members fighting back with all their might, they were no match for Milan Academy's second team. Robert's dominant performance completely disrupted Baichin Academy's strategy, and one by one, their team members were taken down. In the end, Baichin Academy lost the match. At this moment, the live chat in Longxia's streaming room exploded. My goodness, Robert is insanely strong. This doesn't make sense. In the morning, he looked like a total amateur against Chen Qing, but now he's so fierce. Don't you get it? It's not that Robert was weak. It's that Chen Qing is too strong. He's practically invincible, getting crushed by Chen Qing like a dog, and now turning around to crush Baichin Academy. This contrast is just brutal. No comparison, no pain. I'm getting more and more excited to see Chen Qing's upcoming performance. It feels like he's about to showcase some real skills. After the match between Baichin Academy and Milan Academy's second team ended, the arena fell silent for a moment. The audience passionately discussed the thrilling match, and the atmosphere of battle filled both inside and outside the venue. After a 10-minute break, the next match began. Chuanshu Academy versus Tokyo Academy. The girls from Chuanshu Academy stepped onto the stage, their faces filled with tension and worry. They knew the upcoming match would be exceptionally tough. As the referee signaled the start, the match officially began. As expected, Yuechuan from Tokyo Academy immediately threw out 2 yellow talismans, summoning 2 level 40 calamity bosses in an instant. The moment the bosses appeared, their overwhelming presence and oppressive aura sent chills down everyone's spine. The girls from Chuanshu Academy widened their eyes in despair. "Oh no, it's those 2 calamity bosses again," one girl exclaimed in fear. "Sisters, charge," another girl gritted her teeth and said resolutely. Yuechuan sneered coldly, commanding the 2 bosses to advance toward the girls from Chuanshu Academy. "Quick, take out the summoner first," Xiaqing Chuan shouted anxiously, trying to organize an effective attack. However, Yuechuan's teammates guarded him tightly, leaving the girls from Chuanshu Academy no chance to get close to him. The 2 calamity bosses charged aggressively at Chuanshu Academy's team members, their fierce attacks leaving them almost powerless to resist. In less than 5 minutes, the girls from Chuanshu Academy fell one after another, their painful groans echoing across the arena. In the end, the girls from Sichuan Academy were all defeated, collapsing to the ground with exhaustion and helplessness written all over their faces. "We can't hold on at all. What kind of profession is Yuechuan? His summoned beasts are way too strong," one girl said despairingly, tears glimmering in her eyes. From this moment on, the expressions of the Academy team members from Longxia Nation became particularly grave. The team battle had just begun, and already 2 teams from Longxia Nation, Baichin Academy and Sichuan Academy, had been eliminated. The immense pressure instantly fell on the shoulders of Huadi Academy and Modu Academy. Compared to individual battles, team battles offered more points. If they couldn't secure a ranking in the team battle, Longxia Nation would have to watch helplessly as their country's dragon crest emblem was taken by teams from other nations. This was something many competitors and viewers in the live stream could not accept. In a live stream chat, comments flooded in. Modu Academy and Huadi Academy team members, you must do your best. You have to win back the dragon crest emblem. It's so tough this year. Sakura Nation and Milan Academy are both incredibly strong. The pressure is overwhelming. True, just that Yuechuan from Tokyo Academy is ridiculously powerful. I think only Milan Academy's first team can compete with him. Everyone, don't put too much pressure on the players. Just do your best. Exactly. Go Modu. Go Huadi. Amid the cheers, It was finally time for the showdown between Modu Academy and Wazita Academy. However, shortly after the battle began, a bizarre scene unfolded again. Modu Academy's captain, Hanyu, glanced at his opponent with disdain and was about to lead his team in an attack when he suddenly let out a painful scream. His health bar instantly emptied. By the time he regained his senses, he was already outside the battlefield. This scene was identical to what had happened in the morning, clearly the work of Takahashi Kazuma again. How is this possible? Hanyu lay on the ground, his face full of pain and shock. Captain, the team members of the Magic City Academy shouted loudly. I took the lead, walking at the forefront, my resolute face hidden beneath a cold mask. Without looking back, I threw a few words to my teammates behind me. Let's go, crush them. Soon, I led the Huadi Academy team onto the battlefield against the team from Kobe Academy. Our Huadi Academy was the last remaining hope for Longsha Nation in the team competition, and many spectators had their eyes fixed on this battle. As the countdown to the match began, the atmosphere on the battlefield grew tense, almost suffocating. While sizing up the opponents, I also observed my own team. At that moment, I noticed Qinli donning a fiery red dress that looked like a celestial robe, making her appear like a graceful fairy about to dance. Her posture was elegant and mysterious, instantly capturing my attention. Qinli's celestial robe was embroidered with intricate phoenix patterns, and the hem of her dress swayed gently with her movements, resembling the wings of a phoenix unfolding in the breeze. She wore a golden crown on her head, her long hair cascading down her back, swaying lightly with her steps. Her hands were adorned with matching bracelets that sparkled brilliantly with every motion. I was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but whisper to Yin Shi, "What's Qinli up to?" Yin Shi chuckled, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Qinli is a phoenix dancer. You'll find out what she's up to in just a moment. As the countdown ended, Qinli began to dance gracefully. It was as if ancient melodies resonated in my ears. Her movements were fluid and seamless, each spin and wave of her hand imbued with a mysterious power. Her steps were light and elegant, like a phoenix soaring through the air, breathtakingly beautiful. Her hands traced graceful arcs in the air, and the hem of her dress fluttered with her spins, resembling a phoenix spreading its wings in flight. As Qinli danced, I felt a strange transformation in my body. To my astonishment, all my attributes had increased by 50%. Yin Qi, grinning beside me, said, "How about that? Qinli's support effect is amazing, right? A 50% boost to all attributes. Pretty impressive, huh? And as long as no one interrupts her dance, the boost will remain." I smiled without saying a word. My base attributes weren't particularly high, so a 50% increase didn't make a huge difference for me. But in the next moment, I was stunned. My maximum health had also increased by 50%, jumping from 1.15 million to 1.725 million. Looking at it this way, Qinli's team support effect was truly formidable. Still, it was a bit odd to see everyone fighting while she danced on the side. However, there was no time to dwell on this. The Kobe Academy team, seeing that we hadn't made a move for a while, decided to strike first. As their main damage dealer took 2 steps forward, I wielded my dual blades and casually unleashed 2 blood blade cross slashes. The range of the blood blade cross slash was 10 meters, leaving no room to dodge. The faces of the Kobe Academy team members changed as they hurriedly activated their defensive measures. A warrior raised a heavy shield, trying to block the blood blade attack. A mage quickly cast a protective shield spell to guard himself and his teammates, and a healer instantly applied protective magic to everyone, boosting their defenses. But with Qinli's support, my attack power was ridiculously high. My base attack was already over 170,000, and even the simplest blood blade cross slash was unstoppable for them. The blood blade cross slash rained down like a storm, quickly tearing through their defenses. Crack! The shield shattered. The warrior's shield was like paper against the blood blade, splitting in two instantly. The mage's protective shield was broken in a flash, and the blood blade mercilessly pierced through his body. One by one, the members of the Kobe Academy team fell, being teleported out of the battlefield, leaving only their captain, who was barely hanging on with a sliver of health. The captain of Kobe Academy turned pale with fear, his face full of terror. Seeing the miserable state of his teammates, he knew he couldn't turn the tide alone, especially while gravely injured. With a helpless sigh, he raised his hand to signal the referee, "I surrender." At that moment, the battlefield fell eerily silent, with only the sound of people gasping in shock breaking the stillness. Originally, I thought this would be a closely matched battle, but with just one move, Kobe Academy was defeated. The impact was even more shocking than when Yue Chuan summoned two bosses. The bullet comments in the Longxia Nation livestream exploded instantly. Wow, Chun Qing is just too awesome. This is true strength. One move to take down four. Chun Qing is incredible, absolutely unbeatable. Suddenly, I feel like our Longxia Nation has hope again. Chun Qing, take my knee. Nothing more to say. I'm bowing down. On the battlefield, the match lasted less than 30 seconds from start to finish. Apart from me, everyone else was a bit stunned. Even Qin Li hadn't stopped her dance moves yet. It wasn't until they heard the cheers from the Longxia Nation team that they realized what had happened. Did we just win? We went up, struck a pose, and hadn't even made a move, yet we won? Is this what it feels like to win effortlessly? Afterward, the four of them looked at my back, increasingly convinced I was a monster. I calmly waved at them. Let's go. Kobe Academy is even weaker than I thought. They were speechless, probably thinking, is it that they're weak, or are you just ridiculously overpowered? In the Milan Academy team, Lucas watched my figure, a slight smile forming at the corner of his mouth. His blue eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, as if he couldn't wait to fight me. Interesting, this Chun Qing is even stronger than I imagined, Lucas murmured, gripping his weapon tightly, his gaze full of battle hunger. Meanwhile, in the observation room on the second floor, an elderly man quietly watched the scene. His silver hair and face bore the marks of time, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. The old man puffed on a cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke, and revealed a meaningful smile. "So, are you satisfied with the people I've attracted for you this time?" The old man said casually. From the shadows of the room, a young man stepped forward. It was Yue Chuan from Tokyo Academy. He had a tall, slender figure, a cold yet composed demeanor, and eyes that were deep and unreadable. "Uncle, I'm very satisfied with these people," he said as he walked to the window, looking at me on the field, a peculiar smile forming at the corner of his mouth. "Especially this Chun Qing. I believe my Momotaro will like him very much." The team competition for Huadi Academy concluded, marking the end of today's exchange matches. The 5 teams advancing to the next round were Tokyo Academy, Wazita Academy, Milan Academy's first and second teams, and our Huadi Academy. As the matches ended, the audience dispersed, and the venue gradually quieted down. The crowd left, the seats emptied, and only the staff remained to clean up the field. My teammates and I packed up our gear, our faces showing a bit of fatigue, but unable to hide the joy of victory. At this moment, Xiaqing Chuan from Sichuan Academy walked over. She wore a light green dress, fresh and elegant, with a sweet smile on her face. "Chun Qing, you were amazing today," Xiaqing Chuan said with a smile, her eyes filled with admiration and curiosity. "I've heard Principal Wang mention you. She really likes you. If you had tried a bit harder back then, you might be representing Sichuan Academy now." "What a pity," I responded with a smile. "Thank you, Principal Wang, for her appreciation. If I have the chance, I'll definitely visit Sichuan Academy in the future." Xiaqing Chuan squinted her eyes and smiled. "It's a promise then. I'll make sure to show you the beautiful scenery of Sichuan and introduce you to some passionate and gorgeous girls. Who knows, you might decide to stay." I grinned, but didn't refute her. After Xiaqing Chuan left, students from Beichen Academy came over to congratulate me. A bald young man enthusiastically said, "Chun Qing, you're amazing. That move of yours was absolutely perfect." I humbly smiled. It was all right, mainly thanks to Qin Li's amplification effect. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take down 4 in one move. The bald young man laughed. Come on, don't be modest. No one else could pull off what you did. In the next matches, you've got to help us crush Milan Academy and those guys from Sakura Nation. If you can take first place, you'll be my idol, and I'll praise you to the skies. Then, we prepare to return to the inn in the lower Wild District. Yin Chi curiously asked the bald young man, Where are you guys from Beichun Academy staying? The bald young man replied, We're staying at a hotel in the Upper Court District. Yin Chi was dissatisfied. Why can we from Huadi Academy only stay in the lower Wild District, while you get to stay in the Upper Court District? The bald young man explained, The organizers originally wanted to arrange for us to stay in the lower Wild District too, but our teacher refused and directly booked a hotel in the Upper Court District. Everyone turned to look at Feng Zhuli. Feng Zhuli calmly spread her hands and smiled. Sorry, Principal Liang didn't allocate me a budget for that. Yin Chi sighed helplessly. What a difference. They get to stay comfortably, and we have to make do. Deng Kai patted Yin Chi on the shoulder to comfort him. Forget it. It doesn't matter where we stay. The key is to win the competition. Everyone nodded. Although they felt helpless, they could only accept it. Then we boarded the return bus, preparing to head back to the inn in the lower Wild District. Along the way, no one felt upset about staying in the lower Wild District. On the contrary, we quite liked the small inn run by Mei Hui and Mei Qing. The two young girls were adorable, and the food they made was delicious. Feng Zhuli sat on the bus, intending to hold a review meeting for the 5 participants in the team battle. But after thinking about it, today I made one move and won, and aside from Qin Li, no one else even had to act. It seemed unnecessary to hold a meeting. She glanced at me. Although I was wearing a mask, my eyes were slightly closed, clearly asleep. Feng Zhuli gave up the idea, not wanting to disturb my rest. The bus crossed the bridge and returned to the lower Wild District. Suddenly, I felt something was off. I abruptly opened my eyes and found that while the bus was still moving slowly, everyone else was gone, even the driver. Only the silent bus cabin and lonely me remained. I looked around, a chill rising in my heart. At that moment, I heard someone softly calling my name from behind me. The voice was alluring and mysterious. Chun Qing. I quickly turned around, shocked to see that the one calling me was the mysterious woman who looked like Zhongling Xue. What's wrong? Surprised to see me? Didn't you see me outside the airport? She stood at the back row of the bus, her figure graceful, her silver eyes exuding charm, and a meaningful smile on her lips. My heart sank. So, she had known all along that I had seen her. Why are you on the bus? Where's everyone else? I asked gravely, my brows furrowed, my tone cautious. The mysterious woman slowly walked up to me, raising her hand to gently stroke my cheek. I instinctively wanted to resist, but found my body unresponsive. The woman chuckled softly, her voice low and gentle. Don't be nervous. This is just your dream. Her fingertips were icy cold, and when they touched my skin, I couldn't help but shiver. I quickly asked, What do you want from me? The mysterious woman's smile grew more alluring as she leaned in and whispered, Someone is planning to kill you tonight. They're already lying in wait near the inn, just waiting for your return. My brows furrowed even tighter, a glint of coldness flashing in my eyes. Who wants to kill me? The mysterious woman smiled sweetly, her eyes filled with cunning. Don't you know who you've offended? I immediately understood. The Fu family wouldn't rest until I was dead. Back in Longxia, they had already sent assassins from Sakura country after me. Now that I was in Sakura country, to them, I was like a lamb in a wolf's den. There would definitely be no shortage of assassins coming for me tonight. I looked up at the mysterious woman in confusion. Why are you telling me this? Our relationship isn't that close, is it? You're an important recruit for me. I can't let you die so easily, the mysterious woman said as she leaned closer, whispering in my ear. How about it? Join Heaven's retribution. If you do, not only can we deal with these assassins, but we can also help you eliminate the Fu family. I sneered, those assassins? I don't even take them seriously. As for the Fu family, I'll deal with them myself. The woman chuckled teasingly. Maybe your strength is enough to handle those assassins, but what about your teammates? Do you think they can handle them? Maybe after tonight, you'll be the only one left in your Huadi Academy team. My face changed when I heard that. She was right. These assassins were professionals and definitely wouldn't leave any survivors. If there were too many of them, I wouldn't be able to handle it. As I was pondering, the woman's soft voice came again. That's all I'll say for now. See you next time. I hope you don't die so easily. You are the man I've set my sights on. As she spoke, she gave me a seductive glance, and the next second, her red lips lightly brushed my cheek. My heart raced. Even though it was a dream, it felt incredibly real. Her figure gradually became blurry, as if shrouded in mist. My vision went black, and when I opened my eyes again, I was back in reality. The people on the bus were still there, and the noise filled the vehicle. Stop the bus! Stop the bus! My voice suddenly rang out, filled with urgency. My classmates on the bus were startled and looked at me in confusion. I stood up, my tone becoming more serious. Stop the bus! Don't you understand? The bus driver, Huadi, was taken aback and quickly hit the brakes, pulling the bus over to the side of the road. Open the door. I didn't waste any words and directly ordered Huadi. He turned to look at Feng Zhuli, as he only followed the instructions of the person in charge of Huadi Academy. Feng Zhuli looked at me first and asked in confusion, Qing, what's going on? Why are you getting off the bus? I walked to the door and said seriously to Feng Zhuli, Teacher Feng, I have a personal matter to deal with, and I need to get off the bus. You all shouldn't return to the Xiaoya District guest house. Turn around and head back to the Shangting District immediately. Feng Zhuli frowned. A personal matter? Qing, tell me honestly what's going on. Why do I need to go back to the Shangting District? Feng Zhuli couldn't understand. We had just arrived in Sakura country for a day, unfamiliar with the place, so how could I suddenly have a personal matter? It didn't make sense. As the team leader, she certainly wouldn't let me leave without a clear explanation. I took a deep breath and thought for a moment before saying to Teacher Feng Zhuli, Teacher Feng, I can only tell you this in private. Let's talk outside. Teacher Feng Zhuli nodded solemnly and followed me off the bus. Once we reached a relatively secluded corner, I finally spoke. Someone is targeting me, and they're likely lying in ambush near the Xiaoya District guest house. I don't know the number or strength of the opponents. If you all stay with me, you might get caught up in this. Teacher Feng Zhuli frowned deeply after hearing this. After a moment, she decisively said, Then we should all go back to the Shangting District together. It's too dangerous for you to stay alone. I shook my head. No, their target is me. Even if I go back to the Shangting District with you, they will still send people to kill me, and you'll still be implicated. So I need to separate from you all. Once I've dealt with this trouble, I'll come find you. But Teacher Feng Zhuli firmly refused. No way. Principal Liang told me to take good care of you. If something happens to you, how can I explain it to him? We'll go back to the Shangting District and figure something out. If it comes to it, we'll return to Longxia country tonight and skip the exchange competition. Over the past few days, my performance had made Teacher Feng Zhuli realize that my potential in this profession was immense, far beyond that of an average S rank. If such a talent were to meet with an accident under her watch, she couldn't bear the responsibility as a mentor. So she was willing to give up this year's exchange competition to ensure my safety. Faced with such a determined teacher, Feng Zhuli, I was momentarily at a loss. Just then, a commotion came from the direction of the bus. I immediately turned back, alert, and saw that the bus, which had been parked by the roadside, suddenly started up. The engine roared loudly, the sound particularly jarring. What's going on? I was startled and immediately ran toward the bus. The bus's headlights flashed on, the vehicle jolted, and it suddenly accelerated, speeding down the street toward the Xiaoya District. The tires screeched sharply against the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Inside the bus, my classmates screamed in terror, and a few students sitting near the door frantically waved at me. But the bus was picking up speed, showing no signs of stopping. Damn it, I cursed under my breath. Looking at Teacher Feng Zhuli, I saw her face was also filled with shock. There's something wrong with Huadi. I said decisively. The two of us didn't waste any time. We sprinted to catch up with the bus ahead. The bus was speeding wildly through the bustling streets, the roar of the engine mixed with the screeching brakes, shaking nerves to the breaking point. The vehicle swayed violently, like a rampaging beast out of control, crashing through the streets. Pedestrians on both sides of the road were caught off guard, screaming and scattering in panic. Some reacted too slowly and were directly hit by the bus, their bodies arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood instantly stained the street, and the cries and screams merged into chaos, plunging the entire street into turmoil. Inside the bus, the students were thrown around by the violent jolts, some hitting the seatbacks and clutching their foreheads in pain. Everyone could only grip the handrails tightly to barely stabilize themselves. The cabin was filled with an atmosphere of fear and panic. Yin Shi, furious, stood up abruptly and questioned, "Wu Dao Jinta, what the hell are you doing?" Wu Dao Jinta, however, remained expressionless, his hollow eyes fixed ahead as if he hadn't heard Yin Shi's words. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, driving the bus at full speed down the street. "Everyone be careful. Wu Dao Jinta is acting strange," Qin Li shouted a warning. Upon hearing this, Deng Kai immediately sprang into action. Being the closest to Wu Dao Jinta, he lunged forward, trying to wrest the steering wheel from his hands. But Wu Dao Jinta merely raised his hand slightly, and Deng Kai's massive body was flung away, slamming heavily against the bus door with a dull thud. He clutched his ribs, groaning in pain. Wu Dao Jinta turned coldly to look at everyone, his voice icy. "Don't panic, cooperate obediently, and you might still leave a whole corpse." His words were like a bucket of cold water, draining the color from everyone's faces. Fear spread through their eyes, and the atmosphere grew tense. Seeing this, Yin Shi immediately pulled out a dagger, intending to break the window and escape. He swung the dagger forcefully, but as soon as the blade touched the window, it was repelled by an invisible force, causing ripples to spread across the glass. "This bus seems to be under some kind of spell," Yin Shi exclaimed. Huang Zishi, sitting on the bus, frowned deeply and pulled out a sniper rifle from her waist in an almost eerie manner. The gun was pitch black, gleaming with a cold light. Despite the violent jolts of the vehicle, she steadied the sniper rifle on her shoulder, her sharp gaze locking onto Wu Dao Jinta in the driver's seat. The next second, gunfire erupted inside the bus, the deafening sound of the sniper rifle reverberating in the confined space, making everyone's eardrums ache. Huang Zishi pulled the trigger. The bullet shot straight at Wu Dao Jinta, tearing through the air with deadly force. Wu Dao Jinta didn't dodge. The bullet hit him squarely in the back, ripping through his clothes and spraying blood. At the same time, a despair-inducing damage number appeared above Wu Dao Jinta's head. 342. Huang Zishi's mouth gaped in shock, her sniper rifle trembling slightly in her hands. She hadn't expected her strongest attack to only inflict 300-something damage. What level of professional was Wu Dao Jinta? Even after taking the shot, Wu Dao Jinta remained calm, continuing to drive the bus as if nothing had happened. His focus was unwavering, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel. At that moment, a male voice came through Wu Dao Jinta's earpiece. "How's it going? Is the target in position?" Wu Dao Jinta replied expressionlessly. "The target got off the bus early for some reason. To lure him into the ambush, I brought his classmates along. Be ready to assist." The voice on the other end responded calmly, "Understood." At this point, everyone on the bus realized the gravity of the situation. Wu Dao Jinta's strength was overwhelming, and it was clear that even if everyone on the bus joined forces, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. The air was thick with tension and fear, and everyone's hearts were racing as if they might burst. From their chests, Qin Li, suppressing her panic, asked, "Wu Dao Jinta, what exactly are you trying to do?" Wu Dao Jinta glanced back at her, a sinister smile spreading across his face. His gaze was cold and merciless, as if he could see through everyone's thoughts. We were originally targeting just one person. Who told you to get close to him? I can only deal with you all together. It was obvious from my actions that they were targeting me. No wonder I had everyone return to the upper court district, but I didn't know that Jinna Ujima had already been replaced. Qinli spoke next, her voice trembling but still firm. I am the second daughter of the Qin family from Longxia. If I die here, my father won't let you off. Jinta Ujima merely gave a cold smile, his expression particularly sinister under the neon lights. So, what about the Qin family? Those big families in Longxia mean nothing to us. He spoke indifferently, continuing to focus on driving. The atmosphere in the bus grew increasingly tense as everyone whispered about how to escape. Yin Shi and Deng Kai exchanged a glance, clearly planning a bold move. Huang Zishi gripped the sniper rifle tightly, her palms sweaty, her eyes scanning the bus for a glimmer of hope. At that moment, the bus suddenly jolted and came to a stop in a desolate wilderness. Jinta Ujima slowly stood up, the bloodstains on his body particularly striking in the dimly lit bus, though he seemed completely unfazed. The bus fell silent instantly, everyone holding their breath and staring nervously at Jinta Ujima. Outside the window, the night shrouded the wilderness in silence and eeriness, with only the rustling of the wind through the grass. Jinta Ujima scanned the people in the bus, sneering coldly. Remember, don't move recklessly, or I won't hesitate to take your lives. His gaze was icy and merciless, each word cutting like a cold blade into everyone's hearts. After speaking, he walked to the bus door and opened it. The night wind rushed in through the open door, bringing a chill that made the air inside even more tense. Jinta Ujima strode off the bus, his figure disappearing into the dim night. Seizing the opportunity, Yin Shi's eyes flashed with determination. He whispered to Qinli beside him, "I'll try to sneak out while he's off the bus." Qinli looked at him nervously and nodded slightly, signaling him to be careful. Yin Shi took a deep breath and activated his invisibility skill. His figure instantly blurred, blending almost seamlessly with the surroundings. He moved silently toward the bus door, his movements as light as a cat. However, just as his figure touched the doorframe, an invisible force suddenly erupted. Yin Shi's body was violently thrown back, his invisibility effect instantly dispelled. He landed heavily on the ground with a muffled thud. "Damn formation master!" Yin Shi shouted in frustration, clutching his aching back. His face was full of anger and helplessness, clearly realizing they were trapped on the bus by a formation set by a formation master. After getting off the bus, Jinta Ujima stood outside, speaking softly into his earpiece. "I've arrived at the designated location, just waiting for the fish to take the bait. If he really abandons these classmates, then I've miscalculated." A mechanical male voice replied through the earpiece. "Understood. Proceed as planned." Jinta Ujima ended the communication and leaned against the front of the bus. He pulled a cigarette from his pocket, lit it with a lighter, and took a quiet drag. The smoke rose slowly into the night, shrouding his cold face and highlighting the ruthlessness and chill in his eyes. After a while, the sound of a motorcycle engine roared from the distance, growing closer and closer. Ms. Feng Zhuli and I came speeding toward the bus on a motorcycle we had somehow acquired. The motorcycle screeched to a halt not far in front of the bus, its headlights piercing the darkness and illuminating Jinta Ujima's figure. I quickly jumped off the motorcycle, my gaze sharp as I stared directly at Jinta Ujima. "Let them go," I said without hesitation, my voice carrying an undeniable firmness. Jinta Ujima's lips curled into a cold smile as he slowly tore off the human skin mask on his face. As the mask came off, a stubbled face was revealed, its features rugged and eyes filled with a glint of hatred. His face, under the moonlight, was particularly ghastly, like a demon crawling out of hell. "Chen Qing, finally we meet. My name is Noguchi Kawataka, the elder brother of Captain Noguchi, whom you killed." His voice was low and icy, each word dripping with intense hatred. I sneered coldly, my gaze filled with contempt. What? Here, to avenge your brother? In your line of work? Getting killed is just a matter of time. Your brother died because he wasn't skilled enough. Serves him right. Coming to seek revenge on me. Aren't you being a bit unprofessional? Noguchi Kawataka narrowed his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing within them. He didn't continue on that topic, but instead asked, I'm curious. How did you know there was an ambush in the lower jungle? I thought this plan was foolproof. You shouldn't have noticed. I replied earnestly, let me tell you, it was your mom who told me in a dream. She said she felt ashamed for giving birth to such a wretched son and hoped I could send you to reunite with your brother. Noguchi Kawataka's face immediately darkened, his fists clenched tightly, and anger burned in his eyes. Words won't save you. Today, you will die without a doubt. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground around us began to ripple, mysterious runes appearing one after another. Finally, a massive light barrier enveloped the entire clearing. The barrier emitted a faint hum, glowing softly with a blue light, isolating the surroundings from the outside world. Teacher Feng Zhuli frowned, her expression grave. This is a trapping formation. We can't get out. Hearing this, my head started to ache. I smiled bitterly and said, another trapping formation? Last time, I was stuck in the dormitory building and couldn't get out. As we spoke, dozens of figures slowly emerged from the pitch-black shadows. Their steps were steady and synchronized, their gazes sharp and focused, clearly well-trained warriors. Each one held a sharp weapon, the blades glinting coldly under the moonlight. Seeing the group of enemies approaching, Teacher Feng Zhuli and I exchanged a glance. I instructed, Teacher Feng, be careful. Teacher Feng Zhuli remained calm, smiling faintly. Don't worry, these people can't hurt me. With that, her body melted into the shadow beneath her feet like ink, disappearing instantly. I couldn't help but marvel at how amazing her profession was, truly unparalleled for survival. Without wasting any more time, I summoned 2 gleaming daggers in my hands and charged toward the surrounding enemies. The twin blades danced like silver serpents in my hands, carving sharp arcs through the air. In an instant, the clash of blades and shadows filled the scene. I weaved through the mass of enemies with fluid, lightning-fast movements. The sharp edges of my blades struck down anyone who dared approach, accompanied by constant screams of pain. My movements were as swift as lightning, the twin blades darting through the enemy ranks like phantoms. The cold gleam of the blades sent chills down spines. Each strike was precise and powerful, and one by one, the enemies fell. The ground gradually became littered with bodies. From a distance, Noguchi Kawataka observed my actions quietly, a look of doubt in his eyes. To him, I didn't seem as strong as he had imagined. There was no reason his brother should have died in my hands. As he pondered, the headlights of the bus suddenly went out, plunging the surroundings into darkness, as if something had swallowed all the light. Noguchi Kawataka sensed something was wrong and frowned. He suddenly noticed the bus beside him slowly sinking into the ground. His expression turned serious, and he grabbed the front of the bus with his left hand, trying to stop it from sinking completely. Inside the bus, the passengers watched in panic as the vehicle sank deeper into the ground. Everyone, stay calm. This is Teacher Feng saving us. Qinli quickly regained her composure and shouted, her voice firm and steady in the darkness. However, by this time, the rear of the bus had already sunk deep into the ground, with only the front end being held tightly by Noguchi Kawataka. He sneered, his muscles tensing as he used one hand to slowly pull the bus, which had already sunk into the ground, back up. 2 opposing forces wrestled over the bus, which groaned under the strain. The middle section began to deform, the sound of twisting metal piercing and despairing. Are you done yet? My strength isn't as great as his. Teacher Feng Zhuli's voice came from the darkness, tinged with urgency. On the other side, I wielded dual blades, slashing madly. Amidst the flickering blade light, enemies fell one after another, and in the blink of an eye, dozens had already died by my hands. Yet the enemies seemed endless, continuously rushing in from afar. Some kept firing at me with machine guns and other hot weapons, bullets raining down like a storm. Although I tried my best to defend, I still suffered quite a few injuries. At this moment, I was surprised to discover that there wasn't a single drop of blood beneath the assassins I had killed. I quickly bent down to pick up a severed arm that had been chopped off, only to realize that all along I had been fighting a group of wooden puppets. Inside the severed arm were rough wooden fibers and some simple mechanical structures, resembling some kind of intricate puppet. Damn it! I cursed under my breath, feeling insulted. After all this killing, they turned out to be wooden puppets. Haven't you finished yet? I can't hold on any longer. Teacher Feng Zhuli's voice came again from the darkness, filled with urgency and helplessness. From a writing perspective, in reality, such character settings inevitably remind us of the resilience in life. When constantly facing setbacks, if one can learn from the experience and improve oneself, no matter how great the pressure, one can ultimately break through adversity. This perfectly encourages us to maintain resilience when facing challenges in real life, strengthening ourselves through pain. So, what do you think is the most impressive aspect of Chun Qing's skill configuration? Have you ever experienced a moment of becoming braver through setbacks? Feel free to leave a comment and share your thoughts.